Hi there, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we bring you the Cybersecurity Full Course, a complete program designed to take you from core security fundamentals to advanced cybersecurity concepts used in real-world enterprise environments. In today's digital world, cybersecurity is no longer optional. With the rapid growth of cloud computing, remote work, and online transaction, organizations face constant threats such as data breaches, ransomware attacks, phishing, and system vulnerabilities. Cybersecurity professionals play a critical role in protecting systems, networks, and data from these threats and ensuring business continuity. In this course, we start with the basics understanding of cybersecurity concepts, threats, and attack vectors, and also gradually move into advanced topics such as network security, application security, cloud security, and also incident response. You'll learn not just what security tools and techniques are used, but why they are used and how attackers think, which is essential for building effective defense strategies. By the end of this course, you'll be able to understand security risk, implement basic security controls, analyze threats, and prepare for entry-level to intermediate cybersecurity roles. Having said that, let's take a look at the agenda for this course. We will be having a total of 12 modules in this full course. Module 1 is Introduction to Cybersecurity. Module 2 is Fundamentals of Networking. Module 3 is Operating System Fundamentals. Module 4 is Cyber Threats and also Attack Techniques. Module 5 is Network Security. Module 6 is Application Security. Module 7 is Cryptography Fundamentals, followed up by Module 8, which is Identity and Access Management. Module 9 is Cloud and Infrastructure Security. Module 10 is Security Operation and Incident Response. Module 11 is Governance, Risk, and Compliance. Module 12 is Real-World Use Cases and Career Guidance. Hope I made myself clear with this agenda. That said, if these are the type of videos you would like to watch, then hit that subscribe button with the bell icon to get notified whenever we host. Also, just so that you know, if you want to upskill yourself, master ethical hacking and cybersecurity skills, and land your dream job and grow your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various cybersecurity and ethical hacking programs. Simplilearn offers a variety of master's, certification, and postgraduate programs in collaboration with some of the world's leading universities in certification boards like IIIT Bangalore, EC Council, and many more. Through our courses, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like vulnerability assessment, enterprise security, application security, penetration testing, and over a dozen others. And that's not all. You'll also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects led by industry experts working in top-tier companies. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into ethical hacking or cybersecurity roles as a fresher or moved on to high-paying job and profile. If you're passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comments and in the description box to find an ethical hacking and cybersecurity program that fits your experience and areas of interest. So let's get started with our cybersecurity full course with a small quiz. Which of the following best represents the CIA triad in cybersecurity? Is it confidentiality, integrity, availability, or control, inspection, authorize? Or is it confidentiality, identity, access? Or is it control, integrity, and authentication? Please let us know your answers in the comment section below. Now over to our training experts.
With 4.9 billion people using the internet in 2022, cybersecurity now has to protect users against dangers like viruses, malware, adware, and other ransomware attacks. It involves techniques that help secure various digital components like networks, data, and computer systems from unauthorized access. The financial impact of these security breaches is massive, be it for in enterprise environments or for personal computers. Deploying firewalls, using web protection suits, and stronger encryption are just a few ways to bolster your network security. Even job roles in cybersecurity now range from ethical hacking to security analysts in big firms, providing ample growth opportunities to anyone starting out in the cybersecurity domain.
It's the year 2015, and Richard has just finished playing games on his computer. After a long gaming session, Richard tries to shut it down, but finds some random text file on the desktop that says, "Ransom Note." The text file mentioned how a hacking group had encrypted Richard's game files and private documents, and he had to pay a ransom of $500 worth of Bitcoin in the specified Bitcoin address. Richard quickly checked his files, only to see them being encrypted and unreadable. This is the story of how the Tesla Crypt ransomware spread in 2015, which affected thousands of gamers before releasing the master key used for encrypting the files. So, what is ransomware? For Richard to be targeted by such an attack, he must have installed applications from untrusted sources or clicked an unverified link. Both of them can function as gateways for a ransomware breach. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts personal information and documents while demanding a ransom amount to decrypt them. This ransom payment is mainly done using cryptocurrency to ensure anonymity, but can also employ other routes. Once the files are encrypted or locked behind a password, a text file is available to the victim, explaining how to make the ransom payment and unlock the files for it. Just like Richard found the ransom note text file on his desktop. Even after the money has been paid, there's no guarantee that the hackers will send the decryption key or unlock the files. But in certain sensitive situations, victims make the payment hoping for the best. Having never been introduced to ransomware attacks before, this gave Richard an opportunity to learn more about this, and he began his research on the topic. The spread of ransomware mostly starts with phishing attacks. To know more about phishing attacks, click the link in the button above. Users tend to click on unknown links received via emails and chat applications, promising rewards of some nature. Once clicked, a ransomware file is installed on the system that encrypts all the files or blocks access to computer functions. They can also be spread via malware, transmitted via untrusted application installation, or even a compromised wireless network. Another way to breach a system with ransomware is by using the Remote Desktop Protocol, or RDP access. A computer can be accessed remotely using this protocol, allowing a hacker to install malicious software on the system with the owner unaware of these developments. Coming to the different types of ransomware. First, we have Locker ransomware, which is a type of malware that blocks standard computer functions from being accessed until the payment to the hackers is complete. It shows a lock screen that doesn't allow the victim to use the computer for even basic purposes. Another type is crypto ransomware, which encrypts the local files and documents in the computers. Once the files are encrypted, finding the decryption key is impossible unless the ransomware variant is old and the keys are already available on the internet. Scareware is fake software that claims to have detected a virus or other issue on your computer and directs you to pay to resolve the problem. Some types of scareware lock the computer, while others simply flood the screen with pop-up alerts without actually damaging files. To prevent getting affected by ransomware, Richard could have followed a few steps to further enhance his security. One must always have backups of their data. Cloud storage for backup is easy, but a physical backup in a hard drive is always recommended. Keeping the system updated with the latest security patches is always a good idea. Apart from system updates, one must always have reputed antivirus software installed. Many antivirus software like Kaspersky and Bitdefender have anti-ransomware features that periodically check for encryption of private documents. When browsing the internet, a user must always check for the lock symbol on the address bar, which signifies the presence of HTTPS protocol for additional security. If a system is infected with ransomware already, there is a website, nomoreransom.org. It has a collection of decryption tools for most well-known ransomware packages. It can also help decrypt specific encrypted files if the list of anti-ransomware tools didn't help the victim.
Malware is a malicious software that is programmed to cause damage to a computer system, network, and hardware devices. Many malicious programs like Trojan, viruses, worms, and bots which cause damage to the system are known as malware. Most of the malware programs are designed to steal information from the targeted user, or to steal money from the target by stealing sensitive data. Let's take a look at the introduction for two different types of malware, virus and Trojan. Firstly, let's take a look what exactly is a virus program. A computer virus is a type of malicious program that on execution replicates itself. They get attached to different files and programs which are termed as host programs by inserting their code. If the attachment succeeds, the targeted program is termed as infected with a computer virus. Now let's take a look at the Trojan horse. Trojan horse program is a program that disguises itself as a legitimate program but harms the system on installation. They hide within the attachments and emails, then transfer from one system to another. They create backdoors into a system to allow the cybercriminal to steal our information. Let's take a look how they function after getting installed into our system. Firstly, we have virus programs. The computer virus must contain two parts to infect the system. First is the search routine, which locates new files and data that is to be infected by the virus program. And the second part is known as the copy routine, which is necessary for the program to copy itself into the targeted file, which is located by the search routine. Now let's take a look at the Trojan horse functioning. For Trojan horses, entryway into our system is through emails that may look legitimate but may have unknown attachments. And when such files are downloaded into the device, the Trojan program gets installed and infects the system. They also infect the system on the execution of infected application or the executable file and attacks the system. Now that we understand what virus and Trojans are, let's understand different types of virus and Trojans. Let's take a look at different types of viruses. The first one is known as the boot sector virus. This type of virus damages the booting section of the system by infecting the master baud record, which is also known as MBR. This damages the boot sector section by targeting the hard disk of the system. Then we have the macrovirus. Macrovirus is a type of virus that gets embedded into the document-related data and is executed when the file is opened. They also are designed to replicate themselves and infect the system on a larger scale. And lastly, we have the direct action virus. This type of virus gets attached to executable files, which on execution activates the virus program and infects the system. Once the infection of the file is completed, they exit the system, which is also the reason it is known as a non-resident virus. Let's take a look at different types of Trojans. The first type of Trojan is the backdoor Trojan. They are designed to create a backdoor in the system on execution of an infected program. They provide remote access of a system to the hacker. This way, the cybercriminal can steal our system data and may use it for illegal activities. Next, we have Crixos Trojan. They enter the system by clicking the random pop-ups which we come across on the internet. They tempt the user to give their personal details for different transactions or schemes, which may provide remote access of a system to the cybercriminal. And the last Trojan type is ransom Trojan. This type of Trojan program, after entering the system, blocks the user from accessing its own system and also affects the system functioning. The cybercriminal demands a ransom from the targeted user for the removal of the Trojan program from the device. Now that we understand some details regarding viruses and Trojan, let's solve a question. The question is, Jake was denied access to his system and he wasn't able to control the data and information in his system. Now, the actual question is, what could be the reason behind his system's problem? Option A, macrovirus. Option B, ransom Trojan. Option C, backdoor Trojan. Give your answers in the comment section. Now let's understand how to detect the activity of viruses and Trojan in our system. To detect virus or Trojan activity in our system, we can refer to the following points. For viruses, we have slowing down of the system and frequent application freeze shows that the infection of the virus is present in the system. Then we have the viruses can also steal sensitive data, including passwords, account details, which may lead to unexpected logout from the accounts or corruption of the sensitive data. And lastly, we have frequent system crashes due to virus infection, which damages the operating system. For Trojan, we have frequent system crashes and system also faces slow reaction time. Then we have there are more random pop-ups from the system, which may indicate Trojan activity. And lastly, we have modification in the system application and change of the desktop appearance can be also due to the infection of a Trojan program. Next, let's take a look at a famous cyber attack for virus and a Trojan horse. For virus, we have the MyDoom virus, which was identified in the year 2004, which affected over 50 million systems by creating a network of sending spam emails, which was to gain backdoor access into our systems. Next, for the Trojan horse, we have the Emotet Trojan program, which is specifically designed for financial theft and for stealing bank-related information. Next, we have few points for how to prevent virus entry or Trojan attack for a system. The most basic way of virus protection is to using antivirus and do regular virus scan. This will prevent virus entry in the system, and also having more than one antivirus provides much better protection. Then avoid visiting uncertified websites can also prevent virus entry into our system. Then we have using regular driver updates and system updates to prevent virus entry. For Trojan, we have using certified softwares from legal sites to prevent any Trojan activity in our system. And also avoid clicking random pop-ups that we often see on the internet. And lastly, using antivirus and firewalls for protection against Trojan horses is a good habit. Now that we have reached the end of the video, let's take a look what we learned. For the first part, we saw the main objective of the virus is to harm the data and information in a system, whereas for the Trojan we have stealing of the data files and information. Effect of viruses is more drastic in comparison to the Trojan horses. Then we have viruses which are non-remote programs, whereas Trojan horses are remote accessed. And lastly, viruses have the ability to replicate itself to harm multiple files, whereas Trojan does not have the replication ability.
So let's begin with what is SQL injection. As the name suggests, SQL injection vulnerability allows an attacker to inject malicious input into a SQL statement. So SQL stands for Structured Query Language, which is a language used by an application to interact with a database. Now, normally this attack is targeted towards a database to extract the data that is stored within. However, the vulnerability does not lie in the database itself. The vulnerability will always lie in the application. It is the developer's prerogative of how to develop the application, how to configure it to prevent SQL injection queries from happening. A database is created to answer questions, and if a question is asked, it is supposed to answer it. Database needs to be configured for some amount of security, but the vulnerability, the flaw here for SQL injection will always lie in the application itself. It is how the application interacts with the database that needs to be modified, that needs to be maintained by the developer rather than just configuring the database itself. So the attacker at this point in time, when they send a query to the application, will form a malformed query by injecting a particular command or an operator that is recognized by the SQL language. And if that operator is passed through the application to the database, then the database basically gets cracked or does a data dump because of that unwanted character coming in. So this character needs to be filtered at the application level itself. Now let's look at a quick demo. So what we have done here is I have this virtual machine called OWASP Broken Web Applications Virtual Machine version 1.2. I'm going to power this on. Till this powers on, I'm going to show you where we can download this utility from. So you can just look for OWASP Broken Web Application Project download. You'll find it on sourceforge.net. Click on the link. You can download the Broken Web Application Project from here. This is a 1.9 GB download, and you can have a zip machine directly for VMware or Oracle VirtualBox. Now, this is an application that has been developed by OWASP, which stands for Open Web Application Security Project, which is a not-for-profit organization and periodically releases the most top 10 risks that an application will face for that particular year. So they have given a web application with inbuilt vulnerabilities for professionals like us to practice upon, to develop our skills upon, because doing this in the real world is illegal. I cannot go onto a website to demonstrate how a SQL injection attack works. Neither should you try your hands on it till you become very well rehearsed with it. So to upgrade your skills, to upskill yourself, please download this machine, host it in a VMware workstation or an Oracle virtual box, and you can then try your skills on it, right? So just going back to the browser here, if I open up a new tab, you'll see that this machine has booted up and has an IP address called 71.132. So if I just go onto that IP address and I type in 192.168.71.132, and you'll see the OWASP Broken Web Application project, and there are a lot of training applications, realistic intentionally vulnerable applications, old versions of real applications, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of applications inbuilt over here that you can try your skills upon. We are going to try to use the OWASP Mutility over here. This gives you the OWASP top 10 risks for 2010, 2013. 2017 is the latest one so far, but the difference between 2013 and 2017 is that some of these have changed, but not all of them. The order has changed a little bit, but you can see that SQL injection is on the top A1 amongst the injection attacks, right? And you can see there are multiple types that have been given here: the SQL injection for extracting data, or SQL injection for bypass authentication, or insert your injection attacks, blind SQL injection. And then there is a tool called SQL Map, which is available freely on your Linux machines, Kali Linux or Parrot Linux, whichever you want to use for your practice targets, and so on and so forth. So if I just take you here for bypass authentication, and this is a regular login page that an application may have, right? You look at a username, you look at password, you type that in, and you log in. So let's say I don't know a password here. I'm just going to type in the username test. Password is PASSWORD. I try to log in, and it shows me that the account does not exist. So the authentication mechanism does work. I did type in a username and password. It wasn't recognized, so the account does not exist. Now let's try to type in a SQL query. Here I'm going to just give it a single quote, which is an operator that is recognized by the SQL language, which when the database tries to execute will cause the database to dump some data or to bypass authentication in this case. And I'm going to give it a condition, single quote, or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space, and I'm going to click on login. Now right now I'm not logged in at all, and we tried our username and password and we weren't able to log in. So now if I log in, you will see that it gave me a status update saying the user has been authenticated, and I'm logged in as admin, got root. So that is what these SQL queries can achieve. I'm going to log out right now, and we are going to look at the basics of SQL injection. So looking at that small demo, now let's look at what types of SQL injections are available. So the first is in-band SQL injection. There are two subtypes within in-band: error-based injection attack and a union-based injection attack. The second type is blind SQL injection attack, where there's a Boolean-based and a time-based attack. And the third one is out-of-bound SQL injection attack. Now, what is in-band SQL injection attack? In-band is where we are either attempting the error-based or the union-based. What is error-based? We send a query to the database, we craft a query to the database, and it generates an error message, and it dumps the error message right in front of us on the screen. That makes us realize that there is a flaw, and there is some information that is dumped on the screen, which we can then further utilize to craft our further queries as we go ahead. Whereas union-based is it is where we combine multiple statements at the same time. So if you look at the URL, earlier in the URL, you would see a large structure in that URL. We can try to add two or more statements within the URL itself to combine them and then confuse the database into executing both the statements together and giving a data dump at the same time, right? So what would an error-based SQL injection look like? If I go back to the same database, which is here, right? And if you remember the username, we gave it a single quote or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. We gave it the condition, right? So basically what it did was a single quote is an operator that goes to the database, selects the default table in the user tables in this database column, and then compares it to the condition that is given. So the condition that we gave was 1 equals 1, which is always true. So what it did was it selected the default user table that was available in the database, and instead of comparing it to a password, it compared it to the condition. So if I give it 1 equals 2 where the condition is false, and if I log in, you will see that the account doesn't exist, comes back again because the condition was false. And instead of comparing the user account to the password, it basically compared the user account to the condition. So if I give it a single quote or 1 equals 1 hyphen space and log in, you can see that this is a correct condition, and thus we are able to log in. Now, before we even go to that extent, if I just forget the condition over here and I just give it a single quote, the operator, and I send this operator to the database and I click on login, you will see that it generates an error which is right on top, and it tells us the line, the file where the error happened, and you can see it happened in the MySQL handler.php file, right? And then it gives us the message, you have an error in your SQL syntax, check the manual that corresponds to your MySQL server version for the right syntax to use. Now, why would a hacker want to do this in the first place? Because there are different types of databases. So there is a MySQL, MS SQL or Microsoft SQL, Oracle SQL, IBM DB2. All of these are variations of the SQL database. They use the SQL language. However, every database has its own command, right? They have their own syntax, they have their own specific commands that are utilized for the database. So in this scenario, the hacker wants to identify what database is being currently utilized so they can craft those particular queries. So now with this injection, with just me sending the quote and the error getting generated, I now come to know that we are using a MySQL server, and the version of that server is 5.1.73. and the rest of the information about where the handlers are located and so on and so forth, right? This gives the information to the hacker of how they want to proceed next, what kind of queries they want to create, what kind of syntax they want to utilize. So error-based attack is where you generate these kind of errors and you get this information. The union-based is where you craft your queries within the URL. You can try to combine multiple statements within the input fields and try to generate a response from that. Then we come to Boolean-based SQL injection. Sends a SQL query to the database which forces the application to return a different result depending on whether the query returns a true or a false result. So basically, if the input is false, both the inputs are false, the output would be false. There's one input that is false, the other input that is true, input B, the output would be true, and so on and so forth, right? So depending on the result from the inputs, the attacker will come to know which input is true. With this, he can then access the database of the website. So you're trying to figure out by sending out multiple inputs and then analyzing the output to see what exactly, which command exactly worked, what was the resultant output of that command. Thus, from this kind of an information, the hacker can infer their next step forward. Then you have time-based SQL injections. Now, there are times when a database administrator or an application administrator has done some security configuration and thus have disabled verbose error messages. Now, what is a verbose error message? The error message that we saw right here is a verbose error message. That means that the message gives out details. The message gives out details about what the database is, the version and whatnot. So if they have sanitized these errors and you no longer can generate these errors and thus you cannot figure out what database is, then what do you do, right? For example, if I just take you to Simplilearn and take you to a URL that is supposedly not accessible, you can see that it gives a generic error. oops, like it looks like you have crash landed on Mars. It doesn't give you a verbose error that we saw here. So this gives us a detailed error of what went wrong, where it gives us the database, the version of the database, and where the query went wrong, and etc, etc, etc. Whereas on this site, where there's a lot of security that goes in here, so you can see that it doesn't generate a error. It just get a generic page in front of you. So in that case, what does a hacker do? So the hacker then injects a time-based query in the URL, which allows us to verify whether the command is being executed or not. So we put in a time wait, let's say 10 seconds of time wait. So if the moment we inject the query, if the query times for 10 seconds and then gets executed, that means that the SQL injection is possible. However, if we inject the query and it just gets executed without the delay, that means that the time injection attack would not be possible on that particular site. Out of bound is not a very common attack. It depends on the features being enabled on the database management system that is being used by the web application. So this can be a somewhat of a misconfiguration error by the database administrator, where you have enabled functions and not sanitized them. So you have not done access controls properly. You have not given account control. So queries should never be executed at an administrative level. They should always be executed at a user level with minimum privileges that are required for that query to be executed. Now, if you're allowing these kind of functions to be enabled at the DBMS, and there is an administrative account that can have access to them, at that point in time an out of bound injection attack is possible. So let's look at how a website works, right? How SQL works on a website. Now, the website is constructed of HTML, hypertext markup language, which would include JavaScripting for functionality, cascading style sheets for the mapping of the website, right? And then React, JS and whatnot for further functionality. Now, when we send a query to the website, it is normally using the HTTP protocol or HTTPS protocol. When the query reaches the application would then go ahead and generate the SQL query. At the client side, you'll have all these scripting languages coming in on the front end that we can utilize to craft queries and then send them across. At the server side, you'll have databases like Oracle, MySQL, MS SQL, and so on and so forth that will then execute those queries, right? So just to give you an example, if I use a tool called Postman, what we generally do when we craft a query is we send out a GET request to the website, and then we receive a response from the site with the HTML code and everything. So this is a tool that is utilized by software testers to test the responses that you're going to get from various websites. So on the left hand side, you can see I've used it on quite a bit. Here we have an example for gmail.com. So let's continue with that. So this is a GET request being sent to Gmail. The moment I send it, it's going to create an HTTP request and send it across. The response that I get is this. This is the HTML code for gmail.com, right? These are the cookies. These are the headers that include information. So you can see this is a text HTML. Character set utilized is UTF-8, and the configuration that has been done with the application, right? So this is where everything comes in. This is the cookie that has been sent with that particular request that I had sent out. Now, if you analyze this query, right? So when we went on to this application and I typed in that single quote and we generated this error, right? You can see that the application converted this into a SQL query. So the query was select username from accounts, where the username in quotes, single quotes, and we use this quote, right? The single quote right there. So that's where we use that operator, and that's where the exception error occurred. So these are the kind of queries that are structured by the application and then taken on to the database for execution. When we type in, it is a HTTP GET request with the username and password within that query that is sent to the application. The application converts it into a SQL query, sends it to the database, and the database responds with the appropriate response. So how do we prevent SQL injection in the first place? Use prepared statements and parameterized queries. These statements make sure that the parameters passed into SQL statements are treated in a safe manner. So for example, we saw that the single quote was an operator. This shouldn't be allowed to be utilized in the first place, right? So here, what we are doing here is a secure way of running a SQL query in the JDBC using a parameterized statement. Define which user we want to find. So there's a string, the email comes in. Connection to the database. We are going to figure out how the connection is going to be passed, how it is going to be created. Construct the SQL statement we want to run specifying the parameter, right? So we define how is it going to be created, what is going to be created, what can be passed to the database and what should not be passed to the database. So that is one way of utilizing prepared statements and parameterized queries. Then we have object relational mapping. Most development teams prefer to use object relational mapping frameworks to make the translation of SQL results set into code objects more seamless. So this is an example of object relational mapping where we map certain objects and allow that to be executed. And then escaping inputs. It is a simple way to protect against most SQL injection attacks. Many languages have standard functions to achieve this, right? So you need to be very careful while using escape characters in your code base when a SQL statement is constructed. Not all injection attacks rely on abuse of code characters. So you need to know what characters are being utilized in the configuration that you have created, in the structure that you have created, in the code that you have created. Which characters are being recognized as operators. You need to sanitize those operators, and you need to basically ensure that these operators cannot be accepted as user input. If they are, they're weeded out by the application and they never reach the database. Other methods of preventing SQL injection are password hashing, so that passwords cannot be bypassed, the passwords cannot be recovered, passwords cannot be cracked. Third-party authentication. You use OAuth or some other service for a single sign-on mechanism. Thus, you rely on a third party to maintain the security of authentication and what kind of parameters are passed. For example, using LinkedIn logins or Facebook logins, right? For the layman, you normally go onto Facebook and you allow, if you're using a game, right? If you start playing a game, you're allowed to log into the game using your Facebook credentials or your Google credentials. Now that is not just for ease of use, but the game user, the developer, has outsourced the authentication mechanisms to third parties such as Facebook or Google, because they understand that that authentication mechanism is as safe as can be. Facebook and Google are wealthy organizations, hire a lot of security experts, and the development for their authentication mechanisms is top notch. Small organization cannot spend that kind of money on security itself, right? So you use a third party authentication mechanism to ensure that these kind of attacks may not happen. Then web application firewalls. Having a web application firewall and configuring it properly for SQL injection attacks is one of the sure shot method of mitigating or minimizing the threat in the first place. So at this point in time, you have realized that the application has some vulnerabilities for SQL injection, and instead of recoding or restructuring the application, you want to take the easier way out or the cheaper way out. So what you do is you install a web application firewall and you configure the web application firewall to identify malicious queries and stop them at the firewall level itself, so they never reach the application, and thus the vulnerabilities on the application don't get executed. Buy better software and keep on updating the software. So it's not necessary that once you have a software, you install it, it's going to be safe for life. New vulnerabilities are discovered every day, every hour, and it may so happen what is secure today may be completely insecure tomorrow or the day after, right? So you need to keep on upgrading the software. If there are no upgrades available and the vulnerability still exists, you might want to migrate to a better software and thus ensure that you don't get hacked, right? Always update and use patches. Organizations keep on sending out updates and patches as and when they are released. You need to install them to enhance your security postures. And then continuously monitor SQL statements and databases. Use protocol monitors, use different softwares, use the firewalls to keep on monitoring what kind of queries you're getting. And based on those queries, you want to ensure the inputs and the queries that are creating are not detrimental to the health of the software that you have.
Jane is relaxing at home when she receives an email from a bank that asks her to update her credit card PIN in the next 24 hours as a security measure. Judging the severity of the message, Jane follows the link provided in the email. On delivering her current credit card PIN and the supposedly updated one, the website became unresponsive, which prompted her to try sometime later. However, after a couple of hours, she noticed a significant purchase from a random website on that same credit card, which she never authorized. Frantically contacting the bank, Jane realized the original email was a counterfeit or a fake message with a malicious link that entailed credit card fraud. This is a classic example of a phishing attack. Phishing attacks are a type of social engineering where a fraudulent message is sent to a target on the premise of arriving from a trusted source. Its basic purpose is to trick the victim into revealing sensitive information like passwords and payment information. It's based on the word phishing, which works on the concept of baits. If a supposed victim catches the bait, the attack can go ahead, which in our case makes Jane the fish and the phishing emails the bait. If Jane never opened the malicious link or was cautious about the email authenticity, an attack of this nature would have been relatively ineffective. But how does the hacker gain access to these credentials? A phishing attack starts with a fraudulent message, which can be transmitted via email or chat applications. Even using SMS conversations to impersonate legitimate sources is known as smishing, which is a specific category of phishing attacks. Irrespective of the manner of transmission, the message targets the victim in a way that coaxes them to open a malicious link and provide critical information on the requisite website. More often than not, the websites are designed to look as authentic as possible. Once the victims submit information using the link, be it a password or credit card details, the data is sent to the hacker who designed the email and the fake website, giving him complete control over the account whose password was just provided. Often carried out in campaigns where an identical phishing mail is sent to thousands of users, the rate of success is relatively low, but never zero. Between 2013 and 2015, corporate giants like Facebook and Google were tricked off of $100 million due to an extensive phishing campaign, where a known common associate was impersonated by the hackers. Apart from credit access, some of these campaigns target the victim device and install malware when clicked on the malicious links, which can later function as a botnet or a target for ransomware attacks. There is no single formula, for there are multiple categories of phishing attacks. The issue with Jane, where the hacker stole her bank credentials, falls under the umbrella of deceptive phishing. A general email is sent out to thousands of users in this category, hoping some of them fall prey to this scam. Spear phishing, on the other hand, is a bit customized version. The targets are researched before being sent an email. For example, if you never had a Netflix subscription, sending you an email that seems like the Netflix team sends it becomes pointless. This is a potential drawback of deceptive phishing techniques. On the other hand, a simple screenshot of a Spotify playlist being shared on social media indicates a probable point of entry. The hacker can send counterfeit messages to the target user while implying the source of such messages being Spotify, tricking them into sharing private information. Since the hacker already knows the target uses Spotify, the chances of victims taking the bait increase substantially. For more important targets like CEOs and people with a fortune on their back, the research done is tenfold, which can be called a case of whaling. The hackers prepare and wait for the right moment to launch their phishing attack, often to steal industry secrets for rival companies or sell them off at a higher price. Apart from just emails, farming focuses on fake websites that resemble their original counterparts as much as possible. A prevalent method is to use domain names like Facebook with a single O or YouTube with no E. These are mistakes that people make when typing the full URL in the browser, leading them straight to a counterfeit web page, which can fool them into submitting private data. A few more complex methods exist to drive people onto fake websites, like ARP spoofing and DNS cache poisoning, but they are rarely carried out due to time and resource constraints. Now that we know how phishing attacks work, let's look at ways to prevent ourselves from becoming victims. While the implications of a phishing attack can be extreme, protecting yourself against these is relatively straightforward. Jane could have saved herself from credit card fraud had she checked the link in the email for authenticity, and that it redirected to a secure website that runs on the HTTPS protocol. Even suspicious messages shouldn't be entertained. One must also refrain from entering private information on random websites or pop-up windows, irrespective of how legitimate they seem. It is also recommended to use secure anti-phishing browser extensions like Cloudfish to sniff out malicious emails from legitimate ones. The best way to prevent phishing is browsing the internet with care and being on alert for malicious attempts at all times.
Start by learning about cross-site scripting from a layman's perspective. Cross-site scripting, also known as XSS, is a type of code injection attack that occurs on the client side. The attacker intends to run harmful scripts in the victim's web browser by embedding malicious code in a genuine web page or online application. The real attack takes place when the victim hits the malicious code-infected web page or online application. The web page or application serves as a vehicle for the malicious script to be sent to the user's browser. Forums, message boards, and online pages that enable comments are vulnerable vehicles that are frequently utilized for cross-scripting assaults. A web page or web application is vulnerable to XSS if the output it creates contains unsanitized user input. The victim's browser must then parse this user input. In VBScript, ActiveX, Flash, and even CSS, cross-site scripting attacks are conceivable. They are nevertheless most ubiquitous in JavaScript, owing to the fact that JavaScript is most important to most browser experiences nowadays. The main purpose of this attack is to steal the other user's identity, be it via cookies, session tokens, and other information. In most of the cases, this attack is being used to steal the other person's cookies. As we know, cookies help us to log in automatically. Therefore, with the stolen cookies, we can log in with other identities. And this is one of the reasons why this attack is considered as one of the riskiest attacks. It can be performed with different client-side programming languages as well. Cross-site scripting is often compared with similar client-side attacks, as client-side languages are mostly being used during this. However, an XSS attack is considered riskier because of its ability to damage even less vulnerable technologies. Most often, this attack is performed with JavaScript and HTML. JavaScript is a programming language that runs on web pages inside your browser. The client-side code adds functionality and interactivity to the web page and is used extensively on all major applications and CMS platforms. Unlike server-side languages such as PHP, JavaScript code runs inside your browser and cannot impact the website for other visitors. It is sandboxed to your own navigator and can only perform actions within your own browser window. While JavaScript is client-side and does not run on the server, it can be used to interact with the server by performing background requests. Attackers can then use these background requests to add unwanted spam content to a web page without refreshing it. They can then gather analytics about the client's browser or perform actions asynchronously. The manner of attack can range in a variety of ways. It can be a single link which the user must click on to initiate a JavaScript piece of code. It can be used to show any piece of images that can be later used as a front-end for malicious code being installed as malware. With the majority of internet users unaware of how metadata works or the ways in which web requests are called, the chances of victims clicking on a redirecting links is far too high. Cross-site scripting can occur on the malicious script executed at the client side using a fake page or even a form that is displayed to the user. On websites with displayed advertisements, malicious emails can also be sent to the victim. These attacks occur when the malicious user finds the vulnerable parts of the website and sends it as appropriate malicious input. Now that we understand the basics of cross-site scripting, let us learn more about how this kind of attack works. In the first place, we have the website or the web browser, which is used to show content to the victim, or which is the user in our case. Whenever the user wants to grab some content from the website asks the data from the server. The server provides this information to the website and the web browser, which ultimately reaches the victim. How the hacker comes into play here, it passes on certain arguments to the web browser, which can be then forwarded back to the server or to the user at hand. The entire cross-site scripting attack vector means sending and injecting malicious code or script.
This attack can be performed in different ways. Depending on the type of attack, the malicious script may be reflected on the victim's browser or stored in the database and executed every time when the user calls the appropriate function. The main reason for this attack is inappropriate users' input validation, where the malicious input can get into the output. A malicious user can enter a script which will be injected onto the website's code. Then the browser is not able to know if the executed code is malicious or not. Therefore, this malicious script is being executed on the victim's browser or any faked form if that is being displayed for the users. There are many ways to trigger an XSS attack. For example, the execution could be triggered automatically when the page loads or when a user hovers over specific elements of the page like hyperlinks. Potential consequences of cross-site scripting attacks include capturing keystrokes of a user, redirecting a user to malicious websites, running web browser-based exploits, obtaining cookie information of a user who is logged into a website, and many more. In some cases, cross-site scripting attack leads to complete compromise of the victim's account. Attackers can trick users into entering credentials on a fake form, which can then provide all information to the attacker. With the basic working of a cross-site scripting attack out of the way, let us go over the different ways hackers can leverage vulnerable web applications to gather information and eventually breach those systems. The prime purpose of performing XSS attack is to steal the other person's identity. As mentioned, it may be cookies, session tokens, etc. XSS may also be used to display fake pages or forms for the victim. However, this can be performed in several ways. We have a reflected attack. This attack occurs when a malicious script is not being saved on the web server but is reflected in the website results. Reflected XSS code is not being saved permanently. In this case, the malicious code is being reflected in any website result. The attack code can be included in the faked URL or in the HTTP parameters. It can affect the victim in different ways by displaying fake malicious page or by sending a malicious email. In a reflected cross-site scripting example, the input of a search form is reflected on the page to show what the search key was. An attacker may craft a URL that contains malicious code and then spread the same URL via email or social media. A user who clicks on this link opens the valid web application, which then runs the malicious code in the browser. This script is not stored in the web application and malicious code is shown only to one user. The user that opens the link executes the script and the attack is not necessarily visible on the server side or to the app owner itself. The next variant is the stored cross-site scripting attacks. This occurs when a malicious script is being saved on the web server permanently. This can be considered a riskier attack since it has leverage for more damage. In this type of attack, the malicious code or script is being saved on the server, for example in the database of the website. It is executed every time the users call the appropriate functionality. This way, stored XSS attack can affect many users. Also, as the script is being stored on the web server, it will affect the website for a longer time. In order to perform stored XSS attack, the malicious scripts should be sent through the vulnerable input form. For example, can be a comment field or a review field. This way, the appropriate script will be saved in the database and evaluated on the page load or appropriate function calling. In a stored XSS example, the script might have been submitted via an input field to the web server, which did not perform a sufficient validation and stores the script permanently in the database. The consequence of this might be that this script is now being delivered to all users visiting the web application and, for example, able to gain access to the user session cookies. In this attack, the script is permanently stored in the web app. The users visiting the app after the information retrieve the script. The malicious code then exploits the flaws in the web application, and the script and the attack is visible on the server side or to the app owner as well. The third variant is DOM-based cross-site scripting attacks. This type of attack occurs when the DOM environment is being changed, but the client-side code does not change. When the DOM environment is being modified in the victim's browser, the client-side code executes differently. In order to get a better understanding of how XSS DOM attack is being performed, let us analyze the following example. If there is a website called texting.com, we know default is a parameter. Therefore, in order to perform XSS DOM attack, we should send a script as parameters. A DOM-based XSS attack may be successfully executed even when the server does not embed any malicious code into the web page by using a flaw in the JavaScript executed in the browser. For example, if the client-side JavaScript modifies the DOM tree of the web page, it can be based on an input field or the get parameter without validating the input. This allows the malicious code to be executed. The malicious code that exploits flaws in the browser on the user side, and the script and the attack is not necessarily visible on the server side or to the app owner. By now, it is clear that cross-site scripting attacks are difficult to detect and even tougher to fight against. There are, however, plenty of ways one can safeguard against such attacks. Let's go through some of these preventive measures. Like mentioned earlier, XSS attacks are sometimes difficult to detect. However, this can be changed if you get some external help. A way to prevent XSS attacks is using automated testing tools like Crash Test Security Suite or Akinetic Security Suite. Still, manual testing is highly time consuming and costly, and therefore not possible to be done for every iteration of your web application. Consequently, your code shouldn't be untested before any release. Using automated security, you can scan your web application for cross-site scripting and other critical vulnerabilities before every release. This way, you can ensure that your web application's live version is still secure whenever you alter or add a feature. Input fields are the most common point of entry for XSS attack scripts. Therefore, you should always screen and validate any information input into data fields. This is particularly important if the data will be included as HTML output. This can be used to protect against reflected XSS attacks. Validation should occur on both the client side and server side as an added precaution. This helps validating the data before it's being sent to the servers and can also protect against persistent XSS scripts. This can be accomplished using JavaScript. XSS attacks only appear if any user input is being displayed on the web page. Therefore, try to avoid displaying any untrusted user input if possible. If you need to display user data, restrict the places where the user input might appear. Any input displayed inside a JavaScript tag or a URL shown on the site is much more likely to be exploited than the input that appears inside a division or a span element inside the HTML body. Protecting against XSS vulnerabilities typically requires properly escaping user-provided data that is placed on the page. Rather than trying to determine if the data is user-provided and could be compromised, we should always play it safe and escape data whether it is user-provided or not. Unfortunately, because there are many different rules for escaping, you still must choose the proper type of escaping before settling on a final code. Encoding should be applied directly before user-controllable data is written to a page because the context you're writing into determines what kind of encoding you need to use. For example, values inside a JavaScript string require a different type of escaping to those in an HTML context. Sometimes you'll need to apply multiple layers of encoding in the correct order. For example, to safely embed user input inside an event handler, you need to deal with both JavaScript context and the HTML context. So you need to first Unicode escape the input and then HTML encode it. Content Security Policy, or CSP, is a computer security standard introduced to prevent cross-site scripting, clickjacking, and other code injection attacks resulting from the execution of malicious content in the trusted web page context. It is a candidate recommendations of the W3C Working Group on Web Application Security. It's widely supported by modern web browsers and provides a standard method for website owners to declare approved origins of content that browsers should be allowed to load on their website. HTTP only is an additional flag included in a set cookie HTTP response header. Using the HTTP only flag when generating a cookie helps mitigate the risk of client-side script accessing the protected cookie, that is if the browser supports it. If the HTTP only flag is included in the HTTP response header, the cookie cannot be accessed through a client-side script. Again, this is if the browser supports this flag. As a result, even if a cross-site scripting flaw exists and a user accidentally accesses a link that exploits this flaw,
the browser will not reveal the cookie to a third party. If a browser does not support HTTP only and a website attempts to set an HTTP only cookie, the HTTP only flag will be ignored by the browser, thus creating a traditional script accessible cookie. As a result, the cookie becomes vulnerable to theft of modification by any malicious script. Next on our docket is a live demonstration where we solve a set of cross-site scripting problems starting from the basic level to the topmost level 6. We're going to start at level 1. In this web application, it demonstrates the common cause of cross-site scripting where user input is directly included in the page without proper escaping. If we interact with the vulnerable application window here and find a way to make it execute JavaScript of our choosing, we can take actions inside the vulnerable window or directly edit its URL bar. This task needs only basic knowledge. Let's see why the most primitive injections work here right away. Let's do a simple query and inspect the resulting HTML page. I'm going to use this phrase with a single quote as a special character. We can now inspect the HTML page. We can see here in this line, the special character single quote appears in the result over here. The provided query text is placed directly in a B tag, as in a body element. We need to perform a reflected XSS into the web application because they are non-persistent XSS attacks and the payload should be included in the URL to perform successful exploitation. We can use any payload, but we're going to use the simple one to perform an alert in this web application. It's simple and can be shown easily. We're just going to write the script over here. And we're going to press search. As you can see, we have successfully launched our first cross-site scripting attack. We can see an alert box pop up with the necessary message, and a similar process can be used to steal browser cookies and passwords, albeit with different commands. Now we have the option to move to level 2. In this web application, it shows that how easily XSS bugs can be introduced in complex chat applications. Chat app conversations are stored in a database and retrieved when a user wants to see the conversation. Therefore, if a malicious user injects some JavaScript code, all visitors will be infected. This kind of cross-site scripting attack is more powerful and it is more riskier than reflected cross-site scripting attacks, and that's why it is known as stored XSS. I posted my query with a special character of a single quote, and this is what I get. Whatever I typed in simply appeared on the page right after I click on Share Status. Let's see the source. You can see here, the text I posted seems directly put inside a block code tag. So even a simple script tag we used in level 1 should work here, but it will not. Let us examine the code to understand why. We're going to toggle the code over here and check the index.html file. Important part is line 32. The generated HTML fragment, which is the HTML variable in the code, is added to the mail HTML using the inner HTML method. So when the browser parsing this HTML fragment, it will not execute any script tag defined within that HTML fragment. HTML parser will not execute a script tag when it parses HTMLs via this method. This is why the script tag like we used in level 1 is not going to work here. Our solution is to use events. Events will execute the defined JavaScripts. We're going to use an image over here. 。 . 。 . 。. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . And when we press on share status, in the above injection, we are loading an image that doesn't exist, which causes to trigger an on-error event. In on-error event, it will execute our alert method. With that, we are able to beat level 2, and we can now move up to the next level in our challenge. As you can see, clicking on any tab causes the tab number to be displayed in the URL fragment. This hints that the value after the hashtag controls the behavior of the page. That is, it is an input variable. To confirm, let's analyze the code. As you can see in line 43, inside the event handling, the value provided after the hash in the URL is directly passed onto the choTab method. No input validation is being performed. The value passed to the choseTab method is directly injected into the img tag in line 17. This is an unsafe assignment and it is the vulnerable part of the code. Now all we have to do now is to craft a payload that would adjust the img tag to execute our JavaScript. Remember, the script tag from level 1 would not work here since the variable HTML is used to add the DOM dynamically. Hence the events are aces here once again. I will choose to use the existing img tag and change the source to something that doesn't exist, hence forcing it to fall in to execute an on error, even which I will pass the URL. Once we visit that URL, we can see that our Java pop-up has opened up here with the same message of XSS level 3 has been completed. With this, we can now move on to level 4, which is going to present a different kind of attack. In this web application, there is a timer on the page. That means whatever numbers we put in the box, a countdown starts. And then when it finishes, the application alerts that the countdown is finished. And we can see the time is up pop-up appearing over here, and this resets the timer again. Now it is obvious that the value entered in the text box is transferred to the server over the timer parameter in the URL. Let us examine the code to see how the timer parameter is being handled. We're going to visit timer.html over here. And we're going to check over here. In line 21, the start timer method is being called in the onload event. However, the timer parameter is being directly passed to the start timer method. We need to perform a pop-up alert in the web application which escapes the content of the function start timer without breaking the JavaScript code. The parameter value is directly added to the start timer method without any filtering. What we can try to do here is to inject an alert function to be executed inside the onload event along with the start timer method. We're going to remove this argument and put our script over here. Now when we press on create timer, and we have a pop-up with the XSS level 4 completed. We can now move on to level 5. In this web application, this application XSS is different because this challenge description says cross-site scripting isn't just about correctly escaping data. Sometimes attackers can do bad things even without injecting new elements into the DOM. It's kind of open redirect because the attack payload is executed as a result of modifying the DOM environment in the victim's browser. This environment is used by the original client-side script so that the client-side code runs in an unexpected manner. The vulnerability can be easily detected if the next link in the sign-up page is inspected. The href attribute value of next link is confirm, which is exactly the value of the next URL query parameter, as you can see over here. This means using the next query parameter can be used to inject a JavaScript code to the href attribute of the next link. The following is the best way to do it. As soon as the user clicks on the link, the script will be triggered. We're going to press anything random. And now that we click next, we can see the XSS level 5 that we had provided in the URL as a parameter to the next variable. Since the value of next provided appears on a pop-up, we can consider the attack a success and move on to the final level 6. In this web application, it shows some of the external JavaScript is retrieved. If you analyze the URL, you can see that the script is loaded already. The vulnerability lies within how the code handles the value after the hashtag. If we check on line 45, the value right after the hashtag is taken as the gadget name, and then in line 48, the value is directly passed on to the include gadget method. And in the include gadget method that we can see over here, you can see in line 18, a script tag is created and the URL gadget name parameter value is directly used as the source attribute of the script tag in line 28. This means we can completely control the source attribute of the script tag that is being created. That is, with this vulnerability, we can inject our own JavaScript file into the code. We can inject a URL of our own hosted JavaScript into the web application's URL after the hashtag, and the URL should not be using HTTPS but anything like that to bypass the regular expression for security checking. We're going to remove the pre-stored URL and we're going to load our own JavaScript file. Finally, we have reached the end of our challenge. We completed 6 different varieties of cross-scripting attacks and used different solutions for all of the 6 questions. With work from home being the norm in today's era, people spend considerable amount of time on the internet, often without specific measures to ensure a secure session. Apart from individuals, organizations worldwide that host data and conduct business over the internet are always at the risk of a DDoS attack. These DDoS attacks are getting more extreme, with hackers getting easy access to botnet farms and compromised devices. As can be seen in the graph, 3 of the 6 strongest DDoS attacks were launched in 2021, with the most extreme attack occurring just last year in 2020. Lately, cybercriminals have been actively seeking out new services and protocols for amplifying these DDoS attacks. Active involvement with hacked machines and botnets allow further penetration into the consumer space, allowing much more elaborate attack campaigns. Apart from general users, multinational corporations have also had their fair share of problems. GitHub, a platform for software developers, was the target of a DDoS attack in 2018. Widely suspected to be conducted by Chinese authorities, this attack went on for about 20 minutes, after which the systems were brought into a stable condition. It was the strongest DDoS attack to date at the time and made a lot of companies reconsider the security practices to combat such attacks. Even after years of experimentation, DDoS attacks are still at large and can affect anyone in the consumer and corporate space. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on what is a DDoS attack. Let's learn more about what is a DDoS attack. A distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS, is when an attacker or attackers attempt to make it impossible for a service to be delivered. This can be achieved by thwarting access to virtually anything: servers, devices, services, networks, applications, and even specific transactions within applications. In a DOS attack, it's one system that is sending the malicious data or requests. A DDoS attack comes from multiple systems. Generally, these attacks work by drowning a system with requests for data. This could be sending a web server so many requests to serve a page that it crashes under the demand, or it could be a database being hit with a high volume of queries. The result is available internet bandwidth, CPU, and RAM capacity become overwhelmed. The impact could range from a minor annoyance from disrupted services to experiencing entire websites, applications, or even entire businesses taking offline. More often than not, these attacks are launched using machines in a botnet. A botnet is a network of devices that can be triggered to send requests from a remote source, often known as the command and control center. The bots in the network attack a particular target, thereby hiding the original perpetrator of the DDoS campaign. But how do these devices come under a botnet? And what are the requests being made to the web servers? Let's learn more about these and how DDoS attacks work. A DDoS attack is a two-phase process. In the first phase, a hacker creates a botnet of devices. Simply put, a vast network of computers are hacked via malware, ransomware, or just simple social engineering. These devices become a part of the botnet, which can be triggered anytime to start bombarding a system or a server on the instruction of the hacker that created the botnet. The devices in these networks are called bots or zombies. In the second phase, a particular target is selected for the attack. When the hacker finds the right time to attack, all the zombies in the botnet network send these requests to the target, thereby taking up all the server's available bandwidth. These can be simple ping requests or complex attacks like SYN flooding and UDP flooding. The aim is to overwhelm them with more traffic than the server or the network can accommodate. The goal is to render the website or service inoperable. There is a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the type of DDoS attack a hacker can go with. Depending on the target's vulnerability, we can choose one of the three broad categories of DDoS attacks. Volume-based attacks use massive amounts of bogus traffic to overwhelm a resource. It can be a website or a server. They include ICMP, UDP, and spoofed packet flood attacks. The size of volume-based attack is measured in bits per second. These attacks focus on clogging all the available bandwidth for the server, thereby cutting the supply short. Several requests are sent to the server, all of which warrant a reply, thereby not allowing the target to cater to the general legitimate users. Next, we have the protocol level attacks. These attacks are meant to consume essential resources of the target server. They exhaust the load balancers and firewalls, which are meant to protect the system against the DDoS attacks. These protocol attacks include SYN floods and Smurf DDoS, among others, and the size is measured in packets per second. For example, in an SSL handshake, server replies to the hello message sent by the hacker, which will be the client in this case, but since the IP is spoofed and leads nowhere, the server gets stuck in an endless loop of sending the acknowledgement without any end in sight. Finally, we have the application level attacks. Application layer attacks are conducted by flooding applications with maliciously crafted requests. The size of application layer attacks is measured in requests per second. These are relatively sophisticated attacks that target the application and operating system level vulnerabilities. They prevent the specific applications from delivering necessary information to users and hog the network bandwidth up to the point of a system crash. Examples of such an attack are HTTP flooding and BGP hijacking. A single device can request data from a server using HTTP POST or GET without any issues. However, when the requisite botnet is instructed to bombard the server with thousands of requests, the database bandwidth gets jammed and it eventually becomes unresponsive and unusable. But what about the reasons for such an attack? There are multiple lines of thought as to why a hacker decides to launch a DDoS attack on unsuspecting targets. Let's take a look at a few of them. The first option is to gain a competitive advantage. Many DDoS attacks are conducted by hacking communities against rival groups. Some organizations hire such communities to stagger their rivals' resources at a network level to gain an advantage in the playing field. Since being a victim of a DDoS attack indicates a lack of security, the reputation of such a company takes a significant hit, allowing the rivals to cover up some ground. Secondly, some hackers launch these DDoS attacks to hold multinational corporations at ransom. The resources are jammed, and the only way to clear the way is if the target company agrees to pay a designated amount of money to the hackers. Even a few minutes of inactivity is detrimental to a company's reputation in the global market, and it can cause a spiral effect, both in terms of market value and product security index. Most of the time, a compromise is reached and the resources are freed after a while. DDoS attacks have also found use in the political segment. Certain activists tend to use DDoS attacks to voice their opinion. Spreading the word online is much faster than any local rally or forum. Primarily political, these attacks also focus on online communities, ethical dilemmas, or even protests against corporations. Let's take a look at a few ways that companies and individuals can protect themselves against DDoS attacks. The company can employ load balancers and firewalls to help protect the data from such attacks. Load balancers reroute the traffic from one server to another in a DDoS attack. This reduces the single point of failure and adds resiliency to the server data. A firewall blocks unwanted traffic into a system and manages the number of requests made at a definite rate. It checks for multiple attacks from a single IP and occasional slowdowns to detect a DDoS attack in action. Early detection of a DDoS attack goes a long way in recovering the data lost in such an event. Once you've detected the attack, you will have to find a way to respond. For example, you will have to work on dropping the malicious DDoS traffic before it reaches your server so that it doesn't throttle and exhaust your bandwidth. Here's where you will filter the traffic so that only legitimate traffic reaches the server. By intelligent routing, you can break the remaining traffic into manageable chunks that can be handled by your cluster resources. The most important stage in DDoS mitigation is where you will look for patterns of DDoS attacks and use those to analyze and strengthen your mitigation techniques. For example, blocking an IP that's repeatedly found to be offending is a first step. Cloud providers like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure, who offer high levels of cybersecurity, including firewalls and threat monitoring software, can help protect your assets and network from DDoS criminals. The cloud also has greater bandwidth than most private networks, so it is likely to fail if under the pressure of increased DDoS attacks. Additionally, reputable cloud providers offer network redundancy, duplicating copies of your data, systems, and equipment, so that if your service becomes corrupted or unavailable due to a DDoS attack, you can switch to a secure access on backed up versions without missing a beat. One can also increase the amount of bandwidth available to a host server being targeted. Since DDoS attacks fundamentally operate on the principle of overwhelming systems with heavy traffic, simply provisioning extra bandwidth to handle unexpected traffic spikes can provide a measure of protection. This solution can prove expensive as a lot of that bandwidth is going to go unused most of the time. A content delivery network, or a CDN, distributes your content and boosts performance by minimizing the distance between your resources and end users. It stores the cached version of your content in multiple locations, and this eventually mitigates DDoS attacks by avoiding a single point of failure when the attacker is trying to focus on a single target. Popular CDNs include Akamai CDN, Cloudflare, AWS CloudFront, etc. Let's start with our demo regarding the effects of DDoS attacks on a system. For our demo, we have a single device that will attack a target, making it a DOS attack of sorts. Once a botnet is ready, multiple devices can do the same and eventually emulate a DDoS attack. To do so, we will use the virtualization software called VMware with an instance of Parrot Security operating system running. For a target machine, we will be running another VMware instance of a standard Linux distribution known as Linux Lite. In a target device, we can use Wireshark to determine when the attack begins and see the effects of the attack accordingly. This is Linux Lite, which is our target machine, and this is Parrot Security, which is used by the hacker when trying to launch a DDoS attack. This is just one of the distros that can be used. To launch the attack, we must first find the IP address of our target. So to find the IP address, we open the terminal. We use the command ifconfig. And here we can find the IP address. Now remember, we're launching this attack in VMware. Now both the instances of Parrot Security and Linux Lite are being run on my local network. So the address that you can see here is 192.168.72.129, which is a private address. This IP cannot be accessed from outside the network. Basically anyone who is not connected to my Wi-Fi. When launching attacks with public servers or public addresses, it will have a public IP address that does not belong to the 192.168 subnet. Once we have the IP address, we can use a tool called hping3. hping3 is an open source packet generator and analyzer for the TCP/IP protocol. To check what are the effects of an attack, we will be using Wireshark. Wireshark is a network traffic analyzer. You can see whatever traffic that is passing through the Linux Lite distro is being displayed over here with the IP address, the source IP and the destination IP as to where the request is being transferred to. Once we have the DOS attack launched, you can see the results coming over here from the source IP, which will be Parrot Security. Now, to launch the hping3 command, we need to give sudo access to the console, which is the root access. Now, we have the root access for the console. The hping3 command will have a few arguments to go with it, which are, as you can see on the screen, -s and a flood, a -v, -p80, and the IP address of the target, which is 192.168.72.129. In this command, we have a few arguments such as the -s, which specifies SYN packets. Like in an SSL handshake, we have the SYN request that the client sends to the server to initiate a connection. The -flood aims to ignore the replies that the server will send back to the client in response to the SYN packets. Here the Parrot Security OS is the client and Linux Lite being the server. -v stands for verbosity, as in where we will see some output when the requests are being sent. The -p80 stands for port 80, which we can replace the port number if we want to attack a different port. And finally, we have the IP address of our target. As of right now, if we check Wireshark, it is relatively clear and there is no indication of a DDoS attack incoming. Now, once we launch the attack over here, we can see the requests coming in from this IP, which is 192.168.72.128. Till now, even the network is responsive, and so is Linux Lite. The requests keep on coming, and we can see the HTTP flooding has started in flood mode. After a few seconds of this attack continuing, the server will start shutting down. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro that can focus on that serves as a backend. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro, and such Linux distros are served as backend to many servers across the world. For example, a few seconds have passed from the attack. Now the system has become completely irresponsive. This has happened due to the huge number of requests that came from Parrot Security. You can see whatever I press, nothing is responded. Even the Wireshark has stopped capturing new requests. because the CPU usage right now is completely 100%, and at this point of time, anyone who is trying to request some information from this Linux distro, or where this Linux distro is being used as a backend for a server or a database, cannot access anything else. The system has completely stopped responding, and any request, any legitimate request from legitimate users will be dropped. Once we stop the attack over here, it takes a bit of time to settle down. Now remember, it's still out of control, but eventually the traffic dies down and the system regains its strength. It is relatively easy to gauge right now the effect of a DOS attack. Now remember, this Linux Lite is just a VM instance. Actual website servers and web databases, they have much more bandwidth and are very secure, and it is tough to break into. That is why we cannot use a single machine to break into them. That is where a DDoS attack comes into play. What we did right now is a DOS attack, as in a single system is being used to penetrate a target server using a single request. Now, when a DDoS attack, multiple systems such as multiple pirate security instances or multiple zombies or bots in a botnet network can attack a target server to completely shut down the machine and drop any legitimate request, thereby rendering the service and the target completely unusable and inoperable. As a final note, we would like to remind that this is for educational purposes only, and we do not endorse any attacks on any domains. Only test this on servers and networks that you have permission to test on. Cybersecurity has become one of the most rigid industries in the last decade, while simultaneously being the most challenged. With every aspect of corporate culture going online and embracing cloud computing, there is a plethora of critical data circulating through the internet, all worth billions of dollars to the right person. Increasing benefits require more complex attacks, and one of these attacks is a brute force attack. A brute force, or known as brute force cracking, is the cyber attack equivalent of trying every key on your keyring and eventually finding the right one. Brute force attacks are simple and reliable. There is no prior knowledge needed about the victim to start an attack. Most of the systems falling prey to brute force attacks are actually well secured. Attackers let a computer do the work, that is, trying different combinations of usernames and passwords until they find one that works. Due to this repeated trial and error format, the strength of password matters a great deal. Although with enough time and resources, brute force will break a system since they run multiple combinations until they find the right passcode. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on what is a brute force attack. Let's begin with learning about brute force attacks in detail. A brute force attack, also known as an exhaustive search, is a cryptographic hack that relies on guessing possible combinations of targeted password until the current password is discovered. It can be used to break into online accounts, encrypted documents, or even network peripheral devices. The longer the password, the more combinations that will need to be tested. A brute force attack can be time consuming and difficult to perform if methods such as data obfuscation are used, and at times downright impossible. However, if the password is weak, it could merely take seconds with hardly any effort. Dictionary attacks are an alternative to brute force attacks, where the attacker already has a list of usernames and passwords that need to be tested against the target. It doesn't need to create any other combinations on its own. Dictionary attacks are much more reliable than brute force in a real-world context, but the usefulness depends entirely on the strength of passwords being used by the general population. There is a three-step process when it comes to brute forcing a system. Let's learn about each of them in detail. In step 1, we have to settle on a tool that we are going to use for brute forcing. There are some popular names on the market like Hashcat, Hydra, and John the Ripper. While each of them has its own strengths and weaknesses, each of them perform well with the right configuration. All of these tools come pre-installed with certain Linux distributions that cater to penetration testers and cybersecurity analysts like Kali Linux and Parrot Security. After deciding what tool to use, we can start generating combinations of alphanumeric variables whose only limitation is the number of characters. For example, while using Hydra, a single 6-digit password will create 900,000 passwords with only digits involved. add alphabets and symbols to that sample space, and that number grows exponentially. The popular tools allow customizing this process. Let's say the hacker is aware of the password being a specific 8-digit word containing only letters and symbols. This will substantially increase the chances of being able to guess the right password, since we remove the time taken to generate the longer ones. We omit the need for including digits in such combinations. These small tweaks go a long way in organizing an efficient brute force attack, since running all the combinations with no filters will dramatically reduce the odds of finding the right credentials in time. In the final step, we run these combinations against the file or service that is being broken. We can try and break into a specific encrypted document, a social media account, or even devices at home that connect to the internet. Let's say there is a Wi-Fi router. The generated passwords are then fed into the connection one after the other. It is a long and arduous process, but the work is left to the computer rather than someone manually clicking and checking each of these passcodes. Any password that doesn't unlock the router is discarded, and the brute force tool simply moves on to the next one. This keeps going on until we find the right combination which unlocks the router. Sometimes reaching the success stage takes days and weeks, which makes it cumbersome for people with low computing power at their disposal. However, the ability to crack any system in the world purely due to bad password habits is very appealing, and the general public tends to stick with simple and easy to use passwords. Now that we have a fair idea about how brute force works, let's see if we can answer this question. We learned about how complex passwords are tougher to crack by brute force. Among the ones listed on the screens, which one do you believe will take the longest to be broken when using brute force tools? Leave your answers in the comment section and we will get back to you with the correct option next week. Let's move on to the harmful effects of getting a system compromised due to brute force attacks. A hacked laptop or mobile can have social media accounts logged in, giving the hackers free access to the victim's connections. It has been reported on multiple occasions where compromised Facebook accounts are sending malicious links and attachments to people on their friends list. One of the significant reasons for hacking, malware infusion is best done when spread from multiple devices, similar to distributing spam. This reduces the chance of circling back the source to a single device which belongs to the hacker. Once brute forced, a system can spread malware via email attachments, sharing links, file upload via FTP, etc. Personal information such as credit card data, usage habits, private images and videos are all stored in our systems, be it in plain format or root folders. A compromised laptop means easy access to these information that can be further used to impersonate the victim regarding bank verification, among other things. Once a system is hacked, it can also be used as a mail server that distributes spam across lists of victims. Since the hacked machines all have different IP addresses and MAC addresses, it becomes challenging to trace the spam back to the original hacker. With so many harmful implications arising from a brute force attack, it's imperative that the general public must be protected against such. Let's learn about some of the ways we can prevent ourselves from becoming a victim of brute force attacks. Using passwords consisting of alphabets, letters, and numbers have a much higher chance of withstanding brute force attacks thanks to the sheer number of combinations they can produce. The longer the password, the less likely it is that a hacker will devote the time and resources to brute force them. Having alphanumeric passwords also allows the user to keep different passwords for different websites. This is to ensure that if a single account or a password is compromised due to a breach or a hack, the rest of the accounts are isolated from the incident. Two-factor authentication involves receiving a one-time password on a trusted device before a new login is allowed. This OTP can be obtained either via email, SMS, or specific 2FA applications like Authy and Aegis. Email and SMS-based OTPs are considered relatively less secure nowadays due to the ease with which SIM cards can be duplicated and mailboxes can be hacked. Applications that are specifically made for 2FA codes are much more reliable and secure. CAPTCHAs are used to stop bots from running through web pages precisely to prevent brute forcing through their website. Since brute force tools are automated, Forcing the hacker to solve CAPTCHA for every iteration of a password manually is very challenging. The CAPTCHA system can filter out these automated bots that keep refreshing the page with different credentials, thereby reducing the chances of brute force considerably. A definite rule that locks the account being hacked for 30 minutes after a specific number of attempts is a good way to prevent brute force attempts. Many websites lock account for 30 minutes after 3 failed password attempts to secure the account against any such attack. On an additional note, some websites also send an email instructing the user that there have been 3 insecure attempts to log into the website. Let's look at a demonstration of how brute force attacks work in a real-world situation. The world has gone wireless. With Wi-Fi taking the reins in every household, it's natural that the security will always be up for debate. To further test the security index and understand brute force attacks, we will attempt to break into the password of a Wi-Fi router. For that to happen, we first need to capture a handshake file, which is a connection file from the Wi-Fi router to a connecting device like a mobile or a laptop. The operating system used for this process is Parrot Security, a Linux distribution that is catered to penetration testers. All the tools being used in this demo can easily be found pre-installed in this operating system.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
To start our demo, we're going to use a tool called Airgeddon, which is made to hack into wireless networks specifically. At this point, it's going to check for all the necessary scripts that are installed in the system. To crack into a Wi-Fi and to capture the handshake file, we're going to need an external network card. The significance of the external network card is a managed mode and a monitor mode. For now, the WLX1 named card is my external network adapter, which I'm going to select. To be able to capture data over the air, we're going to need to put it in monitor mode. As you can see above, it's written it is in managed mode right now. So we're going to select option 2, which is to put the interface in monitor mode. And its name is now WLAN0 monitor. The monitor mode is necessary to capture data over the air. That is the necessary reason why we need an external card, since a lot of inbuilt cards that come with the laptops and the systems, they cannot have a monitor mode installed. Once we select the mode, we can go into the fifth, which is the handshake tools menu. In the first step, we have to explore for targets, and it is written that monitor mode is necessary to select a target. So let's explore for targets and press enter. We have to let this run for about 60 seconds to get a fair idea about the networks that are currently working in this locality. For example, this ESS ID is supposed to be the Wi-Fi name that we see when connecting to a network. Geo24, Recover Me, these are all the names that we see on our mobile when trying to search for the Wi-Fis. This BSS ID is supposed to be an identifier, somewhat like a MAC address that identifies this network from other devices. The channels features on 1 or 2, or there are many channels that the networks can focus on. This here is supposed to be a client that is connected to one such network. For example, the station that you can see, 5626, this is supposed to be the MAC address of the device that is connected to a router. This BSS ID is supposed to be which Wi-Fi it is connected to. For example, 5895D8 is this one, which is the Geo24 router. So we already know which router has a device connected to it, and we can use our attack to capture this handshake. Now that it has already run for 1 minute, now that we press Ctrl C, we will be asked to select a target. See, it has already selected the number 5, which is the Geo24 router, as the one with clients. So it is easy to run an attack on, and it is easy to capture a handshake for. We select network 5, and we run a capture handshake. It says we have a valid WPA2 network target selected and that the script can continue. Now, To capture the handshake, we have a couple of attacks, a deauth or a deauth air replay attack. What this attack does is kick the clients out of the network. In return, when they try to reconnect to the Wi-Fi, as they are configured that way, that when a client is disconnected, it tries to reconnect it immediately, it tries to capture a handshake file, which in turn contains the security key, which is necessary to initiate the handshake. For our demo, let's go with the second option, that is the deauth air replay attack. Select a timeout value, let's say we give it 60 seconds, and we start the script. We can see it capturing data from the Geo24 network, and here we go. We have the WPA handshake file. Once the handshake file is captured, you can actually close this, and here we go. Congratulations. In order to capturing a handshake, it has verified that a PMK ID from the target network has successfully been captured. This is the file that is already stored. It's a .cap file. For the path, let's say we can keep it in a desktop. Okay, we give the path, and the handshake file is generated. We can already see a target over here, same Geo24 router with the BSS ID. Now if we return to its main menu, we already have the handshake file captured with us. Now our job is to brute force into that handshake capture file. The capture file is often encrypted with the security key of the Wi-Fi network. If we know how to decrypt it, we will automatically get the security key. So let's go to the offline WPA to decrypt menu. Since we'll be cracking personal networks, we can go with option 1. Now to run the brute force tool, we have two options. Either we can go with the aircrack or we can go with the hashcat. Let's go with aircrack plus crunch, which is a brute force attack against a handshake file. We can go with option 2. It can already detect the capture file that we have generated, so we select yes. The BSS ID is the one which denotes the Geo24 router, so we're going to select yes as well. The minimum length of the key, for example, it has already checked that the minimum length of a Wi-Fi security key, which is a WPA to PSK key, will always be more than 8 digits and below 64 digits. So we have to select something in between this range. So if we already know, let's say that the password is at least 10 digits, we can go with the minimum length as 10. And as a rough guess, let's say we put the maximum length as 20. The character set that we're going to use for checking the password will affect the time taken to brute force. For example, if we already know that, or we have seen a user use a password while connecting to the router as something that has only numbers and symbols, then we can choose accordingly. Let's say if we go with only uppercase characters and numeric characters, go with option 7, and it's going to start decrypting. So how aircrack is working right here, you can see this passphrase over here. The first 5 or 6 digits are A. It starts working its way from the end, from the last character. It keeps trying every single combination. You can see the fourth character from the right side, the D. It will eventually turn to E because it keeps checking up every single character from the end. This will keep going on until all the single characters are tested and every single combination is tried out. Since the handshake file is encrypted using the security key, that is the WPA2 key of the router, whichever passphrase is able to decrypt the handshake key completely will be the key of the Wi-Fi router. This is the way we can brute force into Wi-Fi routers anywhere in the world.
Cyber attacks are frequently making headlines in today's digital environment. At any time, everyone who uses a computer could become a victim of a cyber attack. There are various sorts of cyber attacks ranging from phishing to password attacks. In this video, we'll look into one such attack that is known as botnet. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon never to miss an update. To begin with, let's take a look at some of the famous botnet attacks. The first one is Mirai botnet, which is a malicious program designed to attack vulnerable IoT devices and infect them to form a network of bots that on command perform basic and medium level denial of service attacks. Then we have the Zeus bot, specifically designed for attacking a system for bank related information and data. Now let's see what exactly a botnet is. Botnet refers to a network of hijacked interconnected devices that are installed with malicious codes known as malware. Each of these infected devices are known as bots, and a hijacked criminal known as bot herder remotely controls them. The bots are used to automate large-scale attacks, including data theft, server failure, malware propagation, and denial of service attacks. Now that we know what exactly a botnet is, let's dive deeper into learning how a botnet works. During the preparation of a botnet network, the first step involves preparing the botnet army. After that, the connection between the botnet army and the control server is established. And the end, the launching of the attack is done by the bot herder. Let's understand through an illustration. Firstly, we have a bot herder that initiates the attack. According to the control server commands, the devices that are infected with the malware programs and begins to attack the infected system. Let's see some details regarding the preparation of the botnet army. The first step is known as the prepping the botnet army. The first step is creating a botnet is to infect as many as connected devices as possible. This ensures that there are enough bots to carry out the attack. This way, it creates bots either by exploiting the security gaps in the software or websites or using phishing attacks. They are often deployed through Trojan horses. For the next step we have establishing the connection. Once it hacks the device, as per previous step, it infects it with the specific malware that connects the device back to the control bot server. A bot herder uses command programming to drive the bot's actions. And the last step is known as launching the attack. Once infected, a bot allows access to admin level operation like gathering and stealing of data, reading and rewriting the system data, monitoring user activities, performing denial of service attacks, including other cybercrimes. Now let's take a look at the botnet architecture. The first type is known as client-server model. The client-server model is a traditional model that operates with the help of a command and control center server and communication protocols like IRC. When the bot herder issues a command to the server, it is then relayed to the client to perform malicious actions. Then we have peer-to-peer model. Here controlling the infected bots involves a peer-to-peer network that relies on a decentralized approach. That is, the bots are topological interconnected and acts as both C and C servers, that is, the server and the client. Today hackers adopt this approach to avoid detection and single point failure. In the end, we will see some points on some countermeasure against botnet attacks. The first step is to have updated drivers and system updates. After that, we should avoid clicking random pop-ups or links that we often see on the internet. And lastly, having certified antivirus, anti-spyware softwares, and firewall installed into a system will protect against malware attack. The internet is an endless source of information and data. Still, in some cases, we come across some occurrences like cyber attacks, hacking, forced entry, which may affect our time on the web. Hi everyone and welcome to the Simplilearn channel. Today we will discuss a topic that secretly records our input data that is known as keyloggers. But before we begin, if you like watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. To understand the keylogging problem better, let's take a look at an example. This is June. She works in a business firm where she manages the company's data regularly. This is Jacob from the information department who is here to inform her about some of the security protocols. During the briefing, she informed him about some of the problems her system was facing with, which included slow reaction speed and unusual internet activity. As Jacob heard about the problems with the system, he thinks of the possibility what could be the reason behind these problems her system was facing with. The conclusion that he came across was the keylogging issue. Unknown to the problem her system was facing with, she asked him about some of the details regarding it. For today's topic, we learn what exactly keyloggers are and how they affect our system, what are the harmful effects that keylogging can bring into the system. To begin with, we learn what exactly the keylogging program is. As the name suggests, keylogger is a malicious program or a tool that is designed to record keystrokes that are typed during data input and record them into a log file. Then the same program secretly sends these log files to its origin, where they can be used for malicious acts by the hacker. Now that we know what the keylogging program is, let's take a look how they enter into the system. Searching for a suitable driver for a system can often lead to the installation of the keylogging program into the system if we often visit suspicious sites and uncertified software are installed into our system. Then, if we use unknown links or visiting unknown websites which come through unknown addresses can also be a reason behind the keylogging issue entering into the system. And lastly, there are often cases where different pop-ups that we often see on social sites or different media sites can lead to the installation of keylogging program into our system. Now that we know how the problem gets into the system, let's take a look how to identify whether the system is infected by the keylogging issue. The keylogging issue can be identified if there are often cases when a keyboard lags behind the system. The data that we enter sometimes is stuck in between when we type through the input. Then, there are cases when the system freeze occurs unknowingly to what exactly could be the reason behind them. And also there are delayed reaction time for different applications that run on the system. And lastly, there are different cases when we often see suspicious internet activity on the system that we don't know about. This could lead to the identification of a problem into the system. Now, we'll take a look at different types of keyloggers that are present on the net which can harm our system differently. The first problem that keyloggers arouse is API based. The most common keylogging case, which uses APIs to keep a log of the type data and share it to its origin for malicious purposes. Each time we press a key, the keylogger intercepts the signal and logs it. Then we have form grabbing based keyloggers. As the name suggests, they are based keyloggers that store the form data. That is, if we often use web forms or different kinds of forms to enter different data, they can be recorded into the system by the program and sent it to its origin. Then we have kernel-based keyloggers. These keyloggers are installed deeply into the operating system, where they can hide from different antivirus if not checked properly, and they record the data that we type on the keyboard and send it to its origin. And lastly, we have hardware keyloggers. These keyloggers are present directly into the hardware, that is, they are embedded into system where they record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now let's take a look how hackers differentiate different type of recorded data and exploit them. When hackers receive information about the target, they might use it to blackmail the target, which may affect the personal life of the target and also blackmail them for different money related issues. Then, in case of company data that is recorded by the keylogging program can also affect the economic value of the company in the market, which may lead to the downfall of the company. Also, in some cases, the keylogging program can also log data about military secrets, which may include nuclear codes or security protocols which are necessary to maintain the security of a country. Now, let's take a look whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging issue or not. In the case of hand devices, infection of keyloggers are low in comparison to the computer systems, as they use on-screen keyboard or virtual keyboard. But in some cases, we often see different kinds of malicious programs getting installed into the hand device if we often visit different uncertified websites or illegal websites or torrent sites. And also, the device that is infected with the keylogging issue or different kind of malicious program can often lead to the exploitation of data that includes photos, emails, or important files by the hacker or the cyber criminal that installed the particular malicious program into the system. Now, to prevent a system from getting infected by the keylogging program, let's take a look at different points. The first point includes using of different antivirus softwares or tools which can prevent the entering of malicious program into the system. Then, keeping system security protocols regularly updated is also a good habit. And lastly, using virtual keyboard to input our sensitive data, which may include bank details, login details, or different passwords related to different websites. Now that we have some understanding about the topic of keyloggers, let's take a look at the demo to further increase the knowledge about the topic. For the first step, we have to download some of the important libraries that are required into the system, which is this library. Now we'll run it. The system says the library is already installed into the system. Now let's take a look what exactly modules are required from the particular library. From this library, we'll import the keyboard module, which will help us to record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now, from the same, we'll also import key module and the listener module, and also the logging module, which will help us to record the data into a log file. For the next part, we'll write a piece of code that will allow us to save the data that is recorded by the program into a text file that will be named as key_log text file along with the date and time stamp. Let's take a look. Now, we'll provide it with the file name that will be given as keylog.txt file, and also show the part where the format of the data is recorded. Put the brackets over here to contain the file name. Now we'll write the format in which the data will be recorded into the log file, which will be given as the format would be the message and the timestamp, which would be given as along with the timestamp given as percentage and ending it with the bracket. Now, for the next step, we'll design two of the functions that will be used into the program that will be termed as while press function and while release function. Let's take a look. While press function would be a function that will come into play when the keyboard key has been pressed is pressed. And this would go for the format that we designed in the above line. And logging the pressed key info, a string file to be recorded into the log file. Now we'll design a function that is while release. That will come into play when the escape key has been pressed. That is, the program will terminate itself and the program will stop from running. And in the end, we require for the functioning of the program to loop these functions, that is, while press and while release, to continue its cycle. That will be going for while press and on release will contain while release function. As listener. And now this part would join the different threads and store them into the log file. Now that we have completed the code for the program, let's run it. We have to wait for a moment so the program runs it. Now, to verify the program, let's open Notepad. And on the Notepad, we'll write hello world, which will be the basic whether the program is working or not. Let's take a look. And we'll go for the main page on Jupyter Notebook and refresh the page. Go to the bottom. Over here, we see the keylog text. That is a text file that we created. Let's open it. And over here, we have the data that is created. As we started with note, then this is the hello world part that we created just now, which shows that the program we created is working properly. Now that we have reached the end of the module, let's take a look at the summary. Firstly, we learned what exactly keyloggers are. Then we understood what different modes are present, how the system get infected with the keylogging problem. Then we learned how to detect the problem into our system. Then we learned what different types of keyloggers are present on the net. We also understood how hackers use the recorded data from the program. And we also learned whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging problem or not. And lastly, we understood what different points can be taken to prevent the entering of the keylogging problem into the system.
Before we learn about the Pegasus platform, let us understand what spyware is and its working. Spyware is a category of malware that can gather information regarding a user or a device straight from the host machine. It is mostly spread by malicious links via email or chat applications. When a link with the malware is received, clicking on this link will activate the spyware, which allows the hacker to spy on all our user information. With some spyware systems, even clicking on the link isn't necessary to trigger the malicious payload. This can ultimately cause security complications and further loss of privacy. One such spyware system that is making the rounds in the tech industry today is Pegasus. The Pegasus is a spyware system developed by an Israeli company known as the NSO Group. It runs on mainly mobile devices, spanning across the major operating systems like the Apple's iOS on iPhone and the standard Android versions. This is not a newly developed platform since Pegasus has existed since as early as 2016. A highly intricate spyware program that can track user location, read text messages, scan through mobile files, access device camera and microphone to record voice and video. Pegasus has all the tools necessary to enforce surveillance for any client that wishes to buy its services. Initially, the NSO group had designed the software to be used against terrorist factions of the world. With more and more encrypted communication channels coming to the forefront, Pegasus was designed to maintain control over the data transmission that can be a threat to national security. Unfortunately, the people who bought the software had complete control over who, how, and up to what level they can put surveillance limits on. Eventually, the primary clients became sovereign nations. Spying on public information that is supposed to stay private became really easy with this service. Multiple devices can be affected with the same spyware system to create a network information. This network keeps feeding data to the host. To understand how a network can be created, let's know how a mobile device can be affected by Pegasus. We all communicate with friends and family over instant messaging applications and email in some instances. If you check your inbox on a regular basis, you must have noticed that we receive some spam emails that the mail providers like Gmail and Yahoo can just filter into the spam folder. Some of these messages bypass this filter and make their way into a person's inbox. They look like generic emails which are supposed to be safe. The Pegasus spyware targets such occurrences, bypassing malicious messages and links which install the necessary spy software on the user's mobile device, be it Android or an iPhone. This isn't unique to the email ecosystem, since it's equally likely to be targeted via SMS text, WhatsApp, Instagram, or even the most secure messaging apps like Signal and Threema. Once the malicious links are clicked, a spyware package is downloaded and installed on the device. After the spyware is successfully installed, the perpetrator who sent the payload to the victim can monitor everything the user does. Pegasus can collect private emails, passwords, images, videos, and every other piece of information that passes through the device network. All this data is transmitted back to the central server, where the primary spying organization can monitor the activities at a granular level. This is not even surface level, since complex spyware software like Pegasus can access the root files on our mobiles. These root files hold information that is crucial to the working of the Android and iOS operating systems. Leaking such private information is a massive blow to the security and the privacy of an individual. The information that may seem trivial, like the name of your Wi-Fi connection or the last time you ordered an item from Amazon, are indeed all valuable information. This exploitation is primarily possible due to the zero-day vulnerabilities known as bugs in the software development process. The zero-day bugs are the ones that have just been discovered by some independent security company or a researcher. Once they are found, reporting these vulnerabilities to the developer of the platform, which would be either Google for Android or Apple for iOS, is the right thing to do. However, many such critical bugs make their way onto the dark web, where hackers can use them to create exploits. These exploits are then sent to innocent users with a link or a message, like we had discussed before. Pegasus was able to affect the latest devices with all the security patches installed, but some bugs are not reported to the developers or just cannot be fixed without breaking some core functionality. These become the gateway for spyware to enter into the system. You can never be 100% safe, but you sure can give it all in protecting yourself. The one thing where Pegasus stands out is its zero-click action feature. Usually in spam emails, the malicious code is activated when the user clicks the malware link. A user doesn't need to click the link in the new version of the Pegasus and a few other spyware programs. Once the message arrives in the inbox of WhatsApp, Gmail, or any other chat applications, the spyware gets activated and everything can be recorded and sent back to the central server. The primary issue with being affected by spyware as a victim is detection. Unlike crypto miners and Trojans, spying services usually do not demand many system resources, which makes them tough to detect after they have been activated. Since many devices slow down after a couple of years, any kind of performance hit due to such spyware is often attributed to poor software longevity by the users. They do not check meticulously for any other causes that is causing the slowdown. When left unchecked, these devices can capture voice and video from the mobile sensors while keeping the owner in the dark. Let's take a moment to check if we are well aware of the causes of such attacks. How do users fall prey to such spyware programs? A. By installing untested software. B. By clicking on the third-party links from email and messages. C. By not keeping their apps and phones updated. Or D. All of the above. Let us know your answers in the comment section below and we will reveal the correct answer next week. But what about the unaffected devices, the vulnerable ones? While we cannot be certain of our security, there are a few things we can do to boost our device, be it against Pegasus or the next big spyware on the market. Let's say we are safe now and we have the time to take the necessary steps to prevent a spyware attack. What are the things we can go for? Our primary goal must always be to keep our apps and the operating system updated with the latest security patches. The vulnerabilities that the exploits target are often discovered by developers from Google and Apple, which send the security patches quickly. This can be done for individual apps as well, so keeping them updated is of utmost importance. While the most secure devices have fallen prey to Pegasus as well, a security patch from developers may help in minimizing the damage at a later stage, or maybe negate the entire spyware platform altogether. Another big factor is the spread of malware is the trend of sideloading Android applications using .apk files. Downloading such apps from a third-party website have no security checks involved and are mostly responsible for adware and spyware invasions on user devices. Avoiding the sideloading of apps would be a major step in protecting yourself. We often receive spam emails or texts from people we may not know on social medias. They are accompanied with links that allow malware to creep into our device. We should try to follow the trusted websites and not click on any links that redirect us to unknown domains. Spyware is a controversial segment in governance. While the ramifications are pretty extreme in theory, it severely impacts user privacy against authoritarian regimes. Sufficient resources and a contingent plan can alter the false veil of democracy altogether. Even if our daily life is rather simplistic, we must understand that privacy is not about what we have to hide. Instead, it portrays the things we have to protect. It stands for everything we have to share with the outside world, both rhetorically and literally. Hey everyone, today we look at the hack which took the world by storm and affected multiple governments and corporations, the SolarWinds attack. The global statistics indicate that upward of 18,000 customers have been affected, potentially needing billions to recover the losses incurred. Before we have a look at this hack, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell to never miss an update from Simplilearn. The date is December 8th, 2020. FireEye, a global leader in companies specializing in cybersecurity, released a blog post that caught the attention of the entire IT community. A software known as Orion, which was developed by SolarWinds Incorporated, had become a victim of a remote access Trojan, or a RAT. The breach was estimated to be running since the spring of 2020 and went virtually unnoticed for months. The reveal sent the developers of the Orion software into a frenzy as they quickly released a couple of hotfixes for their platform in order to mitigate this threat and prevent further damage. But how did this come into existence? We first need to understand the platform which was responsible for this breach. SolarWinds, a software company based in Texas, United States, had developed a management platform known as Orion. Catering to corporations and governments worldwide, Orion was responsible for the monitoring and management of IT administration. This included managing the client servers, virtualization components, and even the organization's network infrastructure that bought the platform. SolarWinds claims they have more than 300,000 clients, including US government agencies and several Fortune 500 companies. This entire chain can be classified as a supply chain attack. In this variant of cybercrime, the hackers target relatively weaker links in an organization's chain of control and delivery. These are preferably services rendered by a third party since there is no direct jurisdiction over it. In this case, the Orion platform was the primary target. The culprit, however, was software updates. The update server for SolarWinds Orion had a malicious version attached with malware, or a Trojan to be precise. This was made possible since the code repository that handled the software updates was breached. Once the update server repository was compromised, the source code of the applications became open to modification and malicious code found its way onto the software. A remote access Trojan was attached to a potential update nicknamed the Sunburst update. This update gave hackers backdoor access to any client that uses the correct version. On its release, many clients believed the update to be legitimate since it came from the right source and they had no reason to believe otherwise. American government agencies were supposedly hit the hardest as the list of victims included the US Departments of Homeland Security, Treasury, and Health. Several private companies like Cisco, Nvidia, and Intel were compromised, according to a list published by the cybersecurity firm TrueSec. Most of the companies had issued quick updates to fix these vulnerabilities introduced by the software. While the actual perpetrators have never been found, it is believed that this was an act of cross-border corporate espionage conducted by state-sponsored hackers either from Russia or China. Before we move forward, let's take a recap of the things we learned. What category of malware was responsible for the SolarWinds hack? Was it one, a virus, a remote access Trojan, a spyware, or a worm? Let us know your answers in the comment section right away, and we will reveal the correct answer in a week. Coming to possible reparations, the Biden government has launched a full investigation on the effects and the repercussions of this breach. There are a couple of things that we as consumers must always tend to when working our way through the World Wide Web. Using a password manager is highly recommended, which can generate secure alphanumeric passwords. You must also use different passwords for different accounts, thereby reducing the chances of a single point of failure should one of those accounts get breached. Usage of two-factor authentication applications is also encouraged since it acts as a safety net if hackers directly get a hold of our credentials. Clicking on unknown links transmitted via emails is also a strict no, as is installing applications from unverified sources. The SolarWinds hack is estimated to cost the parent company nearly $18 million as reparations, making it one, if not the biggest hacks in cyberspace history. As recently as of July 2021, the hackers accessed some US attorneys' Microsoft 365 email accounts as part of the attack. Criminal organizations like the FBI and CIA are determined to figure out the culprits responsible for this debacle. However, the intricacy and the full extent of the breach makes it a way more complicated job than it looks on paper.
So let's start with Module 1. So the Module 1 will give you a brief introduction to computer networking. So welcome to our Module 1 of our computer networking tutorial. Before we dive deep into protocols, devices, and architectures, let's start with the most important question. What exactly is networking and why does it matter so much in our digital lives today? Think of today's lesson as understanding the heartbeat of the digital world, the invisible connections that make communications possible. Now, what is networking? At its core, networking is the science of connecting multiple entities so they can exchange information. So in human terms, imagine a community where everyone wants to share messages. You pass a note to your neighbor. They pass it to theirs and the message moves through the chain. Computers operate in a similar way. Networking allows them to communicate with each other, share files and media, access applications, and of course, connect to the internet. Every click, every video stream, and every online transaction depends on the network systems talking to each other seamlessly. Now, what makes up a computer network? When we say computer network, we are referring to a collection of devices working together, such as laptops, smartphones, smart TVs, cameras, printers, IoT devices like smart lights or thermostats, etc. These devices are linked through wired connections like Ethernet cables, wireless links like Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or etc. To make all these communication reliable, we depend on hardware components such as routers to direct traffic, switches for connecting multiple devices with a network, modems translating signals between your home and ISP. And underlying everything are network protocols, formal rules that define how data travels, how devices introduce themselves, and how information flows without collisions or errors. Next is the IP addresses, the digital identity system. Now, imagine trying to deliver a package in a city with no house numbers. You should be lost instantly. Networking solves this using IP addresses, unique identifiers that every device receives. These addresses can be assigned by the Internet Service Provider or ISP or by your home router when you're inside a local network. Now, think of IP addresses as the digital equivalent of a postal address. Without them, data wouldn't know where to go. Now, let's go through a simple example. Your home network. Now, let's go to a detailed storytelling. Let's break everything down with a simple example. Picture a typical home. You have a laptop, a phone, and a smart TV, maybe a printer as well, and a couple of other IoT devices. Here's how everything gets connected. All your devices join the home network through your Wi-Fi router. The router acts like the manager of small digital neighborhood. The router connects to your internet service provider, your local internet provider. So your ISP connects to larger national ISP networks. Those national carriers connect to international backbone networks. Finally, this global mesh leads to your website and servers anywhere in the world. So, when you open YouTube or try to download a file, your request travels through several layers of network. And it also passes through multiple routers and submarine cables and finally reaches the server hosting that particular content piece and then returns the data that you asked for. All this happens just within milliseconds, faster than you can blink. Now, let's look at the big picture. What is the internet? When we zoom out from your home network, the internet becomes easier to understand. The internet is a massive network of networks. It connects millions of ISPs, internet exchange points, data centers, cloud platforms, and countless private and public networks. These connections span the globe via high speed optical fiber cables laid across countries and even under the oceans. Every message you send, whether a WhatsApp text or a bank transaction, travels through this giant mesh of interconnected systems. Now, let's understand why this matters the most. Before we go deep, understanding this foundation is very crucial. Everything we cover in the upcoming next modules, protocols, routing, switching, OSI layers, firewalls are built on this simple idea. Now, networking is the art and science of connecting devices, so information can move reliably from one point to the other. If this base is clear, the rest of the networking becomes much easier to understand and analyze. This wraps up the module 1. In the next module, we will break down the core building blocks of networking, including network types, transmission, media, and key terminologies every professional should know. Now, the module 2 will be all about how internet requests work. What happens when you type google.com or simplilearn.com? Have you ever wondered what really happens when you open your browser and type a website address like google.com? It feels instant, almost magical, but behind that single action is a highly coordinated chain of events happening across routers, ISPs, data centers, and even undersea cables. In this module, we are going to unpack that entire journey step by step, so you understand exactly how a simple web request travels across the world and comes back to you in just milliseconds. So let's start with step 1. Your device creates a request. The moment you press enter or click, your device packages your intention into a structured message. This message is essentially saying, I need Google's homepage. Your device wraps this request in layers of technical information like your IP address, the destination server, and the protocol being used. This is the starting point of your data's journey. Now, let's dive into step 2. Step 2. It decides the next hop where the request must go to continue its journey. Think of the router as a smart traffic controller that decides the best path for your data to reach outside world. Now, let's dive into step 3. The router forwards your message or request to your ISP or your internet service provider. After identifying that the destination is outside your home network, the router forwards the request to your internet service provider, typically your city level or regional level providers. Your ISP functions like the highway system for your data. It has higher infrastructure, higher bandwidth, and multiple connections to broader networks. Now, let's dive into the step 4. The ISP sends it to national backbone networks. From your internet service provider, the request escalates into a bigger network known as the national backbone. These backbone networks are built using high-capacity fiber optic lines, major switching centers, internet exchange points, and much more. At this level, data moves through extremely fast, redundant, and optimized pathways designed to handle massive amounts of traffic. If Google servers are within your country, the request might only travel through these domestic backbone routes. But if the content is hosted abroad, the journey continues. Now, let's go through that in the step 5. International submarine fiber cables. If the nearest Google server is outside your country, your request travels through undersea fiber optic cables, the global highways of the internet. These cables stretch across oceans connecting continents, through thin strands of glass that transmit data at near light speeds. This global infrastructure ensures that your data can reach any server in the world regardless of the geography. Now comes the step 6, reaching Google's nearest data center. Your request eventually arrives at Google's closest data center. Google has strategically placed dozens of these centers globally to reduce latency and speed up response time. Inside the data center, massive server clusters, load balancers, distributed storage systems, and much more. All these work together to process your request efficiently. Now, how Google responds to your request is our next step. Once your request reaches the server, Google performs 3 main actions. First one, it validates your request. The server checks who is requesting, is the request safe, what page or resource is being asked for. These are the 3 confirmations that it will perform. Next, it generates the response. Google prepares an HTML document, which is simply the structured code of the web page, not the actual visual rendering you see. The server does not send any fully drawn web page. It only sends the blueprint. Third stage is sending the code back to you. This HTML response begins its journey through international cables backbone networks, your ISP, your home router, and finally reaches to your device. Now you need to wonder what your browser does with it. With the response, now your browser takes over. It performs a series of steps to convert raw code into a beautiful interactive web page. First one, it interprets the HTML. This is like reading the skeleton structure of the web page. Second, it fetches additional resources. Your browser then asks for more items like CSS for styling, JavaScript for interactivity, images and icons, fonts, and other animations. Each of these is a separate request made to the server, sometimes dozens of them within milliseconds. Now the third part, rendering the page visually. Finally, the browser paints everything on your screen. Layout, colors, buttons, search logo, etc. This is the moment you see Google's homepage fully loaded on your screen. Now comes the most impressive part, the entire round trip from typing google.com to seeing the page appear. The whole process typically completes under just 200 milliseconds. That's 1/5 of a second. This speed is possible because of highly optimized routers, fast DNS systems, distributed global data centers, massive fiber networks, efficient browser engines, and a lot more. All of these working together in perfect coordination. So, next time you hit enter or click on your browser, just remember your request has traveled across cities, networks, or even sometimes oceans and data centers and came back almost instantly. In the upcoming module, we will explore how devices talk to each other, how data travels in packets, and what ensures that nothing gets lost along the way. And that brings us to the module 3, which is on networking devices and communication essentials. So far, we've explored what networking is and how an internet request travels across the globe. But networking is more than just computers talking to each other. In this module, we will explore the diverse devices that make up networks and the essential rules that allow them to communicate efficiently. So, the first one, beyond computers, other network devices. When we think of networking, most people imagine just laptops or desktops. But in today's networks are much more diverse. Devices like printers, IP cameras, smart bulbs, home assistants like Alexa or Google Home, IoT sensors in smart homes or factories all participate in network communication. Now, to understand them better, let's go through a simple example. A smart bulb receives commands from your phone to turn on or change color. A printer receives a document from your laptop over Wi-Fi. A security camera streams video to your phone or cloud storage. Each of these devices is both a sender and a receiver of information contributing to a complex web of data flows. Now, let's discuss the communication rules that are required. Protocols for all these devices work together without chaos. They follow protocols, which are predefined set of rules that govern how devices talk. Protocols define how communication starts, who sends data first, and how devices initiate a connection, how data travels, the path it takes, the format, and the timing. Now, error handling is the next one. What happens if data gets lost, corrupted, or delayed? Followed by error handling, we have interpretation at the receiver's end, which is about ensuring the data is understood correctly. Think of protocols as traffic laws for data. Without them, devices would be sending packets blindly, causing collisions, confusions, and errors. Now, why protocols matter in daily life? Protocols enable smooth sharing of resources. For example, sending a Word document to a network printer, accessing shared storage in your office network, streaming live video from a security camera to a phone app. Even your smart fridge relies on protocols to check the software updates or communicate with your smartphone. Without protocols, the data from your smart bulb could end up on your printer, or your security camera feed might never reach your phone, or a lot more worse. Now, let's discuss the devices and roles in a network. It's helpful to understand two broad roles of devices in a network. The first one, end devices, or in other terms, clients. These are the devices that initiate or consume communication, like computers, smartphones, smart TVs, IoT sensors, and a lot more. They request data, process it, and often generate new data. Next comes the intermediary devices, or also known as the network infrastructure. These devices help move data from one place to another, like routers determine the best path for data. Switches connect multiple devices within a network. Access points enable wireless devices to join the network. Now, both types of devices work together seamlessly thanks to the networking protocols. So, to understand this better, let's go through an example. Sending a document to a printer. Let's put it all together with a simple use case. You hit print on your laptop. The document is broken into data packets following a protocol like TCP/IP. The laptop sends these packets to the switch, which is then forwarded to the printer. The printer reassembles the packets and prints the document. Any errors, like lost packets, are corrected automatically by the protocol rules. This entire process might take just mere seconds, but it illustrates how multiple devices and protocols work in a synchronized way. Next, we have real-world networking impact. Networking isn't just a technical setup, it's the foundation for modern, smart living. IoT devices in smart homes or factories depend on consistent communication. Offices and enterprises rely on seamless device communication to ensure productivity. Even emergency systems, traffic lights, and healthcare sensors rely on robust network protocols. Understanding how devices communicate and the rules they follow is essential for anyone learning networking. To sum up, networking extends beyond computers to include printers, cameras, smart devices, and IoT sensors. All these devices follow protocols that ensure data is transmitted, interpreted, and error checked correctly. In the next module, we will dive deeper into network types, topologies, and how devices are organized for optimal communication. Now we enter module 4, which is about network topologies that explains us how devices are arranged and connected. So, have you ever wondered why some networks perform smoothly while others slow down when more devices join? The secret often lies in something called network topology, which is the blueprint that defines how devices are arranged, so how they connect and how data flows between them. In this module, we will break down the classical topologies that form the foundation of modern network design. So let's start with the first question. What is network topology? A topology describes how devices are arranged and interconnected inside the network. It answers basic but critical questions like where are devices placed, how are they physically connected, how data travels from one device to another, and a lot more. Understanding topologies helps engineer design networks that are faster, more reliable, and easy to maintain. Now, let's start with the types of topologies. First, we have the bus topology. Imagine a single main road running through a town, and every house opens directly into this road. That's the bus topology. How it works? All the devices connect to one central cable known as the bus or backbone. When the device sends data, it gets broadcast into every device on the line. Only the intended receiver reads the message and the others ignore it. Advantages? Simple to set up, low cost, and minimal cabling. And now let's also discuss the limitations. If the cable breaks, the entire network fails. Performance may decrease if more devices join. Not used widely today, except in very small or legacy setup. Bus topology is important historically because many early LANs were built on this way. Now comes the second type of topology, which is the ring topology. Picture a circular track where messages run through each station in a loop. That's the ring topology. How it works? All devices form a closed loop. Data travels in one direction, passing through each device. Each device acts like a relay, forwarding the data to the next one. Now let's discuss the advantages. Predictable performance, suitable for every distributed traffic. Now, every topology comes also with its limitations, so let's discuss them. A failure in one device or cable can bring down the entire loop. Delays increase as more devices join. Modern networks avoid single rings and prefer dual ring designs for redundancy. Ring networks were popular in older enterprise systems like token ring. Now comes the third type, which is star topology. This is the most common topology in the modern networks, especially for home, Wi-Fi, office, and office LANs. Now let's discuss how it works. All devices connect to a central hub or switch. The switch acts as the traffic controller. It directs packets to the correct device using the MAC addresses. Now let's go through the advantages. It's easy to expand and troubleshoot. Failure of one device doesn't affect the others. Excellent performance due to dedicated links to the switch. Now let's also discuss the limitations. If the central switch fails, the entire network goes down. It needs more cabling than bus or the ring topologies. Most Ethernet cables or LANs today use the star topology because it balances reliability and performance. Now, let's move to the fourth type of topology, which is the mesh topology. Imagine every device having a direct route to every other device. No detours, no intermediaries. That's the mesh topology. Now, let us also understand how it works. Each device connects directly to every other device. Data can take multiple paths to reach the destination. Extremely resilient and reliable. Now, let's also discuss some advantages. It has high redundancy, excellent reliability, no single point failure. It's ideal for mission critical environments. Now, it's not like it doesn't have limitations. It also has limitations and some disadvantages. Let's go through them. It's very expensive due to massive cabling. It's complex to manage and configure. Mesh is used in environments requiring zero downtime, like military networks, stock exchanges, and data centers. Now, apart from these topologies, we have another one which is called as hybrid topology. Real-world networks rarely use a single topology. Instead, they combine them. Star bus, bus ring, mesh stub. For example, instead, they try to combine them like star with bus with ring, mesh with stub, and a lot more other combinations. For example, a large office may use star topology on each floor, but floors might connect through a bus or mesh backbone. Hybrid designs offer the best of multiple worlds, balancing cost, reliability, and performance. Now, wireless and ad hoc topologies are our next topic of discussion. With wireless networks, the concept of topology expands beyond cables. Wi-Fi networks typically use a star-like approach. A router acts as a central node. Devices like phones and laptops connect to it wirelessly. Next is hotspots. It's a temporary access point. It allows quick, on-demand network formation in public areas. Next is ad hoc networks. Devices connect directly to each other without routers. It is perfect for temporary or device-to-device communications. It is also used in file sharing, emergency networks, and IoT experiments. Wireless topologies provide flexibility compared to traditional wired structures. So, summing it up, network topologies form the architectural foundation of all communication systems. Understanding them helps you design networks that are efficient, secure, and highly reliable. In the next module, we will explore network types, which are LAN, WAN, PAN, and MAN, and understand where each of these fits in real-world scenarios. And that brings us to the module 5, IP addressing and MAC addressing, the identity system of networks. So, imagine a world where every device, your phone, your laptop, smartwatch, printer, or even your smart fridge, needs a unique identity to communicate. Just like humans use names and IDs, computers use IP addresses and MAC addresses to identify themselves on a network. In this module, we are going to break down exactly how these addressing systems work and why they're essential for modern communication. So, part 1. What is an IP address? An IP address is a unique identifier assigned to every device connected to a network. Think of it as a postal address of a device. Without it, data wouldn't know where to go. These are two major versions of IP addressing used today. First one is IPv4, the original addressing system key characteristics, 32-bit address format like 192.168.1.1, roughly 4 billion in total addresses. This seemed more than enough back in 1980s. But with today's explosion of smartphones, cloud servers, smart TVs, IoT systems, wearables, the available IPv4 space is almost completely exhausted. Now let us also know why IPv4 ran out. Every connected device requires an address. By the early 2010s, billions of devices were coming online. The IPv4 simply couldn't scale that level. Now comes the IPv6 into the picture. So IPv6, the future-proof addressing system. To overcome IPv4 limitations, we transition to IPv4. Key characteristics: 128-bit address format. For example, 2001 DB8 85A3 8A2 370 7334. So it might be a little complex. I'll leave that in the screen so that you have a quick reference. So this supports trillions, up to trillions of unique addresses. This is designed for future where everything from cars to light bulbs needs internet connectivity. So why IPv6 matters? So it ensures infinite scalability, better routing efficiency, improved security features, smooth functioning of IoT ecosystems, and a lot more. IPv6 is gradually replacing IPv4. Though both coexist today using a technique called dual stack networking, it is a little complex. Now, let's discuss IP address classes. Now, let's go with IPv4 only. So, before IPv6, IPv4 networks use classes to allocate address ranges. Class A for large network, millions of hosts used by big enterprises or ISPs. Class B for medium-sized networks, universities, corporations, government offices, and a lot more like that. Class C for small networks, most home and office networks fall here. Limited number of devices per network. Next is Class D, which is used for multicasting, streaming, conferencing, IPTV. Next is our Class E, which is reserved for research and development. Though class-based addressing is less common today due to CIDR, which is classless interdomain routing, understanding the classes helps build foundational IP knowledge. Now let's discuss about static versus dynamic IP addresses. First comes the static IP. It is permanently assigned. It does not change. It is used for web servers, application servers, email servers. It ensures stable, predictable connectivity. Next comes the dynamic IP. It is mainly assigned temporarily by DHCP. So DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It is common for home devices, mobile devices, guest networks. It is cheaper, easy to manage, and automatically rotates. Most residential users give dynamic IPs from ISPs, while businesses often pay extra for static addresses. Now comes the part 2, which deals with MAC addressing, the hardware identity system. While IP addresses identify devices globally, a MAC address identifies the device locally within a network. What is a MAC address, you ask? It is a unique hardware identifier assigned to every network interface card, or NIC for short. The sample format is on the screen. You can see that it's coded as 00:1A:7B:00:47. It is actually built into the device by the manufacturer, managed globally by the IEEE. Why MAC addresses matter is our next question. MAC addresses are used by switches to forward data inside a local area network, routers to authenticate devices, operating systems to manage network interfaces, Your device's MAC address typically never changes unless you spoof it manually. Now, let's discuss about MAC filtering for small network security. Many routers offer MAC filtering, which only allows devices with approved MAC addresses to join the network. Now, let's go through the benefits. It prevents unauthorized access, useful for home networks. It adds a simple layer of security. However, it's not completely foolproof. MAC addresses can be spoofed, but it's still an effective measure for basic control and device whitelisting. Now, let's discuss the differences between IP address and MAC address. So, IP address versus MAC address is our next topic. The quick comparison. Here's a quick comparison table right on my screen. We can compare an IP address to a MAC address. The distinction lies in their identity and scope. An IP address identifies a device on a network and is assigned dynamically by the ISP router or DHP server. It can change over time and it's used for communication across different networks, including Internet routing. IP addresses follow either IPv4 or IPv6 formats. A MAC address, on the other hand, identifies the physical network interface of a device. It's assigned at time of manufacturing, making it mostly permanent. MAC addresses operate within the boundaries of local area network and follow a fixed 48-bit hexadecimal structure. Together, these two identifiers work like a successful learner and a reliable product, each with a distinct role but both essential for maintaining credibility and seamless communication across the networks. Together, IP addresses and MAC addresses form a dual identification system that ensures data reaches the right device both globally and locally. To summarize, IP addressing gives devices a global identity, while MAC addressing gives them a local hardware identity. Both systems work together to make modern networking scalable, organized, and secure. In the next module, we will explore subnetting and how networks are efficiently divided, a crucial skill for both network engineers and system administrators. So that brings us to module 6. MAC addressing, the hardware identity of every device. If IP addresses tell the data where to go, then MAC addresses tell it who exactly it belongs to once it reaches the local area network. Think of the MAC address as the serial number of your network identity, unique, permanent, and globally recognized. In this module, we will decode MAC addressing, why every device has one, and how it plays a crucial role in local communication. So let's start with what is a MAC address. A MAC address or Media Access Control Address is a permanent hardware identifier assigned to every network interface card or NIC for short. This means your laptop's Wi-Fi card has a MAC address, your Ethernet port has a MAC address, your phone, your tablet, your smart TV, printer all have their own MAC addresses. Example format. A typical MAC address looks like this. You can see it on my screen. 00:1A:C:7B:00:00:47. So basically, it contains 48 bits represented in 12 hexadecimal digits, usually grouped in pairs separated by colons. Now let's dive into the key characteristics of MAC addresses. First one, it's burnt into hardware. MAC addresses always are literally etched into the network interface during manufacturing. This makes them stable and consistent. Even if you reinstall your operating system or change your network settings, they will not be changed. Second, it is managed globally by IEEE. The first half of a MAC address identifies the manufacturer. Companies like Intel, Realtek, Broadcom, Apple all have their own assigned ranges. This global standardization prevents two devices from accidentally sharing the same identity. Third, it is used for local area communication. While IP addresses route packets across the internet, MAC addresses operate on the local network. This is where switches come into play. Switches maintain MAC tables. These tables map MAC addresses to specific ports. When data arrives, the switch forwards it directly to the correct device. This leads to faster, targeted, and collision-free communication inside a network. Now, with this, let's move to the next question. Why MAC addresses matter in networking? So, MAC addresses ensure accurate device-to-device delivery, efficient switching inside LANs, unique identification at the hardware level, secure and traceable traffic flow. Without MAC addressing, every device would rely solely on IP addresses, which are too dynamic and too external to handle local traffic efficiently. Now let's also discuss a bonus concept, MAC filtering. Some routers provide a security feature called MAC filtering. How it works is your next question. You can specify exactly which devices are allowed to connect to your network by listing their MAC addresses. The router checks the address of every connecting device, compares it against the allowed whitelist, and grants or denies the access based on the whitelist. So now, where MAC filtering helps us. Home Wi-Fi, small office networks, IoT-heavy environments, guest networks, it adds an extra layer of control by ensuring that only approved devices can join the network. A small caution though, while MAC filtering is useful, it is not foolproof. We should remember this. MAC addresses can technically be spoofed, but for small environments, it's still a practical and effective access control tool. Now, the next question will be about a quick comparison. Now we have a quick comparison of MAC versus the IP addresses. A quick recap. Here's a quick info from the table on my screen. A MAC address serves as a hardware identifier. It's burned into the network interface card by the manufacturer and remains permanent throughout the device's life. It's primarily used for communications within the local network, and it operates at the data link layer or layer 2 of the OSI model. In contrast, an IP address functions as a logical or network level identifier. It's assigned dynamically by an ISP or a router or a DHP server, and it can change over time. IP addresses enable communication across networks, making them essential for internet routing. They operate at the network layer, which is layer 3 of the OSI model. Together, MAC and the IP addressing creates a dual layer identity system that ensures data reaches the right device in the right network segment. Now, with this to summarize, MAC addresses may seem technical, but they are foundational to how devices communicate inside local networks. By understanding them, you gain a deeper insight on how switches operate, how network access is controlled, and how data flows efficiently. In the next module, we will move into subnetting, the logic behind dividing networks smartly for security, scalability, and better performance. Now, next comes the module 7, which is about transmission modes. So, data transfer between devices follows specific communication modes that define direction, flow efficiency, and use case suitability. These modes directly influence network throughput, latency behavior, and the overall interaction pattern between the devices. Now, let's start with the first mode, the simplex mode, a one-directional data flow where information moves strictly from sender to the receiver. Let's also go through the key characteristics. Receiver cannot respond back, low complexity, low cost, used in systems where feedback is unnecessary. And let's also go through some examples. For example, keyboard to computer input stream, broadcast TV signals, and similar ones. Now, why it matters? Simplex is ideal where reliability comes from controlled, predictable output rather than back and forth communication. Now, let's dive into the next one. Half duplex mode. Communications flow in both directions, but not at the same time. So, let's go through the key characteristics to understand it. Devices take turns to send the data. It reduces collision risks but increases delay during high traffic. It's suitable for shared communication channels. Now, let's also go through some examples. Walkie-talkies, legacy Ethernet using CSMA or CD. And now let's also understand why it matters. Half duplex is efficient in environments where full two-way communication exists, but simultaneous transmissions isn't critical. Now, the third type is full duplex mode. Both devices send and receive data simultaneously, offering maximum efficiency. Let's also go through some key characteristics. Doubles potential data throughput, no waiting for turn taking, standard in modern networking hardware. So some of the examples are telephone, modern Ethernet switches, Wi-Fi 6 with MU-MIMO, and OFDMA improvements. Now, why it matters? Full duplex is foundational to modern high-speed networks where concurrent data exchange is essential for performance like video calls, cloud syncing, and real-time apps. Now, let's go to the next module. So the module 8 is about networking devices. Modern networks rely on specialized devices that manage data flow, maintain traffic efficiency, and ensure secured connectivity. Each device plays a distinct role in how information moves across local and global networks. So the first one, hub, a basic legacy networking device that operates in or at the physical layer. So the first layer and its characteristics. So let's discuss the characteristics of the first layer. It broadcasts incoming data to all ports regardless of the destination. It cannot read MAC addresses, so no filtering or intelligence. It causes unnecessary traffic and collisions in large networks, mostly replaced by switches due to inefficiency. So what's the use today? It is rarely used, primarily in small labs or troubleshooting scenarios. Now comes the second layer, which is called as a switch. It's a device that forms the core modern LAN communication. So what are its characteristics? It maintains a MAC address table to identify connected devices, directs data only to the specific destination port, reducing collisions. It supports full duplex, enabling simultaneous send or receive, scales efficiently for enterprise networks. Now, what's the role? It's the backbone of nearly all wired LANs due to speed, intelligence, and security features. Next comes the router, a layer 3 device which is responsible for inter-network communication. Let's also discuss the characteristics. It connects different networks, for example, home LAN, internet, uses IP addressing, routing tables, and protocols. OSPF, BGP to choose best paths, enables NAT, fireballing, DHCP, and packet filtering. It's critical for both home and enterprise networks. Now, let's also go through the roles. Essential device enabling global connectivity and secure optimized routing. Fourth one is the gateway. It's a specialized router that acts as the entry and exit point between a local network and external networks. Now, let's also go through the characteristics of a gateway. It translates traffic between different network architectures or protocols. It handles network boundary functions such as authentication, inspection, and policy control. Default gateway in homes equal to your Wi-Fi routers, IP, example 192.168.1.1. Let's also go through the roles. Gateway ensures communication beyond the local network, especially the internet. Now, let's proceed to our ninth module. So the ninth module is all about network classifications, which are LAN, MAN, WAN, WAN, and SAN, SAN. When we talk about computer networks, one of the most important ways to understand them is by looking at how large they are built and what purposes they serve. Every organization, from a startup to a global tech giant, relies on a different kind of networks based on their scale and performance needs. In this module, we will break down 4 major network classifications. First one is LAN, next MAN, third is WAN, and lastly SAN, SAN. Each one forms a different layer of our digital world. First one, LAN or local area network. Let's start with the most familiar one, the LAN or local area network. A LAN covers a small localized area, typically your home, a small office, a school building, a college campus, and within this space, devices can communicate through high-speed, low-latency links, often using Ethernet cables or Wi-Fi. Think about your home network for a moment. You have a router, maybe a couple of laptops, some mobile phones, a smart TV, and perhaps a printer. All of these devices form a LAN. Now, why LANs matter? They are designed for speed and efficiency. You can transfer files quickly, stream videos without delay, and access shared resources like printers or storage device with almost no lag. In other words, a LAN is like a tight-knit community where everyone is close together and communication is almost instant. And the next one is MAN or MAN or Metropolitan Area Network. Next, we scale up to MAN or Metropolitan Area Network. A MAN connects multiple LANs across an entire city or a metropolitan region. This is the type of network used by telecom companies, broadband providers, citywide government networks. If a LAN is a neighborhood, then a MAN is an entire city. Telecom providers use MANs to distribute internet access to millions of homes. Your home router may connect to a fiber line running down your street, but that LAN actually sits inside a much larger MAN operated by your ISP or internet service provider. Key idea: MANs are about city-level connectivity carrying high-speed data across kilometers of fiber infrastructure. Now comes the third type, the WAN. Now, let's move into the giant WAN or wide area network. WANs cover extremely large geographical areas, national-wide, cross-continent, or even globally. The best example of a WAN is the internet itself, a massive network of interconnected ISPs, data centers, and global backbones. Your request to visit Google might start inside your home's LAN, but it travels through your ISP's MAN and eventually be routed across band links that span countries and oceans. WANs rely on submarine fiber cables, satellite links, long distance fiber backbones, or even Internet Exchange Points or IXPs for short. Now, why WANs matter? They make global communications possible, from international payments to video calls to cloud services and a lot more. So, if a LAN is your neighborhood and MAN is your city, a WAN is a world's largest digital highway system. With that, we go to SAN, which is Storage Area Network. So, finally, we have SAN or Storage Area Network. A SAN is not defined by the geographical size, but it's defined by the purpose. And SANs are high-speed specialized networks designed specifically for large-scale storage, data center operations, cloud provider infrastructure. Whenever a cloud platform like AWS or Azure needs to read or write petabytes of data at lightning speeds, the action happens inside a SAN. SANs typically use fiber channel connections, high-performance switches, redundant storage arrays, and a lot more. These networks guarantee low latency, high throughput, and zero communication downtime, making them backbone of enterprise storage. Think of SANs as the expressway lanes inside a data center, ensuring the storage layer performs flawlessly even under massive workloads. Bringing it up all together, a simple way to visualize the classifications: LAN, your home or office network; MAN, your entire city; WAN, your entire country or the whole world; SAN, the high-speed storage engine inside a data center. Each classification serves a unique purpose, and together they form the layered architecture of modern communication, from a small household to the global internet to hyperscale cloud platforms. Now, let's proceed with the 10th module. So the 10th module is about OSI model and TCP/IP model. In this module, we are diving into one of the most important topics in networking: the OSI model and the TCP/IP model. These two models act like blueprints that explain how data travels from one device to another. Whether you are sending an email, printing a document, or streaming a YouTube video, think of them as layered frameworks. Each layer performs a specific job, and together they create smooth communication experience from your device to the destination. Let's start with the OSI model. The OSI model stands for Open Systems Interconnection and breaks down network communication into 7 structured layers. You can think of these layers like steps in a communication pipeline. Each one adds something new to the data before passing it on. Let's explore them one by one, starting with the physical layer. This is the foundation. It handles the actual transmission of electrical or optical signals. The key responsibilities: cables, connectors, optical fiber cables, voltage levels, bit rates, physical network interfaces. If data transmission were a road, the physical layer would be the asphalt and traffic lanes. Second one is the data link layer. Here, the raw bits become structured frames. The key responsibilities are MAC addressing, error detection, switch-to-switch communication, and a lot more. This layer ensures that data travels safely between two devices directly connected on the same network. Think of it as a well-organized envelope that wraps your information safely. Next comes the third layer, which is also known as the network layer. This is where addressing and routing come into the play through the IP protocol. The key responsibilities are IP addressing, routing decisions, packet forwarding across the network, and routers operate specifically in this area. This layer answers the question: which path should the data take to reach its destination? After this, we have the fourth layer, also known as the transport layer. This layer ensures reliable delivery. Now let's discuss the key responsibilities. These are the TCP and UDP, error recovery, and end-to-end communication. TCP checks if every packet arrives safely. UDP just sends the data quickly without guarantee. This is like choosing between a secure courier, which is TCP, and an express delivery, which is UDP. Next comes the fifth layer, or the session layer. This layer controls the start, management, and end of the communication sessions. The key responsibilities are opening sessions, maintaining sessions, and closing the sessions. Think of it as the meeting host who keeps track of who is speaking and when the meeting ends. Next, after this, we have the sixth layer, also known as the presentation layer. This is the translator layer. The key responsibilities are encryption, decryption, data format conversion, and compression. This layer ensures data is in format the receiving system can understand, just like translating one language into another. And lastly, we have the application layer. The application layer is the closest end to the users. The key responsibilities of application layer are web browsing, which is the HTTP, email, SMTP, file transfers, FTP, and remote login, which is SSH. This is where applications interact with the network to deliver the experience you see on your screen. Now, with the OSI model discussed, let's switch to TCP/IP model. It's a practical 4-layer framework. Now let's compare this to the TCP/IP model, which is more compact and directly used on the internet. While the OSI model is theoretical, the TCP/IP model is practical. It powers your real-world communication every day. It consists of 4 different layers. This layer combines the functions of OSI physical plus data link layers. Now let's also go through the responsibilities of this particular layer. It ensures physical connections, MAC addressing, frame transmission, and a lot more. It's your local network environment. Now let's discuss about the second layer, which is the Ethernet layer, which is equivalent to OSI network layer. Let's discuss the responsibilities. It is to deal with IP addressing, routing, packet forwarding. This is where decisions like which router should this packet take next happens. Now, we will deal with the third layer, which is called as the transport layer. It matches the OSI transport layer, and the following are its responsibilities. TCP/UDP communication, reliable or fast delivery, managing data segments. This layer ensures your packets arrive in the right order at the right place. Now is the last layer, which is the application layer. This particular layer combines the OSI model's application, presentation, and session layers together. Responsibilities are web communication, email, DNS application protocols, and a lot more. Now, any app on your device that uses the internet interacts directly with this particular layer. Bringing it all together, a simple way to understand the relationship between two models is OSI is detailed and structured, great for learning and troubleshooting. TCP/IP is practical, the real-world implementation we use daily. You can refer to the table which is on my screen. So the OSI model and the TCP/IP model both describe how data travels across the networks, but they group functions differently. At the top, the application layer of the OSI corresponds directly to the application layer in the TCP/IP. The presentation and session layers in the OSI are also the part of TCP/IP's application layer, handling tasks like data formatting, encryption, and session management. The transport layer in both models handle reliability, data delivery, error checking, and flow control, ensuring end-to-end communication. The network layer in OSI maps the internet layer in TCP/IP, responsible for addressing and routing data between devices across the networks. Finally, the data link and physical layers of OSI are combined into link layer in TCP/IP. This layer manages local delivery of data and the physical transmission over the hardware. Together, these models give us a complete picture of how data travels from signals on a cable to the web page that appears on your screen. Now, let's go to our next module. So the 11th module is about key protocols. It explains how devices speak the same language. Networks are only as good as the rules they follow. These rules are called protocols, defining methods that ensure devices can communicate accurately, efficiently, and securely. Without protocols, your devices would be like strangers speaking different languages. In this module, we'll explore some of the most important networking protocols you interact with every day. The first one, HTTP or HTTPS, the web's communication standard. When you type a website's address in your local browser, you're using HTTP, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. HTTP allows your browser to request web pages from the servers. Now, HTTP with an S is the secured version, which encrypts the communication, protecting sensitive data like passwords, banking info, and personal details. Now, why HTTPS matters? It prevents attackers from eavesdropping or modifying the data between you and the website. Think of it like sending letters in a sealed envelope rather than a postcard. Now, the next one is SMTP. Sending emails. SMTP or Simple Mail Transfer Protocol handles sending emails, ensures emails leave your device and reach the recipient's mail server. It works alongside the other protocols for full email functionality. SMTP is strictly for sending and not receiving messages. The third one is POP3 or IMAP, receiving emails. To get your emails, devices use either POP3 or IMAP. POP3 stands for Post Office Protocol version 3. Downloads emails from the server to your device. Once downloaded, they may be removed from the server. That's a different thing. And it's best for single device email access. IMAP or IMAP stands for Internet Message Access Protocol. This keeps emails on the server and synchronizes across multiple devices. This is perfect for using phones, tablets, and laptops together. IMAP ensures your mailbox looks the same no matter where you access it. Now, the next one is TCP for reliable transport. TCP or Transmission Control Protocol is a connection-oriented protocol. It establishes a connection before sending the data, guarantees order, integrity, and completeness of the transmitted information. And the best part is it can retransmit lost packets automatically. Let's go through some of the use cases. Use cases like bank transactions, file downloads can be the best example. Applications requiring accurate, reliable communications is also one of the use cases. TCP is like a courier service that tracks every package and ensures nothing gets lost. Followed by that, we have the UDP for fast and lightweight. UDP or User Datagram Protocol is connectionless. It sends data without establishing a connection. No guarantee of delivery, order, or error correction. And let's also go through some use cases where this particular model is used. So online gaming, video streaming, voice over IP or VoIP calls. UDP prioritizes speed over reliability, making it ideal for real-time applications where minor data loss is acceptable. Next, we have DNS, Domain Name System. The internet is based on numbers, which are the IP addresses, but humans prefer names. That's where the DNS comes into the picture. It converts domain names like example.com into IP addresses that computers can understand. It uses an hierarchical structure, group to servers, TLD servers to domain servers. DNS also uses caching to speed up future requests, so your device doesn't repeatedly ask for the same question. Now let's go through a quick analogy. If IP addresses are street coordinates, DNS is the phone book that matches names to numbers. DNS is the phone book that matches names to numbers. Bringing up together, these protocols form the backbone of modern internet. Take a look at the table on my screen. So HTTP and HTTPS are protocols used for accessing websites, while HTTP handles standard web traffic. HTTPS adds security, ensuring safe and encrypted web browsing. Used in tasks like online banking, software downloads, and database transactions, it retransmits lost packets, verifies delivery, and guarantees correct sequencing. Think of TCP as a cracked courier service that makes sure every package reaches its destination safely. Up next, we have UDP efficiency, optimizing speed. UDP, by contrast, prioritizes speed over reliability. It's ideal for real-time applications like video calls, gaming, and streaming. No checks for data delivery or order, which reduces latency. It's perfect where a few lost packets are acceptable, but speed is critical. Think of UDP as a fast express lane. Some data may be dropped, but the overall flow is much quicker. Modern networks rely on these safeguards and optimizations to ensure users get a fast, reliable, and safe experience. And that wraps up our theory part of complete networking tutorial, from basics of connections and topologies to addressing protocols and finally the security and efficiency concepts. Understanding these principles give you the knowledge to analyze, troubleshoot, and optimize networks, skills that are essential in IT, cloud computing, and modern digital infrastructure. Now, let's move to a quick demonstration session where we will execute some of the basic commands for networking. So now we are on the demonstration part. So you can see on my screen we have a command prompt opened. So it's simply just go to Windows R and type CMD and you'll have the command prompt executed on the screen. So right now we will execute some of the basic and essential network commands on your local system. So networking is the backbone of communication between devices. Today we will be exploring some of the fundamental network commands that will help you understand and troubleshoot any network related issues. So firstly, you can go with color. So this is basically used to change your prompt color if you want. So you can also choose any other color. So let's go with help color. So this will show you all the available options: blue, black, green, aqua, purple, etc. So, but the default one, let's go with the default one. I'll go with F. Now, let's clear the screen, CLS. Now, the first command that we will be exploring is ipconfig, which is a Windows command used to display the IP address, subnet mask, and default gateway of your device. This command is the first step in understanding your device's network configuration. For example, if we type ipconfig, the command prompt, we can see the IPv4 address assigned to our device. This helps you identify the network we are connected to. So let's hit enter. So you have the IP address details here, subnet mask, and the IPv4 address that you're connected to. Similarly, you also have the default gateway. So remember the gateways we discussed in the tutorial. So the subnet mask, IPv4 address, and default gateway. Now the next one we will be exploring is ipconfig all. This particular command provides detailed information about all network adapters on your device, including hidden details like MAC address, DHCP status, and DNS servers. So the command is simple, the same ipconfig. All you need to add is / and you need to add all and hit enter. Now you have the physical address, and you also have the MAC address. So here you have the subnet mask IPv4 and all the other details, the host name, primary suffix, and everything else. There you go. You have the IPv6, the physical address. And then we have another command followed by this, which is called NSLOOKUP tool. So this is a tool for querying the DNS to find the IP address of a domain name or verify a DNS resolution. For example, if you want to check the IP address of Simplilearn's website, we can type the following command. So we will type NSLOOKUP along with website address, which is www.simplilearn.com. So this is the address. And what you can also do is you can try to try to test the connectivity between your device and the website. So you can use the same command, but instead of NSLOOKUP, what you can write down is ping. So it sends a ping. So you can see there is a reply from the website. So we have sent 4 packets and 4 successful packets were received as well, and no data loss so far. So apart from that, we have another fundamental command, which is traceRT, which stands for trace route. So what it does is it basically helps you track the path that a packet takes from your device to a destination server. Each hop represents a network device or router the packet passes through. So let's trace the same website which we executed previously. So it is simplylearn.com. Instead of ping, what you need to write down is traceRT and hit enter. So this command helps you identify where delays or connectivity issues occur along the path to the destination. So here you can see the hops. So we had over a maximum of 30 hops. Here currently we're at the 5th hop. So basically, to summarize, the ipconfig and ipconfig all show you the device's network configuration. NSLOOKUP checks DNS resolution, ping tests the connectivity and measures latency, and traceRT shows the route packets take to reach a destination. These commands are essential tools for any network troubleshooting and analysis task. And this particular task will continue for at least 30 hops. So what you can do is you can quickly press Ctrl+C to exit. And there you go. And we will clear screen.
So let's talk about hacking and what exactly hacking is. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. Now here there are some keywords that we need to understand. First and foremost, exploit. When you're exploiting weaknesses are technically called vulnerabilities, which are basically design flaws, misconfiguration errors, usage of default usernames and passwords which have not been modified. So any misconfiguration or anything that has been left behind by a security administrator that can be misused, which means exploited by a hacker to gain unauthorized access. So the next term is unauthorized access, something that you're not allowed to do. And when you say a hacker is a person who tries to hack, it's basically a person with malicious intent trying to gain access to a system or a resource that they are not authorized to access in the first place. How do they do it? They find a vulnerability that is a weakness or a flaw, and then they misuse it to gain access to that particular network. So here in the diagram, you can see that the sender on the left hand side is trying to send some data to the receiver on the right hand side. The hacker would try to gain unauthorized access to the transmission that is being sent and would try to capture the data packets and read the secrets within. Let's look at a business case scenario into hacking. Now there is an organization, everybody is going around their own business when they realize that their systems may have been compromised. Now they're trying to look at the customer data to ensure that that has not been compromised and trying to assure the customers. However, they do realize that some customer data has been lost and even the company reports have been modified as well. Now this is the scenario where there have been some security controls in place and those controls have been identified. They realized that there is an attack that has happened, and based on that attack they have realized that their data has now been compromised and their records have been modified by the hacker, which means that the data is no longer trustworthy and thus cannot be used by the business for any legal transactions. So then the hacker gives a call to the organization or gets connected to the organization demanding a ransom for the data to be replaced, to be taken back into the original state where it was trusted, and thus the organization can utilize it for business transactions. The organization has probably no backup, so they decide that they want to pay the lump sum to the hacker to restore that data so that they can continue on with the business. Thus money exchanges and the hacker is able to restore that data and the business continues as usual. However, the activity here of a hacker trying to leverage the misconfiguration of the weaknesses in the organization's security, thus being able to hack them and make these ransomware demands. So the company then wants to figure out, even if having a security system in place, how was the hacker able to hack their systems? Thus, one of the employees comes up with a brilliant idea of identifying vulnerabilities in the network to proactively search for any flaws that have been left behind, so that they can plug those flaws and nobody can misuse them. Thus, they figure out that they want to hire an ethical hacker who would help them identify the security posture of the organization, identify the weaknesses, vulnerabilities and flaws, and help them remedy those flaws so that in future scenarios, these scenarios will not happen. So before we go into an ethical hacker, let's understand what are the types of hackers. So what are the types of hackers? Hacker is a technically skilled person who is very adept with computers. They have good programming skills, they understand how operating system works, they understand how networks work, they understand how to identify flaws and vulnerabilities within all of these aspects, and then they understand and know how to misuse these flaws to get a outcome which would be detrimental to the health of the organization. So there's 6 types of hackers that have been identified: black hat hackers, white hat hackers, grey hat, script kiddies, nation sponsored hackers, and hacktivists. So black hat hackers are basically the malicious hackers who have malicious intent and have criminalistic tendencies. They want to harm the organization by hacking into their infrastructure, by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their data, so that they can gain from it from a monetary perspective. These guys are also known as crackers. The main aspect of these people are that they have malicious intent, they try to do unauthorized activities, and they try it for personal gain. Another important aspect to remember is that a black hat hacker will always try to hide their identity. They will spoof their online digital identity by masking it, by spoofing their IP addresses, MAC addresses, and try to remain anonymous on the network. A white hat hacker, on the other hand, is also an ethical hacker or a security analyst who's an individual who will do exactly the same thing that a black hat hacker would do, minus the malicious intent, plus the intent of helping the organization identifying the flaws and remedying them so that nobody else can misuse those vulnerabilities. So they are authorized to act on the company's behalf. They are authorized to do that activity which would help the company identify those flaws and thus help the company mitigate those flaws, improving on their security posture. So these kind of security experts or ethical hackers would help organizations defend themselves against unauthorized attacks. Grey hat hackers is a blend of both white hat and black hat hackers. So here they can work defensively and offensively both. They can accept contracts from organizations to increase their security posture. At the same time, they can also get themselves involved in malicious activities towards other organizations to personally gain or benefit from them by doing unauthorized activity. Script kiddies are people who are technically not much aware about what hacking is. They rely on existing tools that have been created by other hackers. They have no technical knowledge of what they're doing. It's just a hit or miss for them. So they just get their hands on a tool. They try to execute those tools. If the hack works, it works. Otherwise, it doesn't. So these people are basically who are noobs or newbies who are trying to learn hacking, or just people who with malicious intent who just want to have some fun or trying to impress people around. Then we have the nation or the state-sponsored hackers. As the name suggests, these hackers are sponsored by their government. Now, this may not be a legitimate job, but most of the governments do have hackers enrolled in their on their organizations to spy on their enemies, to spy on various countries and try to figure out the aspirations of those countries. So this is basically a spying activity where you're technically trying to get access to other countries' resources and then try to spy on them to figure out what their activities have been or what their future plans have been. And then we have the hacktivists, who is an individual who has a political agenda to promote, and they promote it by doing hacking. So these guys, what is the difference between a black hat hacker and a hacktivist? The black hat hacker may try to hide their identity. A hacktivist will claim responsibility of what they have done. So for them, it's a political agenda, a political cause, and they will try to hack various organizations to promote their cause. They would probably do this by defacing the website and posting the messages that they want to promote on these websites. So what exactly is ethical hacking then? We have discussed the types of hackers. We have identified a malicious hacker as a black hat hacker with the intent of doing harm to an organization's network for personal gain. We have discussed what the ethical hacker is. So an ethical hacker would be doing the same activity but in an authorized manner. So they would have legal contracts that they would be signing with the organization, which would give them a definite scope of what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do. And the ethical hackers would function within those scopes, would try to execute those test scenarios where they would be able to identify those flaws or those system vulnerabilities, and then they would be submitting a report to the management of what they have found. They would also help the management to mitigate or to resolve those weaknesses so that nobody else can misuse them later on. They might use the same techniques and the same tools that black hat hackers do. However, the main difference here is that these guys are authorized to do that particular activity. They're doing it in a controlled manner with the intent of helping the organization and not with the intent of personal gains. So who's an ethical hacker? Again, an ethical hacker is a highly intelligent, highly educated person who knows how computers function, how programming languages work, how operating systems work. They can troubleshoot. They're technically very adept at computing. They understand the architecture. They understand how various components in a computer work. They can troubleshoot those components, and they can basically be very good with programming as well. Now, when I say programming, we don't want an ethical hacker to be a good developer of applications. We want them to understand programming in such a way that they can create scripts. They can write their own short programs like viruses, worms, trojans, or exploits which would help them achieve the objective that they have set out for. So here you can see the ethical hacker. They are individuals who perform a security assessment of their companies with the permission of concerned authorities. So what is a security assessment? A security assessment is finding out the exact security posture of the organization by identifying what security controls are in place, how they've been configured, and if there are any gaps in the configurations themselves. So an organization will hire an ethical hacker. They would give the ethical hacker the information about what information is or what security controls, what firewalls, what IDSS, IPSS, intrusion detection or intrusion prevention systems, antiviruses are already in place, and then they will ask the ethical hacker to figure out a way to bypass these mechanisms and see if they can still hack the organization. What is the need of an ethical hacker? The need of an ethical hacker is proactive security. The ethical hacker would identify all the existing flaws in an organization and try to resolve those flaws to help secure the organization from black hat hackers. So ethical hackers would prevent hackers from cracking into an organization's network by securing the organization, by improving on their security on a periodic basis. And they would also try to identify system vulnerabilities, network vulnerabilities, or application level vulnerabilities that would have been missed or have already been missed, and then try to figure out a way of plugging them or resolving them so that they cannot be misused by other hackers. They would also analyze and enhance an organization's security policies. Now, what are policies? Policies are basically documents that have been created by an organization of rules that all the employees need to follow to ensure that the security of an organization is maintained. For example, a password policy. A password policy would help users in an organization to adhere to the standards the organization has identified for a password complexity. For example, a password, when a user is creating them, should adhere to standards where they are using random words. They contain the alphabet A through Z, uppercase and lowercase, 0 through 9 as numerics, and special characters, and they are randomized so that the password becomes more stronger to prevent from brute force attacks. So what would an ethical hacker do at this point in time? They would try to test the strength of the passwords to see if brute force attacks or dictionary attacks are possible, and if any of these passwords can be cracked. They would ensure that all the employees are following the policies and all the passwords are as secured as the policies want them to be. If there are any gaps in the policies or the implementation of the policy, it is the ethical hacker's responsibility to identify those gaps and warn the organization about it. Similarly, they would also try to protect any personal information, any data that is owned by the organization that is critical for the functioning of the organization, and they will try to protect it from falling into the hacker's hands. Now, what are the skills that are required of an ethical hacker? These are the following skills. So first and foremost, they should have good knowledge with operating systems such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Mac. Now, when we say knowledge about operating systems, it's not only about how to use those operating systems, but how to troubleshoot those operating systems, how these operating systems work, how these operating systems need to be configured, how can they be secured. For example, securing an operating system is not only installing a firewall and an antivirus, but you need to configure permissions on an operating system of what users are allowed to do and what users are not allowed to do. For example, limiting the installation of applications. How are we going to do that? We need to go into the system center, the security center of Windows, and we need to configure security parameters over there of what are acceptable softwares and what are not. Same with Linux and Mac softwares, operating systems. So we need to know how we can secure these operating systems. Similarly, all of these would have desktop versions and server versions of operating systems. As an ethical hacker, we need to know the desktop and server versions both, how to configure them and how to provide services within the organization on these servers so that they can be consumed in a secure manner by all the employees. At the same time, they should also be knowledgeable of programming languages or scripting languages such as PHP, Python, Ruby, HTML for programming, if you will, because web servers come into the picture. So again, they should not be great developers where they can create huge applications, but they should be able to develop scripts, understand those scripts, analyze those scripts, and figure out what the output should be of those scripts to achieve the hacking goals that they have set out for. An ethical hacker should have a very good understanding about networking. No matter whether you're in application security, you're in network security, or you're in host-based security, since a computer will always be connected to a network, either a local area network like a LAN or the internet, we should know how networking works. We should know the 7 layers of the OSI model. We should know which protocols work on those 7 layers. We should identify the TCP/IP model and how a OSI model can be mapped to the TCP/IP model. We should understand how TCP and UDP work, how each and every protocol is crafted, how they are supposed to behave for us to analyze and understand any network-based attacks. We should be very good in security measures. So we should know where those vulnerabilities would lie, what are the latest exploits available in the market, and we should be able to identify them. We should be able to know the techniques and the tools of how to deal with security, how to analyze security, and then how to implement security to enhance it as well. Along with that, it is important that a security analyst or ethical hacker is aware of the local security laws and standards. Why is that? Because an organization cannot do any illegal activity. Whatever responses that they have, whatever security mechanisms, whatever security controls they will implement, they need to be adhering to the local law of the land. They should be legal in nature and should not cause undue harm to any of the employees or any of the third-party clients that they are dealing with. So the ethical hacker should be aware of what security laws are before they implement security controls, or even before they start testing for security controls. And all of these should be backed up by having a global certification or a globally valid certification related to networking, related to security, ethical hacking, the law of the land, anything and everything. Maybe even programming. It's good to have a certification in PHP, Perl, Python, Ruby, and so on and so forth. Why? Because most of the organizations, when they hire ethical hackers, look out for these certifications, especially globally valid certifications, so that they can be sure, or they can be assured that the person that they are hiring has the required skill set. So let's talk about a few of the tools that an ethical hacker would utilize in their testing scenarios. To be honest, there are hundreds of tools out there. What you see on the screen are just a few examples of them. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. What is a vulnerability scanner? It is an automated tool that is designed to identify vulnerabilities within hosts, within operating systems, within networks. So they come with their ready-made databases of all the vulnerabilities that have already been identified, and they scan the network against that database to find out any possible flaws or any possible vulnerabilities that currently exist on the host or the operating system or on the network. Similarly, there would be application scanners like Acunetics or Arachne that would help you scan applications and identify flaws within those applications as well. Now, all of these are automated tools. The essence of ethical hacker is when these tools churn out the reports, the ethical hacker can understand these reports, analyze them, identify the flaws, and then craft their own exploits or use existing exploits in a particular manner so that they can get access, or they can bypass the access security controls mechanisms that are already in place. How can they do that? With the tool called Metasploit. You see that big M there on the right hand side? That M logo is for a tool called Metasploit, which is a penetration testing tool. What is a penetration testing tool? It is that tool that will allow an ethical hacker to craft their exploits or choose their exploits for the vulnerabilities that have been identified by Nessus. Since we are interacting with computers, we will always be interacting using tools, right? So the first tool, Nessus, identifies the flaws and the possible list of vulnerabilities. We do a penetration test using Metasploit to validate those flaws and to verify that those flaws actually exist, and try to figure out the complexity of those flaws. And that's where Metasploit helps us do that. Wireshark would be used in the background while we are doing both the activities using Nessus or Metasploit to keep a track of what packets are being sent and received on the network, which will help us analyze those packets. So whenever I run a Nessus scanner, I would run a Wireshark in the background. It will capture the data packets, and I can go through those data packets and analyze that data packets to identify what Nessus is actually trying to do. Similarly, when I try to attack a machine using exploit on Metasploit, I will keep on Wireshark running in the background to capture the data packets that have been sent and the responses that I've received from the victim, so that I can also go through those packets and analyze the responses and analyze the attack, whether it was successful, to what extent was it successful, and basically will also give me a validation, a proof of the activity that has happened. Nmap is another automated tool that allows me to scan for open ports and protocols. So why would I use Nmap? Because ports and protocols become an entry point for a hacker to gain access to devices. For example, when we connect to a web server, we connect through a web browser, but we automatically connect to port 80 using HTTP and port 443 is using HTTPS. So if I'm connecting to a web server using HTTPS, it is safe to assume that port 443 on the web server is open to accept those connections. Similarly, there would be other services that may be left open on the web server because nobody thought about configuring it, or they misconfigured the web server and they left unwanted services running. So Nmap will allow me to scan those ports and services and allow me to understand what services are being offered on that server, so then I can start analyzing that server, identify those flaws within those services, and then try to attack them. If the application that I'm analyzing is connected to a database and I want to do a SQL injection attack, or if Nessus tells me that there is a SQL injection attack that may be possible on that particular application, I can use an automated tool called SQL Map or SQL Map that would allow me to automatically craft all the queries that are required for a SQL injection attack and help me do that attack at the same time. So here I do not have to manually create my own queries. The SQL map tool would automatically create them for me. What I would do is I would use Nessus to identify that particular flaw. If Nessus reports that flaw, I would then go use the tool SQL map, configure it to attack that particular web server, and when I fire off the tool, it will then automatically start directing queries, SQL injection queries to the database to see if those databases are vulnerable, and if yes, what data can be retrieved from those databases. So all of these tools in a nutshell would help me hack networks, applications, operating systems, and host devices. And this is what an ethical hacker does. They use these kind of tool sets, they identify what attacks they need to do, they identify the right tool for that particular attack, and they write their exploits, they create those attacks, and then they start attacking, analyze the response, and then give a report to the management, providing them feedback about how the attack was created or crafted, what was the response to that attack, and whether the attack was successful or not. If successful, they would also give recommendations of what to do to prevent these attacks from happening in the future. So when we are doing these attacks, or when we want to launch these attacks, what is the process that we would follow? So there are 6 steps that we would do as an ethical hacker. If you're just a hacker, you probably wouldn't do the 6th step, which is a reporting step. So the first step that would be done is the reconnaissance phase, which is the information gathering phase, which is very important from an ethical hacker's perspective or a hacker's perspective. Because if I want to attack someone or something as a digital device, I need to know what I'm attacking. I need to know the IP address of the device, the MAC address of those devices. I need to know the operating system, the build or the version of that operating systems, applications on top, the versions of those applications, so I know what I'm attacking. For example, if I want to attack a server, I assume it's a Windows-based server and I use a particular tool to attack it, but it actually turns out to be a Linux-based server, my attacks are going to be unsuccessful. So I need to focus my attack based on what is there at the other end. So in my information gathering phase, I want to identify all of that information. Once I have that information done, I'm going to scan those servers using tools like Nmap that we just talked about, and we're going to try to see the open ports, open services, and protocols that are running on that server that can give me possible entry points within the network or within the device or within the operating system. At the same time, along with the scanning with Nmap, I would run a vulnerability scanner, the Nessus vulnerability scanner we talked about, or Acunetics for applications, and then I would try to identify vulnerabilities in those applications, operating systems, or networks. Once I have identified those vulnerabilities in the scanning phase, I would then move on to the gaining phase, where I would then craft my exploits or choose existing exploits and start attacking the victim. At this point in time, if my attack is successful, I will probably have gained access by either cracking passwords or escalating privileges or exploiting a vulnerability that I may have found during the scanning phase. Once I have gained my access, I want to maintain my access. Why? Because the vulnerability may not be there for long. Maybe somebody updated the operating system and hence the flaw was no longer existing, or somebody changed the password that I may have cracked, thus I no longer have access. So what do I do to maintain my access? I install Trojans or backdoor entries to those systems using which I can secretly, in a covert manner, get access to those devices at my own will, at my own time, as long as those devices are available over the network. So that's where I maintain my access. I have hacked them. Now I want to maintain my access, so I install a software which would give me a backdoor entry to that device no matter what. Once I have done this, I want to clear my tracks. So whatever activity that I've been doing, for example, installing a Trojan. A Trojan is also a software that would create directories and files once installed on the victim's machine. So I want to hide that. If I have accessed data stores, if I have modified data, I want to hide that activity, because if the victim comes to know that something has happened, they would start increasing their security parameters. They might start scanning their devices. They may take them offline. Thus, my hack would no longer be efficient. The reason I'm clearing my tracks is that the victim doesn't find out that they have been hacked or they have been compromised, or even if they do find out that they've been compromised, they cannot trace the compromise back to me. So I would be deleting references of any of the IP addresses or MAC addresses that I may have used to attack that particular device. And this is where I will be able to identify where those logs were created, where those traces are. Once I take off those traces, the victim would not be any wiser of whether they have been compromised or who compromised their system. And if I am successful at all of these stages, or to whatever extent the success that I've achieved in any of these stages, I would then create a report based on that, and I would report to the management about the activities that we have been able to do and whatever we have been able to achieve out of those activities. For example, we identified 10 different flaws. There were 20 different attacks that we wanted to do. What attack did we do? What was the outcome of that attack? What was the intended or the expected output of that attack? I'll create a report which would give a detailed analysis of all the steps that were taken, along with screenshots and evidences of what activity was conducted, what was the output, what was the expected output, and I would submit that report to the management, giving them an idea of what vulnerabilities and flaws exist in their environment or their devices that need to be mitigated so that the security can be enhanced. So these are the 6 steps that the ethical hacking process would take. Just going through this, the reconnaissance is where you're going to use hacking tools like Nmap, HPing to obtain information about targets. There are hundreds of tools out there depending on what information you want. Then in scanning, again, Nmap, Nexpose, these kind of tools to be utilized to identify open ports, protocols, and services. In gaining access, you're going to exploit a vulnerability by using the Metasploit tool that we talked about in the previous slides. In the maintaining access, you're going to install backdoors. You can use Metasploit at the same time. You can craft your own scripts to create a Trojan and install it on the victim's machine. Once you have achieved that, clearing tracks is where you're going to clear all evidences of your activity so that you do not get caught or the victim doesn't even realize that they have been hacked. And once you've done all of this, we are going to create reports that are going to be submitted to the management to help them understand the current security evaluation of their organization. So now let's see how we can hack using social engineering. Now, what is social engineering? Social engineering is the art of manipulating humans into revealing confidential information which they otherwise would not have revealed. So this is where your social skill and your people skills come into the picture. If you are able to communicate effectively to another person, they would probably give up more information that they intended to give out. Let's look at examples, right? If you see on the screen, phishing activity. What is phishing? We receive a lot of fake mails on a regular basis. We have always received those emails where we have won a lottery of a few $1 million, but we have never realized that we didn't purchase a lottery to win a lottery in the first place. We have always had those Nigerian frauds where a prince died in some South African country and you out of 7 billion people on the planet have been identified where they want to transfer a few $100 million through your account and they want to give you 50% of that money in return as thank you. So some very basic attacks where you go onto websites and there's a banner flashing at you saying congratulations, you're the 1 millionth visitor to this website, click here to claim your prize. All of these are social engineering attacks, phishing attacks, fake websites, fake communications being sent out to users to prey on their gullibility. Most of humans always have that dream of striking it rich, winning a huge lottery once and for all, and living their life lavishly ever after. But sadly, in the real world, that doesn't happen that often. And if you're receiving those mails, it is very important that you first research the validity of those communications before you even want to act upon them. So why are humans susceptible to social engineering? Because humans have emotion. Machines do not. Try pleading with a machine to give you access to an account that you have forgotten a password to. The machine wouldn't even know what you're doing. Try pleading with a human, sympathy or empathy, where you could try to create a social engineering attack where you can plead with them saying, if I do not get access to this account immediately, I might lose my job. And then that would put my family into problems. Somebody would feel empathy or sympathy towards you and help you reset that password and give you access to that account. It's how good the attack is and how convincing you are for the success of this attack to happen. So what is a familiarity exploit? Attackers interact with victims to gain information which will benefit the attackers to crack credentials. As passwords, if we want to reset our passwords, what do we have as a mechanism to resetting passwords? We have some security questions that we set up. Those questions are nothing but personal information that we would know, but through a social engineering attack, it would be easily be able to gather the information that you have set for your security questions. The security questions can be as simple as the first school that you attended. You probably have that listed on your LinkedIn profile, where a person can just go in there and see your academic qualifications and identify the school that you were in, right? Similarly, it might also be a question, what was your mother's maiden name? That's a very good attack. And that's, if a person can interact with you, let's say they're trying to take a survey and they approach you for a feedback on a particular product that you have been utilizing and they ask you these questions, you wouldn't think twice before giving those answers. As long as the request sounds legitimate to us, we are able to justify that request, we do answer those queries. So it's upon us to verify the authenticity of the request coming in before we answer it.
Phishing, as discussed, would be fraudulent emails which appear to be coming from a trusted source. So email spoofing comes into mind, fake websites, and so on and so forth. Exploiting human curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, right? So there's so many physical attacks where hackers just keep pen drives lying around in a parking lot. Now this is a generic attack. Whoever falls victim will fall victim. So if I just throw around a few USBs in the parking lot, obviously with Trojans implemented on them, some people who are curious or who are looking for a couple of freebies might take up those pen drives, plug them in their computers to see what data is on the pen drives. At the same time, once they plug in those pen drives on their computers, the virus or the Trojan would get infected and cause harm to their machine. Then exploiting human greed. We just talked about the Nigerian frauds and the lotteries, those kind of attacks, the fake money-making gimmicks. Now, basically, this is where you prey upon the person's greed kicking in, and they are clicking on those links in order to get that money that has been promised to them in that email. So one of the safest mechanism to keep data private and to keep yourself secure is using encryption. Now, encryption can happen through cryptography. What is cryptography? Cryptography is the art of scrambling data using a particular algorithm so that the data becomes unreadable to the normal user. The only person with the key to unscramble that data would be able to unscramble it and make sense out of that data. So we're just making it unreadable or non-readable by using a particular key or a particular algorithm, and then we're going to send the key to the end user. The end user using this same key would then decrypt that data. If anybody compromises that data while it is being sent over the network, since it is encrypted, they would not be able to read it. So the encryption algorithm would be something like this. Now, if you see the computer word once made into unreadable format would look like EQORXVGT. For an end user, it wouldn't make any sense, but the person who has a key to unscramble that would be able to convert it back to computer and then understand the meaning of that word. So this is just a substitution cipher that is being shown on the screen. So what is the alphabet? The key is alphabet plus 3. So C plus 3 alphabets, that becomes E. O becomes Q. M becomes O. So the key that is utilized to scramble the data is the character that you are at. The third character from there would be the corresponding key. So the encrypted message is also known as a cipher. The decryption is just the other way around, where you know the key now and you can now figure out what that E corresponded to by going back 3 characters in the alphabet. Most of the times a certified ethical hacker must decrypt a message without knowing the secret key. So let's say a ransomware has affected your organization or has affected a device, and you want to figure out or you want to decrypt that data. Now, as an ethical hacker, you wouldn't be for paying a ransom to the hacker, would you? So it is now your prerogative of how you're going to work around and how you're going to try to crack the encryption mechanism, how to crack the cipher to decrypt that message and see what's within it, right? Decryption without the use of a secret key, that is known as a cryptanalysis. Cryptanalysis is the reversing of an algorithm to figure out what the decryption was without using a key. So cryptanalysis can be done using various formats. The first one is a brute force attack, second is a dictionary attack, the third one is a rainbow table attack. A brute force attack is trying every combination, permutation and combination of the key to figure out what the key was. It is 100% successful, but may take a lot of time. A dictionary attack is where you have created a list of possible encryption mechanisms, a list of possible cracks, and then you try to figure out whether those cracks work or not. Rainbow tables are where you have an encrypted text in hand and you're trying to figure out the similarities between the text that you have and the encrypted data that you wanted to decrypt in the first place. So in the brute force attack, you're trying every possible combination, permutation of what the key would be. In dictionary attack, you have a word list that would tantamount to the key, and if you're trying to match all the words listed in the text file or the word list to see if any of those words are going to work to decrypt that data. Here in the rainbow table, the ciphertext is compared with another ciphertext. You find out similarities and then you try to work or reverse engineer your way accordingly. So let's have a quick demo on cryptography before we end this session. So to begin with the demo of cryptography, we are on a website called spammimic.com, which will help us scramble the message that we created into a completely format which would be unrelated to the topic at hand. So if I say I want to encode a message, turn a short message into spam. So what this does is, you want to send across a secret message, you type in the secret message. a short one, it will convert that into a spam mail. You send it across, so whoever's reading that spam mail would never get an idea of the embedded message within it. So if I want to type in a message here, hi, this is a secret message, the password is ASD@1234, and I want to send this out to people or to one of my colleagues, but I want to send it out in a secret manner so that others are not aware of this. So when I press on encode, what the algorithm will do is it will convert this message into a spam mail. So my message, hi, this is a secret message, the password is @1234 or ASD@1234, gets converted into this. Now if you read it, dear e-commerce professional, this letter was specially selected to be sent to you. This doesn't make sense. There is nowhere or no reference to the actual message that I've already said. So if I copy this entire message and I send it, let's say via email, to the recipient. Now the thing is that the recipient needs to know that I've encoded it using spam mimic. The algorithm needs to remain the same. So once they know that it is spam mimic, what they can do is, now in this instance what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new browser and I'm going to go to the same website. And at this point in time, I'm going to click on decode. When I click on decode, I'm going to paste the message that I've just copied. There we are. And this message is now being copied into a different browser. And if I decode this, you will see that it will convert it back to the original message that there was. So the key is there at spam mimic, and it is embedded within the message. So whenever we paste the message in the decode factor, it knows what the key was and it can decrypt that message and give me the actual message that was embedded within it. There we are, the entire message. This is what we created in the Google Chrome browser, and in the Firefox browser we decoded. Similarly, if I want to protect these kind of messages, there is an aspenencrypt.com website where, let's say, we use text encryption and I want to encrypt the same message. This is a secret message. The password is ASD@1234, and then I give it a password to protect this message, let's say the word password, and I use the cipher to scramble this by using, let's say, AES, which is the strongest cipher right now, and I say encrypt. So this is what the encryption would look like. And basically if I don't have the password over here, if I decrypt it, you would see that the error has occurred. Now if I type in the password over here and then decrypt it, it will be able to convert that back into the unscrambled text, and it will give me what the original message was. This is a secret message. The password is ASD@1234. So if I want to keep my data secure from hackers, I want to scramble it in such a way that they would not be able to crack it, or it would be very difficult for them to crack it. And this is one of the first mechanisms that would be recommended by any ethical hacker to keep the data secure. Now let's talk about downloading and installing Kali Linux. Along with that, we'll also be looking at the basic commands that are required for Kali Linux. Alright, so I've opened my browser and we want to go to the Kali website. So we want to go to kali.org. You can directly type in kali.org and go to the website. I can just do a Google search and say Kali download, and it will give you the same website, but it will directly take you to the downloads pages. So either here or you can go to the home page. Cookies are being installed on your machine, so see which cookies you want to allow. I'm only going to use the necessary cookies to support this site, and you can see that this gives you the latest Kali Linux news and tutorials, gives you the latest release, what is in that release, and gives you a lot of documentation which will help you understand what tools have been developed and what functionality has been given in the latest version. If you want to download, you can directly go here and you can download Kali Linux. Now, Kali Linux is a 2.6 gigabyte download, so it's going to take time, the latest version being 2019.4. And we click over here. I'm using a download manager to manage all these huge downloads, and you can see it's pointed to the operating systems folder, and it is going to be a 2.57 GB download. So we click on download, and in the background, you can see this is going to be downloaded, and we're going to minimize this. And it will take a few minutes for that to download, but this is an ISO image, so we need to install it on a virtual machine. So what we need is we need to use a hypervisor which will allow us to create virtual machines. So we can either use VMware Workstation, which you can download from here. However, this is paid version, so you can see It is around $250 or something for this software, but it is a very good software to have. So if we click on download now, it is going to start the download. It's a 30-day trial period if you want to use it. After 30 days, you'll need to enter the key, which you'll get after purchasing the software. If you do not want to utilize this, the free version that you have, you can either download VMware Player, but there are some limitations for VMware Player that you might want to look at. You want to compare these products before you want to purchase them, right? Otherwise, you can download Oracle VirtualBox, which is a free hypervisor. It's not as robust as VMware Workstation, but it does the trick, right? So the free version 6.1 is free, and you can then create your own virtual machines over there and install operating systems on them. What I I already have a VMware Workstation installed, so I'm just going to open that up. And that's my VMware Workstation. As you can see, I already have a lot of virtual machines created over here. What we are going to do is we are going to configure a virtual machine for the Kali Linux operating system that we are downloading, which should be somewhere here. Let's see, it's at 43%, so halfway there. Till then, let's create the virtual machine. So I click on File, create a new virtual machine. I'm going to customize the machine. So click on Next. This leave it default. We don't want to change that. And then we want to install the operating system later. We don't want to point it out right now. So I'll just click on I will install the operating system later. Click on Next. We want to install Linux. Now in the drop down, you would not see Kali Linux over here. However, you can choose Ubuntu 64-bit. That's what I'm going to choose. There it is. Next. What is the name that we want? I want to give it Kali Linux without the typo. And I want to store it in one of the folders that I've created. By default, it stores on the C drive, which is not a good place to store. You don't want to run out of space on your C drive. So I'm going to click on this PC, and this is my data, and in here I'll have a folder called VirtualBox or Virtual Machines. There it is, within which you can see the other softwares that I already created. I'm going to create a new folder and call it Kali 2019 L. L for is latest for me, because you can see I already have a Kali Linux. So I'm just going to identify this folder with the L at the end. Going to select it and click on OK. You can see the path being changed over here. Click on Next. It's going to ask you how many processors. Now, depending on the processor that you have, you can see I've got an 8-core i7. So if I give it 16 cores or 16 processors, that's not going to work. I cannot go beyond what the physicality already is. So for this machine, one processor with 1 core is more than enough. If you're going to use a lot of tools at the same time, you might just want to give it 2 cores. So we're giving it 2 cores. It will ask us for RAM to be provided for this virtual machine. By default, 2048 megabytes. That's 2 GB of RAM is more than enough. If you require more, we can change this later on. So click on Next. We want to use NAT for now. Leave this default. Next. Whatever is recommended, keep it the way it is. We do not want to change it. Next. Create a new virtual hard disk for this machine. And it is going to ask us the size. 20 GB is more than fine. Store it as a single file. We don't want to use multiple file options. Click on Next. And then click on Browse, where we want to store the VMDK file or the virtual hard disk file. And we go back again to the same folder that we had created, virtual machines. And we look at the Kali Linux, Kali 2019 L, and we want to store the VMDK file over there. Once we save it, we want to click on Next, and then we want to click on Finish. So this is the virtual machine that has been created right here, right? Now, this is the basic configuration. Now, where are we at with the operating system? And you can see the operating system has been downloaded, and it is stored in this particular folder. So we go to E drive. So we are looking for the operating system that we have downloaded. We downloaded it in the operating systems folder. And if we go in here, you can see the current one, the Kali Linux 2019.4 ISO right here. So what we do, we go back to the Kali Linux machine that we have created, edit virtual machine settings, and we point this virtual machine using the CD DVD, and then we point the ISO, the one that we downloaded over here. So we go back to E drive, we go back to OS, and we click on Kali Linux 2019, click on Open. So now when this boots up, it will boot up with this ISO, and then it will allow us to install the operating system. So click on OK. Then we click on Power on this virtual machine. It will start powering on. It will boot to the ISO, and it will start giving us the booting option. So I'm just going to enter the full screen mode over here for this to be better visible. And we don't want the live mode. What we want is we want to use the graphical install. And then we highlight that, we press enter, and you can see the setup starting up. We'll wait for the GUI to pop up. There it is. Which language do we want? For now, we want English. click on continue. Where are we located? Click on continue. And the configure your keyboard. We want the US keyboard, American English. Continue. It is going to detect the hardware. So as you can see on the screen, it's attempting auto configuration for most of these settings. The network with DHCP, it has identified the network cards, hardware like the processor that has been provided. Now it is asking for a host name. We're going to leave it at default. We're going to click on continue. Domain name, I'm not joining this into a domain as yet. This is going to be a standalone machine, so I can leave this blank. Click on continue. Now it is going to configure the network. It is asking for a password at this point in time, the root password. Type in any password that you want. Ensure that you remember the password. Now by default, the username for the account is the word root. We are just creating the password for the root account. And then we want to click on continue. Setting up the clock, looking at the hard disks. Now here it asks us, do we want to use the entire disk, the 20 GB virtual hard disk that we had provided, or do we want to give it a manual configuration or a guided one where we want encryption and a logical volume management coming into the picture. We're just going to use the first option, guided use entire disk. Don't worry, it's only going to use the virtual disk that we had created. Click on continue. It will give us that it's a 21.5 GB VMware virtual disk that we had. And click on continue. All files in one partition, that's what we want, recommended for new users, whatever it is. We don't want to change these folders. Continue. And this is what we have configured. Once we click on continue, it is going to say, are you sure you want to make these changes? Click on yes. Click on continue, and it will start installing Kali Linux on your device. Now this is going to take a few minutes for the installation to work. Alright, so that's the installation that's completed. Now it's asking us to configure a package manager. A network mirror can be used to supplement the software that is included on the installation media. This may also make newer versions of software available. Do you want to use a network mirror? We can click no for now and then click on continue. Now this is going to install the grub bootloader. This might take a few minutes as well. Install the grub loader to the master boot record. Yes. Click on continue. Click the hard disk that we have just utilized. This is the one. Click on continue. It will install the grub bootloader, running through the last phases of the installation. And now it says the installation is complete. We want to click on continue, finishing the installation, and then it will do a reboot. Alright, and you can see this is starting up. So we are going to you just wait out the boot, and now it started the booting sequence. Just going to maximize the screen. And you can see it's asking me for the password. This is the one that we created. Now that's not the password, that's the username, that's the root, and the password that we had created at that point in time. And then click on login. And this is your screen. Now what we need to do here is we need to install VMware tools, which will help us manage the screen and help the virtual machine to be a little bit better integrated on the system. So that's not mounted yet, so we're just waiting for it to mount. There it is. And what we want to do here is open VMware Tools Upgrader. Alright, so what we want is we want to extract, or we want to use this OpenX archiver, and once we do that, we'll see the VMware install.pl. Double click on that. Alright, we've got the VMware tools here. What I've done is we have extract to, and I've extracted that on the desktop, right? So what we just did was click on the desktop over here, open, and this is what it will do. And click on extract. Now the error is happening because I've already extracted this. Open this up. We want to run this VMware install.pl. So what do? We open up the terminal window, which is the command line interface over here. And now this is where some of the commands come into the picture. So for example, pwd, it will show us the present working directory. ls will show us the list of the folders that are there. So the folder that we have is on our desktop. So we'll just change directory to desktop, press enter, do an ls, that will show us the list, and you can see VMware tools distrib. That's the folder that we have right here. Right, so we want to go into that folder, cd VMware. At this point, you can just click on tab and it will populate everything over there. Press enter, do an ls, and we want the VMware -install.pl to be executed. Alright, so we tried executing that command. We had an error over there. So what we need to do is we need to execute this command. So /VMware -install.pl, and it will start creating. Now it will ask you for your input installing VMware tools. In which directory do you want to install the binary files? By default it is going to use /usr/bin. If I just press enter, it is going to use the default. As you can see, the input over here. What directory do you want the init directories? I'm just going to press keep on pressing enter for the defaults to come in. This part does not exist. It is going to create it. Default yes, defaults everywhere, and then it tries to start initializing it to maximize the screen, and this is where it is installing. And you can see by just installing that, it automatically adjusted the screen, and now we got a full screen of Kali Linux right here. Right, and that is what VMware Tools does for us once we have installed the operating system. And now you can see the entire screen. On here you will see the tool sets that are given here. Now, why are we using Kali Linux in the first place? Because this comes in with a bundle of thousands of softwares that are ready to be utilized for ethical hacking. Right, and they have been categorized over here for information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, and so on and so forth. So you can see from forensics onwards, reporting tools, and as you scroll down, you can see your development tools, graphics coming in, internet, and the system configuration coming into the picture. These are your settings for your operating system. So these are basically your tools. We are right now in the favorites. If I click on information gathering, you will see that other tools for information gathering start appearing over here. For vulnerability analysis, we have got Sparta, Nmap, fuzzing tools, web application analysis, we have got comics, Kipfish, SQL map, database assessments, password attacks, and so on and so forth. So if you just go in the favorites, this was the terminal emulator that we utilized. This is the command line that we saw. We used the cd command. We use the pwd command. We did the ls command as well to give us the list of the directory that we are in. Similarly, there would be commands like cat. So let's go to cd downloads. Let's see what's there. You can see this case sensitive. So if I type in a capital D and then do a tab ls, there's nothing over here on download. So cd ... will take us back one directory. Now you can see we are back from downloads to root. If I want to go to desktop, this is how I go to desktop. Do a ls, you can see the VMware tools folder over there, cd VMware tools, and we go into that folder ls, where it will give us the list of all those files. Now you can see install is a file that we had edited back then. So if I do a cat install, you will see the cat basically is the command that will help us look at the contents of the file, all right, without opening up the file or without editing the file. So you can see just if I scroll up, this is where we gave the cat command. It then printed the contents of the file over here, and then it exited and gave me back to the command line right here. Right, now if I want to copy this, cp root desktop VMware install, and if you want to copy it to root downloads and press enter. Now what we are going to do is we are going to see if this file, the install file that we just edited over here, has been copied to the downloads folder. So we are currently in the VMware on the desktop VMware tools district folder. We do a cd ... that takes us down one directory. So we are still in the desktop. Do a cd ... Now you can see we are back in the root, and now we are going to do a cd downloads, do an ls, and you can see the copied file right here. So if I do a cat install, you can see the same content of that file coming in. So these are some of the commands that we would need to learn as we go ahead. The remove command is, let's say we've got install, we do a man rm. Man is the manual page command that gives us the pages with the description of how that particular command is to be utilized. So rm is remove files or directories. Synopsis, the description, the options, -f for force, -i for prompt, -capital I prompt once before removing more than 3 files, and so on and so forth. If you want to exit this, you can press Q to exit, and you come back to this page. So if I say rm install ls, you will see that the install file has now been deleted. So in Windows we use the del command. In Linux it is the rm command. So this is what we wanted to look at, the demo for Kali Linux, how to download it, how to install it, and some of the basic commands that we can utilize. Alright, let's begin with the phishing tutorial. We have the Kali Linux operating system booted up over here. What we are going to do is we are going to open up a tool called SET, Social Engineering Toolkit, which you would find in this option, and that's the tool that we want. It's a command line tool, a menu driven tool. We are going to host a fake Facebook page, and we can see how we can harvest credentials by this kind of an attack. So these are some disclaimers you might want to go through there. Do you want to agree to the terms of service? Yes. Press enter. And that's your social engineering toolkit. And we are talking about a phishing attack which comes under the social engineering attack. So like I said, it's a menu driven tool. So we just have to look at these options and then just type in the number of the option that we want. So we want to do a social engineering attack. So I type in 1. Press enter. In that it is asking me whether I want a spear phishing attack, a website attack vector. We are going to choose a second option. So I type in 2, press enter, and then it asks me what I want to do. I want to take the third option here, credential harvester attack methodology, and we want to do the third attack. Now it is asking whether we want to use the in-house website templates that it already has, or do we want to clone a site, or do we have a customized site that we have prepared that we want to migrate into this tool. If you're going to do the site cloning option, so we're going to type in 2, press enter, and then it is going to ask me the IP address where it wants to capture and store the credentials. By default, this is the IP address that I'm using, so if I leave it blank, it will take my default IP address. So I'm just going to press enter, and now it is asking me the URL to clone. So I type in https://facebook.com. What it is going to do, it is going to connect online, and it is now it has cloned the website, Facebook login.php. The best way to use this attack is if the username and password form are in the same field or the same page. Regardless, this captures all posts on a website. So you may need to copy ** into HTML depending on where your directory structure is. Press return if you understand what we are saying here. So press enter. The social engineering toolkit credential harvest attack is running on port 80. Information will be displayed to you as it arrives. So the site was 71.134, right? The default IP address, and this is where the website is being hosted. Let's check that out. So let me open up a browser on my host machine, and let me point it to the Kali Linux machine that we have just created, 192.168.71.134, and you should see a login to Facebook coming up right here. Looks genuine. It is genuine because we just went online and downloaded this. Let's just have a recap. Let's have an explanation of what we are trying to do. I am trying to host fake Facebook page on my server which has an embedded script in it which is going to do credential harvesting. So the attack here is, let's say if I'm now hosted this, I can craft a fake email, send it across to a victim saying your Facebook account has seen some unforeseen activity, create a hyperlink using HTML coding. Within that, click here to access your account and verify that the account is secured. And when they click on that link, they will be redirected to my fake page, which is here. You can see the IP address is my virtual machine's IP address, but I'm seeing a Facebook login page, and I'm going to type in someone@somewhere.com, and the password I'm just going to type in the regular ones that I use. And if you see it, when we typed in the username and password, the page just refreshed and gave us the login page again. But now if you look at the URL, I'm actually on Facebook's login page, which is exactly the same that I was hosting. So a layman wouldn't probably figure out they've been hacked by now. They just would figure out, okay, they probably typed in the incorrect password and the page refresh or something like that, and they're just going to log in and they're actually going to access the Facebook page. Thus, they might not even realize that something went wrong. But if I go back to my virtual machine, you can see that it has captured some data and it is reporting over here of what has happened. So if I just scroll up, let's see what happened here and if we have been able to capture anything. So we got a hit printing the output. This does the HTTP 1.1.200. Okay, response coming in, password field found, and we're just looking. There it is. Email someone@somewhere.com, and password that I typed in ASD@1234. So it has captured the username and the password right here. Once we are done, I mean, this is the way attackers work. Now, this is a very basic attack. Again, in the actual trainings, you would then look at how you would host this on a real website, make it a global attack. Right now, it's a virtual machine with a class C IP address. So here, the thought process is, where can we get a free hosting where we can host this kind of sites? Maybe I'll have to purchase a domain which looks like similar to Facebook or the victim that I'm trying to attack. So this is just a POC. So we just wanted to find out if we can, how phishing is done. And this is exactly how it is done, right? So pressing Control C would exit this tool and takes you back to the actual menu. Press 99 to exit, and there it is. Close the window, and that's the phishing practical. After phishing, let's talk about SQL injection. SQL injection stands for structured query language injection, which is a database attack, though it resides within the application. So it's the application vulnerability that we are trying to look at to try to bypass authentication. As the name suggests, a SQL injection vulnerability allows an attacker to inject malicious input into a SQL statement. What is a SQL statement? A query that is used by an application and is fired off to the database. Database executes that query, gets that information that is required, and sends it back to the user if the user is authenticated. So we're going to look at the SQL injection attack demo here. And what we are going to do is we are going to go back to our VMware workstation. And I've got a tool over here called OWASP, Broken Web Application, which is a utility that has been created for people like us to test our skills, to learn on how we can develop our skills further. So this has a lot of vulnerable applications built within it. We're just going to try to access it, and we are going to see if we can create a SQL injection attack. Just waiting for it to boot up. Once it boots up, it will give us an IP address. There we are. So we need to connect to 71.132. So I can just use the same browser I was using, close up Facebook, and now go to 192.168.71.132. And this is the OWASP Broken Web Application project. What we are going to do is we are going to go to Mutility, and this is an application that has a lot of information within it. You can see it gives you links about what you should do, help me, video tutorials, listing of vulnerabilities that they have, and so on and so forth. So you can see we are not logged in right now. I'm just going to do this as a demo. So what we are going to do is we are going to look at this and bypass authentication. So we are taken to the login page where you need a username and password to log in. I'm going to type in test as the username and test as the password. Click on login, and you can see that account does not exist, so the authentication mechanism works. Now what we want to do is we want to create a query. Now what does a query look like? When I type in a username and a password, if I just type in a single quote here, it is going to create an error, and this is what a SQL query looks like. Select username from accounts where username is a single quote, and then the exception error happened, so it's not showing the rest of the query to us. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to craft a query here, single quote, and give it a condition or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. What happens, hyphen space is comments out anything after that. So the password field is being commented out at this point in time, and I'm just giving it a condition where the condition is true. 1 does equal 1. And if this condition is true, it is going to allow me to log in. So you can see right now we are not logged in. This bypasses the authentication mechanism, and you can see user authenticated, and we are now logged in as admin. So in the training, what we need to understand as a whole is how SQL works, what are the queries that are structured with, how you can, what are the testing operators. Now, the single quote that we used, that was an operator in the SQL syntax, what these operators are, how they function, and then how you can leverage these attacks. There are different tools that are given to you in Kali as well that you can utilize. So in Kali Linux, you can just open up a command prompt, and there's a tool called SQL map. You need to give it a particular site. So SQL map -u for the URL and whatever the URL is. Now URL here, and then once you're here, you just press the enter key. This tool will craft all the queries in the background for you. You don't even have to know SQL query or SQL languages. This is a very easy tool to utilize. Sadly, I cannot demo this on a live website because that would be illegal, but you can see how you can operate this yourself. That's what SQL injections are all about. Moving on, we now talk about VPNs, virtual private networks. And a virtual private network is basically a secure network that allows me to anonymize myself over the internet. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting from here to a server that encrypts my channel, encrypts my connection, and thus allows me to keep my data secure. Now, the basic essence of a VPN or a virtual private network is to allow me this encryption mechanism where I can encrypt and safeguard my data. The added advantage that nowadays a VPN gives is that they can allow us to spoof our IP address or obfuscate our IP address so we can actually become anonymous on the internet. It can allow us to use multiple IP addresses and thus secure ourselves on the internet. For example, I use VPN called CyberGhost. And what this allows me to do is it allows me so many servers over here. If you look at the entire list, all the servers, then there are no spy servers, which guarantee me that they are not going to keep and store any logs. And thus, they are not going to record any of the activity that I'm doing. right? Since they are located out of Romania, this becomes a little bit more safer for me because the government and the laws over there are a little bit more relaxed than other countries. They give me different links for torrenting, for streaming, for connection features. So there are a lot of VPNs out there. So for example, let's go to the website cyberghost.com. So you can see there's a sale going on, 76% sale, or you can go on to ExpressVPN, which is also a very good VPN. Then there is NordVPN. It depends on what you want and how you want to utilize it. So just purchasing a VPN or getting a free VPN is not enough. It depends on which country the VPN originates from and which server you're connected to. For example, most of the countries have a pact where they share information amongst themselves even if you're connected to a VPN. That means that these companies that provide these services have to generate and store logs, and these logs have to be reported to the government if they ask for it. Now, if there's a list of 14 countries that actually focuses on this practice, so you have to find out VPN that and a server that is not a part of those 14 countries and ensure that those logs are not going to be reported to the government. And these are 3 VPNs basically are something that which are good, and I personally use CyberGhost. I've used the others. I just keep on rotating them just to get an idea of which one is better. So these are VPNs that can allow you to anonymize yourself on the internet. Moving on, these are the ones that we talked about. There are others: Safer VPN, Hide My Ass, ExpressVPN, and so on and so forth. From our terminologies, let's now talk about VPS. VPS is basically virtual private server, where you can rent a service or server as a service, a virtual machine as a service. So basically on a cloud using infrastructure as a service, you can rent a server and utilize it for whatever activity you want. So let's go to these sites: register.com, GoDaddy, Network Solutions, or we can talk about other cloud solutions as well. So here you can get register your domain names. So in the previous exercise, for let's say when we talked about the phishing exercise, what we want is we can go on to register.com or we can go on to GoDaddy.com and we can purchase a particular domain. For example, something like this. Instead of the O's, I'm typing in a couple of zeros for the Facebook and let's see if anything of that is available. Now, something.photo is available, or facetips.com is available. There are other options that are making over here that they're giving us over here. And once we purchase this, we can then have our own hosting with a web hosting as a service. And we can have a Linux-based hosting or a Windows-based hosting depending on what you want, and that's where your shared hosting comes into the picture. If you just want, if you want to look at a virtual server and you want to rent a server over there itself, you can move on to rackspace.com, and here in your services, you can have physical server or a virtual server in a public cloud. Your other cloud providers, for example, would be Amazon, AWS, and on AWS, you can basically look at EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, which is basically virtual servers in the cloud. And over here, you can rent out a server with whatever capacity you require. You'll obviously have to pay the rent for what those servers are going to cost. But once you have those servers, you can then launch any services on top of it. Looking at other services that we have, we talked about Tor. Tor is a onion routing software that allows users to browse the web anonymously. So we can just go online and we can try to spoof our identity, and I'm going to show you how. So I've got a VMware workstation right here, so we're just going to pull that up and we're going to power on a Windows 7 machine where we're going to look at the onion routing. So our Windows machine has booted up. We're just going to log in, and this is my Windows 7 machine. Now I've got a Chrome browser right here, and we're going to go to a website called seemyip.com, which is going to give the IP address that I'm currently using. So right now I'm not connected to any VPN or anything, and you can see that's my IP address that I'm utilizing. Now, if I want to anonymize myself, what I'm going to do is I am going to use Tor, and that's the Tor browser that's set up right there. If I click on it, it's going to open up the software and it's going to create a new network, and it's going to connect to the Tor network and allow me to anonymize myself. Right, so that's the Tor browser opening up and giving me a new browser over here. So I've got one, which is the old one, which is my current IP address. If I just refresh that, you'll see that I'm still on the same IP address as far as this browser is concerned. There's a refresh and it's still showing me the same IP address. Where if I go on to Tor right now and if I go to seemyip.com, you will see that it is going to give me, and you can see the amount of time it is taking to reach that site. That's because I am using a VPN and there's a lot of encryption running off, and you can see now I'm suddenly connected via Hong Kong. And even to reach this site, what Tor does is it gives me a proxy chain. A proxy chain is where it creates multiple hops to hide my identity, and before I see my IP.com, I am using 3 different IP addresses over here. One in France, one in Germany, and one in Hong Kong. So if I do something over here to trace back my steps to my actual IP address, the law enforcement agencies or anyone who's going to search, like a forensic investigator, would have to go through these IP addresses before they come back to me. Now, it's not impossible, but the effort and time that's going to be taken to come across 3 different countries is going to be phenomenal. So it may just defeat the purpose of having so much resources spent to identify who did what. So that's what Tor does for us. Alright, moving on from Tor, we are going to look at keyloggers. Keyloggers are basically softwares that run in the background and record all the keystrokes of the user. So if I've got a keylogger installed right now, whatever I type will be stored in a text file for the hacker so that they can look at it later on. And just to give you an example of that, we go back to my VMware workstation and we open up another Windows 7 machine. I'm going to power this on, and I'm going to close this one till then. So this virtual machine has booted up. We are going to use user 1, log in as user 1. Just close all these softwares which are not required. And once this machine is booted up, what we're going to do is I'm just going to open up a random websites and see what we're doing. Basically, there's a keylogger that's there in the startup that's going to record our keystrokes. And we just want to see what it actually does. Now, Firefox is getting updated, so let's hold on. Now, this is the latest version of Firefox, right? And we're just going to go to, let's say, facebook.com. Wait for the website to open up. Alright, let's try opening it up again. And that's facebook.com. And we're just going to type in some random username and password someone at somewhere.com, and the password being again ASD@1234 567890. Login, obviously that login is not going to work. User probably doesn't exist, or if it does, the password probably is incorrect. And so we're going to close this. We're going to, let's say, open up another browser window, go to another site, rediff.com, and then go to rediff mail. Try the same thing over here, someone at somewhere.com. Password ASD@12345667, whatever it is. Don't say, we can see the combination is incorrect. Now there's a keylogger running in the background, and what we want is we now want to open up the keylogger. Now it is visible here because I've kept it visible. You can hide it in the start menu, and there's a shortcut key for you to pull it up later on. So this completely becomes invisible. And what it can do is it basically creates a record of whatever you have been doing so far. So you can see these things populating on the 25th of December. So if I look at the visited websites, you can see I opened up Mozilla Firefox, the first where there was a problem loading the page. Then we opened up Facebook. Then we opened up rediffmail.com, and so on and so forth. So it just gives me the list of visited websites. Whereas if I look at keystrokes and clipboard, you will see whatever we have typed in. So we first typed in facebook.com. Then again, the second time I try to type in, then I hit backspace. Then I type in facebook.com. And then you can see I typed in someone at somewhere.com, and in tab ASD@1234567890. We closed up the browser. We opened up a new one, and we went on to rediffmail.com. And then you can see me typing this one, then going back one space, then the rest of what I typed, and then the password coming in. So that's what a keylogger does. If you look at the taskbar, it's not going to show you a keylogger running in the background. It's in the processes, you're not going to see anything at all, but it's going to mask itself as a service. So if you look into the properties, you can see that icon coming in over here, which matches this one. And so you can see that this is masking itself as a service.exe. If this gets hidden as well, it would be very difficult for a user to even identify this. Alright, so that's what a keylogger is. Moving on, let's see what else we want to talk about. So we've talked about Tor, we've talked about keyloggers, and now we want to talk about firewalls. Now, for keyloggers to be prevented, we need antiviruses, right? So we need a good antivirus program that's going to be installed, updated, and run on a regular basis to protect ourselves from malwares. But what about network connections? And you need a firewall and a system to prevent or to detect what kind of connections are going on in the first place. Now, we cannot rely on software 100%. So even if a firewall is not configured properly, that's going to be a problem. So what we need to do is we have to have a firewall, configure it correctly, and then allow and disallow certain activity from happening. And what we're going to do is, I've got such a system on my machine here. I use a software called Glasswire. What it does is it is a network analyzer. So it allows me to analyze whatever is going on. You can see all the apps that I'm utilizing and how much upload and download they have been doing, all the traffic. So you can see the protocols that I'm utilizing. So I come to know what's going on in the background. And this gives me the entire graph of how much I have been doing for the past 24 hours, past 3 hours, past 5 minutes, and so on and so forth. Right, so this is what the activities, and these are the alerts that it has been generating. I can click on those alerts and it will start telling me what it was all about. If the graph doesn't work for me, it gives me usage as well. So how much I have utilized since I've installed this software, right, and what applications have been utilized, which hosts have been connected to, and the traffic type that was utilized. And then the things on my network. So these are the devices that I have currently on my network that have been identified. And then comes the firewall. So on the firewall is clicked on. You see all those services that have been identified, and you can just click on a particular service to lock that service. So this becomes a discovery tool, identifies whatever networking is going on, gives me all that information, and then I can look at and I can just click on any of these services that I find it as malicious and block them. I can create different profiles for different applications as and when I want them. And these are the alerts. So you can see that this was the first time a network connection was looked at from VMware. And what this allows me to do is whenever I execute a file, it can upload it to virustotal.com and scan it as a third-party antivirus to ensure that there is nothing malicious on it. So I already have an antivirus over here, but if this ever gets compromised, I still can rely on a third-party service where in real time when I execute my applications, they would be verified and I would be assured that nothing is wrong with my system. And this software that I'm utilizing, Glasswire Basic, is free, and then there are paid versions as well. It's just glasswire.com is where you're going to find this. Moving on, rootkit. Rootkits are also malicious softwares that you allow an unauthorized user to have access to a computer to restrict areas of its software. Now, a rootkit in a sense is a malicious software that infects a machine and prevents some functionality from it, like hiding data or preventing users from running antiviruses. And it's basically a malicious software that is used to hide information from the victim so that they would not realize that they have actually been compromised. It's going to be a difficult showing of a rootkit, so I cannot show that demo to you. So we're just going to move on, and we are going to talk about ethical hacking techniques now. Now, when we say ethical hacking techniques, we want to look at what kind of audits are available when we want to do ethical hacking. So there's a black box audit, a white box audit, and a gray box audit. So if I'm invited in an organization to conduct a test, to conduct a audit, to conduct a vulnerability assessment or a penetration test, to identify vulnerabilities and then try to plug them out, they are going to give me 3 different variations. In a black box audit, they're not going to tell me about the infrastructure. They're not going to give me any information, and they want me to start from the basics of gathering information, identifying the systems, and based on the information that I gather, whether I'm able to develop any hacks and compromise their infrastructure. So it will be a simulation of a hacker who's sitting outside the organization and trying to find a way in. Whereas a white box audit is where full infrastructure knowledge is given, anything and everything that is required for an audit is given. And this is a simulation of an insider attack, a person sitting inside the organization misusing their permissions and then trying to compromise, trying to get access to data that they do not have access to. So the simulation is from a malicious insider. A gray box is where some partial knowledge is available, and from that partial knowledge, you're going to try to build up more information, and then you're going to try to get access to those resources. What are the tools that we utilize? So we've already had a couple of demos on keyloggers, SQL injection, SQL map, and so on and so forth. Metasploit is a very much used tool for penetration testing, and having knowledge on Metasploit is very much necessary as far as ethical hacking is concerned. Nmap, this is a tool used for network discovery. Nessus, a vulnerability scanner. Wireshark is a packet capturer that allows you to capture packets and analyze whatever is going on. SQL map is something that we have seen, a SQL injection attack tool which generates its own queries. And John the Ripper is a password cracking tool. Backtrack used to be an operating system that was utilized for penetration testing. However, Backtrack has now been replaced by something called Kali Linux, and that's the operating system that we have utilized in all our demos, where we try to look at SQL map and those injection attacks that we did. So what are the areas of ethical hacking? We have just talked about all these areas as well. Network services, we looked at the Glasswire application that showed us how my machine is consuming networks, which protocols are being consumed, how the connections are being created. If somebody is able to install a Trojan on my machine, it is going to try to create a new connection on the network with the hacker to allow that hacker a backdoor access. Now, if I have that Glasswire or a similar firewall implemented, it is this firewall that is going to detect it and prevent that connection from happening. So if I install a software that is suddenly suspicious, or that installs something else in the background that I may not be aware of, that tool is going to identify all the connections that are being made, and it is going to highlight that connection. I need to go through all of those connections and identify whether they are legit or not. And if I find some suspicious or doubtful, I'm going to block that connection, and then I'm going to investigate what's going on. And that's where ethical hacking comes into the picture. You want to find out if your firewall that you have implemented is going to work correctly or not. If the configuration of the firewall is done properly, or if the firewall is misconfigured, is it leaking out information, right? At the same time, you're looking at web applications. We looked at the OWASP broken web application where we did some SQL injection attacks, right? So that was a weakness or a vulnerability in that application, which would allow us to bypass authentication and get access to resources that we were not authorized for. And then client-side attacks would be where you install keylogger at the end of the client system, and then you try to capture whatever data the user is typing in, like usernames and passwords on the Facebook and the rediffmail.com website that we saw, and then try to misuse that information to get access to those resources. Then Wi-Fi networks, right? Wi-Fi is something that we use on a regular basis. We got our smart devices nowadays, smartphones, tablets, phablets, that we can connect to Wi-Fi and start using all our services, our banking applications on our smartphones. And thus we want to ensure that wireless connectivity is simple and is secured. So you want to use encryption mechanisms, you want to use tools on your smartphones, antiviruses, firewalls on your smartphones to ensure that whatever you are utilizing is going to remain secure. And then social engineering, we've looked at the phishing website on facebook.com. We've seen how easy it is to clone websites and host them on Apache server. So if you look at it as from an ethical hacker's perspective, the job of an ethical hacker is to simulate these kind of attacks that a hacker may conduct. And first of all, you're basically going to find out areas where these attacks can happen. Think of it from a hacker's perspective. Try to simulate those attacks and see if those attacks are going to be effective. Can those attacks be prevented? And can your current security controls that you have put in place identify, detect, and prevent these attacks from happening in the first place? And that is what ethical hacking is all about. Let's look at the Metasploit attack. Metasploit is a framework of penetration testing that makes hacking very simple. You just need to know how to utilize the tool. You need to identify the vulnerability associated with a particular exploit and then run the exploit on Metasploit. We'll be demoing this during the practical. So there are active exploits and passive exploits. In active exploits, a specific computer runs until execution and then exits, uses brute force and exits when an error occurs. In a passive exploit, these exploits wait for incoming requests and exploit them as soon as they connect. They can also be used in conjunction with emails and web browsers. So in passive exploits, we create a payload, like a reverse connection payload. We send it to the victim. Once the victim installs that software, the machine will then initiate a connection to us. Our machine will be in a listen mode, and then we will, once the software is executed at their end, we would then try to connect and exploit that particular vulnerability. This is the practical that we'll be doing on Metasploit. So let's move on with the demos, and then we'll see what we can discuss amongst them. Alright, let's have a look at some of the demos that we had talked about in the ethical hacking and penetration testing module. We are going to look at 3 different demos. The first one is going to be a SQL injection attack that we are going to perform on this tool that we have. The second one is a password cracking attack on Windows 7. And the third one is a MetaBreeder based or a Metasploit based shell shock attack on a Linux based web server. So let's get cracking. I've powered on this virtual machine, which is the OWASP broken web application. It is a tool that is provided for people who want to enhance their skills, and they can practice how to do these attacks in a legal manner. So we are going to go to this site. I'm just going to open up my browser. The IP address is 71.132, and that's the OWASP broken web application that we want to utilize. We are going to head off to Mutility 2, and we are going to look at a SQL injection attack where we want to bypass authentication. Now this takes us to the login screen, so we can just try our luck here and see that the authentication mechanism works. The account does not exist, so the username and password that we have supplied is not the correct one. So we want to ensure that there's a SQL database, and we can try to attack it and see if we can bypass the authentication. Now what we want to do is we want to create a SQL based malformed query that can give us a different output. So I'm just going to type in a single quote over here and type login, and you can see that this is now suddenly recognized as a operator, and there's an error that is given out compared to the login that we tried earlier. When we used a proper text-based login mechanism, it gave us the account does not exist, but here the single quote gave us an error, and it shows us how SQL works. This is the query that we had created. Now in the trainings that you have for ethical hacking, there would be explanations of what these queries are all about, how the syntax works. Here we're just going to see if we can create a malformed query to log in as a user in this case. So what I'm going to do is create the query over here, and we're going to give it a comparison. So we're going to give it a OR 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. And if you now click login, you should be able to bypass authentication, and you can see user has been authenticated, and we now have admin access to this application. Now here the SQL queries need to be crafted in such a perspective that they're going to work. So there would be a lot of exercise in identifying what the database is. There's a Microsoft database, an Oracle database, and so on and so forth, and then you have to choose those proper commands. But identifying that would come in the training. Right now we're just looking at a demo. This is how a SQL injection attack works. Now let me log out here. Similarly, now we are in a login page. The same query worked wonders where it allowed us to bypass authentication. So it also depends on what kind of a page I am and what query would be accepted at this point in time. So here application understanding would also come into the picture, where which function we are calling upon when we are connected to a particular page. Now this is a user lookup function, right? So again here we try the same method, test. That's not going to work. Authentication error, bad user on password. And if we type in the same query over here, single quote or, and give it a condition, single quote or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. Now here it is not going to log us in because this is not a login page. This is a user lookup form. So here it would instead give us a dump of all the databases that it has. So you can see all the usernames and passwords coming in that are stored in the user lookup field. So this is where the understanding comes in of which query to create at what page, we are depending upon the function that is being called, right? So that's the SQL injection attack that we wanted to look at. Let's move on to password cracking. Now this is a Windows 7 machine that we have. I'm just going to do a very basic password cracking example. We're just going to log in. Now here the assumption is that we are able to log in. We have access to a computer, and we want to check out other users who are using this computer and see if we can find out their passwords, so that we can log in as a different user, steal data if required, and we wouldn't be to blame if there are any logs that are created. So here we've got a tool called Enable that is installed right here. Now I'm already an administrator on this machine. I'm checking out other administrators who share the same privileges, or any other user who may be on this system whose password I can crack, and thus I would be able to get access through their account and then do any malicious activity, right? So this allows me to go into a cracker tool, and it allows me to enumerate this machine and identify all the users and passwords that are there in this particular machine. Right, so I'm just going to click on the plus sign, and I'm going to import hashes from a local system. So where are these files stored? Where does Windows store its passwords? In what format are they stored? And what this tool does to retrieve those? That's something that we all need to know as an ethical hacker, right? So import the hashes from the local system, click on next. It's going to enumerate that file, and it is going to give you a list of all the users that are there. So you can see the users are hacker admin, test, the one that we are logged in as, and then there's a user called virus as well. And you can see that this is the hash value of the password that is being utilized. Now there's a particular format for a hash value for Windows and how it stores. But once we have these hash values, let's say if I want to crack this password, there are various attacks that we can do. For example, a dictionary based attack or a brute force attack. Let's try a brute force attack, right? NTLM is the hashing mechanism that is used by Windows. So we are going to try to create an NTLM hash attack. And here we are going to use a predetermined rule set. For example, We are not sure what characters are being utilized over here, so we just create an attack like this using all characters and lowercase a through z, uppercase a through z, numeric 0 through 9, and all the special characters. Let's say the password is between 7 and 16 characters. And this is the character set that we want to try the brute force attack on. What is a brute force attack? It is an attack where the computer is going to try each and every permutation and combination out of this character set and try to figure out if the password is going to be correct. So if we click start, it's going to start with a particular characters, and then it is going to identify if that NTLM hash is going to work against this character. And you can see the time is going to be phenomenal over here. So it's not necessary that this attack would be viable. It will be 100% successful given the time frame. However, the time frame is huge enough for this attack to become a little bit redundant. There are other attacks that we can do which can easily identify this data for us as well, but that is something that we will look on in future videos. So that's how we can get access to users and passwords. There are different mechanisms where, let's say we don't have login access, then what are we going to do? How we can create a fake user, login, or how we can remotely access a machine and then try to get the same access. And that is what we are going to try to do in the next demo on a Linux machine. So what we are doing in a Linux machine could also be doable on the Windows machine with a different exploit. So what I'm going to do is, this is the Linux web server that I have that I'm going to power on. I'm going to use a Kali Linux machine to hack that device, and I'm going to just power off my Windows 7 machine. Give it a minute till it boots up. Now this is also a demo machine that we have which has its own pre-configured vulnerabilities. So here we've got something from the pen testers lab and has a shell shock vulnerability implemented inside. Shell shock vulnerability affects Linux, Mac, and Unix based operating systems for a particular version of the bash shell. Bash is the born again shell, which is the command line interface in these operating systems. So what we are trying to do here is we are going to use the Kali Linux machine, try to find out the vulnerability over here, and if it exists, we are going to use Metasploit to attack this machine. Now the first and foremost thing is we want to identify the IP address. We have no idea what the IP address is. We are in the same subnet, so we are assuming that we are able to connect to this machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a tool called ZenMap. I'm going to open up a command line interface, find out what my IP address is, and my IP address is this with a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. So I want to see if there are any other machines that are live in the same subnet, and we are doing a ping sweep over here to identify which machines are live. In a minute we'll get all the IP addresses. 71.1, 2, 133, 254, and 128. We know that we are 128 at this point in time. 254 is the DHCP server. So we are assuming that 133 is the machine that we want to look at. And let's then try to see if we can scan that machine. 133, and we're going to do an intent scan to find out which ports are open, what services are running over there, and if it is whether the pentest machine that we were looking for. You can see off the start port 22 and port 80, and somewhere here it's going to give us the ports that are open and the details about those ports, and somewhere here it will tell us that this is the pentester lab machine that we wanted, which is correct. So now we want to do a vulnerability analysis on this. What we are going to do is I'm going to use another GUI based tool called Sparta, which I can just find out from here. Sparta uses two tools in the background, a Nmap tool and a tool called Nikto. So we're just going to start scanning. 192.168.71.133 was the IP address. Add to scope, and over a period of time you can see all of these will start populating with information. There we are. That's the Nikto tool coming in, scanning on port 80, which means that it's a web server using HTTP. It tells us it's an Apache HTTPD 2.2.21, and gives us the 22 port number as well. If we head over to the tab of Nikto, or let's look at the screenshot first. This is what the website would be looking like, and Nikto gives us the options over here. It tells us that there is a vulnerability over here for shell shock, and this is the path where the vulnerability is going to exist. So what we are going to do, we go back to the command line, we open up a new one, minimize all these other windows, and we are going to open up Metasploit. Metasploit is a penetration testing tool that is used by most hackers and ethical hackers to test applications and test existing exploits and vulnerabilities. So just give it a minute till it starts. You can see there are already around 1700 exploits right here. We are going to see all those exploits with these commands. There we are, sorry for the typo. and it will just give us a list of all the exploits that are stored in Metasploit in this version. So all of these are Windows based. If we scroll up, we will be looking at other vulnerabilities as well, or exploits, the Unix based exploits, Linux, OS X, multi-exploits. And we're looking for a exploit for multi-based Apache or HTTP. Let's go up. Let's look at, so this is the one that we're looking for, Apache mod CGI bash environmental executable. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy it, go back to the bottom, say use exploit, and paste the one that we wanted. Press enter, say show options. So it will ask us to configure this. I'm just going to configure it based on the knowledge that we have. Set our host, which is the remote host, the victim's machine. So we put in the IP address. It asks us for the target URI. So that's the path that we saw. Set target URI to cgi-bin/status. Enter. Now with the exploit, we need to find a payload that is going to give us the output that we want. So we say show payloads, and it will give us a list of all the compatible payloads with this exploit. And we want to create a reverse TCP connection, which is this. So we know it's a Linux operating system. We want this payload to be set. So set payload, press enter. That's the payload coming in. Show options. Now that we have set the payload, this is the options for the exploit, and now we want to set our options for the payloads as well. So we are creating a reverse TCP connection, which means we are remotely executing code at the victim side, and we are making the victim connect back to our machine, which means we need to set up a listener. So I need to put my IP address over here, set localhost or lhost 192.168.71.128, which was our IP address. Show options again, just to ensure everything is fine, which looks like it is, and we then type in the word exploit so that it will start this attack. I can see that it has created a meter session at the victim side, and it has opened up a session. So if I do a pwd, now pwd is a Linux command for present working directory, and it will show us that we'll connect it to var www cgi-bin. Do an ls, it will list all the files. That's the status file over there. Do a cd /, it will take us to the root of this machine. Now remember, we saw the passwords on a Windows machine. Similarly, we can head over to the cd etc folder, ls, and you can see these files, psswd and shadow. Now psswd is the file where Linux stores its usernames, and shadow is the file where passwords are shown. So do a cat command, psswd, and you can see these users coming up. So you can see the last user, Pentest Lab, and you can see there are no passwords. So let's do a cat shadow, and that's your hash value for the password that we have for the user Pentest Lab. So these are the different attacks that we need to understand, and we need to create based on the vulnerabilities that exist on different machines. So if we just looked at Windows and Linux and how we can exploit them depending on existing vulnerabilities. As an ethical hacker, this is what we need to learn in our trainings, and then we need to clear our exams based on this knowledge of how these things work, so that we get certified, and then we can position ourselves for the penetration testing jobs. Now let's begin with who is a certified ethical hacker. A certified ethical hacker is a person who's also known as an ethical hacker. An ethical hacker is just the opposite of an hacker. A hacker is a person who, with malicious intent, tries to misuse vulnerabilities that they have identified in an organization structure and then gain access to unauthorized data. Whereas an ethical hacker does the same thing. They try to locate the weakness, they try to locate the vulnerabilities, and they see how they can be misused. However, the intent is completely different. And that is what differentiates a hacker from an ethical hacker. Hacker would be a criminal with a malicious intent who would try to misuse and personally gain by doing criminal activity from that particular activity that they have done. Whereas an ethical hacker would try to help the organization in an authorized manner. So that's where the permission comes into the picture. The ethical hacker has permission from the organization to conduct some activity that would identify vulnerabilities or weaknesses in the information technology structure of that organization. And then once they have been identified, the ethical hacker would then help the organization to plug those vulnerabilities rather than misuse those vulnerabilities. So any person who completes CH version 10 certification is known as a certified ethical hacker. So this is a certification. Once you complete that, once you pass the exams, you can essentially call yourself as a certified ethical hacker, and you're going to get a certificate with the same terminology. So as you can see in the diagram, your responsibility would be as a certified ethical hacker would be with the proper permission of the organization, with the authorization coming in, with contracts coming in, you would legally help the organization to identify those weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And once you find them, you're going to report them to the organization, and you're going to help the organization with remediation plan, which would help them remediate, mitigate, and resolve the vulnerabilities that you have identified, thus making the organization's security structure a lot better, based on which black hat hackers or malicious hackers would be unable to attack the organization. So what is CEH version 10? Now this course was initially introduced in September 2015, and I think if you look at the versioning, this is the 10th version that is there in the market. So essentially CEH, or the Certified Ethical Hacking course, as the course itself, has been for a long time in the industry. It's a very well accepted course, and it's a well renowned course. The current version as it is was introduced in September 2015 and is one of the toughest certifications in the cybersecurity field. This includes a lot of information that you have to learn, that you have to know before you can attempt the certification. You will master all ethical hacking methodologies that are used in penetration testing and ethical hacking situations. What does that mean? That means that CEH version 10 is a structured course that will help you look at all the phases that are used in ethical hacking, all the terminologies that are utilized, all the tools that are utilized in such a manner that you can penetration test or a vulnerability assessment and identify and test the vulnerabilities for their complexity. And this course, once you complete the course, you would have mastered all the ethical hacking techniques that are required. There are two exams. One is a written exam and the other is a practical exam. Now you can opt for either or. The written exam is basically a multiple choice question exam where they'll ask you scenario based questions and you have to answer those questions. That is something that we're going to look into during this video. The practical exam is basically a simulation exam where they give you a scenario and you have to complete those tests and prove that you are a good ethical hacker. Based on the report that you give, if the report tallies to what the test was, you would be clearing that exam. So practical exam is a little bit tougher. It's more hands-on. It tests the actual skills that you would perform in a hacking scenario or a ethical hacking scenario. Thus the practical exam going to be that much tougher. The written exam, to give it credence, tests you a lot on your mentality, on your thought process, on your judgment characteristics. So they will give you a scenario and ask you what do you think is happening, what does this attack tantamount to, or would be what would be the next step in the particular attack that they're describing. Thus it's more of an intellectual test where when your thought processes are being checked and you are giving those exams. So what would be the difference between these exams? In a practical exam, you would be conducting all those steps yourself and you would be reaching a conclusion. So here essentially you're being tested on the skills that you have developed on the execution part of it and to see whether you can execute a test end to end. Whereas in a written exam, you would be put in the middle of a test where you have to assume something, where you have to understand what the steps would have been performed in the previous steps and what would be the expected result, and you're supposed to analyze that and then come to the correct answer. So if there is a question which exam is better, written or practical, the answer to that is, from an intellectual perspective, a written exam would be a lot tougher than a practical exam, and from an execution perspective, a practical exam would be tougher than a written exam. So it depends on us which exam we want to give. Both of them are widely accepted and well respected in the information security field. So it's just the option that we choose which exam we want to give. Now, this course, the version 10 course, is purely attack-based course. Okay, it is an offensive course. There is no defensive mechanisms. So if you're looking for questions of how to secure yourself on the internet, how to securely configure an operating system, or how to securely configure a server, how to configure a firewall, this is not the certification. This basically talks about attacking those devices. So if you come across a firewall, how would you test a firewall? How would you identify vulnerabilities in those? And how would you bypass a firewall? Similarly, if you come across a server, how are you going to attack and hack the server? Let it be Windows or Linux based. So this basically becomes an attack based course. You're looking at offensive mechanisms over here and not defensive ones at all. So what's new in this version? In this version, there's a new module for IoT, Internet of Things. It focuses on emerging attacks, vectors like cloud, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. It basically talks about smart devices. And it talks about the vulnerabilities, the risks that the smart devices face in today's world. For example, it will tell you about the industries that are utilizing all these smart devices, why are they utilizing it for, what kind of devices they are utilizing, and what are the risks within those devices. It will also give you a lot of tools for you to practice upon to identify such IoT devices. What would constitute an IoT or an Internet of Things device? Any device which has an IP address and can connect to the internet and create data. So even your smartwatch, your smartphone, your cars that have internet connectivity nowadays, your Google Homes, Amazon Alexas, all of these devices would come under the IoT umbrella. And have you ever wondered about sitting at home, having a Wi-Fi, having all of these devices, even a smart TV, if you will, connected to the Wi-Fi, and have you ever questioned how a hacker would then be able to access your home through all of these devices, record information, and basically just spy on you? Similarly, an organization where they are utilizing IoT, they would be vulnerable for the same vulnerabilities. And this course does include IoT security to a certain extent, where we talk about vulnerabilities and how to identify those vulnerabilities in IoT. Then there's a new vulnerability analysis module where it gives you risk assessment. It talks about CVSS scoring systems. It talks about how to do a vulnerability management program in the first place. What are the steps required in a vulnerability management program? How should it be repeatable and how it should be measurable as a program? And what should be the outcome? So basically, it will give you a structured way of how to do a vulnerability management assessment and how do you want to achieve the end goal, thus leading you to a penetration test. So all the modules are leveled up. What do you mean by leveled up? That means they've been updated to the latest tools, latest standards, latest technologies. So you've got cryptographic attacks, you have got attacks on applications like SQL injection, we will be talking about packet sniffing using various tools. All of these are upgraded, which means they are up to the latest operating system. So even when we do this course, you'll be looking at operating systems like Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows Server 2012, Windows Server 2016, Kali Linux machines, Android machines, and Ubuntu desktop as well. So all of the operating systems are latest, the tools are latest, and you will be interacting with these tools. And then there's a mobile security toolkit as well, which will help you do a penetration test on a mobile device. So these are what is new in version 10. Now let's talk about the roles and responsibilities that an ethical hacker should have when they actually go into the world. Now, what are the responsibilities, roles, what are the capabilities that we should have? That we should be able to look at scripts that would test for vulnerability. So for example, a SQL injection attack, it's a script-based attack. Let's say a cross-site scripting attack, that is again going to be a script-based attack. So we maybe we want to go ahead a little bit, look at Windows systems and do a PowerShell attack and know about PowerShell scripting a little bit. If you look at Linux Windows, there's a bash shell where there is bash scripting and you'll want to learn that scripting as well. Now the course doesn't include all these scripting languages. It does help you understand what these scripting languages are, and it does have some basic introduction to how these languages can be utilized to create those scripts. Then we also want to develop tools to increase security. You want to look at those commands that are utilized on all operating systems. You want to look at the capabilities of the operating systems, of how to create security parameters and ensure the operating systems and applications devices are secure. You should be able to perform risk assessment. Now, when you say risk assessment is the likelihood of an attack being actually executed on an organization based on the threats and the vulnerabilities that we have identified. So risk assessment is something that you find out a vulnerability and then you try to figure out in a hypothetical manner of what is the likelihood of that vulnerability being exploited by a hacker if they find that vulnerability. And if they do execute that, what is the impact that is going to happen on the organization, and what is the penalties or the repercussions that the organization is going to face if that vulnerability is exploited. That's what a risk assessment is. Then we should also be able to develop security policies or set up security policies and implement them to ensure that the security mechanisms are standardized and are consistent. And then we should also look at training staff for network security to ensure that they are aware of these vulnerabilities and they know what their responsibilities are to maintain some semblance of security in the organization. So why do we want to become a certified ethical hacker? Now, since you're watching this video, it's easy to assume that we all are interested in security, we all are interested in hacking, but hacking is not a real job. For us to get a job in the industry on a security parameter or information security parameter, we want to become a certified ethical hacker. So if you look at the popular hacking cases that have happened, in 1990s, there was a national crackdown on criminals. Microsoft NT operating system was hacked. Now this was back in the 90s when security wasn't that much evolved. And there were a lot of attacks back then that crippled infrastructure, that crippled banks when they started realizing that computing isn't as easy as it seems. Of course, if you use a computer, the functionality is always there, but if the functionality is not properly configured, you're just exposing yourself to cyber criminals where they're going to steal information, and your organization may just go bankrupt because of that. In 2013, an example, Adobe reported 2.9 million accounts as stolen. In 2016, Kaspersky, which is an internet security firm, announced that there were 758 million malicious attacks that occurred worldwide. Imagine that, 758 million malicious attacks that were identified and reported. In 2018, Facebook reported a loss of 30 million to accounts that were stolen. 2018 again, Quora reported 100 million customer accounts being stolen. And in 2018 again, Marriott, 500 million travelers' accounts stolen and manipulated. Now, when you say accounts were stolen, how does it affect the organizations? Now, first and foremost, if those accounts were stolen, that means usernames and passwords were cracked, and those accounts may have contained credit card information or may have contained some personal information that would identify the person and thus make them gullible for a social engineering attack or an identity theft attack. So it has a cascading effect. If I would have been affected, or you would have been affected with these attacks, the repercussions would have been catastrophic. Your credit card information being stolen, that means somebody else would have misused it, and you would have seen a huge bill come your way. Now, you can go back to the bank and dispute that, but that's again a dispute that you're trying to have with the bank for something that you didn't do, which requires a lot of energy and a lot of time. And at the end of it, somebody has to pay for that particular loss. Now, in this scenario, the bank would have had to bear the loss, but then that's a loss for the bank, and bank doesn't want to do that. And that's where they would try to hire certified ethical hackers who would try to test these vulnerabilities and plug them in so that the end consumer is also secured, the bank is also secure, right? In this case, Marriott, there were 500 million travelers' accounts that were stolen. A lot of credit card information was leaked out. Email accounts were hacked and compromised, and thus there was a lot of repercussion that happened. Now, the thing is that there are also laws that these organizations need to adhere to that tell the organizations how to keep their information secure, and also have penalties in place if the organization gets hacked. And the penalties are pretty severe. So organizations do not want to get hacked or do not want to get compromised, not only from the customer's perspective where they would be losing customers, losing reputations, and then thus facing losses, but also from a legislative perspective where they would have to pay fines to the government for the frauds that have happened. So these are some of the popular hacking cases that have cost these organizations quite a lot of money, and thus they have a lot of security in mind. If you look at the news, in BBC News, there was something reported from a French police that there was a virus that infected more than 850,000 computers worldwide. Now, on the similar lines, if you remember ransomwares, and if you look at WannaCry that happened in 2018 or 2017, it also cost the world $4 billion in losses during that just one small month of its infection. Then Google basically disclosed that a large-scale hacking effort was targeted at Apple devices. And this has been, it has reported that there was a sustained effort to hack iPhones over a period of at least 2 years, which means that there's a specific target towards Apple consumers, and they are at a higher risk of getting hacked than others. Then the Texas government organizations hit by ransomware attack. So hackers have infected 23 organizations connected to local government in the US state of Texas with ransomware. That means that their databases have been encrypted. The government themselves do not have access to that database. The databases could have been compromised by the hackers. And that means that whatever services were being provided to the users based on that database may no longer be available to the end users because of the ransomware. Now, moving on with these, why do we want to become a certified ethical hacker? Increased attacks lead to more job openings. Now, if you look at ransomware, the WannaCry attack that happened in 2017, there was a knee-jerk reaction given by the rest of the world for IT security. Suddenly budgets started opening up. Suddenly people wanted more ethical hackers on their payrolls to test for vulnerabilities. In UK and Europe, we have GDPR, which is again another law that imposes severe penalties on organizations that get hacked and for not having proper security and a vulnerability assessment and penetration testing program in place. So that leads to a lot of job requirements as well, where organizations look at people with this special skill set to help them mitigate the vulnerabilities, to safeguard them and their customers from hackers, and also from penalties from law enforcement and governments. So thus the demand keeps on increasing for ethical hackers, which automatically means that the salaries are going to increase as well. So more the demand, lesser the supply, higher the salaries. That's plain economics. Then challenge hacker with malicious intent. So from an ethical hacker's perspective, it is our duty to safeguard an organization, which means that will be pitched against hackers, and we have to ensure that those hackers would be challenged to the maximum limit before they even try to get access to any of the resources that we are trying to protect. It offers a boost in your career, so more efforts that you put in, more vulnerabilities that you find, the better the career prospects that you have, and the better job aspects that you're going to get. And this also lets you keep yourself updated on the latest technology. As the technology progresses, as we evolve on technology, security will also evolve, and the ethical hacker would need to keep themselves updated on these technologies. So this is what is a plus point to become a certified ethical hacker. So why do we want to get the certification, and what would it mean by being a CEH certified individual? Take this into consideration. You are applying for jobs, and you have been applying for cybersecurity related jobs, of course, and you go in for an interview. In the interview, you are asked quite a few questions, and they will be testing you on cybersecurity concepts. So they will be asking you a lot of technical questions about cybersecurity, about information security, and any other related topic. So let's say in a few minutes into the interview, there are some concepts that you have not brushed your skills upon, and they ask you about certifications. And one of the main certifications that is sought after is the CEH certification. And if you're not certified, that's where things can become a little bit problematic, where organizations today very proactively start looking for people or candidates who are already certified, rather than take them on board and get them certified. So in this scenario, having a certification would obviously help not only to be shortlisted for the job, but the certification involves a lot of training, which would help you understand the concepts and prepare you for the interview a lot better as well, right? So getting yourself certified is quite necessary in today's world. Let's look at what the certification is all about. The certification involves a very hands-on training that trains an individual into thinking about cybersecurity from a hacker's perspective. And developing this mindset is very important, because to catch a thief, we have to think like a thief. Teaches the candidate to spot vulnerabilities in a system, so it trains you on how to identify flaws, how to verify that they exist, and then how to treat them as well. Like I said, this is a very sought after certification, and companies look for people who are already certified as CEH, or a certified ethical hacker. So what is this certification all about? This is a globally accepted certification, and it tests the knowledge that a candidate will have about threats and their preventive mechanisms. So the certification, the exam itself, will test you on the parameters. The training would provide you with all the information that you require to clear the exam and to gain knowledge from a real world perspective. So it will train a candidate to think like a hacker. It will train the candidate to use the tools to identify those flaws, to spot those flaws in the first place. And it will give an understanding to the candidate where to look for those flaws in the first place. So essentially, when you get certified as a certified ethical hacker, you become a white hat hacker or an ethical hacker, which means that you will be looking at flaws ethically and reporting them to those organizations. The certifying authority is the EC Council. It is a very well known and a widely accepted certification authority across the globe. It is based out of the United States, but the certification is valid across the globe. So what does it take to take the exam, and who can take the exam in the first place? Now, the basic criteria is that a candidate should be 18 years and above. So any person who has completed an official EC Council training is eligible to attempt the exam without going through an application process. So there are two ways you can actually attempt the exam. You either have work experience, that means you're already in the cybersecurity space, you already have some hands-on knowledge, and you want to give the exam. In that scenario, you just have to prove that you've got 2 years of experience with network or information security, and then you can apply to EC Council to directly appear for the exam without attending the training. Else, you can then approach EC Council and register yourself for a training course, after which you can give the exam. So there are 2 ways that you can deal with it. What are the fees for this exam? Now, the fee itself is $500 for the exam. candidates who take the second route where they prove that they have experience and they directly want to appear for the exam, there is another additional $100 of application fee that they have to pay to EC Council for them to verify that you actually have that experience and then allow you to appear for the exam. So what are the exam questions like? What is the exam all about? The exam code is 312-50 and there are 125 questions that need to be answered in 4 hours. Now that sounds like a lot of time, but trust me, it isn't. The questions are descriptive in nature. They give you a scenario. You have to identify those keywords based on the knowledge and the understanding that you have, and then gauge the correct answer for that particular scenario. And the scenarios could be a little bit complex, could be a little bit confusing. The exam will be a multiple choice question exam, so 1 question with 4 answers. If any question has multiple answers, they will mention it in the question itself. The pass percentage cuts off at around 60 to 85%. So there is no fixed percentile. Every question has a different grade, every question has a different value, and based on the questions that you have been asked and the correctness of the answers, you would either pass somewhere between 60 to 85%. The results are immediate, so once you complete the exam and you submit it, it will let you know there itself whether you have cleared or not. So what are the skills that you require for this exam? You must have very good networking skills. And when we say networking skills, you should know your protocols. You should know how computers communicate with each other. The protocols like HTTPS, FTP, SMTP, and anything about the OSI layer. You should be good with your operating systems. The candidate should also have a very good knowledge about operating systems. And when we say operating systems, we want the candidate to know about troubleshooting methods and how the operating system work in the first manner. So you should have some basic skills about operating systems and the configuration of these operating systems. You should also know the different types of cyber attacks such as social engineering, phishing, and how to prevent these attacks. So this is the exam skills. The training prepares you with all these skills. The candidate must be able to hack into an organization system with permission and erase all digital evidences. So the training itself will get you accustomed with all the hacking phases, how a hack is constructed, how a hack is made more effective, and how the hack evolves, and later on how you can delete all the evidences of the hack that has happened. So for the exam, you should have, or you should be very good with your networking skills, understanding protocols and how they work, configuring operating systems and troubleshooting them. You should be able to classify different cyber attacks and know how to launch them as well. And you should be able to hack into devices and erase all digital evidences that may have happened. Password cracking and cryptography is also a very much required skill to clear the exam. There must be a few rules followed, and there is a code of ethics from EC Council. So they essentially give you a non-disclosure agreement before you start the training, which you have to go through, and you have to sign it, submit it to EC Council. Only then are you allowed to go forward with the exam. So what are the exam all about? What are the topics within that exam, and what kind of questions would you get? So there are 7 domains in this training based on which they will ask you questions. When you say background, background is nothing but your knowledge on networking skills, your knowledge on a little bit of operating systems, how communications happen, how protocols work, and so on and so forth. Analysis would be where you analyze certain attacks and you're able to analyze, let's say, packets, and based on those packets, you can identify whether it's a legitimate packet or is it a malicious packet with any malicious data within it. Then with security tools, you are able to talk about security as in the concepts of security like confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, the IEEE identification, authentication, authorization, and accountability aspects, and various other concepts that are there in security. So you'll be questioned on those topics as well. Tools and programs. Ethical hacking carries a lot of tools, and you should be conversant with those tools. During the training, there will be hundreds of tools that you would be going through, and you would be facing questions on these tools. So there would be some basic questions like commands that would be given to you to identify what that command would execute, or there would be a specific scenario given to you, and then they would ask you which is the most suitable tool that you would utilize to crack that particular scenario. And then there's the methodology, of course, of how or which steps would you take in this particular attack to be successful. Then we talk about policies and the ethics. So as you can see, all of these domains have different weightage in the exam. 21.79% for your backgrounds. So you can see the background information is very much important. Operating systems, networking, a little bit of applications, a little bit of architecture of how things are deployed. Now, CEH is normally an advanced certification, right? So there are a few presumptions that you already know a little bit about Active Directory, how operating systems work, how identity management works. So there's a little bit of presumption that you have these background knowledge, but in the training you can be prepped up for that knowledge as well. So it does contain a little bit of insights about how these things work. Analysis is where you're looking at some scenarios, and based on the evidence is given to you, you can analyze what's going on. So that's at 20.73%. Security, which is the main topic, is at 23.73%. Tools and programs related to security would be at 28.91%. The methodologies would carry a weightage of 8.77, policies 1.90, and ethics 2.17%. So you have 125 questions. You can figure out percentile wise how many questions you would get on each of these domains. So let's have a look at these domains a little bit more. The background is about network and communication technologies. Again, like I said, protocols, procedures, services, how computers work. So ports on a computer, how ports are utilized by services, and how communications happen over these services and these ports. How we can scan these ports to identify what's going on and then try to find out vulnerabilities within them. Then we have got information security technologies and the information security threats as well. So when I want to launch an attack on a device, where would I find vulnerabilities? Is it just on the network? Do I look at the operating system? Do I look at different applications that are there on the operating system, and so on and so forth? So where are the threats? That's something that we need to identify, and that's what this domain deals with. So 27 questions from this domain. Then analysis and assessment, information security assessment and analysis, and the security assessment process. So let's say you're in a penetration test and you want to launch an attack. What is the assessment that you want to do before you launch that attack? What is the process you want to conduct? And how you're going to analyze the vulnerability in the first place to identify which penetration test or which attack you should do at that particular point in time. Then security would talk about information security controls. Controls would be all the security elements that you can implement to prevent hacking. So firewalls, IDS, IPS, antiviruses or endpoints, all of these would be included in this domain. Information security attack detection. So it's not only about how you can attack, you also want to know if you're being attacked in the first place. So analysis would basically identify how you're being attacked, and the detection is where you first detect that something is wrong, after which you can analyze it, right? And how you can prevent security attacks happening at your organization as well. So which firewall would fit at what OSI layer, what in the architectural aspect, where do you want to place an IDS or an IPS, where would you want to place a firewall, where would you want to place a UTM, to have a layered approach, a structured approach towards security, where a hacker would have to peel off layers of security to reach the data that they wanted to get access to in the first place. So there will be 30 questions from the security domain, 16 questions on the analysis and assessment domain. The fourth domain is the tools, systems and programs. So this is where all the tools that you would have utilized resume. So this is where all the tools that you have utilized in the ethical hacking scenario, and there will be questions asked about those tools. So in the training, there are some tools that are prescribed in the course where you'll have to concentrate on those tools. You'll have to get your hands on those tools to understand how those tools work and then give appropriate answers in this domain. So there would be 36 questions for tools, systems and programs. Then the fifth domain is procedures and methodology. Information security procedures and assessment methodologies would be asked over here. So how would you conduct a test? How would you conduct a vulnerability assessment? What is the method and the procedures that you would follow in conducting these tests? So there would be around 11 questions for this domain. The sixth one is regulations and policies. So this is all about some basics that you need to be aware about for information security policies and frameworks, like ISO 27001, PCI DSS, and these regulations that are available in the real world that can help you or guide you to place a security architecture on your organization. These questions are not going to be in depth about any of the laws or policies. It's just checking your awareness, whether you're aware of these laws or policies and where they can be implemented. So you can see there are only a couple of questions that would come in regulations and policies. And then ethics. Ethics is the code of conduct of how you are expected to behave as an ethical hacker, what is expected out of your job role, what you should be doing and what you shouldn't be doing. So there would be around 3 questions of ethics in the exam. Now let's look at a few sample questions from the exam as well. So this will help you get an idea what the exam questions would be. So consider the attack scenario given below. There are 5 steps listed. Step 1 starts with user browses a web page. The second step is where web server replies with the requested page and sets a cookie on the user's browser. In the third step, attacker steals the cookie by either creating an attack on the network for sniffing, or at the application with cross-site scripting, or sending a fake mail or hosting a fake website by a social engineering attack, which is a phishing attack. In the fourth step, attacker gets access using whatever they have done and orders a product using modified cookies. And in the fifth step, the product is actually delivered to the attacker's address, whereas the bill is footed by the victim. So what is the attack that is happening here? Identify the web application attack. Is it a session fixation attack? Is it a unvalidated redirect attack? Is it a cookie poisoning attack, or is it a denial of service attack? So again, going through these steps, which of these would be the correct answer? In this scenario, it is C, which is a cookie poisoning attack, because if you look at the steps, the attacker basically hijacked the cookie or stole the cookie and then modified it to be utilized for some malicious reasons. Second question, which one of the following scanning techniques do attackers use to bypass firewall rules, logging mechanisms, and also hide themselves as usual network traffic? A. Stealth scanning technique. B. TCP connect scanning technique. C. Maintaining access. Or D. FIN scanning technique. Now here, as you can understand, we need to know what these techniques are, right? So what does a FIN scan mean? What is maintaining access? What is TCP connect? What does TCP mean? TCP is transmission control protocol. How does it work? So when you connect using TCP, what is actually happening in the backend? That is what the knowledge is all about. And in here, the correct answer is A, stealth scanning technique. So what do we mean by stealth? How can we achieve that? Which tools help us achieve that? That is what we want to gain an understanding in before we can attempt the exam. Question 3. Which of the following Wi-Fi chalking method refers to drawing symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi networks? War walking, war flying, war chalking, or war driving? Now, here we need to know first that there is something known as Wi-Fi chalking, right? And there are some symbols that are utilized globally and they are recognized globally. They're standardized, by the way. And these symbols represent some type of Wi-Fi networks. For example, open Wi-Fi, which means you can freely connect to the Wi-Fi, or paid Wi-Fi, where you have to pay before you can connect to the Wi-Fi. Or once you get connected, you're first to have to make a payment. Only then the internet would be activated, right? So for different Wi-Fi mechanisms, there are different options that can be utilized. And the question is, which of the Wi-Fi chalking method refers to drawing these symbols in public places to advertise open Wi-Fi? So in this, the answer is war chalking. Now the question here itself is a little bit, so here the question itself is a little bit misleading, because it mentions Wi-Fi chalking in the question itself, and that would then lead us to whether war chalking is a correct answer or not. So some of the questions could be a little bit misleading. So let's start looking at the certifications. So to be an ethical hacker, you must hold a certification which specializes in ethical hacking or in cybersecurity. Companies look for candidates who are globally certified. When we say globally certified, they're looking for a certificate that has been given by an organization that is recognized globally and is well accepted in the industry. So these are the top 5 certifications a candidate can obtain. The first one, become a certified ethical hacker. Then there is Global Information Assurance Certification Penetration Tester. Then Offensive Security Certified Professional. CompTIA Pen Test Plus. And finally, the Licensed Penetration Tester. Now, these certifications are offered by different organizations. All of these organizations are recognized globally and their certifications are well accepted in the technical space. So let's start off with the Certified Ethical Hacker, and we'll look at the organizations that provide these certifications and how we can attain them. So CEH, or Certified Ethical Hacker, in its current form is in its version 10. It's been revised and updated over a period of time. EC Council is the certifying authority for CEH. They have their own authorized training centers through which you can attend trainings, give those exams, get yourself certified, and thus become globally certified and can be eligible to apply for security related jobs. It is a very well-known certification and is widely accepted at the same time. It would test the candidate's knowledge of security threats and preventive measures. Now, there are two types of exams that you can give with CEH. One is a multiple choice question exam, which is theoretical in nature. They ask you questions and you answer the correct one. You select the correct answers. If you clear, you get certified. The second certification nowadays is where there's a practical exam associated with it. That's you'll have to purchase the voucher for that exam and give that exam. The practical exam is held in a virtual lab where you're given scenarios, and based on those scenarios, you have to resolve the questions given to you and give proof of the resolution, which would then get you certified as an ethical hacker. The theoretical exam in this scenario is the fees is around $500. This is for the multiple choice question exam where you can pay the fees and you can attend through a online portal and you can give the exam directly. The exam is 4 hours long, in which you have to answer 125 questions. Now 4 hours for 125 questions seems a long time, but it isn't. It's a very technical exam. There are scenario-based questions and it would take some time for you to analyze and understand the question and then identify the equivalent correct answer. So it's a very competitive exam and you'll have to study really hard to clear this exam as well. The cutoff for passing varies from 60 to 85%. So there is no exact grade and all the questions have different weightages. So depending on the questions that have been given to you and the way that you have answered them, you would pass at either 60% or you would pass when you've scored 85%. Once you are CEH certified, which is a very technical certification, you will be qualified to apply for job roles as a penetration tester or a security engineer. These are job roles where you would be responsible of ethically trying to attack applications, servers, switches, and try to find out vulnerabilities within them. The training of this certification will make you adept in most of these tools that are required. There are a lot of practicals in this training, and if you successfully completed those practicals, clearing the exam is a easy task. With the practicals comes your knowledge and would help you understand how you would be performing penetration tests in the real world. An average annual salary in the USA for a CEH certified person is around $91,000 and in India is around 4,76,000 odd rupees. The salaries would vary as far as organizations are concerned. More established organizations can afford to pay a little bit more, but these are average salaries that we have seen.
Hello tech wizards and digital explorers. Welcome to a journey into the core of Linux, the operating system powering over 2.3% of desktop computers globally and a staggering 96.3% of the world's top 1 million servers. I am Abhisar and today we are delving into one of the most vital components of Linux, its file systems. Imagine a world where every piece of digital information is meticulously organized, where every byte of data has its own unique place. That world exists right inside your Linux machine. So buckle up as we dive deep into the intricate maze of Linux file systems, exploring how they work, why they are important, and what makes them so unique in the realm of operating systems. In the realm of Linux, file systems like ext4, XFS, and BTRFS aren't just names. They are sophisticated architectures that manage how billions of bytes of data are stored, accessed, and organized. These systems are the unsung heroes ensuring data integrity and efficiency in a digital world. Today we will uncover how these file systems support everything from your personal blogs to the largest data centers hosting petabytes of information. We will explore inodes, journaling, mounting, and more terms that might sound complex but are incredibly fascinating once you get to know them. And now, Linux offers a diverse array of file systems, each tailored to specific requirements. And now, let's explore some prevalent Linux file systems. So starting with ext2. And then we have ext3, ext4, XFS, BTRFS, ZFS, JFS, and then we have RiserFS. So now, starting with the first one, that is ext2. So ext2, Extended File System 2, that is one of the Linux earliest and most commonly used file systems. ext2 has long been a default choice for many Linux distributions. It's known for its stability and suitability for small to medium-sized partitions, though it lacks a journaling feature, which can complicate file recovery post-crash. Now moving to the next file system, that is ext3, Extended File System 3. Building on ext2, ext3 introduces journaling to track file system changes, reducing data loss risk after crashes. It's a popular choice for its stability, reliability, and performance. And now moving to the next, that is ext4, Extended File System 4. As the evolution of ext3, ext4 addresses some of its predecessors' limitations. It supports larger files, quicker file system checks, and enhanced performance for larger disks. Features like journal checksumming also enhances data integrity. ext4 is a default file system in many modern Linux distributions. Now moving to the next file system, that is XFS. So XFS, that is X file system, that is designed for large-scale storage, and XFS excels in performance and is suitable for file systems up to 16 exabytes. It's a top choice for large data centers, offering scalability, reliability, and featuring like journaling and file-level languages. Now, moving on to the next file system, that is BTRFS, B-tree file system, a newer Linux file system. BTRFS supports copy on write, snapshots, and subvolumes, allowing for multiple file systems within a single partition. It also includes RAID and compression support. BTRFS is still under development and isn't as commonly used as other file systems. Next we have is ZFS. ZFS, Zettabyte File System. Initially developed for Solaris, ZFS is a robust system with features like snapshots, data compression, deduplication, and built-in RAID. Renowned for its data integrity and self-healing capabilities, ZFS is not typically included in Linux distributions due to licensing but can be installed separately. Now moving to the next file system, that is GFS. GFS, Journaled File System, that is developed by IBM. GFS is known for its performance and reliability. It offers journaling, file-level compression, and online resizing, making it a strong choice for high-performance systems. And now, the next one, that is Resizer FS. So targeted at high-performance computing, Resizer FS includes features like journaling, file-level encryption, and support for larger files. While known for its speed and reliability, it's less common compared to other file systems listed here. Now moving to key Linux file system directories. So the Linux operating system's file management is predominantly handled through directories, commonly known as folders. These elements are crucial in the Linux file system, serving not just as file holders, but also as organizational tools. Imagine directories as virtual boxes, each capable of storing files and other directories. Directories in Linux play a vital role in providing an ordered, hierarchical framework for file arrangement. This hierarchy commences at the root directory, denoted as / and extends into various subdirectories. This approach allows for a logical and systematic organization of complex systems, enhancing the ease of file management and access. So key Linux file system directories. Each directory in the Linux file system serves a distinct purpose. Here are some of the significant directories. Starting with the number 1, that is root directory. So root directory is the highest level in the Linux file system hierarchy. All other directories and files are nested within this root. Now moving to the next directory, that is bin. Standing for binaries, this directory contains essential command line utilities and programs vital for basic system management. And then we have boot. So here lies the bootloader files and the kernel images necessary for system startup. And then we have dev. This directory hosts device files representing both physical like printers and disk and virtual devices like terminals. And then we have etc directory, that is home to system configuration files. These are utilized by various applications and services. And then we have home directory. It houses individual users' directories, providing personal space for file and setting storage. And then we have library directory. This directory stores shared library files needed by system programs. Next we have media directory, a mounting point for removable media such as USB drives, CDs and DVDs. And then we have MNT, that is mounting directory, that is used for temporarily mounting file systems like network file systems or disk images. Next we have OPD directory, a location for additional software packages that are not part of the standard system. And then we have standard bin directory, a directory for system binaries and administrative tools essential for system upkeep. And then we have user directory that contains user level programs, libraries, documentation, and shared data files. So these were the directories in Linux file distribution system. And now here are the key concepts in file systems. Starting with journaling file system. So these systems maintain a log referred to as journal. This log records changes to files that are not yet permanently saved on the disk. This feature is particularly useful for recovering lost changes in the event of a system failure. And the next we have is versioning file systems. These systems preserve earlier versions of files. Essentially, they save file copies based on their previous states at specific intervals, offering a backup mechanism that could be based on minute or hourly updates. And next we have index nodes. An inode symbolizes a file or directory detailing attributes like size, permissions, ownership, and physical locations. And now we'll see the demo for the Linux file distribution system. So for that, we'll open the terminal with Ctrl-Alt-T. And now, first we'll see in which directory we currently are in. So we are in home, Abhisaruja. So first we'll move to the root directory. For that, we'll write the command cd space slash. So now we have moved to the root directory. And here we'll see what types of directories we have. We have bin, dev, boot, etc, opt, run, swap file. So now we'll move to the bin directory. So in bin directory, it contains binaries or essential executable files. So these are the binaries and executable files that we can use in the terminal only. So now, as I will show you, there's a bin and there's sbin also. This is sbin. So now we'll move to the sbin directory. For that, we'll write the command cd sbin. And here we see the directories of sbin. So what does sbin contain? It contains system binaries like mount or delete and the user that are used by the root user. So these binaries can be used by the root user only. And then we have other directories, that is library. So to move to the library directory, we'll write the command cdlib, and now we'll see its directories. So what does it contains? It stores common libraries between bin and sbin. So many directories are stored in the library directory only. So then we have another directory, that is user directory under the root only. So to move to that, we'll write cd user. So it says that, so first we'll move back to the root directory and then we'll move to the user directory. So it says that no such file or directory is present here. We'll just check. I think it's USR for user. Yeah, it's USR. So user directory is named as USR. We'll move to the user directory and to see the directories inside user. So these are the directories in user. So user has its own bin and sbin directory, and the binaries here are non-essential binaries. And there's a local directory under user. So it contains binaries that you can combine manually. So these are all the directories under root. And you can go to other directories also, as I have shown you the diagram of all the directories under user or under the root that I have shown in the previous thing. So you can check it out. So in conclusion, the Linux file system with its directory structure is a cornerstone of the operating system. It facilitates efficient data management while upholding system stability and security. Linux file system is characterized by its hierarchical tree-like structure with the root directory at its apex. Various file systems in Linux cater to different needs, each with its pros and cons. The Linux directory structure encompasses an array of directories. each designated for specific function like system binaries, boot files, device files, and user files.
If you've ever opened a computer's file manager, you've probably seen something familiar on Windows. It's that trusty C drive with neat folders like program files and documents. On Mac, you get Applications folder, your desktop, and few others. Easy, right? But then you step into Linux and suddenly you're staring at bin, etc, proc, lib, and you're thinking, what alien planet have I just landed on? Now the truth is, Linux organizes its file in a completely different way. No C drive, no fancy icon. Everything starts from a single slash, and every folder hanging from it has a very specific job. And here's the thing, it's not as scary as it looks. In fact, once you understand it, it's beautifully logical. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through the Linux file system structure step by step in plain simple English. No tech jargon overloaded. And by the end, you'll know exactly what each folder does, where to find your stuff, and how it's different from Windows and Mac. So in this video, we'll be covering what the Linux file system is and how it's different from Windows and Mac, starting from the root directory and exploring key folders like home, bin, dev, lib, temp, and many others. We'll also cover simple Linux commands to navigate and explore the structure, and a few quiz questions to make sure you're following along. Now before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. When you first boot up your computer, which part of the Linux file system do you think is responsible for starting the system? Home directory, boot directory, etc. directory? You can drop your guesses in the comment section below. Also, if you haven't subscribed to Simplilearn YouTube channel yet, do hit the notification bell and subscribe for more such content by Simplilearn. So let's get started now. Now before we get started, let's first understand what exactly the Linux file system is. You can think of it as the organization system for your computer. Now every file, program, and setting on your system is stored somewhere. And the Linux system is responsible for organizing all of that into neat directories and files. It's just like the blueprint for your computer's data storage, telling you where to find things and how they are connected. Just like a library has shelves, labels, and categories to keep all the books organized, in the same way the Linux file system works, but with files and directories instead of books. So why do we need this structure? Well, in Linux, the file system is a hierarchical structure, which means everything is organized in layers starting from the root at the top, just like a tree, and the branches off into different directories, each serving a specific purpose. It helps manage data efficiently, ensuring security, and allows the system to run smoothly and quickly. So why are we diving into the Linux file system today? So whether you're new to Linux or a seasoned user, understanding where files are stored and how everything is organized is very important for troubleshooting and system efficiency. Knowing the purpose of each directory will help you to navigate and manage files easily. This video will give you a solid foundation so you can confidently handle tasks and feel in control of your Linux system. Let's have a quick comparison between Windows and Linux. So when you're using Windows, everything feels familiar. You've got your C drive, maybe a D or E drive, and all your files and programs are neatly stored there. File paths uses backslashes like users Alex document, and Windows doesn't care about capital letters. So you can see here in the screen, you can see most of the apps are installed and it's end up with C / program files, right? And also talking about the capital letters, now files.txt and files are treated the same. Most apps you install end up with C program files, so it's pretty straightforward. But here in case of Linux, it's pretty different. The rules are a little different. There are no drive letters. Everything starts with a single root directory. And from there, all your folders and files branch out. File paths uses / like home, Chris, downloads. And it's also case sensitive. So file.txt and file.txt are completely different files here. Now, another big difference is in Linux, everything, your hard drive, your USB sticks, even your keyboard appears somewhere under this slash. You can think of it like this. Now, Linux is a giant tree and this slash is the trunk, and every folder is a branch out here, the bin, etc, home, opt,
and everything. Now, once you see the pattern, it actually becomes easier for you to navigate than in Windows. Alright, now let's talk about the Linux file hierarchy structure, or simply how Linux arranges the folders and files. Well, in Linux, there's something called the File System Hierarchy Standard, or FHS for short. You can think of it as a rule book that tells the system where different types of files should go. Now, this standard is managed by the Linux Foundation, and here's the interesting part. No matter where a file is stored on your computer's hard drive or external drive or even a virtual device, in Linux, all of it appears under one main folder, which is the root directory. Now, this root directory is just under a single /. Some folders you'll see only if certain features are installed, like the X window system for graphic, but most of these folders are present in all Unix-based systems, and they generally work in a very similar way. What we'll be focusing on here is how Linux uses them specifically. So let's dive into the structure and break it down step by step. Let's begin at the top, the very first directory in Linux, which is the root directory. Now, what is a root directory in Linux? Well, the root directory is like the main entry point in Linux. It's represented by a single /, and everything else in the system connects to it. You can think of the root directory like the trunk of a tree, and all the other directories like branches grow out from it. This is the highest point in the Linux file system, and there is nothing above it. It's the starting point for everything. Now, how does the root directory even work? Well, every file, folder, device, or even a network shared in the system is connected with /. Let's say, for example, your documents, music files, or even your external devices like USB drives, everything will appear under the folder /. But only the root user, that is the administrator, can make changes directly to the / directory. Normal users won't have the permission to modify things out there without special access. Here's an important clarification to make: the root versus this /, the /root versus the normal /. So this is the main root directory, and the root is a special directory. It's the personal home directory to the root user, and it's very similar to how the home username in a home directory is used for other people. You can think of root as the root's user personal workspace within the system. Now, in Windows, we use different letters like C drive, D drive to represent different parts of a system, like your hard drive, external storage, etc. But in the case of Linux, there's no such thing as drive letters. Instead, everything connects to a root directory, even if it's an external devices like a USB drive. This structure makes Linux more unified and flexible, as all the files, no matter where they are stored, are part of one system, which is starting from /. Alright, we are at the trunk of the tree. Let's grab the essential tools we'll need, and they are all in the bin folder. So the second directory we are talking about is the bin, which is essential user command. Now, the bin directory in Linux, it stands for binary, and it contains essential commands that every user can use. So whether they are an administrator or a normal user. These commands are the core tools which are required for running the system and doing everyday tasks for the terminal, which is the command line. But why is bin even important? Well, the commands in bin are vital for working with files and managing your system. Let's say for here, ls, which stands for list the files in a directory. The cp stands for copies, file, or directories. mv means move or renaming files. rm is removing files or directories. Ping means checking network connectivity. grep searches for specific pattern in files, and cat will display the contents of a file. You can see these commands are so fundamental that they are available even in single user mode, which is a minimal state where the system can run in, often used for maintenance or troubleshooting. So what happens if you don't have bin? If you don't have bin, you wouldn't be able to perform basic file operations like copying, deleting, or listing the files from the terminal. Now, these actions would be impossible, making the system unusable for normal tasks. If you're familiar with Windows, bin in Linux is similar, same as in Windows, like how we write this in C drive, Windows System 32 folder. System 32 in Windows holds essential tools like command.exe and other system utilities which are similar to how bin stores essential Linux command. So bin is critical directory in Linux because it holds the basic commands that are necessary to interact with the system and manage file. Without these commands, the system wouldn't function properly. But before you can even use bin, Linux needs to actually start up, and that's where boot comes in. Let's make sure you're following along. So I have another quiz question for you. Now, which of these folders in Linux holds the command that help you manage files like copying and moving them? Your options are home, bin, boot. You can think your answer and you can drop it in the comment section below. Now we'll be talking about the boot directory, which is often called the bootloader and kernel files. Now this is where Linux keeps everything it needs to start from the system. It contains the Linux kernel, the core of the operating system. It holds the grub, which is the bootloader files, the menu you might see when starting the computer. Now it also includes initial RAM disk file, which is the initrid or initrams, to help the kernel load drivers before the main system even starts. Now without boot, your PC won't even start Linux. Talking about Windows, Windows has boot files like boot mgr and the boot configuration. Okay, the engine is running now. Linux needs to talk to hardware as well. Keyboards, disk and printers. Now this happens when they are stored in the dev directory. Now dev is for the device files in Linux. So in Linux, hardware is treated just like a file. So in hard drives, you have folders like dev sda1, dev nvm. Then you have USB drive, microphone, speakers, keyboards, all have entries over here. Now talking about the two main components, so there are basically two main type of device files here. First, we've got the block devices which store and transfer data in blocks, for example hard drives. Then second, we have the character devices which can send data one character at a time, for example serial ports and keyboards. In Windows, devices appear as E, F, etc. And in Linux, they appear as special files in dev. Now, how does Linux knows how to behave? Now, that's decided in the etc directory. This stands for System Configuration Files. The configuration files, this folder contains all the system-wide settings in plain text. You have your network settings here, the DNS servers, then you have the user accounts as well, startup services like etc, initd, etc. You can also open these files with any text editor because Linux stores configurations as readable text, unlike Windows registry, which is stored in special database. Now we have seen system settings. Now where do you keep your personal files? That's where we have our home directory, which is for personal user directories. Now, every user in Linux gets a personal folder under this home. So if your username is John, your folder would be home, John, and you can store documents, pictures, downloads, and even your personal configurations over here. You cannot just modify other users' folder without any permission. It's just like the Windows C drive where users John in Windows, like how we use it. Now we have seen how this home directory works. Now to run applications, Linux needs shared code. And this is where the lib directory comes in, which is for shared libraries. So lib basically contains .so shared object files, which are similar to DLL files in Windows. Now these are used by programs in bin and sbin to work properly. Let's say, for example, if bin ls needs to print colored output, it might use a library in this lib directory to handle colors. Next, we'll look at where Linux puts removable devices, USB drives, CDs, and that's where media directory comes in. This is also called the auto-mounted devices. So when you plug in a USB or you insert a CD, Linux automatically creates a folder inside media and it mounts it there. For example, we have media John my USB. Now Windows will just give you the device a new drive letter, whereas in case of Linux, it will treat it as a part of the single directory tree. Let's move on to the next directory. Now, sometimes you don't want Linux to auto-mount devices, right? And that's where the mount comes into play. This is also called the temporary mount point directory, which is used by system admins to manually mount devices or network drives. Also, it's great for temporary use and it also doesn't even affect the media directory from here. Talking about the next directory on our list, which is the optional software. We all know that some software doesn't come with Linux by default. We keep it that in this optional software directory. Third-party software and its files are stored here. Let's say, for example, installing Google Chrome manually might put it in this opt Google Chrome directory. So this was for this directory out here. Next one, we've got the SBIN, which stands for System Administration Command. Now for system maintenance, admins use special commands. These live in this folder. It contains commands like IP tables, firewall, fdisk, disk partitioning, and reboot. So if you want to access the directory, you want to first initially start up and access the root. Next one we've got on the list is SRV, the service data root directory. So what it does is it basically stores files for services like websites, SRV, www, or FTP servers, SRV, FTP. Now you must have heard about this directory, which is the temporary files TMP. This is used by application to store short-term data, and also it clears automatically after a reboot. Then we've got this user directory, user programs and data. So the first one we have is the user local. These programs are installed manually from the source. Second, user program data directory, we've got user bin, the user commands which are not in the bin folder. Then we've got the user sbin, where the admin commands not in the sbin. And then we have the user lib, which are related to libraries. The next up, we've got this process information directory. So this is a virtual file system showing live system data. So this particularly will show your CPU details, your memory stats, and information about a specific running process. So now that we have covered all the important file directories, I'll show you a quick Linux command cheat sheet. So here, first up, we've got this ls, which stands for list directory content. Second, we've got this cd directory, which is the change directory. We have pwd, which stands for print working directory. cp source dest, it stands for copy files or directories. Then we've got mv source dest, which is move rename files. rm is for remove files or directories. Stop is for displaying system processes. ps aux is for showing process status. chmod permission file is for changing file permissions. chown user group file is for changing file ownership. grep pattern file is for searching text patterns. cat file is for displaying file content. ping host is to test network connection. ssh is for securing shell connection. And at last we've got wget url to download the files.
Now moving back to our topic, that is Linux versus Windows. So Linux, an open source and complementary operating system, debuted in 1991 courtesy of Linus Torvalds while he was a student at the University of Helsinki. Drawing its foundation from the Unix system, Linux is acclaimed for its robust stability, enhanced security, and versatile adaptability. It's extensively utilized across various platforms, including servers, supercomputers, mobile devices, embedded systems, and desktop computers. On the other side, Microsoft is the architect behind the proprietary operating system Windows. Launched initially as Windows 1.0 in 1985, it served as a graphical overlay for the MS-DOS system. Over the years, Windows has evolved through numerous substantial updates. This operating system is prevalent across a broad spectrum of devices, encompassing personal computers, tablets, and other similar technologies. While Linux has established dominance in server and supercomputer applications, Windows enjoys widespread popularity in the personal computing realm. Windows is often lauded for its user-friendly interface, whereas Linux is celebrated for its formidable stability and security features. In the past few years, Linux has seen a surge in its adoption as a desktop operating system. This rise in popularity can be attributed primarily to the emergence of accessible and user-friendly versions like Ubuntu and Mint. Despite this, Windows continues to maintain its stronghold as the global preferred desktop operating system. Nevertheless, Linux is steadily carving out a significant niche for itself in the market. Now moving to the difference between Linux versus Windows. So starting with first, that is, Windows uses different data drives like C, D, E to store files and folders. And whereas Linux uses a tree-like a hierarchical file system. Linux files are ordered in a tree structure starting with the root directory, whereas in Windows, files are stored in folders on different data drives like C, D or E. Now moving to the next difference, that is hard drives, CD-ROMs, printers are considered as devices, and whereas in Linux, peripherals like hard drives, CD-ROMs, printers are also considered files in Linux or Unix systems. Now moving to the next difference, that is there are 4 types of user account types in Windows, that is administrator, standard, child and guest. Whereas in Linux there are 3 types of user account types, regular, root and service account. Moving to the next difference. So Windows administrator user has all administrative privileges of computers, and in Linux root user is the super user and has all administrative privileges. And now moving to the next one. So in Windows you cannot have 2 files with the same name in the same folder, whereas in Linux you can have, that is the naming convention is case sensitive. The sample and the case uppercase sample are 2 different files in Linux or Unix operating system. And moving to the next difference, so in Windows My Documents is default home directory, whereas in Linux for every user directory is created which is called his home directory. And talking about more, so Linux is an open source operating system, so user can change source code as per requirement, whereas Windows OS is a commercial operating system, so user doesn't have access to source code. And Linux is very well secure as it is easy to detect bugs and fix, whereas Windows has a huge user base, so it becomes a target of hackers to attack Windows system. And if we compare Windows file system versus Linux file system, Linux runs faster even with older hardware, whereas Windows are slower compared to Linux. And in Linux, as you can see, you can have 2 files with the same name, and in Linux you would find the system and program files in different directories, whereas in Windows, system and program files are usually saved in C drive.
If you have never used Linux before and are looking to get into it, this is the perfect opportunity for you to learn on how you can use this operating system in your daily lives. Now, although this video is specifically catered towards people who are trying to get into cybersecurity or who are trying to learn ethical hacking, the more people that get into Linux is that much easier because it just provides an alternative operating system that you can use and perform in your day-to-day lives. Now, it's very important, especially for ethical hackers, to understand how Linux works and specifically how Kali Linux works, that we are going to cover today. Now, Kali Linux is also an operating system dedicated specifically to cybersecurity analysts and hackers, and has a bunch of tools that makes the process of ethical hacking and vulnerability analysis, malware analysis very easy. So, in this Linux crash course, we will learn everything about Kali Linux, what it is, what you can use it for, then understanding a bit more of the Linux system fundamentals. Now, that can span across a variety of topics. For the Linux fundamentals, we often have how to navigate the file system, how we can use the Linux operating system command terminal for creating, editing and just manipulating files. We'll understand some networking commands that can help you. We'll understand how the service mechanism, how to start services, stop services. We'll understand how to install, uninstall some particular tools. We'll also create a small script with bash so that you can understand how you can use the bash language to start your scripting journey in Kali Linux directly. That being said, we can get started with our demonstration. Now, the first thing we need to understand is how we can install Linux properly. To install Linux, or Kali Linux to be specific in this case, we will need 2 things. One, we need the ISO file, which is basically the installation file of every single operating system, and we will need an environment to run it in. Now, many people use Linux or any other operating system as a dual boot in the system, so that when you start up your computer or a laptop, it will ask you where do you want to boot into. Do you want to boot into Windows or Kali Linux or Ubuntu, something like that. But for easier access, what many people prefer and many people will recommend is using a virtualization software. So what that will happen is you will keep using your normal Windows operating system, but you can use virtualization software like VirtualBox or VMware to run Linux operating systems in Windows directly. It will run in a sandboxed environment, which makes it easier to learn, and you don't have to dedicate another bootloader access, and it just gets a whole lot complicated. Dual booting is a lot more complicated, and it is recommended for beginners to just stick with virtualization software. Now for virtualization software, you will get two options here, which will be VirtualBox by Oracle or VMware. Now I highly recommend VMware because I feel it is much more stable and it has a bit more fluidity when running operating systems. Now since you are running full-fledged operating systems in a single window, your system must have a good amount of RAM free so that it can be completely dedicated to the operating system being run in that sandboxed environment. So I would really recommend VMware over VirtualBox, which I feel has become slightly dated now. Meanwhile, VMware Workstation Player is going to be much better. This is obviously a case of preference, and you can try out VirtualBox if you want. Most of the things will be similar. But once you download VMware and install it, you should be getting a window like this. Now this is the workstation. You can get the VMware Player version, which is the free version. You can get that as well. And again, most of the things will be similar. So now that we have VMware and we have our environment where we are going to install Linux and work on it, let's check Kali Linux. Now, Kali Linux, as you can see, it's the world's most advanced penetration testing distribution, and more importantly, it is based on Debian. Debian is one of the, you can say, the forefathers of operating systems, one of the operating systems which paved the way for many Linux distributions to be based on it. Apart from Kali, we also have another operating system which is called Parrot Security. This is also used by ethical hackers and cybersecurity analysts, because this has this functions the same way as Kali Linux, as in it has all the tools and techniques that you may require in your ethical hacking journey. So you can use either of them, either Kali Linux or Parrot Security. And more importantly, for today's video, actually any Linux distribution will do, because this is more about learning the basics, and the basics will stay same irrespective if you go for Kali, Parrot, Ubuntu, or any other Linux distribution that you can think of. But just letting you know that there are two options here. Parrot has a bit more features, but Kali Linux is the industry standard today and has been for like a decade now at this point. So it is much recommended to go with Kali, and that's what we are going to work on today. So to download the ISO file, we'll just click the download button here. And you can see it offers a variety of options. You can directly download for virtual machines, which is, as you can see, it is the recommended, but it is going to deprive you of a few learning things. So what we can do is we will get the live boot system. What live boot will do, it will provide the ISO file, which we can later use to install on our VMware system. So I will go to the live boot. It includes everything. As you can see, I got a torrent file. I will place this torrent for download now. Actually, instead of the torrent, we can just download the point release live image. This version had every tool possible, but this January edition, you can see Kali 2023.1, the January live version, point release live image. You can just download this one directly. Just click the download button here, which is written at 3.8 gigs, the ISO file size. Just click on download, and your download will start. Then remember, once again, you can do this process with Parrot Security directly as well. I think if we go to download button here, yes, we have to choose the security edition. Now they also have multiple versions. For, let's say, the home edition is for daily use, just casual browsing or just multimedia process, all those things. Hack the Box is completely separate service that functions easy to hack boxes. That will be a completely separate edition, similar to Cloud, Architect, and Raspberry Pi. But if you are going to use Parrot Security, get the security edition directly. Just download it from here, and you'll be good to go. But for now, we are just going to install Kali Linux, since that is what the majority of the industry uses, and we'll move forward with it organically. These are the containers. Yes. Now what would have happened if you had chosen virtual machine is, as you can see, there are many virtualization software like VMware, VirtualBox and Qemu. What will provide is, it will provide a installed file. It will give a folder where the VirtualBox VMware has already installed Kali Linux. So you can just load up in your VMware system. As you can see, you have to choose open a virtual machine. If you download the image directly, this one. So you can just open up that folder and your operating system will load on its own. But after getting the ISO, you can customize a lot of things. The thing about this virtual images are they're not customizable as such. With the ISO, I can customize how much hard disk space I want to devote to just the sandbox operating system, how much RAM usage, although those RAM usage and all can be customized. Everything will be tailor-made based on your specific needs. So we will check that once the download is completed, which is just 1 minute remaining. Apart from that, you can see there is a 64-bit. I think this is 32-bit as well. I'm not sure if a 32-bit is required nowadays, considering everything is 64. But yes, before while the ISO is getting downloaded, let's check out VMware Workstation. Now, to get started at creating our sandboxed environment, we will touch upon create a new virtual machine. Yes. Here we can, let's say, check on custom, because we want to customize how much we want to give. Hardware, we can use Workstation 16.x, which is the latest one. Now here I am going to choose, I will install the operating system later. If I give the ISO file here directly, it will install the operating system on its own, which kind of defeats the purpose. If that was the case, we would have downloaded the live image anyway. I will click on I will install the operating system later. We will choose in the guest operating system, we will choose Linux, and make sure you choose Debian 10.x 64-bit. As we read in the website, it is based on Debian. It's Debian based Linux distribution. Now this can obviously change. There are other operating systems on which this can be based, like Fedora and Arch, but this one is Debian, so we are going to choose Debian over here, Debian 10x 64-bit, which is the latest version. Click on next. We will name it as Kali Linux and click on next. The number of processors, I am going to give 2 processors here. Total processor cores is 4. This you can determine based on how powerful your system is and how much you can give as it is, because a major part of how a virtual machine runs is not just how much RAM you give to it, is how much RAM is available outside of a sandbox environment. Because if, let's say, your system is has 8 gigabytes of RAM, you devote 4 gigabytes to the virtual machine. Windows itself takes up around 4 GB, at least 3.5 GB when it's sitting idle. So you have to account for all that when dedicating processors, and more importantly RAM as well. So we're going to click on next for now, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to give 2.5 gigabits of RAM, which should be enough for the thing, at least the things that we are doing today. This can be customized later on as well. Let's say you started working and then you realize the amount of RAM that you have given is just not enough and you need a bit more, then you can customize that later. For now I'm going to give 2.5 gigabits of RAM. You can see the recommended is 2 gigabit anyway. I'll just go a step further. Click on next. Use network address translation is the network connection, as in what kind of networking it should have, the virtual sandbox should have. Considering it is being run inside an operating system, your Windows, whatever internet connection is given to your Windows, will go to Kali Linux directly. But you can customize that. Let's say you don't want networking, you want host only networking, that you connect the guest operating system to a VPN later on. It's a completely customizable process, but for easiest access, we are going to use network address translation. IO controller types LSI is always going to be the most recommended, so just go ahead with it. Choose SCAI for the virtual disk type. Now, These are different virtual disk types that can be used, and they have different purposes. Like some make it easier to transition between multiple installations of VMware or VirtualBox based on what you've chosen. But SCSI is always considered the best. Disk would be, we will create a new virtual disk. Now, this is the maximum disk size or the disk capacity. How much hard disk storage we are going to devote for the operating system, installation, and all the files, whatever you work in the system, that will be stored somewhere, right? So we're going to devote the basically the ROM size to make it easier to understand. So I will give 30 gigabits of memory size. Now here you have another option. You can actually allocate all disk space now, as it is written. Allocating the full capacity can enhance performance, but requires all of the physical disk space to be available right now. So the good thing about VMware is, if I think that's in VirtualBox as well, if I do not click this, even though I have written 30 gigabits, it does not take up all of the 30 gigabits in your hard disks. It takes how much ever is required. Let's say after installation and everything, it takes up 10 gigabits of space. That is all that will be taken up. It won't take up all the 30 gigabits. The more you keep working and slowly the data increases, the size increases of the virtual machine folder, it will go up to 30 gigabits. That's it. So if you allocate all of it now, it will take up the 30 gigabits directly, and it will be slightly more performance because it will remove that read functionality when the virtual machine is being run. So I will click it, and between these two options, between single files and multiple files, single files is faster, but multiple files will make it easier if you want to move your virtual machine system from, let's say, one laptop to another, or you have to switch between personal and official systems. But for now, I can choose a single file. 130 disk file will be created. You can just put whatever name, and I think everything else is settled. Now what we will do is we will click on finish. It will take some time to create the disk. I think the ISO download would have been completed. Yes, the ISO download is completed by now. It will just take a while to create the disk. There is also Kali Net Hunter, which is a mobile penetration testing platform. It is available only on Android. You can use it to perform small tasks. Obviously, you can't perform everything that you can on Kali Linux desktop environment, but a lot of the things can be performed, like basic network scanning and some amount of sniffing and brute forcing tools. All those things can be performed on NetHunter directly, but that is a video for another day. So we'll just wait till the disk is created, and then we'll move forward with the process. As you can see, the virtual machine is now created. So the next step would be to actually align the ISO file. So we're going to click on Edit Virtual Machine Settings here. We'll select the CD/DVD position, use ISO image file. We're going to browse, go to Downloads, use the Kali Linux ISO, and click on OK. So now we can power on. Select Live System AMD 64 at all times. Okay. You can see a pop-up here below that says install Debian as you would on a physical computer, that we are going to do, which should be Kali Linux. In this case, it just shows Debian because it is based on Debian. That's it. When you're done and the operating system boots up, click I finish installing. So we will do that when the time is correct. So you can see the live boot running up. You can see Kali Linux is booting up now. You get the usage, CPU usage meter here, and this should be the memory. Yes. Okay. So we have entered booted into the desktop. These are the multiple workspaces. But once again, this is not installed. What we're going to have to do is install this operating system. You can see you can use in the live environment, you can use everything, but you just have to install this operating system directly. The networking system is working. Okay. So once you familiarize yourself with the Kali Linux operating system, and more importantly, in the live environment, you are able to check if the amount of RAM that you have given and your processor in general is able to sustain everything or not. What we will do is we will just power off the virtual machine. We'll again power on, and this time we'll not choose the live system. What we will choose is we'll go down. We'll choose the advanced installation options. We'll click graphical install and install. That's it. Now what this will do is will launch the graphical installer instead of the live system. Some operating systems like Security, for example, will allow you to install directly from the live environment, but that's it. It's not really a very big difference if you run it from here or there. Now the installer is launched. I'm sorry. We'll click the English language. Yes. It will ask for your location so that it will set your time zone. I will choose India. Configure the keyboard. You can choose American English, considering that is the standard keyboard layouts that is available on the market. It will load the additional components like the networking modules, the input-output device detection drivers, all those things. Some of the partitioning devices as well, I think. It will take the network hardware next. Configuring. Configuring the network with DHCP. Yes. Now that we have to select the host name. The host name, I will just keep it as Kali. That's not a very big deal. This is more important if you're a lot into networking and you want to have, particular home network as a kind of like acting as a server for all the devices in your home Wi-Fi. Otherwise, it's not an issue. Same thing with the domain name. I will skip the domain name because it's not really essential for what we are doing here. Yes, but the username will obviously be required. The full name, I will give it as Simplilearn, for example. I'll keep the same username. That was the full name. This is the username. Password, you can give based on your wish. Make sure password's the same. This is the single user, by the way. You can obviously create multiple users like we do on multiple other operating systems. Now it will check the disk partitioning. Here, since we are installing it on VMware, any virtualization software, be it VirtualBox or VMware, we will use guided, which is use entire disk. Continue. As you can see, we had devoted 30 GB. It is showing 32.2. Similar situation here. We're going to click on continue. All files in one partition, which is recommended for new users. You can partition it to home, where TMP, maybe other partitions as well that you can keep, a swap partition as well, but that's not necessary now. We'll keep all of them in a single partition. Just make sure all the changes are there. It will create the swap memory on its own and click on continue. It will ask that these are the changes being made. Just select yes, continue, and it will start installing Kali Linux into the VMware virtual disk. Now, this will take some time, so we will speed this up and come back to it when the installation is done. So now we have to set the package manager. The main partitioning system is done and most of the installation part is done. We just have to configure the package manager and use a network mirror. Click on yes, APT. You don't need to set up anything else here. You can just click on next and it will set up APT, which is the package manager of Kali Linux. Now what the package manager will do is help us install, uninstall, update the tools and libraries that Kali Linux uses, all the softwares and all the tools that we're going to use later on. It will configure the package manager for now. It's almost done. Now it's installing the grub bootloader, which will, when you start up the system, it will ask you where do you want to log in. Yes, install the grub bootloader to my primary drive. Click on continue. We'll just select dev SDA, which is, you'll find a single drive anyway. Instead of entering enter device name manually, just click on whatever storage space is being written below that. Now if you're using it on VirtualBox or VMware, which we are doing right now, you will get only one storage. That's it. If you're dual booting, you'll get multiple and you'll have to make some choices. But that is advanced and we don't need to get into that right now. For now, only the last one should be enough. Now it is finalizing the installation. Just running a few post-installation clicks, that's all. And as you can see, the installation is complete. So please choose continue to reboot. We'll just press continue. Now it loaded in a lot of the packages during the live version and during the installer so that it can continue with the installation. So it's going to remove that live package now from the RAM and complete the process. As you can see, Kali Linux has rebooted and is going to the installed operating system now. You will run, if you're a beginner into Linux, you will run into a lot of the commands being shown. Just don't freak out, it's all normal. It does take some time to start up depending on how much memory you have given it, how much RAM you have devoted to it, how much hard disk you have given it also depends on that. And obviously it also relies on how much memory your Windows operating system is using, so that how much extra RAM is available and how well Windows can push VMware Workstation. So you have the login screen. We are going to use whatever username and password we had set during installation to log in. Now this will be the root user. You'll understand more about that just now. Let's just allow it to boot completely. Okay. So now we have Kali Linux operating system installed and ready to go. Now what I would recommend, the first thing is just go around, just check. If you're new to Linux, do not make a lot of changes or anything like that, but do move around. For example, if you can just click the start button here, which is termed as applications, you can see a lot of the programs that are installed. Now the good thing about Kali Linux is it's very intuitive. So for example, information gathering, you'll see all the tools that you can use for information gathering. Now same for vulnerability analysis, web app analysis, password attacks, all the brute forcing tools that you can use, the wireless attacks like AirCrack, Reaver example, sniffing networks like Wireshark, etc. So just go around the operating system, see, check the file manager, how it works, and basically get a feel for the operating system directly. Okay, like see, here's the file manager. Just check everything, how it's working. You can enter the settings and move and make some small changes. Now a lot of the settings won't matter a lot when running virtually, but it's good to know and understand what are the things that Linux offers. So it's a very important step. One more thing, if you are in a virtual machine, is make sure that VMware Tools is installed. Usually this gets installed directly, but if not, you can just reinstall here. Okay. I think so. Our environment is ready and set up. Now, as you might know, a major part of Linux is the command line. So we're going to click the terminal here, or you can just open right. Terminal has opened. So this is basically the command line that you can use in Mac OS or Windows. So a lot of the things that we do on Linux is in the command line itself. Now you can use general graphical tools like let's say the file manager, for example. You can use graphical tools. You can use other networking tools as well, but it's always better to use the terminal, because one, you can reach things faster compared to a graphical tools, considering you just have to write a single command and that's it for most of the tools, other than having to navigate through a lot of menus and sections and other compartments that you have to do on a graphical interface. So we will have to focus more on this command line terminal. And the first thing that we have to learn in a command line terminal is the sudo user or the root user. We had discussed when creating the user, where I told that that will be the root user, considering we're only adding just one user for now. Okay, so let's break that apart actually. Sudo is the keyword that we are looking for. Okay, now the super user or the root user, administrator of the system, is going to be someone who has the, all of the access to access everything, all the sensitive files, all the sensitive settings, all those things. Now, if you can just see, let's say if I want to open a file, I'm going to put cat etc shadow. Let's say permission denied. Cat is the way to open up text files, by the way. Now this file does exist, but I cannot open it because the permission is denied. I'm not the root user right now. I'm just Simplilearn@Kali. Now the terminal does not go into root mode by default, because it's not safe from a security perspective. So we have to check on what are the things that can be done securely. That's why what we will do is we will write down now sudo. Let's say sudo is the command for invoking the root user. We will write the same command, which is sudo cat etc shadow. It will ask you for your root password that we set before. We'll just put the same password, and as you can see, it showed the details of the shadow password, shadow file. So why? So that's the reason actually why it's not recommended to have the root user at all times. It's not recommended. Meanwhile, what you can do is, let's say you work a lot with the sudo password. For example, a lot of the things that we're going to do in this video will require the sudo keyword, which is the root access. Now, if you just open a new tab, for example, you'll get another terminal without any issues. Now, one thing I want to note out is, if you are learning a lot of the tools that require the sudo command, like opening sensitive files like this one, etc shadow, or making small changes that require root access, like changing the network adapter, checking what kind of external devices are being connected from a system perspective, all those things you will require to run continuously. So instead of writing sudo again and again and again for every command, what you can use is this command sudo su. Now what this will do is, it will change the terminal, change the user in this particular terminal tab to a root user. Now I will just press enter, and you can see, you can check this $sign here. Once I press on sudo su, this will change to a hash, and you can see the user has changed now from the Simplilearn to the root user, which basically has all the permissions to do whatever it can with the system. It can change into hash. So now whatever you have to do, you don't have to write sudo command anymore. You just write cat etc shadow, and there you go. Now remember, this root user terminal is only valid for this particular tab, not even this window, this particular tab. If I go to this tab here, or I'll just close it and create a new tab, it's still $, and we're in the Simplilearn user anyway. You can't log in directly to the root user for security purposes. Like, let's say, while it is ultra rare for Linux to have any kind of malware, it is always better to not give it all the permissions like you can have in some other operating system like Windows. So you have to dial into root directly. Okay, so you can use sudo command. You don't have to use sudo command if you have the sudo su. A lot of the things, sometimes you'll find commands that will not work, like the cat etc shadow, they will not work, or sometimes the commands will work but they won't work all the way. You'll find something is wrong. So always make it a point to try it with sudo once before moving forward. So now let's understand how we can navigate the file system in Linux. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the terminal again, just increase the size of the text a while. So as you can see, this tilde symbol, this means we're at the home location. To understand how we can determine which directory we are in currently, always remember terminal will open in a particular directory. That's the entire point of the terminal or the command line, for example. To find out what you are in right now, you can just type in the command pwd, which stands for present working directory. Click enter and you can see I'm at the home folder in the Simplilearn. Now this can obviously change. For example, if I want to move somewhere else, now I'll just open the file manager and show you once. This is the home Simplilearn folder. As you can see, it is written here. Thuna is the name of the file manager. This is the home folder. Now you have desktop, documents, downloads, music, all these folders, subfolders, you can say, inside the Simplilearn folder, home folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to, let's say, the documents folder. Okay, so the command for that would be cd, which is change directory. So I'm going to write, as you can see, it will automatically try to complete. The more you use Kali Linux, and actually most of the Linux operating systems, the shell or the terminal understands where you go and what you do, all those things. So that way I will going to change the directory to the let's say the documents folder. Now we're going to just write cd documents, and as you can see, there is an extra word here, the documents, which means that now you are in the documents. We can use pwd command again to check, and you can see home Simplilearn documents. Now what if you're at a position where you don't know where you are and what are the files that are present there? For example, I just opened this in the graphical user interface and found out that okay, these are the subfolders that I can get into. To understand what are the folders available at your particular location, the command is just listing for command is ls, press enter. Okay, this is the documents. Apologies. We'll just, to go back one step, right now we are in home Simplilearn documents. To go back a single step, we'll just write cd double dot double full stop. Then you can see once again we are back to home Simplilearn. Now once again, to understand what are the folders that are present, we have to use the command ls, and as you can see everything that is present. The desktop, document, downloads, music, pictures, all those folders can pop up. Now you can move here and there based on where you want to go. Apart from this, let's say if you want to create a new folder for your own, one thing we can do is mkdir. That command stands for make directory. Now if I want to create a new folder by the name of mkdir slp, now remember, make sure you understand which position we are at, which is right now home Simplilearn based on the last pwd. I haven't used cd command, anything after that. So now if I press ls, you can see another folder in the name of slp. Now you can do the same things. You can just go to slp. You can see the path has now changed to home Simplilearn slp. You can go back, and that's how you can work and create folders. To delete, let's say I don't want to have the slp folder anymore, I'll just use rmdir slp. Now if I check ls, we don't have that folder anymore. So that's how you work in between folders. Now one more thing that you can do is just clear, and it will clear up the terminal for you. Now just to check where we are again, home Simplilearn. Now remember seeing the cat folder, right? The cat command using the etc folder and the shadow file. Now let's say if I want to see what is inside the etc file. For example, if I just put down ls, it will only show me what the folders present in my present working directory. What I can do is I can just write ls etc, and these are the folders that are present in the etc folder. So you can check other files listings here as well, and directly giving the full path. So that will ignore the current working directory, the present working directory, and show the folders present in the path that you mentioned. Okay. Apart from that, one more thing that we need to know when it comes to listing out details is the la command. Now all of these commands, this ls, pwd, at least 90% of the commands that you're going to use in the Linux terminal, I just clear this for now. 90% of the commands that you use in Linux will have sub commands, or it is also called as flags, that go along with it. Now for example, in my current present working directory, if I press on ls, I get these folders, right? But these are not the only folders that are present. These are the only folders that are being shown. Now to see the other files and folders that are present in the home folder, I can write the normal command ls. I'm going to add a sub command or a flag if you say -la. And you can see there are much more than the desktop documents downloads. That's something that we were already seeing here. But apart from that, you can see other files and folders here. The .cache, .config, .bash logout, everything you can see. Now everything that has a dot or full stop before it is considered a hidden file. It's not going to show up directly using ls. You have to write the la command, which will show all the files. Now it's very important to understand these subcommands and what are the flags that can be used in different purposes. This is basically the shell. So the more research you do and understand what kind of flags that you can use, it's going to be easier. What can help here is the man command. The man basically stands for manual. You can find it in every Linux actually. Let's say you want to learn what are the flags that you can use with the ls command, for example, or you just want to know what that command is. So you can just type in man ls, and you see it basically says ls stands for list directory contents. Is a description. Here you can see all the sub commands, the flags -b, -d. There's a good explanation for every single sub command that you can use in order to navigate through the file system, or just listing. This is just for ls command. You can do this with almost any command that you want. It says once you've read what you needed to know, just press q to quit, and there you have it. So that's all about how to list commands, list folders, and navigate through file systems using cd, mkdir, and rmdir. Now about the commands that you saw and all the folders that you were able to see, let's say if I just press lsla, you can see there is a folder called .cache, right? So to enter that file, you also need to just use the cd command. You can see the present working directory has changed. You can just press ls here and see if anything else. Yes, you can see there are other folders here as well. So the entire process remains the same, but just understand that if there are some files and folders that you're not able to see, which is going to happen a lot, considering a lot of the things that are hidden in Linux by default. You can access all of those things, but you need to know the right commands and the right way to access them. So if you are missing out on some files and folders, just make sure you're using the ls command and sometimes even the la command to get the details of everything that you are missing. Now this folder currently doesn't have as such any a lot of missing files and folders like the home folder had. So right now it's not very indicative, but you get the full idea of it. Another thing that you can use apart from the, let's say, the man command is the help command. Help -help. This is small. This is not as detailed as man, and this doesn't work for all commands, but you can do a lot of the commands. If you need a quick answer to something, you can definitely check this out, which is the -help. So while we are clear about folders, like how to manipulate folders, let's take a look about how we're going to work with files, for example. Now, let's say we use the echo command. Echo command is the equivalent of trying to put something on screen. So let's say if I just press echo with the codes, it will just print out hello. If I want to put it inside a file, I'll just say, just press Ctrl+0. I'll just say echo hello. To autocomplete, just press the right arrow on your keyboard. It will autocomplete. After that, echo hello. I want to put this into a file. Let's say my file .txt. Yes. We'll do one thing. This is currently in the cache folder, right? We'll just go back. Yes, this is the home folder. So we're going to do the same thing here. Now, to go back to our history of commands, I want to do the same thing. I want to echo hello into a new file. So I'll just press the up arrow and it will go cycle through my recent commands. So I'll just press enter. And if I just press ls now, you can see in the home folder, there's a new file of myfile.txt. Okay. If I want to, let's say, move this file to one of these folders, let's say I want to move this to the video folders. So the command for that is cp, which is copy. I will copy the myfile.txt to the videos folder. So I'll just enter. I don't need to actually enter videos to see the files like we had discussed. So what are we going to do is I'm going to just type in ls videos, and you can see it has the myfile.txt folder. Now, since I copied it, obviously the home folder will also have the myfile.txt. In order to remove the myfile.txt, I have to use the rm command. Now remember, to remove directories we used rmdir. To remove files we just have to use rm. So I'm going to use rmmyfile.txt to delete the file. Now if I ls, the home folder does not have. But since it had I had copied, kept a copy in the videos folder, I'll press ls videos, press enter, and you can see it still has the myfile command. Okay. Now one more thing that we need to know is the move command. The move command will essentially move whatever folder wherever you want. Let's say I want to create echo hello myfile. Again, I'll press ls and I'll see the myfile.txt folder. Now if I want to move this file, let's say if I use the mv command instead of the cp command, which is just for I want to use the myfile.txt to, let's say, the downloads folder. It's saying permission denied. So what I will do is I will click on sudo. Like we discussed, a lot of the things will not work directly. We will use the same command. We'll use the downloads folder. It will now work. It's time to take a look at users and privileges. Now if you remember our ls command, let's just check my present working directory. It's the home folder. Now if you remember the -la, you see a lot of the characters here, which is dr, w, xr, all those things. Now this is basically to understand what permissions a user has. If you check here, there are folders and files. You can see the folders in the dark blue color and the files in the white color. You can see light blue for links, but it's a completely separate thing. So another thing, the permissions part. If you see, there are three groups here. This is the first group, this is the second group, this is the third group. The first group is the owner of the file. Now what permissions does the owner have? Now for example, right now the owner of, let's say, this one, this file, for example, is root. Most of the time it will be the user, but this time it is root. It has read, write, execute, R for read, W for write, and X for execute. Obviously the owner will be able to do all those things. Now the second group is basically for anyone who is part of the domain group in the users. Like if you remember, while installing, there was a option called create a domain. While we did not create it because we don't have a lot of users right now, but when you create a domain, what are the people in the group who are going to do? So they have the read function, which is the RX for execute, but they do not have the write function. They cannot write directly in this file. Similarly, for the third group, which is anyone outside of the group. So any other user, if they are not in a particular group of the file, then they also have the read function and the execute function, but they will not be able to write into the file directly. So that's how you can check all of the files that are able to, that a user can access or not access. That's basically the entire purpose of the privilege section, because we don't want to give undue permission to a people who do not require it. The entire point of security in Linux is a level of abstraction that is providing users with exactly what they are needed. So if you have a user that does not require executable functions to, let's say, the downloads folder, we can cut it off from our end as a root user anyway. So that's about providing privileges and providing access to certain files. Now, like we had discussed, the etc shadow file that we had used when checking the cat file. Now, one more thing that we can do again is understanding what the shadow file does. If you just press cat etc shadow, obviously it will not work. It will just say permission denied. We're going to say sudo cat shadow. This basically has the password hashes for all the users that are in a system right now. You can see the root does not have a hash, because it's not safe to have a particular hash for a user, just from security perspective. The user that we have created, which is Simplilearn, you can see the password hash being mentioned here. Now, depends on how many users you create. If you create 3, 4, 5 users, you can see all the password hashes here. Now, you can why this is password protected by security and we need to use the sudo user command is because if someone has this hash, let's say if someone is a cryptographer and is able to brute force through hashes, then it's going to be very easy to try and figure out the passwords to particular users' passwords. That's why even the hash is not shown with full confidence unless and until they get the sudo user command. So that's about privileges and how you can use the sudo command to bypass the normal user limits. So now let's take a look at some of the networking commands. We're going to clear this one for now. Check the adapters that we have in use right now. You can just write ifconfig or actually IPA, IPA. Similar information, IPA is a newer variant. It basically shows what are the adapters and the networking conditions right now. For example, you can see Ethernet. Now, even though I am using Wi-Fi on my local system, in network address translation, which is the NAT that we set the network package manager when setting up the virtual machine on this VMware, it will link up as Ethernet. So you can see Ethernet, you can check our local address, you can check the 24 subnet. This is our broadcast address and this is our MAC address for the system. This is the IPv6 address as well. Now, similarly, this can be checked on whichever system you are being connected to. The IPA at ifconfig is the same. It's just an older variant. Apart from this, there is another command actually, iwconfig. Now this is particularly for wireless. That was a wrong spelling. iwconfig. Now, right now it will not show any wireless extensions. If you are looking into wireless sniffing, network packet detection, or even wireless hacking, for example, we will publish a video on wireless hacking soon, so stay tuned for that. Apart from wireless hacking, if you are using any wireless extensions, let's say we have small adapters that people can use as portables or wireless cards for Wi-Fi. From some systems that do not have Wi-Fi enabled NICs in their motherboards, the people use modifiable custom portable adapters. So if you have one of those plugged in, you will see it in iwconfig. From ifconfig, you will only may be able to find out the IP address, and that's it. iwconfig will give you all the information and you can check later. Coming to different IP addresses, a command that you should be knowing is ARP. Now, if you're not familiar with ARP, that is going to be address resolution protocol. I think IPN will also show the same information. So what both of these do is it basically states which IP address relates to what MAC address. It will also show which one is reachable, which one is stable, all those extra stuff. Now, remember, whatever is being done in these kind of IP addresses and MAC addresses, all of them need to be put in a routing table if you want to connect with each other. Now, how you can check that? Just enter route and you can see the routing table for this particular system. You can see there is a destination for every IP address, there's an open gateway, there is a mask here, all of this stuff. Whatever data needs to travel in between hosts. Now the second host, let's say from this virtual machine, I want to travel, I want to communicate with a system that is in my similar Wi-Fi, in the same Wi-Fi network. Then there must be a routing table connection between them. This can, the example that I gave, the same Wi-Fi network thing, that will mostly be handled by a modem or the router basically. But what if it's not? What if there's just two systems and they're not having any other connection, and you just happen to have a LAN cable connected between them? You have to set these routing tables manually so that you are able to communicate. This is going to be expressly useful if you're setting up in domain group authorities and all those things. But apart from that, it's just a good thing to know how networking works. Now, all of these commands, these MAC addresses, these IP addresses, these are something that are of utmost importance. So learning networking when learning Linux is very essential. I highly suggest learn networking so that you can be able to grasp these things better. Now, based on how you can communicate with particular host addresses, there is a command if you want to check if you can reach a particular host or not. That is using the ping command. Now we'll take a common example for this because I don't have any other system in the vicinity network right now. So let's say if I want to I want to see if I have connection to google.com. Now you can use directly an IP address as well. I'm just going to check ping google.com, and you can see it will start pinging requests directly from the google.com server, whichever is the nearest server that Google has set. You can see it just says that it sent 64 bytes from this particular IP address it received. An ICMP request was sent. The time it took for each request is also mentioned at the end here, 15 ms, 16 ms, 17, 18, all those ms. Now, since we are getting a particular request back, ICMP basically needs a response. If we are getting a response, then that host is reachable. If I did not have internet right now, this would not be possible. I'll just show. I'll press Control C. Whatever command is being run, if you want to stop it on the next terminal, it is best to it is Control C. Okay, just press Control C. It will give a small report here as well. It says 51 packets transmitted, 50 received. How much packet loss was there if some of the requests did not go through or did not receive a response, how much time it was taken, all those things. I'm going to clear. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to disconnect. Yes, the network connection has been disconnected. Now if I put ping.google.com temporary failure in name resolution, as simple as that. So once I connect again, that started. Pretty straightforward. Apart from using domain names, you can also use IP addresses like we mentioned. Now another IP address that we can ping for sure, since we have internet connection, is Cloudflare's DNS resolution address. Now that would be ping 1.1.1.1. Now to have to understand DNS, it basically acts as an address book for all the websites that you see, in whichever way it may be. For example, if let's say we're reaching google.com, when we ping google.com, we saw this IP address responding a request. We didn't saw google.com particularly responding to requests, right? These IP address will depend based on what DNS services Google has and how many servers they have in particular locations. That's why hitting IP address directly also work. That's why DNS is essential. So we're going to ping 1.1.1.1, and you can see we're getting response times for those as well. Now these will be generally faster compared to normal websites. As you can see, the time is much less compared to pinging google.com. Okay, obviously if you can't target something, let's say 1.1.2.5 for example, I'm not sure if that is even a host. 100% packet loss. It's just nothing worked. It will not work. It won't send anything. Even if there is a host, let's say if I have an IP address of a system that is in my group, but it does not have permission to receive IPP requests, or it has just closed off all the ports that we cannot connect with it, then it will just not work. It will just say it's not existing. You see, we sent 26 packets, none of them were received, and it was a 100% packet loss. That's why. I'll just check once what is the IP address of our system. It was 192.168.72.130. If I 192.168.72, instead of 130, I'll just put 154 or something. Something. There is no host. If there was another address there, it would have received some request. And since there is no host, it says destination host unreachable. That's why you can check if you have connectivity with a particular system in your network or your group or your domain using the ping command. So that's the networking commands. That are all the networking commands that you need to know for now. The basics at the very least. The next thing you have to take a look at is services. Now services will differ widely based on the system that you are using. For example, on Windows, you see services for different stuff, like for any remote access software, you check and you see services. Similar cases with Linux. If I just open, let's say htop. Okay, we have to install htop. Let's just use top. Here it basically functions, the top functions as a task manager. You can see so many systems, services here, the xorg, thunar, xxtop is running on the background, stuff like that. Now, if I want to start something particular, let's take the Apache web server. Now, Apache web servers have been in use for like years, decades at this point. So in order to function, see how Apache servers use, the first thing I'm going to check is my IP address. This is my IP address. So what I'll do is I will copy this. I'll open my web browser. Apache web servers are hosted on your own IP. So I'll just paste it here and click enter. And you can see there's nothing popping up now. A major reason for this can be the server is not running. So one thing what we'll do is we're going to start the Apache server by starting its service. So we're going to use system start system Apache 2 start. Now if I click enter, it'll say it just not work. What I will do is, the correct term was service, not system. And even if I click on service Apache 2 start, it will say it needs authentication. Now this could be bypassed by directly giving sudo and putting in the root password in the command line itself, but all in all it's the same result. So I'll just use my password here, and now I'll just remove the HTTP here because Apache is a local server. Now you can see the Apache web server has loaded based on Apache Debian default page. Now as you can see, the server is working correctly. If I just open the terminal again, now to stop it, I can once again just go sudo service Apache 2 stop. This will stop the service. I'll just press enter. I'll refresh, and there we lose our access. A very good part of Apache servers used to be the ability to hold files, ability to host files, basically for people in the same domain or even the same network. Okay. Now you can see where the files can be stored. Like for example, it says you should replace this file located at var html index.html. So if I just open up my file explorer and go to file system, var www.html, this is where a lot of people can host their files. Okay. Now another better way is to hold a Python server. Now considering all of Linux almost every single Linux distribution now comes with Python pre-installed. So how we can do that is, let that keep running, we don't have an issue. I'll just check. No, actually let's stop that. It will be easier to understand how it's working. If we refresh now, as you can see, nothing is working. So what we're going to do is we're going to start a Python HTTP server. Python minus m is the sub flag for it, and HTTP server we're going to start. Now, what is my present working directory? Simplilearn. Let me just clear these. Present working directory is the home folder. If you check what are the folders that are available, desktop, documents, downloads, these are the folders. Now, if I am running the HTTP server on this folder, even though it will only my IP is going to be used for accessing the server, it depends on which folder I am hosting it from. So if I host the Python HTTP server, Python HTTP server from this folder, I just press enter, and you can see it says serving HTTP on 000 is basically your local IP address, and I'm using the port 80. You can use whichever port, that's not really important which port you use. If I refresh now, you can see I see all the folders that are available, documents, downloads. These dot are something other things that we've already seen using the -la command. So all the files are now hosted properly as expected. Similarly, if we want to use, let's say, any other files that we want to share with someone in a network easily, and this can very well function like an FTP server. This is not exactly an FTP server, but this can be easily accessed with just the URL. If someone is in my system, if someone is in my home network, for example, they can just use my IP address, which will be 192.168.702.130. They can check the ping command and see if it is reachable, which it should be, unless and until some particular port is closed. They can just access the files using this one. Now to stop the Python HTTP server, once again just press Ctrl+C and it's gone. So that's how you work with services in Kali Linux, at least from a basic perspective. That's how it's going to work. Now one of the last things that we're going to check is the ability to install, update tools, and basically all the software that you can see here. You see all the applications that can be run, for example, the vulnerability analysis tools, Nmap, SQL Map, Reaver, Pixie WPS, all those things. Now, how do these get installed, updated, and basically dealt with? So, PT, actually apt get also, but those are interchangeable and you can use whichever one you like. I use apt get, but in order to check, let's say if you want to update a system, which is one of the bare minimum needs of every system, right? So the command for that is going to be, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use sudo su, which is the sudo super user. I will just use sudo su and go into the root stage, because almost all of the commands that I'm going to put next require sudo. So I might as well just be without having to type the password every single time. Now, Once I'm sudo usu, the correct command would be apt-get update. Now what this will do is it will check the repositories. Every Linux distribution has a few repositories that it gets the softwares and updates from. It will check the package list. Now for now, the repository that is being hit is the kali.download kali rolling in release, right? So it will update the repositories based on the data available on that particular address. We use the apt-get update command there. So next thing what we are going to do is apt-get upgrade. Yes. So now after the repositories have been updated with the data available on the web server, it says that the following packages will be upgraded. You can see the Apache 2 server needs an update. Then you have CS certificates, script setup, Firefox ESR, which is a Firefox browser for extended support release Linux platforms, all those things, the Mesa Vulkan drivers, Python Flask, all those things. Out of a total 303 upgraded, no new installations are needed and 4 need not be upgraded. So after this operation, you'll see 364 MB of files needs to be downloaded and 24 MB additional disk space will be used. You can either continue using Y or N. So that's how you're going to update your system. Now even if I click N and be done with it, this is all about updating. I'm going to clear this out. But how do we install files? For example, if you remember, I typed out a command called htop. It says command htop not found but can be installed with apt install htop. That can once again be apt-get as well. It's not a very big deal which one do you use. I'll just cancel this and I will write out the command myself. Let's use apt for this one instead of apt-get. apt install htop. Now I am able to do this very easily because htop is already in the repository. I have that in the Kali in rolling release repository. That's why, as you can see, the installation has been started. This is the fetched 152 KB, which is the size of htop. It's a very small thing, and the installation is now complete. Now if I just sit on htop, you can see a newer version of the task manager or the system monitor, essentially to see what kind of where the memory is being used, the CPU percentage, all those things. So that's how you can install. If I press Ctrl C again, I'll go back to my command line interface. So that's how you can install. To remove, you can just use apt remove HTTP. It says 1 to remove and 387 kilobyte disk will be freed. If I just press enter, we don't have htop anymore. So that's how you install and remove tools from Kali Linux using the apt and apt-get. Now these apt and apt-get are package managers specifically for Debian and Debian based operating systems. That's why these commands will be consistent across all Debian based distribution systems unless and until they have their own package manager, which is not really the case if they are based on Debian. So similarly, Fedora has DNF, Arch has Pacman, all those things. So those will differ. But if in a particular base distribution, these package managers will be the same. So that's how you can use apt and apt-get to understand how you can install and remove tools. So I think we've covered everything that we've set the agenda for in this Kali Linux tutorial and basically a Linux crash course.
With cybercrime getting more and more complex by the day, corporations are in the need of trained personnel in the field of cybersecurity. Ethical hacking and penetration testing had always been necessary for organizations and the general public to protect the system against malicious attackers. However, with the exponential growth in cyber attacks, the necessity of being trained in ethical hacking is at an all-time high. Many such professionals tend to use Linux distributions for their penetration testing activities. There are specific operating systems which are catered to ethical hackers. These operating systems come pre-installed with the necessary tools and scripts required for ethical hacking. Probably the most famous operating system in this bracket is Kali Linux. For today's video, we will learn about this distribution made by and for hackers. We take you through the intricacies of its hardware and software specifications. Let's take a look at the agenda for today. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali Linux that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Moving on, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. In the next few sections, we compare it to an industry rival operating system by the name of Parrot Security Operating System. We take a look at the OS on a grassroots level. Next, we learn about the standout features of Kali Linux and Parrot Security with their unique offerings. We make a direct comparison between Kali and Parrot Security OS as far as their hardware specifications and all-around usability is concerned. We make a conclusion as to which operating system caters to which category of user. In the next topic, we take a detailed look at how we can install Kali Linux on a Windows 10 system using the VMware virtualization software. Moving on, we go through some of the reasons why people should choose Kali Linux as their primary operating system when it comes to ethical hacking and penetration testing. In the next section, we cover the 5 different phases of penetration testing, where each stage is a crucial segment in the entire cycle of an ethical hacking campaign. We also take a look at the most popular tools installed in Kali Linux that are used regularly by ethical hackers as a part of their professional work. Coming to a few live demonstrations, we start by learning some Linux terminal basic commands, set up proxy chains to maintain our privacy on the internet, run a few Nmap scans to find information about our victims, use Wireshark to detect insecure browser traffic traveling through HTTP web pages, learn about Metasploit and its components, and finally use Metasploit to hack into a Windows 10 machine and grant ourselves root access or the admin access, which basically gives us the key to the entire machine. It's no secret that the majority of our internet usage is at the risk of being hacked, be it via unsafe messaging applications or misconfigured operating systems. To counteract this void of digital security, penetration testing has become the norm when it comes to vulnerability assessment. Kali Linux is an operating system that has become a well-known weapon in this fight against hackers. A Linux distribution that is made specifically for penetration testers, Kali Linux has layers of features that we will be covering in today's lesson. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered in this video. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Finally, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. Let's start by learning about Kali Linux in general. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools that are targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multiple platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali become disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of control to the most enthusiastic of users. We did not get Kali Linux since the first day. How did it come into existence? Let's take a look at some of its history. Kali Linux is based on years of knowledge and experience in building penetration testing and operating systems. During all these project lifelines, there have been only a few different developers, as the team has always been small. The first project was called WAPEX, which stands for White Hat Knopex. As can be inferred from the name, it was based on the Knopex operating system as its underlying OS. WAPEX had releases ranging from version 2.0 to 2.7. This made way for the next project, which was known as WAX, or the longhand being White Hat Slacks. The name change was because the base OS was changed from Knopex to Slacks. WAX started at version 3 as a nod, it carrying on from WAPEX. There was a similar OS being produced at the same time, Auditor Security Collection, often being shortened to just Auditor, which was once again using Knopex. Its efforts were combined with WAX to produce Backtrack. Backtrack was based on Slackware from version 1 to version 3, but switched to Ubuntu later on with version 4 to version 5. Using the experience gained from all of this, Kali Linux came after Backtrack in 2013. Kali started off using Debian stable as the engine under the hood before moving to Debian testing when Kali Linux became a rolling operating system. Now that we understand the history and the purpose of Kali Linux, let us learn a little more about its distinct features. The latest version of Kali comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need for the job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a stronghold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distributions, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. All this information is necessary for users to determine if Kali Linux is the correct choice for them. If it is, what are the ways that they can go forward with this installation and start their penetration testing journey? The first way to use Kali Linux is by launching the distribution in the live USB mode. This can be achieved by downloading the installer image file or the ISO file from the Kali Linux website and flashing it to a USB drive with a capacity of at least 8 GB. Some people don't need to save their data permanently, and a live USB is the perfect solution for such cases. After the ISO image is flashed, the thumb drive can be used to boot a fully working installation of the operating system, with the caveat that any changes made to the OS in this mode are not written permanently. Some cases allow persistent usage in live USBs, but those require further configuration than normal situations. But what if the user wants to store data permanently in the installed OS? The best and the most reliable way to ensure this is the full-fledged hard disk installation. This will ensure the complete usage of the system's hardware capabilities and will take into account the updates and the configurations being made to the OS. This method is supposed to override any pre-existing operating system installed on the computer, be it Windows or any other variant of Linux. The next alternative route for installing Kali Linux would be to use virtualization software such as VMware or VirtualBox. The software will be installed as a separate application on an already existing OS, and Kali Linux can be run as an operating system in the same computer as a window. The hardware requirements will be completely customizable, starting with the allotted RAM to the virtual hard disk capacity. The usage of both a host and guest operating system like Kali Linux allows users a safe environment to learn while not putting their systems at risk. If you want to learn more about how one can go forward with this method, we have a dedicated video where Kali Linux is being installed on VMware while running on a Windows 10 operating system. You can find the link in the description box to get started with your very own virtual machine. The final way to install Kali Linux is by using a dual boot system. To put it in simple words, the Kali Linux OS will not be overwriting any pre-installed operating system on a machine, but will be installed alongside it. When a computer boots up, the user will get a choice to boot into either of these operating systems. Many people prefer to keep both the Windows and Kali Linux installed, so the distribution of work and recreational activities is also allotted effectively. It gives users a safety valve should their custom Linux installation run into any bugs that cannot be fixed from within the operating system. Professionals in security testing penetration testing, and ethical hacking utilize Linux as their preferred operating system. It provides several configurable distributions that you may configure based on your end use. Kali Linux and Parrot OS are two popular penetration testing distributions. While these operating systems each have unique offerings, the overall choice can differ between personnel thanks to their various tools and hardware specifications. Today we will look at both these distributions and settle on the perfect choice for each type of user. Let's go through the agenda for this video. We will learn about Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS from scratch, while understanding their primary selling points as a Linux distribution catered towards penetration testers. Next, we know about some features of these operating systems that stand out of their package. Finally, we directly compare Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS, thereby making a clear-cut conclusion on which OS is perfect on a per-requirement basis. So let's start by learning about Kali Linux from a ground level. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and a stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system can practically modify every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a more profound element of security control to the most enthusiastic of users. Now, let's take a look at Parrot Security operating system. Parrot Security OS is a Debian-based Linux distribution with an emphasis on security, privacy, and development. It is built on the Debian's testing branch and uses a custom-hardened Linux kernel. Parrot Security contains several hundred tools targeted towards tasks such as penetration testing, computer forensics, reverse engineering, and security research. It is seen as a generally lightweight distribution that can work under rigorous hardware and software specifications. It features a distinct forensics mode that does not mount any of the system's hard disks or partitions and has no influence on the host system, making it much more stealthy than its regular occurrence. This mode is used on the host system to execute forensic procedures. A rolling release is a paradigm in which software upgrades are rolled out constantly rather than in batches of versions in software development. This ensures that the software is constantly up to date. A rolling release distribution such as Parrot Security OS follows the same concept. It provides the most recent Linux kernel and software versions as soon as they become available. With the basic introduction to the operating systems out of the way, let us take a look at the unique features of both Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a significant number of tools that either simply did not work or duplicated other tools that provided the same and similar functionality. The Kali Linux team comprises a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets dramatically reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes proper multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in the native language and locate the tools they need for their job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a strong hold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. Let's take a look at some of the features of Parrot Security operating system now. Along with a giant catalog of scripts, Parrot Security OS has its own hardened Linux kernel modified explicitly to provide as much security and resistance to hackers as possible in the first line of defense. The configurations in the operating system act as the second gateway, taking care of malicious requests and dropping them off. This is particularly beneficial since should there be a scenario where the latest Linux kernel is causing some particular issue, the Parrot OS development team will most likely iron it out first before passing it on as an update. If the custom hardened kernel wasn't reason enough, Parrot Security developers managed to install more hacking tools and scripts to ensure a smooth transition for the Kali Linux users. All the tools you find in Kali are present in Parrot OS and a few extra ones for good measure. And this has been achieved while keeping roughly the same operating system size between both of them. However, it's not all productivity points for Parrot OS. They provide a choice between two different desktop environments, Mate, which comes pre-installed by default, and KDE. For those unfamiliar with Linux terminology, you can think of desktop environments as the main UI for a distribution. Being highly modular in nature, one can use Parrot Security OS while adding another desktop environment that they find appealing. While Kali Linux has only a single option, Parrot Security has provided two optimized builds with Mate Desktop and KDE Desktop. One of the primary advantages of Parrot OS over Kali Linux is that it's relatively lightweight. This implies that it takes significantly less disk space and computing power to function correctly, with as little as 320 MB of RAM required. In reality, Parrot OS is designed to operate successfully off a USB stick, but Kali Linux does not work well from a USB drive and is generally installed in a virtual machine. Parrot OS is more of a niche distribution if you're searching for something lighter than Kali Linux. Features are great, but what about performance? Real-world metrics. Let us compare both these operating systems directly with respect to their hardware specifications and usability. In the end, we can decide on what distribution is fit for each type of user. For our first point of comparison, let's take a look at the RAM required. For optimum performance of the operating system, which is highly essential when trying to crack hashes or something of similar nature, RAM usage is a very important facet. While Kali Linux demands at least 1 GB of RAM, Parrot Security can operate optimally with a minimum of 320 MB of RAM. For correctly displaying graphical elements, Kali Linux requires GPU-based acceleration, while this is not the case with Parrot Security OS, which doesn't require any graphical acceleration needed from the user side. Once these operating systems are installed on VMware using their live boot ISOs, they take up a minimum amount of hard disk storage. Both of these operating systems have a recommended disk storage of minimum of 20 GB in Kali Linux and a minimum of 15 GB in Parrot Security, so they can install all the tools necessary in the ISO file. When it comes to the category and the selection of tools, Kali Linux has always been the first in securing every single tool available for hackers in the penetration testing industry. Parrot Security, on the other hand, has managed to take it up a notch. While specializing in wireless pen testing, Parrot Security makes it a point that all the tools that Kali Linux provides has been included in the ISO, while simultaneously adding some extra tools that many users will have to install from third-party sources in Kali Linux. Being a decade-old penetration testing distribution, Kali Linux has formed up a very big community with strong support signature. Parrot Security, on the other hand, is still growing, and it is garnering much more interest among veteran penetration testers and ethical hackers. A primary drawback of Kali Linux is the extensive hardware requirement. To perform optimally, it requires higher memory than Parrot Security. It also needs graphical acceleration while demanding more virtual hard disk storage. Parrot Security, on the other hand, was initially designed to run off a USB drive directly, thereby requiring very minimal requirements from a hardware perspective, like just 320 MB of RAM and no graphical acceleration needed. This means Parrot Security is much more feasible for people who are not able to devote massive resources to either their virtual machine or on their laptop hard disk directly. With the comparison done between both of these operating systems, let's take a look at the type of users both of these are catered to. One can go with Kali Linux if they want the extensive community support offered by its users, if they want to go with a trusted development team that have been working on this distribution since many years, if they have a powerful system which can run Kali Linux optimally without having to bottleneck performance, and if they are comfortable with a semi-professional environment which may or may not be very useful for new beginners. One can decide to go with Parrot Security if they want to go with a very lightweight and lean distribution that can run pretty much on all systems. It also has a lot of tools pre-installed, and some of them are not even present on Kali Linux. It is much more suitable for underpowered rigs where users do not have a lot of hardware resources to provide to the operating system, and thereby it is much more feasible for people with underpowered laptops or no graphical acceleration. Compared to Kali Linux, Parrot Security's desktop environment is also relatively easier to use for new beginners. For people who are just getting into ethical hacking, Parrot Security does a relatively better job of introducing them to the operating system and to the various tools without having to dump them into the entire intricacies. The installation of Kali Linux. There are multiple ways to install Kali Linux. We can either install it on a normal hard drive in a virtual machine software such as VMware or VirtualBox, or we can do that in hard bare metal machines. Now, for the convenience of explanation, we're going to install Kali Linux today on a virtual machine software known as VMware. VMware is able to run multiple operating systems on a single host machine, which in our case is a Windows 10 system. To get started with Kali Linux installation, we have to go to the website to download an image file. We go to Get Kali, and as you can see, there are multiple platforms on which this operating system can be inverted. As per our requirement, we're going to go with the virtual machine section. As you can see, it is already recommended by the developers. This is the download button, which will download a 64-bit ISO file. We can download 32-bit, but that is more necessary for hard metal machines, or if you're going to use it for older devices which do not support 64-bit operating systems yet. After clicking on the download button, we can see we have a WinRAR archive which will have the ISO files. For now, we have downloaded the ISO file and it is already present with me. So we can start working on the VMware side of things. Once the ISO file is downloaded, we open up VMware Workstation. We go to File and we create a new virtual machine. In these two options, it is highly recommended to go with the typical setup rather than the custom one. The custom is much more advanced and requires much more information from the user, which is beneficial for developers and people who are well versed with virtualization software, but for 90% of the cases, typical setup will be enough. Here, we can select the third option, which will be I will install the operating system later. In some operating systems, we can use the ISO file here directly and VMware will install it for us. But for right now, in the case of Kali Linux, the third option is always the safest. Kali Linux is a Linux distribution, so we can select Linux over here, and the version, as you can see here, have multiple versions such as the multiple kernels. Every distribution has a a parent distribution. For example, Kali Linux has Debian, and there are other distributions which are based or forked from some parent distribution. Kali Linux is based off Debian, so we can go with the highest version of Debian, which is the Debian 10.x 64-bit. Go on next. We can write any such name. We can write Kali Linux so that it will be easier to recognize the virtual machine among this list of virtual machine instances. The location can be any location you decide to put. By default, it should be the documents folder, but anywhere you put, it will hold up all the information of the operating system, all the files you download, all the configurations you store. Everything will be stored in this particular location that you provide. When we go next, we are asked about the disk capacity. This disk capacity will be all the storage that will be provided to your virtual machine of Kali Linux. Think of your Windows device. If you have a 1 terabyte of hard drive, you have the entirety of the hard disk to store data on. How much data you give here, you can only store up to that amount of data. Not to mention, some amount of capacity will be taken up by the operating system itself to store its programs and applications. For now, we can give around, let's say, 15 GB of information. Or if its recommended size for Debian is 20, you can just go ahead at 20. It depends all on the user case. If you are going to use it extensively, you can even go as high as 50 or 60 GB if you have plans to download many more applications and perform multiple different tests. Another option we get over here is storing virtual disks as a single file or storing them into multiple files. As we already know, this virtual machine runs entirely on VMware. Sometimes when transferring these virtual machine instances, let's say from a personal computer to a work computer, we're going to need to copy up the entire folder that we had mentioned before over here. Instead, all virtual machines have a portability feature. Now this portability feature is possible for all scenarios, except it is much easier if they split the virtual disk into multiple files. Now even if this makes porting virtual machines easier from either system to system or software to software, let's say if you want to switch from VMware to VirtualBox or vice versa, the performance takes a small hit. It's not huge, but it's recommended to go with storing the virtual disk as a single file if you have no purposes of ever moving the virtual machine. Even if you do, it's not a complete stop that it cannot be ported. It's just easier when using multiple files. But in order to get the best performance out of the virtual machine, we can store it as a single file over here. This is a summary of all the changes that we made and all the configurations that have been settled until now. Now at this point of time, we have not provided the .iso file yet, which is the installation file for the Kali Linux that we downloaded from this website. As of right now, we have only configured the settings of the virtual machine. So we can press on Finish. And we have Kali Linux in the list. Now, to make the changes further, we press on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. The memory is supposed to give the RAM of the virtual machine. The devices with RAM of 8 GB or below that, giving high amount of RAM will cause performance issues on the host system. If the memory has some amount of free storage left, let's say on idle storage, my Windows machine takes about 2 GB. So I have 6 GB of memory to provide. Although if you provide all of the 6 GB, it will be much more difficult for the host system to run everything properly. So for this instance, we can keep it as 2 GB of memory for the virtual machine instance. Similarly, we can use the number of processors and we can customize it according to our liking. Let's say if we want to use one processor, but we want to use 2 different cores, we can select them as well. Hard disk is pre-set up as the SCSI hard disk and it does not need to be changed for the installation of this operating system at all. CD/ID DVD. This is where the installation file comes. You can think of the ISO file that we downloaded as a pen drive or a USB thumb drive, which is necessary to install an operating system. To provide this, we're going to select Use ISO image file. We're going to click on Browse. Go to Downloads and select the ISO file over here. Select Open, and we can see it is already loaded up. Next, in the network adapter, It is recommended to use NAT. This helps the virtual machine to draw the internet from the host machine settings. If your host machine is connected to the internet, then the virtual machine is connected as well. There are some other options such as host only or custom segments or LAN segments, but those are not necessary for installation. Rest of them are pretty standard, which do not need any extra configuration and can be left as it is. Press OK, and now we can power on this virtual machine. In this screen, we can choose how we want to proceed with the installation. We have a Start Installer option over here. So we're going to press Enter on that. We're going to wait for the things to load from the ISO file. The first step in the installation is choosing the language of the operating system. For this, we can go with English as standard. This is a location. This will be used for setting up the time and some of the internal settings which depend entirely on the location of the user. So for this, we're going to go with India. Configuring the keyboard, it's always recommended to go with the American English first. Many people make a mistake of going with the Indian keyboard if it is possible, and it provides a lot of issues later on. So it's always preferred to go with the American English, and if later we see some necessity of another keyboard dialect that is required, we can install it later. But for now, we should always stick with American English as a basic. At this point, it's going to load the installation components from the .iso file. It is a big file of 3.6 GB, so it has a lot of components that need to be put into the virtual machine, which can also be used to detect hardware. Once the hardware and the network configuration is done by the ISO file, we want to write a host name for the system. This host name can be anything which is used to recognize this device on a local network or a LAN cable. Let's say if we use the name Kali. Domain name, we can skip it for now. It's not necessary as such for the installation. This is the full name for the user. Let's say we can provide the name as Simplilearn as a full name. Next, we're going to set up a username. This username is going to be necessary to identify the user from its root accounts and the subsequent below accounts. For now, we can give it as something as simply123. Now we have to choose a password for the user. Now remember, since this is the first user that is being added onto this newly installed operating system, it needs to be a password for the administrator. We can use whichever password we like over here and use the same password below and press on continue. At this point, it's going to detect on the components on which the operating system can be installed. Like here, there are multiple options like the use entire disk and set up LVM, use entire disk and set up encrypted LVM. For newcomers, it is recommended to just use the first one, since LVM encryption is something that we can learn afterwards when you're much more hands-on with the Linux operating system. For now, we're going to use the use entire disk guided installation and press on continue. When we set up the virtual machine on VMware, we had set up a disk capacity that we gave a purpose 20 GB. That is the hard disk which is being discovered here. Even though it is a virtual disk, on VMware it acts as a normal hard disk on which an operating system can be installed. So we select this one and press on continue. Here there is a multiple partition system. All the operating systems that are installed have different components. One is used for the keeping of the applications, one for the files, other for the RAM management, and other things. For newcomers, it is always recommended to keep it in one partition. And we're going to select that and press on continue. This is just an overview of the partition it's going to make. As you can see, it has a primary partition of 20.4 GB and a logical partition of 1 GB used for swap memory. Now these kind of naming can be confusing for people who are not well versed with Linux operating systems or in general virtualization. But for now you can go ahead and press on continue, as this will be fine. We can press on finish partitioning and write changes to disk and continue. It's just a confirmation page. As you can see, it's wrote that SCSI3 is our virtual hard disk of 20 GB disk capacity. We write the changes to the disk, we press yes and click on continue. At this point the installation has started. Now this installation will take a while depending on the amount of RAM provided, the processors provided, and how quickly the performance of the system is being hampered by the host machine. On quicker systems this will be rather quick, while on the smaller ones this will take a while. Since this is going to take some time to install, as it is being run on a virtual machine with only 2 GB of RAM, we're going to speed up this part of the video so we don't have to waste any more time just watching the progress bar. Now that our core installation is completed, it's asking us to configure a package manager. The work of a package manager on Linux operating systems is similar to the Google Play Store on Android mobile devices and on the App Store for the Apple devices. It's an interface to install external applications which are not installed by default. Let's say for Google Chrome or any other browser which can be used to browse the internet. At this point of time, it's asked us to select a network mirror. We're going to select as yes and move forward with this. Next, it's going to ask us for an HTTP proxy, which we can leave it as blank and press it as continue forward. At this point of time, it's looking for updates to the Kali Linux installation. This will fetch the new builds from the Kali server, so the installation is always updated to the latest version. Now that the package manager is configured, we have the grub bootloader. The grub is used for selecting the operating system while booting up. Its core functionality is to allow the operating system to be loaded correctly without any faults. So at this point of time, if it asks install the grub bootloader to your primary drive, we can select it as yes and press continue. Remember, the installation was conducted on dev SDA. So we're going to select installation of the grub loader on the same hard disk that we have configured. We press this one and press continue. So now the grub bootloader is being installed. The grub is highly essential because it shows the motherboard where to start the operating system from. Even if the operating system is installed correctly and all the files are in correct order, the absence of a bootloader will not be able to launch the OS properly. As you can see, the installation is finally complete. So now we can press on continue and it's going to finalize the changes. Now you can see Kali Linux being booted up straight away. It doesn't check for the ISO file anymore since the operating system is now installed onto the virtual hard disk storage that we had configured before. Here we're going to enter our username and password that we had set up before. And we have the Kali Linux system booted up. And this is your homepage. We can see the installed applications over here, which are being used for penetration testing by multiple security analysts worldwide. All of these come pre-installed with Kali Linux, and others can be installed using the apt package manager that we had configured. We can see our full name over here. And with this, our installation of the Kali Linux is complete.
It's no secret that the vast bulk of our internet usage is vulnerable to hacking, whether it's through hazardous messaging apps or faulty operating systems.
Penetration testing has become the norm for vulnerability assessment in order to fill this vacuum in digital security. Kali Linux is a well-known operating system in this fight against hackers. Kali Linux, a distribution designed specifically for penetration testers, has layers of features that we will go over in today's lesson and take a look at some of the tools and features that the operating system has to offer. Let's take a look at the video's topics and features that the operating system has to offer. Let's take a look at the video's topics. We start by learning the requirements of an operating system like Kali Linux. We learn more about the core features of the OS and its intricacies. Moving on, we take a look at the 5 distinct stages of penetration testing that dictate the flow of vulnerability assessment in general. Next, we learn about some important tools that can be found on Kali Linux which are geared specifically for ethical hacking purposes. And finally, we have an extensive demonstration where we work on some basic terminal commands, proxy tools, and a couple of highly regarded software from the crux of the operating system.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Let's start by learning why one should learn Kali Linux in the first place. In today's world, an organization's most valuable asset is its information or data. This is true for all kinds of businesses, be it public or private. On a daily basis, they all deal with enormous amounts of sensitive information. As a consequence, terrorist groups, hacking teams, and cyber thieves often attack them. To ensure this safety and protection, businesses use a variety of security measures and regularly update their index. Organizations must be proactive in this age of digitalization by regularly assessing and updating their security. Every day, hackers discover new methods to breach firewalls. Ethical hackers or white hat hackers provide a fresh perspective on security. They conduct penetration tests to validate security measures. Generally, they will penetrate your networks and give you relevant information about your security posture. Once an organization has this knowledge, it may upgrade its security procedures accordingly. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. Occasionally, when conducting penetration testing or hacking, we must automate our activities since there may be hundreds of conditions and payloads to test, and manually examining everything is time-consuming. To improve our productivity, we utilize tools that come pre-packaged with Kali Linux. These tools not only save us time, but also accurately capture and process the data. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need to do for the job. Since ARM-based single board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution tools. Now that we understand the necessity for an operating system like Kali Linux, let us take a look at some of its core features and offerings to the ethical hacking world. Kali Linux, formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution which is aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering.
Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of security and control to the most enthusiastic of users. Let us now take a look at the 5 stages or phases of penetration testing. This is the first stage of the penetration test, which is known as the reconnaissance phase. In this stage, the security researcher collects information about the target. It can be done actively, which means you are collecting information without contacting the target, or even both. It helps security firms gather information about the target system, network components, active machines, open ports and access points, operating system details, etc. This activity can be performed by using information available in the public domain and using different tools. The next phase is more tool-oriented rather than performed manually, and it is the scanning phase. The penetration tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather more information about the target. The penetration tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather information about the target. By using various scanners such as war dialers, port scanners, network mappers, and vulnerability scanners, the tester collects as many vulnerabilities which help to turn an attack in a more sophisticated way. The next stage is known as the gaining access phase. In this phase, the penetration tester tries to establish a connection with the target and exploit the vulnerabilities found in the previous stage. Exploitation may be buffer overflow attacks, denial of service or DOS attacks, session hijacking, and many more. Basically, penetration tester extracts information and sensitive data from servers by gaining access using different tools. In the maintaining access phase, the penetration tester tries to create a backdoor for himself. It helps him to identify hidden vulnerabilities in the system and can later act as a gateway to retrieve control of the system. In the final phase of covering tracks, the penetration tester tries to remove all logs and footprints which help the administrator identify his presence. This helps the tester to think like a hacker and perform corrective actions to mitigate those activities. Now that we understand the basics of penetration testing and how ethical hackers go about their way, let us take a look at some notable tools which can be used on Kali Linux. At the top of the chain lies Nmap. Nmap is a free and open source utility port scanner which can be used for network discovery and security auditing. Many systems and network administrators also find it useful for tasks such as network inventory, managing service upgrade schedules, and monitoring host or service uptime. It is most beneficial in the early stages of ethical hacking, where a hacker must figure the possible entry point to a system before running the necessary exploits, thus allowing the hacker to leverage any insecure openings and breach the device. It's a part of the scanning phase of the penetration testing. Nmap uses raw IP packets in novel ways to determine what hosts are available on the network, what services these hosts are offering, what operating systems they are running and their versions, what type of packet filters and firewalls are in use, and dozens of other characteristics. It was designed to rapidly scan large networks but works fine against single hosts as well. Since every application that connects to a network needs to do so via a port, the wrong port or server configuration can open a can of worms which lead to a thorough breach of the system and ultimately a fully hacked device. Next on the list we have Metasploit.
The Metasploit framework is a very powerful tool that can be used by cybercriminals as well as ethical hackers to probe systemic vulnerabilities on networks and servers. As a part of the third stage of penetration testing, it's an open source framework which can be easily customized and used with most operating systems. With Metasploit, the ethical hacking team can use a ready-made or custom code and introduce it into a network to probe for weak spots. As another flavor of threat hunting, once these flaws are identified and documented, the information can be used to address systemic weaknesses and prioritize solutions. Once a particular vulnerability is identified and the exploit is fed into the system, there are a host of options for the hacker. Depending on the vulnerability, hackers can even run root commands from the terminal, allowing complete control over the activities of the compromised system as well as all personal data stored on the device. A big advantage of Metasploit is the ability to run full-fledged scans on a target system, thereby giving a detailed picture of the security index of said system. This also provides the necessary exploits that can be used to bypass the firewalls and the antivirus software. Having a single solution to gather almost all the necessary points of attack is very useful for ethical hackers and penetration testers, as denoted by the high rank in this list. At number 3, we have Wireshark. Wireshark is the world's foremost and widely used networking protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level and is the de facto standard across many commercial and non-profit enterprises, government agencies, and educational institutions. Wireshark is a popular open source tool to capture network packets and converts them to human-readable binary format. It provides every single detail of the organization's network infrastructure. It consists of devices designed to help measure the ins and outs of the network. The information collected through Wireshark can be used for various purposes, such as real-time or offline network analysis, identification of the traffic coming onto your network, its frequency, and its latency between specific hops. This helps network administrators generate statistics based on real-time data. Wireshark is also a cross-platform tool that can be installed on Windows, Linux, and Mac systems to enable hackers in all ecosystems to monitor network traffic irrespective of the operating system. The development team is determined to maintain this level of freedom for their users in the foreseeable future. The next tool on our list is AirGarden, which is a part of the third phase of penetration testing. This is a multi-use bash script for Linux systems to hack and audit wireless networks like our everyday Wi-Fi router and its counterparts. Along with being able to launch denial of service attacks on compromised networks, this multipurpose Wi-Fi hacking tool has very rich features which support multiple methods for Wi-Fi hacking, including multi-fi WPS hacking modes, all-in-one WEP attack, handshake file capturing, evil twin attacks, pixie dust, and so much more. It usually needs an external network adapter that supports monitor mode, which is necessary to be able to capture wireless traffic traversing the air channels. Thanks to its open source nature, AirGarden can be used with multiple community plugins and add-ons, thereby increasing its effectiveness against a wide variety of routers, both in the 2.4 GHz band and 5 GHz band. The next tool is John the Ripper. John the Ripper is an open source password security auditing and password recovery tool available for many operating systems. John the Ripper Jumbo supports hundreds of hash and cipher types, including for user passwords of operating systems, web apps, groupware, database servers, network traffic captures, encrypted private keys, file systems, and document files. Some of the key features of the tool include offering multiple modes to speed up password cracking, automatically detecting the hashing algorithm used by the passwords, and the ease of running and configuring the tool, making it a password cracking script of choice for novices and professionals alike. It can use dictionary attacks along with regular brute forcing to speed up the process of cracking the correct password without wasting additional resources. The word list being used in this dictionary attacks can be used from the user's end, allowing for a completely customizable process. Now that we have covered the basics of Kali Linux, Let us take a look at the agenda for our demo today. We start out with a few terminal commands that are a basic part of a Linux operating system. We configure our own proxy chains to maintain anonymity while running penetration testing attacks on our victims. Next, we run a few Nmap scans on a local Windows 10 machine to find out the type of information that can be gathered in such a scenario. Moving on, we use Wireshark to monitor internet traffic and understand the importance of encryption and security when browsing the World Wide Web. Next, we learn about Metasploit and its various applications in the line of vulnerability assessment of a device. And finally, we use Metasploit to take root access of a fully updated Windows 10 computer system. Let's begin with some terminal basics on Kali Linux. When most people hear the term Linux, they envision a complex operating system used only by programmers. However, the experience is not as frightening as it appears. Linux is an umbrella term for a collection of free and open source Unix operating systems. There are many variants like Ubuntu, Fedora, Debian. These are distributions, will be a more precise term. When using a Linux operating system, you will most likely utilize a shell, which is a command line interface that provides access to the operating system services. The majority of Linux distributions ship with a graphical user interface, also known as GUI, as their primary shell. This is done to facilitate user interaction in the first place. Having said that, a command line interface is suggested due to its increased power and effectiveness. By entering the commands into the CLI, tasks that require a multi-step GUI procedure may be completed in a matter of seconds. We can start the terminal by clicking on the prompt icon here on top. Once the terminal is opened, we can put up our commands. The first command that we are going to look into is pwd. pwd stands for present working directory. As of right now, what you are seeing is the terminal window by default. If I write pwd and press enter, this shows the directory in which the terminal is being run on. As of right now, it's in the nf folder of my desktop, which is specifically this folder. If I open up this folder, you can see it is currently empty, as in it has no contents. If I use another command known as mkdir, which is supposed to stand for make directory, and I write nf2, shortage for new folder 2. If I open up the nf, you can see the new folder is created. This is how the pwd command works. Another important command to change directories, it's called the cd command. Let's say right now if I am in nf, I want to create a new file in nf2 folder or something else in the nf2 folder. I have to shift to cd nf2. Now if I write pwd, it will show the present working directory of home, Simplilearn, desktop, nf, and inside that I am in nf2 right now. It is done to navigate through the Linux files and directories. It requires either the full path or just the name of the directory. If we have to move a completely different folder on a completely different file, then we can use the entire path like this. For now, cd works. Another few commands is we can write cd ... and it will come back one folder. Now the pwd will be just nf and not nf2. Let's say we are in this folder and we want to go a different file. Let's say if we just go for cd home, Simplilearn. That's it. Right now, these are the folders in our current present working directory. We have the desktop, the documents, downloads, etc. From here, we can again go to the desktop using the same cd command, cross-check the changing of directories, and check the files again. And yes, there we go, nf. How do we know this? What are the commands that are used to show the files and folders? That folder is known as the ls command. ls can be used to view the contents of a directory. By default, this command will display the contents of your current working directory. If we add some other parameters, we can find the contents of other directories as well. There are some hidden files as well in Linux which cannot be showed just with ls. For example, if we just go to cd etc, which is a configuration folder for Linux, if we write ls now, these are the files that can be seen. If we want to see the hidden files, we'll have to add one more parameter here like ls-a, and as you can see, the number of files have increased this time around. There are other things as well that we can see with Linux. ls-al will show the hidden files along with some of the parameters and some of the permissions that has been provided for each file. As you can see, many of these files have root access. Some of them can write, some of them can read. It differs file to file, and the ls-al command is used to check each of these files' permission and change them accordingly if needed. The next command that we can look for is the cat command or concatenate. It is one of the most frequently used commands, and it is used to list the contents of a file on the output. For example, let's say if I have a file at the desktop. In this nf2 folder, I will create a document, create an empty file, e-file. I'll open up the document and I'll write it as hello Kali. I will save this up. Now, to change the directories from etc to nf2, we have already discussed how to use the cd command using just the folder name. Now, if we want to go to the entire directory, we can write cd home. As you can see, it is already prompting us to complete the name of the directory. At this point, we just have to press tab and it completes it for ourselves. Next, we already know we have to enter the desktop, nf and nf2. And this brings us to the current working directory. Here, if we press ls, we can find a file over here. Now, as discussed for the concatenate, it is used to show the contents of a file. So right now, if we press cat, which stands for concatenate, e-file. As you can see, we have written hello Kali in the text file, and we can see the output right now. We can also use it to create new files. For example, if we write cat, any file name such as e-file2. Here we can write anything. Hello Kali again. Once we press Ctrl C here, we can check e-file2 and we have hello Kali again printed over here. We can see the same using the concatenate command as well. If I press ls, you can see we have two files here, and I can go with cat e-file2 and I have hello Kali again. This is how the concatenate command works. Apart from this, it can be used to copy. There is a different command like called cp, which is used to copy the files from one place to another. Mind you, this is not moving. This is only going to copy the command. For example, currently our pwd, which is the present working directory, is in the nf2 folder, as you can see over here. Let's copy the e-file2 to the nf folder. We can write cp e-file2 and give the path of the nf folder, which will be home, Simplilearn, desktop, and nf. Now if I press ls, I'll find both the files in nf2 since I copied. To go back to the nf folder again, we can again use the same command of we can again use the home, Simplilearn, desktop, and just nf. No nf2 this time, just nf. As you can see, this will change back our present working directory. Now when we press ls, we will find the e-file2 file and the nf2 folder, and we can confirm this using the GUI as well. This is the nf folder, and you can see the nf2 folder and the e-file2 document. If I write cat e-file2, we can see the contents of the file. Now this can be done using moving as well. For example, if I go to cd nf2, which is the inside folder, it has both the document files like e-file and e-file2. Let's say I want to move the e-file completely from nf2 to nf1. Instead of writing cp, the command I'm going to use is mv e-file, and again give the path of the folder into which I have to copy, which will be again home, Simplilearn, desktop, and NF. As you can see, the contents of the NF2 have appeared here, and E file has been moved from NF2 to NF. This is the NF2, and we don't find E file here anymore. If we press cd dot and we go back to NF ls right now, and we can find both the files, E file that we moved and E file 2 that we copied from the NF2 folder. So this is how copying and moving will work using the terminal. Now this is just a simple one-line statement that might take a couple of clicks when using GUI. This is why the command line interface is considered to be much more streamlined for Linux operating systems. Another very important command for Linux operating system is the sudo command. Sudo is short for super user do. The command enables you to perform tasks that require administrative or root permissions. You can think of it as how we run programs as administrator on Windows systems. It is not advisable to use this command for daily use because it might be easy for an error to occur, and the permissions of root are very intricate, so new beginners are advised to use the sudo command only when absolutely necessary. For example, sudo su. With this command, I am giving this terminal a root permission. This su stands for this user. At this point, it's going to ask for my admin password. Once I enter my password, and I now have root access. Note how the password that I entered did not show up here. This is a security measure to prevent people from snooping on your root password, which is the end game of all this operating system. As you also can see, the symbol changed. If the dollar symbol is showing, it shows as a standard user. When you switch to root, you can easily see a hash symbol. This opens up a separate shell inside this terminal command. For example, we can exit out of the root user to the standard user using the command exit. And once again, we have the dollar sign and the root has vanished over here. There are some commands that will only work with administrative access. For example, when updating the Kali Linux system, we have to use apt update. As you can see, it says problem unlinking the file because permission denied. Now let's try this using sudo apt update. As you can see, it is updating the package repositories which work as the software installed on the system. This can be done using either writing the sudo command every time we want to perform a root access, or we can just write sudo su once and write apt update alone. The fetching is complete over here. For the second example, let's say I just write sudo su, and this time it's not going to ask me the password because at this current terminal process I've already provided the root password once and it is in memory right now. Now when we used to update the system, we had to write sudo apt update. That was because we were running it as a standard user. Now we are running it as a root user, so all we have to write is apt update and it's going to continue its work. There you go. Another command that can be useful is the ping command. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's going to be checking the internet connectivity. It can be used to check internet connectivity, or you can see if there is a local server on your system which needs to be pinged, then you can check that. For example, if we have to write ping, and we can use either IP address or domain. Let's say if we want to check that if we can access google.com using this Kali Linux installation or not, we can write ping google.com. And you can see it shows the bytes being sent and received and how much time it took to take up the request. This can be done for local systems as well. For example, this installation of Kali Linux is being run on a virtual machine. Once this machine is running, I still have my host machine running over here, the IP address of which is 192.168.129.179. If I try to ping this from here, as you can see, the time to complete the request is drastically low compared to a website on the internet, considering this is on the local network. This is how the ping command is worked, and it can show you what kind of packages are transmitted, how many are received, if there was any kind of packet loss between the connection window, and other details. A very important command when working with the terminal for a long duration is the history command. Pretty self-explanatory. There are so many commands that are being run, sometimes people forget what was the change they did or what was the directory name they put. A history command helps to recover some of the commands that you have written. It doesn't go all the way back, but it takes up many commands that were inputted in the last few processes. This is how the history command works. These are some of the most commonly used terminal commands. If you want to learn more about this terminal and every other feature of this, please let us know in the comment section and we'll try to make an in-depth tutorial, especially if you could repeat. If you want to learn more about the terminal, please let us know in the comment section and we will try to make an in-depth tutorial specifically for terminal commands on Linux. Moving on, we learn how to configure proxy chains on our system. Proxying refers to the technique of bouncing your internet traffic through multiple machines to hide the identity of the original machine. It is a good tool that hackers use to accomplish this goal is proxy chains. Essentially, you can use proxy chains to run any program to a proxy server. This will allow you to access internet from behind a restrictive firewall which hides your IP address. Proxy chains even allows you to use multiple proxies at once by chaining them together. One of the most important reasons that proxy chains is used in a security context is that it's easy to evade detection. Attackers often use proxies to hide their true identities while executing an attack. And when multiple proxies are chained together, it becomes harder and harder for a forensic professional to trace the traffic back to the original machine. When these proxies are located across countries, investigators would have to obtain warranties in the local jurisdictions where every proxy is located. To see how proxy chain works, let's open Firefox first and check our current IP address. Write Firefox and there we go. As we can see, Firefox is now open. Let's check our current IP address right now. If we go to an address called myip.com, and you can see it easily detects our country is in India and this is a public IP address. Now, if we move to the terminal again, here we can now write proxy chains -h. What this -h does is it finds a help, it stands for the help file. This is for help file. What we found out using this is proxy chains has a config file here, etc proxychains4.conf. This is the config file found. Using this config file, we can customize how our proxy chain should work. If we want to open that, we have to use it in a text editor. On Windows, we have Notepad and other things like that, Microsoft Word to edit documents. On Linux, we have a tool called Nano. To access the Nano, we use the command nano and give the path of the file that we want to check. As of right now, the proxy chains config file is located over here. So we're going to follow the path there. chains4.conf. And here we go. We see the config file. There are three basic types of proxy chaining here. We have a strict chain where all the proxy in the list will be used and they will be chained in order. We have a random chain where each connection made through proxy chains will be done by a random combo of proxies in the proxy list. And you have dynamic chain. It's the same as strict chain, but dead proxies are excluded from the chain. And here we can set up whichever type we want. To enable or disable a particular type, we use the hash symbol here. As you can see right now, all the lines have a hashtag symbol at the front, except this one, a dynamic chain. This is the current one being used. Let's say if I want to use a strict chain method, so I can add a hash value here and remove the hash here. At one point of time, any one of these 3-4 types should be enabled. Let's go for the dynamic chain. We can disable this strict chain by putting the hashtag in front and removing the dynamic chain. As you can see below, we have few commands to how to handle the nano text editor. This symbol is known as the control button on your keyboard. Now if we want to write out, which is synonymous to saving the file, supposed to go with Control O. So if I press Control O on my keyboard, it says file name to write, and we have to press enter here since we want to overwrite the proxy chains 4.conf file. We don't want to create a new file over here. So just press enter and we get a permission denied. This permission denied we're getting is because we have opened this using a standard user. etc is a system folder. To be able to make some changes, we have to use it using a sudo command. To exit this nano, we have to use the Control X command. We use Control X. We're going to clear, and this time we're going to use the sudo command. Sudo nano etc proxy chains 4.conf, and we have the same file open up again. Now this time if we want to make a change, let's say we're going to add a strict chain instead of a dynamic chain, we remove the hashtag from strict. We're going to use Control O for the save file option. We're going to press enter and it says wrote 160 lines. Again, if we want to reverse this change, we put the hashtag over here, enable dynamic chain, we press Control O, press enter, and it says wrote 160 lines. Now we can exit straight away using the Control X format. Right now we have not provided any file or a proxy chain. We can have proxy IP addresses from the internet, but we have to make sure that they are safe and they don't snoop on our data. When there is no proxy chains being provided personally, it's going to use the Tor network, but for that we have to start Tor. Tor is a service in Linux. To know more about this Tor, we can write sudo systemctl, which is used to know the status of services on the Linux operating system, and status of Tor. Systemctl, sorry, S instead of STL, it should be systemctl status Tor. As you can see, it is a Tor service, anonymizing overlay network for TCP connections, and it's currently inactive. Now to start this up, we have to write sudo systemctl start Tor. Now if we repeat the same sudo systemctl status Tor, as you can see, it's active now. You can see the green logo over here. Okay. To integrate the Firefox and the browser, we can use the proxy chains command directly over here. We can write proxy chains. We can use Firefox to launch our web browser, and let's say if we want to visit google.com. We press enter and the Firefox window is launched, and it should open up google.com next. And there we go. If we go to myip.com once again, as you can see, we have a different IP address and the country is unknown as well. So this is how we can use proxy chains to anonymize internet usage when using Kali Linux. Next on our agenda is the ability to scan networks using Nmap. At its core, Nmap is a network scanning tool that uses IP packets to identify all the devices connected to a network. You can learn more about Nmap using their help file. As you can see, these are some of the parameters that can be used when scanning ports of a system. You can see the version and the URL of the service over here. The primary uses of Nmap can be broken into three core processes. First, the program gives you detailed information on every IP active on your network, and then each IP can then be scanned. Secondly, it can also be used to providing a lot of live hosts and open ports, as well as identifying the OS of every connected device. Thirdly, Nmap has also become a valuable tool for users looking to protect personal and business websites. Using Nmap to scan your own web server, particularly if you're hosting your website from home, is essentially simulating the process that a hacker would use to attack your site. Attacking your own site in this way is a powerful way of identifying security vulnerabilities. As we already discussed, the host Windows 10 machine on this system has an IP address of 192.168.29.179. If you want to test the OS scan of this system, we're going to first get the root permission over here. We use the sudo command, and now we are a root user. We're going to launch the command nmap -o, which is supposed to be an OS detection scan. The IP address we can use of the host system 192.168.29.179. In a legitimate penetration testing scenario, we can use the IP address of the vulnerable device over here. We are going to let it scan for a while, and it's going to give us some guesses on what can the OS be. As you can see, the scan is done, and it has shown some of the ports that are open. You can see the MSRPC port open, the HTTPS 443 port open, which is used to connect to the internet, and it has some aggressive OS guesses as well. For example, it thinks there's a 94% chance that it's going to be a Microsoft Windows XP Service Pack 3. That's partly because a lot of the Windows XP update packages are still prevalent on Windows. Now that the OS detection is confirmed, there are multiple more details that we can gather from nmap. Let's go with the nmap -a command, which is supposed to capture as much data as possible. There is also a speed setting. You can call it a speed setting or a control setting of the -t. -t ranges from T0 to T1 to T2 all the way up to T5. This basically determines how aggressively the victim is being scanned. If you scan slowly, it will take more time to provide the results, but it will also give a less chance for the intrusion detection system on the vulnerable machine firewall to detect that someone is trying to penetrate the network. For now, if we want to go with somewhat of a high speed, we can go with the T4 and provide the same IP address of the local machine I am trying to attack. It's going to take a little bit of time since it's trying to capture a lot of information. As you can see, the results are now here. It launched a scan and took a few top ports that are most likely vulnerable from a Windows XP perspective, and it showed a few ports over here. It has not shown 991 filtered ports, which could not be attacked anyway since they were closed for outside access. It shows a few fingerprint settings like the connection policies and the port details. It shows an HTTP options, some other intricate details that can be used when you attacking its servers. It shows a VMware version that it's running and some few other ports over here. Apart from that, we also have the aggressive OS guesses over here, just like we did with the -o, and you can see this time it is showing Windows 7 as 98%. No exact OS matches, since if there was any exact OS matches, we could have seen 100% chances over here. This is a trace route. A trace route will be the time and the path a connection request takes from the source to the destination. For example, this request went from 192.168.72.2 to a destination address. Since this is a local machine, it took only a single step. On multiple occasions, if you're trying to access a remote system, it's going to be a number of trace routes when it jumps from firewall to firewall and router to router. This is how we can use nmap to find information about a system and find some vulnerable ports we can access. Moving on, we have a tutorial on how to use Wireshark to sniff network traffic. To start using Wireshark, we're going to have to open the application first. Now, during installation of Wireshark, there is an option to enable if non-root users can be able to capture traffic or not. In my installation, I have disabled that, so I will be launching Wireshark when using the root user itself. Also, to capture data, we need an external Wi-Fi adapter. You can see it over here in the VM tab, removable devices, RE-Link 802.1 and WLAN. This is an external Wi-Fi adapter which is inserted into my USB system. You can see it over here. If I write iwconfig, this is the one, WLAN 0. This is absolutely necessary because we need to have a monitor mode required. We won't need it for sniffing data on Wireshark right now, but it's going to be necessary later on in this tutorial as well, as we will see. For now, we can just start up Wireshark by writing its name on the command line, and it should start the program. Here we go. Here it's going to check which of the adapters we want to use. For example, right now the ETH0, which is supposed to stand for Ethernet 0 port, you can see data is being transmitted up and down. We're going to select ETH0. And we have started capturing data. You can see the data request from the source to destination, from the time and which protocol it is following, everything we can see, and we can see the IPv4 flags here as well, as you can see over here. To capture internet traffic, we can try running Firefox. If we just write wikipedia.com, and you can see the number of requests increasing. Okay, this is spelling mistake. Wikipedia. Here you can see the application data of all these requests going up, and they're connected to a destination server of 102.166.224. Now even if we check the transmission control protocol flags over here and so many more things, we cannot find anything beneficial. As you can see, the information over here is gibberish, which is supposed to be, since it's supposed to be encrypted. Now this is possible due to this being an HTTPS website, hence you can see the log symbol over here, and connection is supposed to be secure. Now what about HTTP ports? We have seen many people recommend to not visit HTTP ports. Repeat. We have seen many people recommend to not visit HTTP websites, and even if we have to visit, to not provide any critical information. For example, let's go to a random HTTP page over here. As you can see, this is saying connection is not secure, and this is an HTTP page and not HTTPS. Now let's check for some of the information that is passing through this. This is a login form. Let's say I have a legitimate account over here. If I write my account name, and my password is supposed to be password 1234. I press login, and the password does not match because I do not have an account over here. But let's say I did, and I was logged in as expected. We can go to Wireshark. We can use filters over here. Now all the requests that I am sending, it's a TCP request, so I can write a filter containing TCP contains whatever string if it is being passed. Let's say for the end username, I write my account name. So I can just write my account name over here and press enter to find a request over here. Now as you can see, there are many flags over here. If we go to the HTML form URL encoded and open up some of its flags, as you can see, I can see my account name and Simplilearn password over here. This is the same details that I input on the website. Let's say I did have a legitimate account on this website. I would have logged in with no problems, but anyone who would be using Wireshark to sniff on the data can easily get my credentials from here. This is why it's recommended to not provide any information on HTTP pages. The security is not up to the mark, and always look for the lock symbol when visiting any website or making any internet transactions or providing any information. This is how we can use Wireshark to detect transmission and sniff packet data that is being transferred through the network adapter. Next, we have to learn about what is Metasploit. The Metasploit project is a computer security project that provides information about security vulnerabilities and aids in penetration testing and IDS development. We can open up the terminal here. We're going to allow root access. And to open up Metasploit, the keyword is MSF console. It's going to take a little bit of time to start it up. Now the Metasploit console has been loaded. From here, we can decide what type of attack we want to launch and what kind of exploits we can launch against vulnerable targets. For example, like we had already discussed, I'm running this virtual machine on a Windows 10 host machine. So if I open the command prompt from my Windows 10 over here, if I need to check the IP address once, I go with ipconfig. Here you can see the IP address of this local machine. Moving on, if we have to attack that machine, let's say we want to see what kind of exploits are going to work over there. Now we already know that Windows has some common vulnerabilities. One of those vulnerabilities is the HTA server vulnerability. HTA is supposed to be a HTML application, but when passed the right payload, it can be used to open a backdoor into a system. To start off with the Metasploit and accessing such applications, we're going to use the command use exploit, and the name of the reverse HTA server is this: Windows MISC for miscellaneous HTA server. As you can see, it already found this one. Alright, now there are some options that we need to set for this exploit to go through. For example, you can see some of the options over here. There is the payload. The payload is supposed to be the malicious file that we are going to send on the HTML application, which allows us to give the backdoor. For example, right now the payload, which is the malicious file, is a Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Completely understandable. Now let's set the L host. L host and R host and SRV host should be the one where we are going to launch the attack from. For example, if we launched another tab of this console and we just press ifconfig, the IP address is 192.168.72.130. So we're going to set the L host as 192.168.72.130, and we're going to do the same thing with SRV host. We're going to set a port where we need to capture the backdoor access. Next, the payload has already been set. This payload will launch a backdoor and give us Meterpreter access to the system. Meterpreter can be considered as an upgrade of a normal command prompt shell. We will look into it once we get the access in the first place. Now that we have set the commands, we can press on exploit and press enter. Now you can see we have a URL over here. We're going to copy this URL . Once the URL is copied, we take it into the browser and paste it. This will ask us to download this file. Now, as per browser security settings, this file should be blocked by default. We can decide to keep it, and with the correct formulation of this malicious package, even the website browser antivirus softwares will not be able to detect good payloads. We're going to save this file and we're going to open it. Publisher could not be verified. If we press run and we go back to our Meterpreter access over here, you can see it has already captured a URL of an HT server and it is writing delivering payload. Just have to wait for a few seconds till the payload is delivered. It has sent this much amount of data. Meterpreter session 1 is opened and we should get the access soon. There we go. Now, to understand where is the session set, we can write sessions -i. As you can see, it has a metadata over here. We're going to write sessions -i. The session ID is 1, so we're going to write 1. And we have the metadata access. Now, to get a fair idea of the system, we're going to write sysinfo, and it's going to the computer name, the OS, architecture, all these things. We can write the help command to see what are the things that we can get out of the system. We can take screenshots, we can control the webcam and start a video chat. We can take a lot of things over here. There are other commands as well where we can change the file directory, like the cat command, cd command. There are so many things that work in the normal CMD which we can run on the metadata as well. Now, if we want to access this command prompt of the system directly, we can go with this. We have to write shell, and there we go. We are in the downloads folder right now. To see if this is the same computer or not, we're going to write ipconfig. As you can see, it is our victim machine with 192.168.29.171. We can just press exit, and we're back with the metadata access. This is how we can use metadata and Metasploit to gain access to a Windows 10 machine. Next, let's take a look at how we can get root access from a Windows 10 system. We just learned how we can get a metadata access from a system. We can background this metadata session by writing background and pressing enter. We can still see the sessions -i. It's still present over here. Now, these kind of access are not administrative access. These are the kind of backdoors that can be created for standard users. But to get a complete access of a system, including the program files, the Windows documents, we need to have root access or administrative access. To do that, we're going to use another exploit. Reminder that the metadata session of the standard access is already present and we're not messing with it right now. We're going to set up another session, albeit with the same machine. That exploit name is use exploit Windows local bypass UAC event viewer. And there we go. Now, if we check the options that we can put in the system, we have to choose an exploit target. We need to put a session as well. Let's say we're going to use the session 1. This is the session that has the metadata access with the standard user. It doesn't have the system user. We're going to write set session 1 and we're going to run exploit. Run a few commands and it opened a second metadata session. As you can see, it is the session 2. If I write sysinfo, you can still see I'm not the system user right now. I'm still just a normal user. How can we check that? If you go to shell, I can still see user Shinabi downloads, all these things. If I press exit, go back to the metadata. There is a command on metadata, get system. It attempts to elevate your privilege to that of the local system, which basically means you get promoted into root access. So if we write get system, and due to pipe impersonation, we now have the system root access. As you can see, now it has become x64 and we are the admin users. Now if I go to shell, I can easily go back, Windows, and I can easily access these things. This kind of control over the Windows folders and the program files folders, these kind of things are not possible if you are not an admin access or the command prompt has not been run with admin permissions. This is how we can use privilege escalation to get into an admin access system. We use the second exploit, which was the bypass UAC event viewer exploit, and essentially used it with the first session. As you can read here, Windows escalation UAC protection bypass. It was first disclosed on 2016, but it still works on some systems. This is how we can get root access on a Windows 10 installation. Hope you learned something new today.
Hey everyone, today we will explore the world of cybersecurity with HackerGPT, a specialized version of ChatGPT designed for ethical hacking and cybersecurity. In a digital landscape where cyber attacks occur every 39 seconds, causing billions in damages annually, HackerGPT provides the essential tools and knowledge to defend against these threats. So HackerGPT offers guidance on a wide range of topics including security practices, ethical hacking techniques, and scripting for system security. Cybercrime damages are expected to reach $6 trillion annually, making it a major challenge for organizations. And if we talk about some of the breaches, so in 2020, over 36 billion records were exposed due to data breaches. And the infamous Equifax breach of 2017, where 147 million people's information was compromised, highlights the importance of regular security assessments and vulnerability management. These are the areas where HackerGPT excels, and HackerGPT strictly adheres to ethical guidelines, refusing to assist with any unethical or illegal queries. So our commitment is to provide guidance that adheres to legal and professional standards, helping you become a responsible cybersecurity professional. So guys, let's get started with HackerGPT that equip you with the knowledge and skills to defend against cyber threats ethically and effectively. So guys, this is ChatGPT and this is the paid version of ChatGPT 4.0. And what I was telling you is this is the Explore GPT section. So here you can find all the GPTs that are created by ChatGPT, OpenAI, or the individuals, or you can find the companies who have created GPTs. So you can find these are the recently used, and this is the most used HackerGPT. You can find other GPTs also, that is HackerGPT, and you could see that, and they have been used by 5,000 plus users, and this have been used by 10,000 plus users. So you can just search for ethical HackerGPT here, and it has been rated 4.5 stars, 10,000 plus conversations, and these are the conversation starters if you need any assistance. And the capabilities you can see here, and the ratings given by users, and more by the creator who has created this. So we'll start with this. We'll start the chat here, and I want to tell you guys that ChatGPT doesn't answer non-ethical questions. So if you try to extract that information from ChatGPT, that won't be possible. But we can do a bit, like we can cross a bit line with ethical HackerGPT, but that should be used for ethical purposes only. So I will show you guys how you can utilize this GPT. And one more thing guys, if you want to create your own GPT, you can also create that also. You can go to Explore GPT section, and here's the create option. Click on create, and here you can start creating your GPT. If you click on configure, you can write the name of your GPT, description, instructions, and the conversation starters as you just saw with the HackerGPT, ethical HackerGPT, and the capabilities what you want to be enabled, you can do that. And here in the create section, you could write the prompts here, and it will take that information and use it for more purposes. And here you could attach more files that could help create your GPT. Okay guys, so here you could see the configuration and the preview of your GPT, and you can finalize that. So moving back, we'll get back to ethical HackerGPT and start with our conversation with him. So starting with the first thing we can do is we can ask him like, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? So if I tell you guys, performing a basic security assessment on a web application is crucial for identifying vulnerabilities and ensuring the application is secure. And this process involves using various tools and techniques to test the application for common security issues. So you could ask him that, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? And just wait for a few seconds, and you could have the response from ethical HackerGPT. So you could see that performing a basic security assessment on a web application involves several key steps, and these are the key steps. Number one is preparation and information gathering. And how you can do that, these are the steps: identify the scope, gather information, Then is the second step, that is reconnaissance. And you can use the tools Burpsuit, Nikto and others. Similarly, you could see all the steps here. So I won't be guiding or I won't be reading what responses are generated by Ethical Hacker GPT. I have used that and he provides very accurate, like I would say around 95 to 96% accurate results. Here I want to show you guys how you can utilize it. So I will show you prompts and what things you can ask him. So this was all about, repeat. So this was about the general security thing. Now we'll move to ethical hacking and we can ask him how we can perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment. So these are the prompts that you can write. That would be, how do I perform a SQL injection attack, and that too ethically. If you write this, that would be good on a test environment. And if I tell you guys, so SQL injection is one of the most common web application vulnerabilities, and understanding how to perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment can help you identify and mitigate this risk in your own applications. And you could see he has responded and he has provided you the steps that you can set up a controlled test environment first thing, then preparation, and you could use these tools. Then you have the manual SQL injection testing. So these are the methods that you could use, that is or 1 equal to 1 for the database, and automated SQL injection testing. So this is the command for that, and you could verify vulnerability, documentation, reporting. So you could see that this GPT is capable of answering the basic questions as we have discussed the basics question till now. Now we'll move to scripting and automation. So here you could see how he respond to this. So we'll ask him, can you provide a Python script to scan open ports on a network? So let's see what he provides. Provide a Python script, and that too to scan ports on a network. So scanning open ports on a network is a fundamental step in identifying potential vulnerabilities, and a Python script that can automate this process, making it easier to regularly check for open ports and secure them. So this is the Python script. You can use any ID and run on that, and you could see that he's explaining the code also. Yeah, you can ask him like, can you explain the code line by line, and this hacker GPT will do that for you. And how to run the script, that also he has provided you. And similarly, we can also ask him that how we can write a bash script to monitor and log unauthorized login attempts. And if you want, I can also run this prompt. How do I write a bash script, and that too to monitor and log unauthorized access, unauthorized login attempts. So we can monitor and log unauthorized login attempts, and that would be essential for maintaining the security of your system. So as you can see, he has written a bash script, and that can help you automate this process, and this will provide real-time alerts and logs for further analysis. And you could see that he's providing the explanation and how you can run the script, and he's writing the note also. Like, you can write more prompts if you have any doubts in any of the script or any of the responses that hacker GPT has responded, and he will definitely provide you with good responses. So now moving on, now we'll ask this ethical hacker GPT about some specific security tools, and we could ask him about Burpsuit. And so let's write a prompt. Can you explain how to configure and use Burpsuit? Or we can write for web application testing. So if I sum you up, so Burpsuit is a powerful tool for web application security testing, and understanding how to configure and use it effectively can help you identify and address a wide range of security vulnerabilities in your applications. So you could see he has provided the initial steps, that would be downloading and installing Burp Suite, configuring your browser to use Burp Suite as a proxy, and then intercept and inspect traffic. And then you can use it for testing purpose, logging and reporting, and tips for effective testing. So this is the response for the security tools. And if we talk about incident response, we can ask him to write a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So collecting system logs is a critical part of incident response and forensic analysis. And this script can automate processes that can ensure that you have all the necessary data to investigate security incidents effectively. So if I write here, we can ask this hacker GPT, and I'm sure he will provide the response for that and write the script. So can you provide a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis? So as I told you, this is the critical part of incident response, and we have covered about the tools, that is Burp Suite. We have asked him about the automation process, general cybersecurity question, ethical hacking, that would be SQL injection attack, and the Python script to scan open ports on a network. So he can write scripts also, automation tasks, and he could respond with the general cybersecurity questions also. And if you see here, for the incident response, he has written the script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So I won't be explaining this code, as we're just looking for the prompts that we can give to ethical hacker GPT. If you want, you could just ask him also that explain this code line by line. And here he has mentioned also the explanation, that is directories and files to collect. And after that, he is collecting the logs, and that would be copied in the directory, that is, he has mentioned it, a variable, that is output directory. Archiving logs, cleanup, and how to run the script. So this was about the incident response. Now we'll move to some advanced topics. And in advanced topics, what we can ask him is how to perform a man-in-the-middle attack in a controlled environment. And remember these, that you have to mention some of the keywords that would be in a controlled environment. And for that thing only, he will respond or provide the response to you. So I will start here, that how do I perform a man in the middle attack in a controlled environment. So if you understand man in the middle attack that works in a controlled environment, this can help you develop better defenses against such attacks. And it's important to learn and practice these techniques ethically. So you can see here that he is providing the prerequisites and the step-by-step guide how you can conduct a man in the middle attack. So first is set up the control environment, then install necessary tools, enable IP forwarding, perform ARP spoofing, and then capture and analyze traffic, clean up and restore the network, and conclusion. So you could just follow up with more prompts, that I want more information about setting up the control environment. Just write this prompt, and this ethical hacker GPT will provide more responses to you. So he will provide you how you can set up the control environment. So now moving on, we will ask some more prompts, and that could be about the reverse engineering. So we could ask him that, can you explain the processes of reverse engineering a malware sample? Or we can also ask about honeypot to detect malicious activity. That could be, how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? Or what are the techniques for securing a Docker container? So we'll ask him one prompt here. Let's see what he responds to that. So how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? So you could see that he has started responding to that. And if I tell you the sum, so a honeypot is a security mechanism set to detect, deflect, or in mechanism to some manner, and it counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information systems. Implementing a honeypot can help you monitor and understand attack patterns. And this is the step-by-step guide to implement a honeypot. You can choose the type of honeypot, prepare your environment, install and configure the honeypot software. And these are all the commands how you can configure it. Then you can monitor and analyze the honeypot and regular maintenance and updates. And this is the simple honeypot using honeyd. You could install that and run these commands. So with that, guys, and in the last we will also cover cybersecurity policies and compliance. So he could also answer to those prompts also, that you can ask him that what should be included in a company's cybersecurity policy, and you could mention which type of company you are running. So I will ask him that, so you could ask him that what should be included in a edtech company's cybersecurity policy. So let's see. So you could see here that creating comprehensive security policy for an edtech company involves adding various aspects, and that would be introduction. First is the purpose for cybersecurity policy, scope, roles and responsibilities, data protection and privacy, network security, application security, user security awareness and training, incident response and management, compliance and legal requirements, physical security, device and endpoint security. So similarly, you could ask him that draft me the company's cybersecurity policy and start with the introduction. So he will provide you all the introduction points, and then you can ask him that draft roles and responsibilities. He will draft that also. So you could like break it into parts and ask the ethical hacker GPT, and he will respond to you, as it has some limitations of some words and some of the responses. So you could ask him in the breaking parts and he will respond to you.
So let's start with what is malware. Malware is a short form for malicious software, and it's like a sneaky digital intruder that infiltrates your device without permission. It's created by cybercriminals who want to disrupt, damage, or gain unauthorized access to your personal information, financial data, or even control your device remotely. Think of malware as a digital bully that's up to no good. So let's understand, how does a malware work. Step 1. Intrusion. Malware sneaks into your device through various entry points like malicious email attachments, infected websites, software vulnerabilities, or even through removable storage devices like USB drives. Step 2 is execution. Once inside, the malware starts executing its malicious code. It may install additional files, modify system settings, or create hidden processes in the background to evade detection. Step 3 is persistence. To maintain control over your device, malware often tries to establish persistence. It may create registered entries, modify startup settings, or hide in system folders, ensuring it launches every time you boot up your device. Next step is exploitation. Malware takes advantage of vulnerabilities in your operating system, applications, or network to spread its reach. It may exploit security weaknesses to propagate across networks, infect other devices, or steal sensitive information. The step 5 is malicious activities. Now that the malware has settled in, it carries out its intended actions depending on its type. This could include stealing personal information, capturing keystrokes, encrypting files, displaying unwanted ads, or even hijacking your device for cybercriminals' remote control. The next step is concealment. Malware often employs techniques to hide its presence and avoid detection. It may use rootkit technology to hide its files and processes, employ anti-analysis measures, or encrypt its communication with command and control servers to evade security measures. The last step is damage or profit. Ultimately, malware aims to achieve its malicious objective. It may cause damage to your system, compromise your privacy, steal financial information, or create opportunities for cybercriminals to profit. Now that we have a good idea of how does a malware work, let's understand the different types of malware. More than 12 types of malwares are present in the world today, and each of them is threatening to different extent. So let's discuss some of the most common and hazardous malwares. The first is virus, a classic troublemaker that attaches itself to a program or file, replicating and spreading across your system.
It can corrupt or destroy data and even render your device useless. The second one is worm, a sneaky creature that replicates itself and spreads across networks, causing congestion and slowing down systems. It can also exploit vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access. The next one is Trojan horse. Inspired by the ancient Greek tale, this malware disguises itself as a legitimate software, tricking you into installing it. Once inside, it opens a backdoor, giving cybercriminals remote control over your device. The next is ransomware. This villainous malware holds your data hostage by encrypting it. The cybercriminals then demand a ransom to restore access, leaving you feel like a character in a digital hostage situation. Next is spyware, a nosy little malware that secretly monitors your activities, collecting sensitive information like password, browsing habits, and even keystrokes. Talk about an invasion of privacy. The next one is adware, an annoying troublemaker that bombards you with unwanted advertisements, pop-ups, and redirects. It's like a clingy digital salesperson that never takes no for an answer. So those are some of the truly menacing types of malware, but knowledge is power. So how can we protect ourselves from these digital villains? The first step is keep your software up to date. Regularly update your operating system, antivirus software, and applications. These updates often include security patches to fix vulnerabilities. Use strong and unique passwords. Avoid using common or easy to guess passwords. Opt for a combination of letters, numbers, and symbols. Next is be cautious while you are online. Avoid clicking on suspicious links, downloading files from untrustworthy sources, or opening email attachments from unknown senders. Stay vigilant. Next one is install reputable antivirus software. Invest in reliable antivirus software that can detect and remove malwares. Last is backup your data. Regularly backup your important files and data to an external hard drive or cloud storage. That way, even if your device gets infected, you can restore your files anytime. So I guess you guys must have got a good idea about what is a malware and how to stay safe from a malware.
So guys, let us start first by understanding what is Wireshark. So guys, Wireshark is a comprehensive open source network protocol analyzer that basically allows user to capture and analyze the data traveling over the network in real time. It is widely used by network administrators, security professionals, and also developers for various purposes. For example, guys, like network troubleshooting, where you have to identify and resolve network issues by examining the traffic patterns and diagnosing the connectivity problems. The next one is network analysis, which we'll also be doing in our hands-on, where you have to understand and optimize network performance by analyzing data flows and interaction between network systems. The third one is security auditing. You will also have to detect and investigate unusual or potentially malicious network activities such as unauthorized access or data breaches. And finally, you have a protocol development, where you can debug and develop network protocols by capturing and analyzing protocol messages and behaviors. The key features of Wireshark are: the first one is packet capture. Wireshark captures packets of data transmitted over the network. Each packet contains a wealth of information, including source and destination addresses. And also you get protocol, types, and payload data. So as you can see all over here, I've already downloaded Wireshark, and I'll guide you also how to download it. But as you can see, these are the lines that shows that the Wi-Fi packet graph is showing that this is how the packets are transmitting. So this is basically the real-time analysis what you can get through in Wireshark. Next one is you get a detailed inspection. Guys, Wireshark also decodes and displays data at various protocol layers. Example, you can get Ethernet, IP, TCP, HTTP, which allows for detailed examinations of network communications. You can also perform filtering and searching. Then you'll also get a chance to do data visualization, which includes features for visualizing network traffics such as flow graphs, as you can see all over here, and also statistics, which can help in understanding network behavior and performance. Wireshark is available for multi-operating systems, like for Windows, macOS, Linux, and many more. Now there are certain scenarios where network security engineers use it. Suppose for network performance monitoring. where you track and analyze the performance of network applications and services. You also get an incident response. You investigate and respond to network security incidents by analyzing captured traffic. And you also do the protocol analysis, where you examine and troubleshoot network protocols and ensure proper implementation. Now, let us start with the Wireshark. So first, let us download the Wireshark. And before we download it, I expect that you would have got some brief idea regarding what is Wireshark. Now, what you have to do, guys, you have to go at this link, wireshark.org.download.html. So since I'm using Windows, so I have clicked on Windows x64 installer. Just right click on this. So as you can see, it will start downloading. So guys, since I've already downloaded it, I may not have to do it again. And the steps are very simple. Just you have to click yes, and it's going to download all the required dependencies and your installer will be ready. And after clicking all the OKs, you are going to get something like this. So this is your entry of the Wireshark network analyzer. Now, so as you can see all over here, you can capture the network packets from these interfaces. So you can see local area connection 10, adapter lookup, traffic capture, Bluetooth is there, then you have the Ethernets, okay? So let us choose the Wi-Fi as a network interface, okay? And just click on this. So as you can see all over here, so many of the packets have started running up, okay? And this is a shark icon. So basically, it is doing the real-time packet capturing where you have all these things. So now, let us try to understand what is there in Wireshark. So you can see you have file. Basically, for managing files, you have open, save, export. Okay, so these kind of options are there. You can also export the TLS session keys. Okay, you can export the objects and you can do print, quit. Then here in the edit, so edit, you can modify the preferences, settings, and profiles. If you talk about view, you can adjust the layout all over here of Wireshark. If you talk about go, you can navigate through the packets all over here. Then here is a capture. You can start or stop all over here. You can restart it. Then next is analyze. So as you can see all over here, you have display filters, display filter macros, display filter expressions, and many more. Okay. Similarly, you have statistics, okay, which helps in viewing network statistics and data summaries. Here you have telephony for using these kind of protocols, okay. Then you have wireless, okay. Then you have tools all over here, firewall, ACL rules, MAC address, okay. And there you have the help icon. So this is a very basic overview of this application. Now, let us do some basic exercises first. So let us try to capture a traffic first, okay. So since I've already selected our network interface as Wi-Fi, and let us restart it. So you can just go on capture and just start the restart. Okay. So this has started. Now go to your browser and just type, say, HTTP, okay, and say bin.org is the file. So guys, this is a basic website that we have requested on our browser, and let us go to our Wireshark and stop this for a moment. So as you can see all over here, this icon shows applying a display filter. Now go all over here and type the filter, say HTTP, okay, and you can say our filtering would be done. So as you can see, here you have the source, you have the destination, here you have the time, here you have the number, here you have the length of the packets, okay, and this is the info, okay. So now let us do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. So as you can see all over here, the first one is HTTP request and responses. So as you can see, this is our source, okay. We are sending a request to the destination address with 44.219.81.240. The protocol is HTTP and the length of the packet is 480. And it is basically a GET request, okay. So get HTTP/1.1. Now there is a reply from this destination all over here and to the destination at our source. The protocol is still HTTP. Now the length of the packet is increased, is 887. And what we are getting, guys, all over here, that the status is 200 and it says okay. Now, as you can see, what we are getting basically an HTML file all over here, okay. Now similarly, we are again requesting and we are getting a JSON file all over here. Now getting a specific JSON HTTP 1.1 and similarly reply is coming. So as you can see, it's a to and from motion where we are requesting to a destination, which is the browser. with the protocol HTTP, and similarly we are getting a reply from our destination. So guys, this is our device and this is the given resource we are trying to access on our browser. So basically now we can see these are the content types, which is text HTML for the HTML structure, okay. And also you can see all over here, this is a JSON type, okay. And these are the type of the content we are trying to access it, okay. And this is the request what we have done to our destination, which is the browser, okay, with the bin org, and it is returning a text.html file. I hope so guys, you would have got a brief idea like how you can do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. Now let us try to do one more example which will make our concepts more clear. Now guys, I will show you one more use case of this, that you can diagnose the network issues with ping and trace command. Okay, so with the help of Wireshark, this can also be done guys. So what you need next is you can open a terminal, okay, and just right click all over here. And now in this, what we are going to do guys, we are going to generate an ICMP traffic. So with the help of ping command. Okay, so now what we do, we type ping, say google.com, and you can see all over here the request and reply have started. And now what we will do guys, we will use the tracer command for tracing our packet flow. So you can see something we have got all over here. We will discuss about this bit later. Now let us open our Wireshark, okay, and what we'll do guys, we will type ICMP, okay, and just click all over here. Okay. So guys, go to the filter and type ICMP, okay, and just click all over here. And but before that, you have to stop this. And now let us try. So you can see all over here that here the destination is showing unreachable, but here we are getting the reply. Okay. Now let us try to examine this protocol. Okay. So what all over here, let us try to understand first what we did in the terminal. Okay. So guys, when we are typing the command ping google.com, this command is basically testing the reachability of google.com by sending the Internet Control Message Protocol or ICMP echo request packets and waiting for the replies, which is echo response. Now guys, let us break down the ping results. So first 3 replies, we are going to see that each reply shows the IP address of 142.250.193.110, which is one of the Google servers. And you can see the round trip time latency for the packets. For the first time, it is showing around 76 milliseconds. For second round trip time, it is showing around 88. Then third is 99, and fourth one is 30 milliseconds. Now you can see there is something called time to live also, and in this case the time to live for each packet is around 55 milliseconds. Okay, so basically this field indicates how many hops or routers the packet can pass through before being discarded. Okay, now you can also see the request timeout. So the fourth packet is a request timeout, meaning no reply was received within this set time. And you can also see the ping statistics. So you can say here sent 4 packets, received 4 packets, and there is no loss. Okay, so this is one thing. And also approximate round trip in milliseconds, you can see minimum is 30 milliseconds and maximum is 99 milliseconds. Average is calculated 73 milliseconds. So this is statistics what we got. Now you can see all over here we have the tracer command. Okay, so here no arguments are provided first. So let us try to understand. The D means do not resolve IP address to host names, okay, where H means maximum number of hops of routers to search, and W means timeout in milliseconds for each reply. So suppose if I see tracer.google.com, so guys, this will show all the hops that the packet has to travel through reach the Google server, which will help to diagnose where the delays or issues might occur on the path. Now you can see all over here there are a lot of options are given. So similarly you can read this. Now let us try to do the Wireshark analysis. So you can see all over here with our source 10.101.5.118, and we are sending the request to the Google server, and this is Internet Control Message Protocol. So you can see all over here, this is echo. This is a ping request with ID 0x001. And we can see the sequence is also given, the time to live, and we are replying in 7641 milliseconds. So this packet is basically what we are doing, guys. We are 7630 is our packet number, and this is what we are sending as a request. Then 7641 is a reply from the Google server with the given ID, okay, the sequence number of this and the time to live, and it is also giving the request one. Now what you can do, guys, you can also apply one filter all over here. We can, okay, now with the help of this, you can just see there are a lot of options as a filtering, okay. So you can read the documentation for this, and whenever it is turning red, guys, it is showing something as error, okay. And now let us do this, and let us type our IP address, say 101, okay, 1.5.118. Okay, so this is also one of the way you can apply the filter. Okay, so it's going to filter out the IP address. Okay, say let's do this. So it is going to filter out our IP address, which is basically the same which is sending, because we have not given any other ping request. So guys, here what we can see, so this is kind of the analysis what we are doing basically. Okay, so guys, this was a Wireshark analysis for diagnosing the network issues with the help of ping and trace commands. And you can do a lot more other things with the help of Wireshark. Basically, these tools are used by network administrators, hackers, and also network engineers to understand the network performance, diagnose the network issues. Okay, so this was a short exercise which I have shown you about the basics of Wireshark.
Phishing attacks. As cyber criminals get more sophisticated, it's important for us to stay one step ahead. So in this video, I'll be walking you through what phishing is, how it works, some famous examples of phishing attacks, different types of phishing, how to protect yourself, and what to do if you ever fall victim. So let's jump right in. What is phishing? To start, let's talk about what a phishing attack really is. In simple terms, phishing is a type of scam where hackers pretend to be legitimate people or companies to steal your personal information, whether it's your passwords, bank details, or even social security number. They typically do this through emails, text messages, or fake websites that seem genuine at first glance. But phishing attacks don't just rely on fake emails. They use a psychological trick known as social engineering. Now, social engineering is all about manipulating people into making poor decisions, like clicking on a malicious link or sharing personal information. Let's take an example. Imagine you work in a company and one day you get an urgent email from someone who looks like your boss. The email says, "I'm in a meeting right now, but I need you to send me the financial reports immediately. Click here to access a secure file." Because it's your boss and the message sounds urgent, you might not think twice and click the link. But that's where the trick is. The link wasn't real, and now the hacker has the access to the company's sensitive data. So social engineering works because it plays on human emotions like fear, urgency, trust, and leads you to make hasty decisions without double checking. So phishing attacks are serious business, and they have caused some of the most damaging data breaches in history. Let's take a look at some of the most famous examples. First, let's talk about the Sony Pictures hack in 2014. This is one of the most well-known phishing incidents. It all started when Sony employees received phishing emails that looked completely legitimate. Some employees clicked on the links in these emails, which gave hackers access to Sony's internal network. And the result? Over 100 terabytes of data were stolen, including unreleased movies, confidential employee information, and thousands of internal emails. The leaked data caused major damage to Sony's reputation and led to lawsuits. It was one of the most costly cyber attacks of its time. Another incredible phishing incident involved both Facebook and Google. Between 2013 and 2015, a single hacker managed to scam these tech giants out of over $100 million. How did he do it? The hacker, Evaldus, pretended to be a hardware supplier that both companies did business with. He sent phishing emails with fake invoices that looked exactly like the real thing. Because the emails were so convincing, the finance departments of the Facebook and Google didn't question them and wired the money directly to the attacker's account. So these famous examples show that phishing can affect anyone, from everyday people to major corporations. So let's talk about how they work step by step when hackers actually try to steal your information. So, how does a phishing attack unfold? Let's break it into easy steps. Step 1. Phishing attacks typically start with a carefully crafted message, often in the form of an email or text. This message will look like it's from a legitimate company, like your bank, a popular service like PayPal, or even someone you personally know. Hackers usually use several techniques to make these emails look authentic. One common technique is domain spoofing. This is when hackers create a domain that looks almost identical to the legitimate website, but with subtle differences. For example, instead of paypal.com, they might use paypal1.com or pay-pal.com. Because most people glance at the sender's email address quickly, they don't notice the subtle change. The next step is to get the victim to visit a fake website. When you click on the link in the phishing email, you're often redirected to a website that looks exactly like the real thing. These fake websites are often designed to perfectly mimic the official login pages of services like your bank or email provider. To create these fake websites, hackers often use what's called a phishing kit. Now, phishing kits are pre-built tools that make it easy for attackers to clone real websites. The hacker then hosts the fake website on a malicious server or uses DNS spoofing, where they manipulate the DNS records to redirect users from the legitimate website to their fake version without the victim knowing. Now, once you land on the fake website, the next step is for the hacker to collect your information. So these fake pages are designed to look identical to the real ones. So when you enter your username and password, you think you're logging in securely. But hear what's happening in the background. Phishing sites use various methods to capture the information you type in. One common technique is form jacking, where the form on the website is modified to send the data directly to the attacker's server. Alternately, hackers can use key logging malware that records every keystroke you make, capturing usernames, passwords, and even credit card information as you type. So to make the fake site even more convincing, attackers often secure it with a real SSL certificate. Now, this means the website might show up as secure with a padlock symbol in your browser, making you believe it's legitimate. So this is why it's important to check more than just the HTTPS in the URL. Now, once the hacker has your data, they can use it in various ways. The most common method is using your stolen credentials to log into your accounts. This is known as credential stuffing. But they can also use your personal information for identity theft, or they might sell your data on the dark web. But phishing isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. Hackers use several different types of phishing attacks, and each one is designed for a specific target or method. So now let's talk about the different types of phishing attacks. First, we have general phishing, which is the most common and broad type. So in this type of attack, hackers send out thousands or even millions of phishing emails to random people, hoping that a small percentage will fall for the scam. For example, let's say you receive an email that looks like it's from a popular company like Netflix. The email says something like, your payment method has failed, click here to update your information. You click the link and it takes you to a fake Netflix login. When you enter your details, they are sent straight to the hacker. These attacks are sent out to as many people as possible. Whoever falls for it, falls for it. It's all about volume with general phishing. Next is spear phishing. So unlike general phishing, spear phishing is much more targeted. So the attacker picks a specific individual or company and tailors the attack to that person or group. So spear phishing requires some research and planning. So it's more sophisticated than general phishing. For example, imagine you work in the finance department of a company and you receive an email from someone pretending to be the CEO. The email says, he's unable to transfer the money to the partner company and asks you to transfer it. So since it appears to be from your boss and it sounds urgent, you might be tempted to complete the transfer without questioning it. That's the goal of spear phishing. Because the email is personalized and often uses real names or insider informations, it's much easier to fall for it. So this makes spear phishing especially dangerous for businesses. Now let's talk about whaling, which is similar to spear phishing but with a bigger target. So whaling specifically targets high-ranking individuals like CEOs, CFOs, or other executives. So these attacks are often highly sophisticated because the stakes are so high. Let's say a hacker sends an email to the CFO of a large corporation, pretending to be a lawyer representing the company. So the email contains a fake warrant, asking the CFO to click a link to download important legal documents. Because it's a legal matter and appears highly official, the CFO clicks the link, which leads to malware being installed on the company's network. So whaling attacks are dangerous because they often involve larger sums of money or more sensitive information. So when high-level executives fall for these scams, the consequences can be disastrous. Next comes SEO phishing.
So SEO phishing takes a different approach. So instead of targeting individuals with emails or text messages, hackers create fake websites and manipulate search engines so that these sites show up at the top of search results. So people who are searching for services or products may unknowingly click on these malicious websites. For example, imagine you are trying to log into Bank of America and you search for Bank of America login. So a phishing site could show up at the top of the result, looking exactly like the original website. You fill out the form, entering your personal and payment information. But instead of going to the bank, all of that information goes straight to the hacker. So SEO phishing works because we trust search engines to lead us to legitimate sites. Hackers take advantage of that trust by manipulating search engine algorithms to display their malicious sites. And finally, there's smishing, which stands for SMS phishing. Smishing involves sending fraudulent messages through SMS or text. So these texts often appear to come from a trusted source, like your bank or a delivery service, and contain a link that leads to a phishing site. For example, let's say you get a text that looks like it's from a delivery company such as FedEx, telling you to set your delivery preferences. The message includes a link to do the same. When you click the link, it takes you to a fake FedEx site that asks for your name, address, and credit card information to cover delivery fees. So smishing is effective because people tend to trust text messages more than emails, especially when they're on the go and may not scrutinize a message as closely. Anyways, fortunately, there are several things you can do to protect yourself from phishing attacks. So first and foremost, always think before you click. If you get an email or text asking you to click a link, stop and think. Does this look suspicious? Hover over the link to see where it actually leads before you click. Next, don't upload personal information online. Be careful where you share your personal information online. Hackers often gather details from social media or public profiles to make their phishing attempts more convincing. So make sure to keep your software, operating system, and apps updated. Regular updates include security patches that protect against known vulnerabilities. Next is use antivirus and email security. Install a good antivirus program and use email services with phishing filters. These tools can block many phishing emails before they even reach your inbox. And lastly, use a secure DNS service. This can prevent you from even accessing malicious websites, adding an extra layer of protection. Now, even with these precautions, phishing attacks can sometimes be successful. So what happens if you're already fallen a victim? Let's talk about what to do after a phishing attack. So if you realize you have fallen for a phishing attack, don't panic. There are steps you can take to minimize the damage. First, report the attack to cybercrime authorities. In many countries, there are dedicated teams that handle online fraud, and the faster they are notified, the better. Next, change the passwords for any accounts that may have been compromised. Make sure each password is unique and avoid using the same password for multiple accounts. Next, enable multi-factor authentication on your accounts. MFA adds an extra step, like a code sent to your phone, which makes it harder for hackers to gain access. And lastly, run a full malware scan on your devices. If you clicked a link or downloaded something from the phishing attack, malware might have been installed. So it's important to remove it as quickly as possible.
Now, let's begin with the first question. What is the role of DNS in cybersecurity? Now, the answer for this question is DNS, or also known as the Domain Name System, translate domain names into IP addresses. Attackers exploit it using DNS spoofing, cache poisoning, or tunneling into redirect users, or exfiltrate data. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the next question. What is phishing? Provide an example. So, phishing is a social engineering attack where attackers trick users to revealing credentials via fake emails or websites. For example, a fake email from PayPal asking login details, or an email claiming to be from a bank requesting the recipient to provide their login credentials by clicking a link that leads to a fake website. Now, the next question is how encryption is different from hashing. Encryption converts data into ciphertext and can be decrypted back. Hashing is a one-way function that transforms data into a fixed-length hash, which cannot be reversed. Now, question number 4. What is a firewall and why is it used? A firewall monitors and controls incoming or outgoing network traffic based on security rules preventing unauthorized access and cyber threats. Now, proceeding to question number 5. What is a three-way handshake? It's a TCP process where a client and server establish a connection using SYN, ACK, and ACK packets, ensuring reliable data transmission. So basically, the client sends SYS, or also known as synchronized packet, to the server to check if the server is up or has open ports. The server sends SYN-ACK packet to the client if it has open ports. Lastly, the client acknowledges this and sends back an ACK or acknowledgement packet back to the server. Proceeding ahead, we have the sixth question. What is a VPN and why is it used? A VPN, or also known as the Virtual Private Network, encrypts internet traffic, ensuring secured remote access and protecting data from interception. Now, the seventh question. What are the common techniques for securing a computer network? Techniques like firewalls, IDS or IPS, strong authentication, encryption, patch management, network segmentation, and endpoint protection are a couple of common techniques that can be used to secure a computer network. Proceeding ahead, we have the eighth question. Define the terms encryption and decryption. So the answer is, firstly, encryption. Encryption converts plain text into unreadable ciphertext. So the other end is the decryption, which reverses the process using a key to restore the plain text. Proceeding ahead, we have the ninth question. What are cookies in a web browser? So you can consider cookies as some specific details that are stored by the website to help you navigate to the website when you revisit the same website. So the answer is, cookies are small data files stored in the browser to track users' session, preferences, and authentication. Malicious cookies can be exploited for tracking and session hijacking as well. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 10th question, which talks about what is the difference between IDS and IPS. So firstly, IDS. IDS is also known as Intrusion Detection System, which monitors traffic for threats, while IPS is Intrusion Prevention System, which actively blocks malicious traffic. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 11th question. What is two-factor authentication? So for all of those you're already using Gmails or any of the email accounts and you want to log in from a remote location which kind of seems different to your browser, then you get a notification. Authenticate yourself via mobile or your phone, etc., right? Send an OTP or some secured questions. So that is known as two-factor authentication. The security method requiring two independent authentication factors like a password or a one-time code to verify identity is called as two-factor authentication. Proceeding ahead, we have the 12th question. What is SSL encryption? Secured sockets layer encrypted data between a web browser and a browser to prevent eavesdropping and tampering. Proceeding ahead, we have the 13th question. Explain a data security audit. So a security audit is an organization's security control, policies, and vulnerabilities to identify and mitigate risks. Now, the 14th question. Explain cross-site scripting and SQL injection. XSS injects malicious scripts into web pages to steal data. SQL injection manipulates database queries to gain unauthorized access. Now, the 15th question. What is a zero-day vulnerability? So, it refers to a security vulnerability present in software or hardware that is undisclosed to the vendor and lacks an existing solution. This loophole can be leveraged by malicious actors before a remedy is created. So, proceeding ahead, we have our 16th question. Discuss the ISO 27001 and 27002 standards. So, it is a framework for information security management systems, which is ISMS, while ISO 27002 provides guidelines for implementing security controls and practices within an organization. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 17th question. Explain the principles of ethical hacking. Ethical hackers identify vulnerabilities legally, following rules and engagement, ensuring data integrity, and reporting findings responsibly. Now we have the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So the different types of network security includes firewalls, IDS or IPS, encryption, VPNs, endpoint protection, network segmentation, and access controls. Proceeding ahead, we have the 19th question. So moving ahead, we have the 19th question. Discuss the concept of risk assessment in cybersecurity. Risk assessment evaluates threats, vulnerabilities, and potential impacts to prioritize security measures. Now, moving ahead, we have the next question, which is what is the incident response and how is it managed? So, the answer is incident response is handling security breaches using a structured approach, which is detection, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. Now, moving ahead, we have the 21st question, which talks about what is the CIA triad in cybersecurity? So, CIA stands for C, confidentiality, which is data privacy, I for integrity, which is data accuracy, and A for availability, which is for data access when needed from the CIA triad. Proceeding ahead, we have the 22nd question. What is network sniffing? Capturing and analyzing network traffic using tools like Wireshark, which attackers exploit to intercept sensitive data, is called as network sniffing. Now, the 23rd question. How do you manage cryptographic keys? Using key management systems like KMS, rotate key regularly, use strong storage methods, and enforce least private access, you can manage the cryptographic keys. Now we have the 24th question. Define the terms virus, malware, and ransomware. So the answer for this question is, firstly, a virus. Virus replicates and spreads. Next is malware, includes all malicious software. And lastly, the ransomware, where data gets encrypted and the attacker demands payment for decrypting the data. Now, the 25th question. What is the difference between HIDS and NIDS? So, HIDS is host-based IDS, which monitors systems activity on a device, while NIDS is network-based IDS, which analyzes network traffic for threats. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 26th question, which asks about explain data leakage. So, unauthorized data exposure via breaches, insider threats, or misconfigurations prevented by DLP or data loss prevention tools is known as data leakage. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 27th question. What is port scanning? A technique used to identify open ports on a system, often used by attackers to find vulnerabilities, is called as port scanning. Proceeding ahead, we have the 28th question. How often should you perform patch management? So, standard-wise, the answer for this question is it should be done as soon as it is released. And in some cases, it should be done regularly based on risk-based approach, and typically for monthly standard patches and immediately for critical vulnerabilities. Proceeding ahead, we have the 29th question. How would you reset a password-protected BIOS configuration? Now, the answer for this question is, since BIOS is a pre-boot system, it has its own storage mechanism for setting and preferences. A simple way to reset is by popping out the CMOS battery so that the memory storing the settings lose its power supply, and as a result, it will lose its setting. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 30th question. What is a botnet? So the answer for this question is a network of compromised devices controlled remotely to launch cyber attacks such as DDoS or spam campaigns is known as a botnet. Now the 31st question. What is the difference between a threat, a vulnerability, and a risk? So the answer is a threat is a potential danger. A vulnerability is a weakness. And lastly, a risk is a probability of exploitation. Now 32nd question. What is cognitive cybersecurity? AI-driven cybersecurity that uses machine learning and natural language processing to detect and respond to threats is known as cognitive cybersecurity. Now, the 33rd question. What is a block cipher? A block cipher is a symmetric encryption method that encrypts data in fixed-size blocks such as AES. Now, 34th question. What do you mean by shoulder surfing? So, it's a very simple answer. Basically, someone which is observing your screen or keypad to steal credentials or sensitive data is called as shoulder surfing. Now, 35th question. What do you mean by system hardening? So the answer for this question is strengthening a system's security by removing vulnerabilities, disabling unused services, and enforcing strict policies is known as system hardening. Now, the 36th question for the day: how to prevent MITM? So the answer is, to prevent MITM, you have to use SSL or TLS VPNs, multi-factor authentication, and avoid untrusted networks to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks. Now, 37th question is, what is a ransomware? So the answer for this question, before we get started, we briefly had a discussion about ransomware in our previous questions. Now let's have a detailed explanation for this one. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts data to make it inaccessible to computer users. Cybercriminals use it to extort money from the individuals and organizations as well that hack the data and hold the data hostage until a certain amount of ransom is paid. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 38th question. What is public key infrastructure? So, the PKI, or also known as the public key infrastructure, issues digital certificates to secure communication, protect data, and provide unique identities. It uses public-private key pairs, requiring a strong infrastructure to safeguard public keys from the attackers. Now, 39th question. What is a proxy firewall? A firewall that filters traffic at the application layer, acting as an intermediary between users and the internet, is called as the proxy firewall. Now we have the 40th question. What do you mean by penetration testing? So a penetration testing is a simulated attack on systems to identify vulnerabilities before real attackers exploit them. Now the 41st question. Explain what a cybersecurity policy is. So basically, a cybersecurity policy is a set of rules and guidelines to protect an organization's information and systems. Now, 42nd question. How does a rootkit work and how would you detect it? So the answer is, rootkits hide malware and avoid detection. In order to find one or detect one, you need to use rootkit scanners, behavioral analysis, and integrity checks to detect them. Now, the 43rd question. Explain the principle of least privilege. So, the users and processes should have the minimum permissions needed to perform their tasks to reduce security risks. So, this particular principle is known as least privilege. Now, 44th question. What are the key elements of a strong security policy? So, the answer for this question is access control, encryption, incident response, audit logging, risk management, and compliance requirements. So these are the key elements for a strong security policy. 45th question. Explain the concept of a digital signature. A cryptographic method ensuring the authenticity and integrity of digital messages using public key encryption is known as a digital signature. Now, the 46th question. What is a honeypot in cybersecurity? So the term honeypot is self-explanatory. So in terms of cybersecurity, it is a decoy system designed to attract the monitor attackers, helping identify the attack methods and also sometimes observe their behavior in order to understand what are their intentions. Now, 47th question. What are the common cybersecurity threats today? So some of the common cyber threats today are ransomware, phishing, DDoS attacks, insider threats, zero-day exploits, and supply chain attacks. Now, 48th question. How can you prevent a man-in-the-middle attack or MITM attack? So for that, you need to use encrypted communications like TLS or SSL, use VPNs, strong authentication, and avoid unsecured networks. 49th question. What is a DDoS attack and how does it work? So the answer for this question, firstly, DDoS, it is called as distributed denial of service, and DDoS overloads a system with excess traffic using a botnet, causing service disruption. So basically, it's kind of blocking the service. And with this, we come to the final question of today's session, which is, what is the difference between black hat, white hat, and gray hat hackers? So the answer for this question is, let's begin with the black hats. Black hats are malicious hackers. They exploit vulnerabilities for illegal purposes. And then we come with white hat. So ethical hackers who help to identify and fix vulnerabilities, who have positive ethics, are called as the white hat hackers. And gray hat, a kind of a mix and match between the both black hat and white hat. So these hackers help identify vulnerabilities without malicious intent, but may not always have authorization.
Hello everyone, good evening and welcome for today's session. I'm Sudeep. I'm the Learner Success Manager for today's session.
So this is from the EC Council. So EC Council is one of the renowned certification vendor into the cybersecurity. There are multiple certifications from EC Council, and one of them is CH. The full form is Certified Ethical Hacker version 13. So these versions keep getting updated, like something I have been around with CH from V8, and today it's V13. So like it will be keep changing every year. It depends upon the curriculum how it is going to be updated. So with the recent technologies getting updated, with the recent attacks getting updated, the CH certification pattern also keeps getting updated. So V13 was something which was released in 2024 officially. It started, and we have been continuing till date, V13 only. So as you see, it says like certified ethical hacker. So this is the program which is going to contain like 20 modules. So it's especially those who are looking into enter into cybersecurity, who are completely new, who are like newbie into it, not having any kind of knowledge what is cybersecurity, and to learn how the things happen, how the hacking will happen. So all this something which is being covered in this certification. The modules are also designed in such a way, starting from like module 1 till end of the day we have module 20. So like starting from the introduction to ethical hacking to like each module has its own importance, and every module is linked, and every module is important for our in the process of learning security related topic. So from the module number 1 to module number 20, you can see in between there are some techniques, there are some topics which will be specially focused on technology specific, like system hacking, network attacks, cloud attacks, mobile attacks, so wireless attacks, IoT attacks. So there are something, the course is designed in such a way to cover the security aspects in every technology. So is, as I said, yep, this is a kind of a course. One of the most important thing is this program is divided, like this program is designed in such a way 70% of practicals and 30% of theory we have. So with this, the major motive of this certification is to make learners know how the hacking can happen, how the systems can be hacked, what are the different technologies and their loopholes. So like it's a kind of a platform where more into hands-on, because there are some certifications like I know in security which are purely some theory based on a topic based, but this is completely the hands-on is must, like we need. That's how the course is designed, and that's how the access also is provided to you all. The lab access or the content access will go through like in our upcoming sessions how the things are going to happen. And coming to this examination pattern, so CH examination pattern is there are two types of exams: knowledge based exam and practical exam. So the certification you all are enrolled for with EC Count with Simplilearn is knowledge based exam. So see, it's all about the training is same, but the way how you are going to test your skills is something, it depends upon you, either knowledge based or either CH practical based. So, but this course which you all are enrolled for, you will be testing your skills with a knowledge based exam. So where you can expect a multiple choice questions of 125 questions that should be cleared in like 4 hours. The passing criteria depends upon the examination difficulty and examination pattern, it changes. Like it's a kind of 70% on average we should be getting clearance to pass this exam. And there is also a practical exam, which is like you need to clear 20 practicals in 6 hours. So now this is something like it's all about how you are going to test your skills. So ch practical as well as knowledge based. So this is something you all are enrolled for. So once you complete the course, like you will be able to uh, get this again vouchers where you can apply for the examination and clear the examinations. So the questions will be like scenario based questions, like even though they are multiple choice questions, like which is a knowledge based exam, they are going to even test our practical skills. That is how the exam is designed. So it even contains some scenario based questions. It's not like direct questions which is asking you to pick one of the option, but it contains some screenshots of outputs or some tool specific questions. So we will see how that questions will be and what kind of questions we get. But yep, you all are designed for knowledge based exam. So if you want to additionally prove your skills for practical exam, this is something extra charges you need to pay for EC Council and get the examination done. But anything is fine. Like it's all about end of the day, are you getting certification or not? Either knowledge based or practical exam. So the main point is you should be able to get get the clearance. And you can also see on the screen, so this was completely divided into three important phases. Like the complete course is designed in four phases: phase one, phase two, phase three, and phase four. Like phase one and phase two are something which we are going to spend a lot of time, because these are the modules which completely important for our foundational topics of the security and also ethical hacking. The phase one and phase two. Yep, phase three and phase four are also an important topics, but they are something, as these foundations are clear, these topics will be easily understandable and how the things are going to work. So as I said, it is going to cover from the very basic to advanced. That's the reason this certification we consider it as an entry point for cybersecurity learners who are trying to choose their career. So where we are going to learn from very basic till intermediate of the topic of what we are going to. So I'll share this link with you all. You all can explore. So the main focus is we are also designed this curriculum again, and the training part also we will be spending 70% time on practicals and 30% time on theory. The theory is also something at an initial level to clear some foundations, to clear some fundamentals. Like we'll have some theory in the phase one. Okay. And yeah, this is something, the kind of job roles today this certification is accepted for. Like you all can see the different kind of job roles where this are. So today, like in every cybersecurity job role, CH is something considered as a mandatory, because as I said, that is going to prove that yes, this person is having some kind of knowledge in security part. So yep, this is about a short intro. So as I said, like this is something coming from the EC Council. You can see they are not only having CH but also, so you can see they have multiple certifications here. One of them is certified ethical hacker. So they have something penetration testing, forensics, SOC, incident handler, threat intelligence, cloud security. These are again multiple, but the only one which is, yeah. So actually CHV13 is something today, it has included some AI based tools. So as I said, the versions keep changing. That is purely because of whenever a new technology or a new process or new techniques coming up, yep, they also keep changing the content. So maybe next year we expect CHV14, maybe in the month of Jan or February. It depends, like if something new technology, new attack, new tools that need to be added. So V13, they have added some AI based tools which are helping today security professionals. How can we use the AI based tools and improve our work? So we will see those kind of AI based tools. But the key things that should be important is you all should also spend time on hands on. Okay, you will be getting some knowledge on theory part, but end of the day, if you want to learn the hacking and if you want to learn the how the process of cybersecurity is today followed, the hands-on is should be must, where we will be dealing with some real world scenarios, where we will be getting some, it's a it's a lab, like I'll give you the lab introduction and everything. So just go through these links so that you will be getting some additional information related to like what is CH and what exactly you're going to learn. So the links. Okay, this two now. Okay, this is something a kind of a course like which comes under the technology of cyber security. Okay, what is cyber security? Cyber security important today. How cybersecurity will be in future growth? These are the few questions, because end of the day, I can also say now one, like, we can also have one more question like why did you choose cybersecurity? Or the question is like, yeah, why did you choose the cybersecurity? Yep, you all can answer anything. Like first, let's start with what is cybersecurity. Okay, so cybersecurity. Now, if you the word cyber. Now, if you ask me, is this something a new technology? I can say not really. We do have something called few years back. We used to call it as a information security. So the focus was here only to protect data. Like because every organization used to have very much data related to the organization, business, clients, and their project. Like the focus was only to protect data. But today, why it is called cyber? The reason is today, like how the digitalization has changed our life. We all know, like everything like e-commerce, digital learning, like online learning, or online healthcare, online banking. Okay, like the online everything has been like finance, banking, health sector, education sector. Okay, so all this has been something today, entertainment sector. Okay, something moved towards the digital platforms. It's not just about the information, but today it's something beyond the information. Today we are seeing IoT based cars or IoT devices where completely internet can control the things. We are seeing robotics. Today everyone is talking about AI, but at the same time we are talking about how this can negatively impact. Okay, till now everyone were focusing on like, okay, we let's create some technologies, let's create some new technology, but from now we should also think about the negative shades of technology. Okay, we are like very much today we are seeing how this uh, digitalization has been changed. Cybersecurity is not something only for organizations, it's even for our personal life also. We do see people losing some data. We do see people losing money in the online. We do see some kind of today we are seeing especially something called digital arrest, like where people are being emotionally played and getting some important financial from them. Okay, so the thing is the things has been changed. The way how we used to use internet a few years back and the way how we are using internet today has completely changed our lives. Today there are an industrial revolution. There are some industries where they are going to run complete plant without zero manpower with the help of some machinery which are connected to IoT. So the reason I'm saying here is, yes, today the word cyber, it's something where like whatever the technology you name me, there are cyber attacks which there are organizations who belong to health industry have been involved in the hacking. There are organizations who belongs to financial industry belong involved in the hacking. There are organizations who belongs to entertainment industry or involved in the hacking. It's not just understanding that cybersecurity is only for IT. It's a wrong. Wherever there is a computer doing the job, we need a security professionals. We as a Simplilearn, when we have a security team who is going to take care of our employee security, organization security, server security, because we have an employees logging in, students logging in, having an important data, having a transactions going on, like everywhere, like wherever there is a system doing the job, we need a security professionals. Yes, in simple, yes, today it's a kind of a technology where the focus is to prevent organizations from not being hacked or prevent organization data, prevent organization assets that are not being unauthorized access. Everything should go through with a proper authorization with a proper access controls. Yes, is cybersecurity is important today? Yes, it's very much important today. It's not only just individuals, like organization point of view, as an individual also, it is very much important. So the thing is, like, it's all about, there are few attacks we are going to learn in upcoming classes where we don't need any computer, where we don't need any tools, but still we can perform cyber attack with help of using our human emotions. Yes, it is important today. Like if I just walk you through few things now, for example, the recent, like if I attack, which there are few attacks, but one of the attack which made much impact is like one of the organizations which comes under the retail and e-commerce, like Mark and Spencer's. Unfortunately, it's involved in a cyber attack where the revenue loss was very high. So they lost an operation profit. You can, unfortunately, this was they complete a large scale online clothing organization. So it belongs to like M&S, the Mark and Spencer. And now if I talk about something like health, this is something, okay. If you see this is something related to AIMS Delhi. Like for example, for I hope you all know that this All Indian Medical Science, All Indian Institute of Medical Science, like Delhi hit by a cyber attack. Like unfortunately, like it's a kind of a renowned hospitality in the country. Unfortunately, they were hacked and complete data has been stolen. Just a minute. Okay. So I hope you all know this AIMS India. So unfortunately, this is something health sector. So previous one was online retail, and this one was a health sector. Let me show you one more. Now this one was like oil and gas industry. So oil and gas industry, we call it as a colonial pipeline attack. Now in the US, this was a unit which is going to distribute underground gas across the multiple states in the US. But unfortunately, this entire plant was hacked, and like it's a kind of a concept where we have seen the first time the oil and gas industry getting impacted by the hackers. And imagine they have complete control of this plant. They can completely increase the pressure of the gas, decrease the pressure of the gas. They have control of complete distribution in entire country. But like almost 5 days there was an interruption in the gas supply, but they have they acted very well and take down the systems within 2 days. They have under their control, but still it was hacked. And there is one more organization called JBS Food Factory, which is one of the most renowned in the US. Unfortunately, even they are involved in the attack. This is a food industry. Okay, recent for you all are aware, like so I hope you all are aware of this boat entertainment systems. So like who are in India, like from India, they especially know the boat entertainment systems. They have this headset, some handwares. Unfortunately, they were hacked, and 75 lakhs boat customers for sale at €2. Contact ID, email ID, credit card details, information. Yeah. So the thing is, now after looking into these many different organizations, these many different cyber attacks, like what do you think? Is a security something important or not an important? So yep. So this is something we'll the four layers: physical layer, data link layer, network layer, and the transport layer. So we will see next the fifth layer. We have something called session layer. So have you seen these words, something called session expire or session timeout? Have you seen these kind of words? Session expire or session timeout? Yeah, especially in some of the confidential servers or like important servers, especially the payment gateways. Okay, so that is something where we will see sometimes the session expire, or we will be given restricted active, like limited access to the sessions. Okay, so session expire and session timeout you have seen. This is going to purely happen because of some specified time has been set to each and every session that we are trying to access. Especially we see on payment gateways, like you will be given 180 seconds, or sometimes if you not properly log in, the session timeout thing. See, today, like, okay, we have the details like data, MAC address, IP address, TCP, UDP. This session layer, from now, these remaining three layers: session layer, presentation layer, application layer. Now, these are the three layers which are going to especially focus on how they are going to be making users to connect or users to understand and receive, the end user, how they are going to receive. The session layer, the major motive of session layer is to establish, maintain, and terminate. These are the three actions which are going to happen with help of the session layer. It's going to establish, it's going to maintain, and it's going to terminate the session. So today, if two systems are able to communicate each other, or if two systems are able to like in communication to each other, and it's a expire or terminate the session, this completely happens with help of the session layer. These are the three major responsibilities that happens in the session layer which we have. So today, like it acts like a bridge between the two devices, bridge between two dev- devices. It acts like a bridge between two. So it's a session, okay, establish, maintain, and terminate, and acts like a bridge between two devices. So coming to the, in this, we don't have any specification for the data type. I mean, only till the starting four layers like bits, frames, packets, and segments and messages. These are the only starting 4 layers. We have the different formats of data. So coming to the session layer, here onwards, like we call it as a message only. So it's responsible for making two devices connected and communicate and sync each other with the details which we have provided, like TCP, UDP, IP address, MAC address, and data. Next layer we have presentation layer. Now presentation layer is something which is responsible for three important things: data translation, or data compression, and data encryption. So three things: data translation, compression, and encryption. So these are the three important things which happens in the presentation layer. So what is this data translation is? See, we have zeros and ones. The data is in the present in the form of bits. So this will be converted into the human readable format. So this happens with help of data translation. The 010101, it converts into human readable format. So today in the first layer, whatever the data we are converting, it converts into bits. But when it is reaching to the user, like either audio, video, image, PDF, document, PPT, or any program files, everything, the data translation is something going to take care of. The zeros and ones are binary is converted into the human readable format. That is something where the presentation layer will take. The name itself says presentation. So this is going to present the data which is available in the various formats. So data translation is something which happens in the presentation layer. Data compression. Now today, you all are using the WhatsApp. Okay. Like, see, by default, WhatsApp is going to compress the images. Now, for example, when you are sharing some images which you have taken on the internet, okay, so they reduce the quality. For example, if you are sending 10 MB of photo, it will be converted into 4 MB. Like they will reduce the size. Even when you are trying to upload something to the Google Drive or Google Photos also, you will get an option like either HD or the reduce the size. See, most of the applications will follow this data compression because they don't want to store data as it is. So the data compression is nothing but here, this is a place where it is going to do reduce the size of the files, or reduce the size of data, like it may be whatever in. So data compression, data translation, and data encryption, this is something data security. So it's like the data encryption is a concept, we'll talk about this more. The only users, like send receiver and sender, can read the data. In between, no one can understand, because there are some attacks where we can steal the information, like what two people are communicating to each other and discussing to each other. So data translation, data compression, and data encryption, all these three are going to happen in this thing. So remember, these three things happens in the presentation layer. The name itself says presentation. So encryption, compression, and translation. And like you can see, so three things. Okay. The last one we have application layer, number 7. Application layer. Now in application layer, now this is something where today, like the end user is able to access something. For example, see, Netflix is having a lot of video content with them, but end of the day, we need application to access those videos. Zoom might have a service to provide online call, video call, screen sharing, but end of the day, we need Zoom application. We have a internet to access the different browsers, but we need today an application called Chrome. Like, so end of the day, this application layer is something which is which is something where it is going to fulfill the receiver needs. So this is something, whatever the services we provided as an organization, now a human can access. Okay, now for example, iLabs, that is an application. So like the Zoom app which you are using, the Netflix is an application, the Gmail is an application, okay, and WhatsApp is an application. So these all are whatever the resources which are running by the organization, we use with the help of applications only, you will be able to access. See, today we have different types of services, like email related apps, okay, file transfer related files like share it, or streaming apps, okay, like streaming apps, especially the OTT platforms. See, all of them today, whatever the data you provide, in order to access them, we need this applications. So it acts like an interface between a user and the organization data, whatever they have. So overall, these are the 7 layers which we have today in the OSL layers, to understand in each layer what is going to happen and how the data is being present. So I'll give just 2 minutes of time. Every one of you go through this screen which is available here. Just have a read of, like, it's a one line explanation for each and every layer what we have discussed so far. Yep, this is a pictorial representation of what we have learned. Like you can see, in physical layer we have cables, in data link layer we have MAC address, in network layer we have routers, in transport layer we have people running here and there, in session layer we have bridge, okay, in presentation layer we are having the cupboard, which is an indication of data encryption. This is a like it's an indication of cardboard, like data compression, okay. And on the top we have an application layer, and it indicates the Google as an application. So this is a pictorial representation of what we have learned till now, okay. So this is something, and a quick understanding of what we have in the 7 layers, what is going to happen. So we have 7 layers in the left hand side. See, there is nothing changed. All what we have discussed, TCP, UDP, three-way handshake, everything we have. But if you see in the right hand side, they have converted these 7 layers into 4 layers. So physical and data link layer, we are calling it as a network access. Network layer, we are calling it as an internet layer. Transport layer, we are calling it as a host to host layer. Application, presentation and session, we are calling it as an application layer. Okay, so whatever we have discussed in terms of 7 layers, they all have been converted into the 4 layers, but it's all remains same: three-way handshake, the encryption, session management, everything is available here. Okay, so OSI model and Department of Defense model. So this is something called DoD. So you can see here, there is no, we call it as a Department of Defense. So that is something we have that should be remembered as a part of this model, a DoD model or TCP IP model. So now if we talk about the IP address, so it is called as the Internet Protocol address, and it is provided by ISP, and it is IP address is available in the network layer. And we have today 2 versions of IP address. that is IPv4 and IPv6. So we will learn about these two things, what is IPv4 and how it is represented, what are the things we have. So IPv4, okay. So this is the example is it's completely it's a numeric, okay. Like if we talk about it's a numeric. So IPv4, it's a 32-bit address. So what is this 32-bit address is? It is nothing but in the background, we will convert this number into zeros and ones, and it is going to occupy completely 32 digits. So 32-bit address, we call it as IPv4, and it is completely numeric. It's something not infinity, it's finite, like it's between 0 to 255. See, the last number of IP address can be only 255. Like it cannot be greater than 255. In each position of this 4, we will have only up to 255 is the final number. Okay. Then we have something called like it is capable of connecting 4 billion devices. Okay. 4 billion devices, and it is having 4 octets. They are differentiated by dot. Okay, 4 octets, they're differentiated by dot. And IPv4 is having 5 classes. Like it is divided into 5 classes: class A, B, C, D, and E. Okay, and IPv4 has no inbuilt security. Okay, no inbuilt security. IPv4 is having. When it comes to the IPv6, now let me know one thing. In past few years, the internet connected devices, the usage of internet has increased or decreased. So can we say like even number of devices has been increased when you compare in last 3 years? Like for example, like 10 years back in the home, we have only like 1 or 2 devices which are connected to internet. But today, like it's more than, I can say easily 10, like smart TVs, smart ACs, smart mobiles, smart watch, laptops, personal mobile phones, like all these are capable of connecting to the internet communication. So what is the main motive is today we have this IPv6 address in order to meet the demand. As IPv4 is capable of connecting something around 4 billion devices, it's a finite number. Like this today IPv6 we have especially to meet the demand. Like it is 128-bit address. What is this 128-bit address? It is nothing but in the background it is represented in the form of 128 zeros and ones. So everything will be converted into zeros and ones, and this is alphanumeric, like it is containing A to F and 0 to 9. Then it is capable of connecting 340 plus some deletion devices. It's a very big number, and it contains total 8 octets, and it is differentiated by this. And there are no classes in IPv6, and it has inbuilt security. Like with help of this feature, some attacks can be stopped. Inbuilt security, we call it as an IPsec. So no classes, inbuilt security, 8 octets, 340 plus unit deletion devices, alphanumeric 128-bit address, and this is something. When it comes to the classes, now IPv4 is something we have 5 classes. In IPv6 we don't have the classes. So what exactly these classes are and what is this classes meant for? See, when this IP address has been evolved, like when they started using the IP address, it has been divided into something 5 classes you can see on the screen. Like they want to differentiate in such a way Like the large networks will have some kind of IP address. Okay, like small networks will have one kind of IP address, or the like as research purpose they will have one kind of IP address. So it is like it is designed in such a way based on the requirement the IP address should be taken. Like you can see on screen, some large corporate networks will have one kind of. Okay, so how can we identify the classes? So like how can we identify these classes and what are the classes we have? See, in order to identify the class, only the starting number is going to be taken into consideration. Like for example, class A, anything which starts between 1 to 126, only the starting number, remember. Example here, only the starting digit is responsible for identification or classification of IP address. So as you see here, like in between 1 to 106 is something stands between 1 to 126. Okay, so that is something we say it as a class A. We are not worried about remaining numbers, especially in order to identify the class. Then we have something class B, 128 to 191, and like example, if we take an example like 146. So if you see only the starting number, so 146 is in between 128 to 191. So this is something it's ignored. Now class C, we have 192 to 223, and example we have this one 212 is only in between this range. Then we have class D, 224 to 239, and example if I take 232, so 232 is a number which is in between this range. Then class E, finally 240 to 255, example 251. Okay, so this is the number in between. So if you remember, only the starting number is going to be consideration in order to identify which class it is. See, these all are divided by something called IANA, who is responsible for providing all this internet number assigning authority, we call it as. So like they are responsible for all this categorization of the classes. So as I said, only the starting number is considered to identify which class they belongs to. Okay, now a quick question for everyone. This IP address belongs to which class? So this is actually an invalid IP address. It does not fall under any class. Invalid IP address. So this is how the questions will be, guys, in the examination. So everything looks like you know, but the moment you see the options, it will become bad. I clearly said IP address cannot be greater than 255. But what is IP address count here? 272. So this is how the questions will be going forward also. They test all the practical scenarios and the clear observations on the commands and the output. So this is how the questions may look like easy, but small tricky things will be applied. So this is invalid IP address because this IP. So I see there were a lot of questions between 127 and everything. 127 is something does not fall under any category. 127, we call it as a loopback IP address. Okay, let's say now it's called as a loopback IP, or it's called as a local host. It's called as a default IP address. Loopback IP address, localhost IP address, or default. See, what is this 127? Now, see, 127 IP address is something which is given for every system. Now, for example, when you buy a laptop, there are some applications which need to be, which will be only working when they have an IP address. Now, when you are buying a new laptop, maybe that will not have an internet connection, or maybe you are in a place where your laptop is not able to connect to any internet. There are some apps which needs an IP address to run. So what happens? Every system is by default assigned with this loopback IP address series called this 127.0.0.1. This complete 127 series, we call it as a loopback or local host or a default IP, which is given for each and every system. Now, suppose, see, Google Chrome will only work with IP. But when I am not connected to Wi-Fi, when I am not connected to Ethernet, I may not get IP address. So at that point of time, this is going to help us in order to identify, in order to get some dummy IP address 127, like loopback IP, local host. We call it as a default IP. Okay. So in IPv6, nothing like that. This is something we have in IPv4 loopback IP. Okay. So this is something we have regarding the IP address. Okay. IPv4 and IPv6. Something you must remember all this. They are going to really helpful in our like practicals when we are selecting the target, scanning the targets, attacking the machines. We keep running around them. Okay. So I hope it is clear between what is IPv4 and what is IPv6, the key differences between the both. Now let's discuss about network ports. So let me show you something before I discuss network ports. Like, how many of you used these ports which you are seeing on the screen? So are you seeing nowadays these ports? These many ports we are seeing for a system. These all are like hardware based ports, like to connect to mouse, to connect to keyboard, to connect to external screen, to connect to USB, audio, video jack. Are we using same ports nowadays? The reason is something like I can say today, yes, today also we are using more than these many services. Today we are having audio sharing, video sharing, screen sharing as an additional services, some wireless file sharings we have. So I mean to say at one point of time we have this hardware ports to do the job. Hardware ports which helps for external connections, cables. We also call it as an hardware ports or physical ports, like where you connect with help of the cables. But coming to the something we have here, logical ports, which are we are having 65,535 ports, logical ports we have. That is nothing but 1024 well-known ports we have. 1024 uh, well-known ports we have. See today, like when I say well-known ports, like yeah, 1024 range is in between 0 to 1023. Okay, 0 to 1023 well-known ports. Okay, so today we are connecting, like we are doing online file sharing. Okay, we are doing email activity. Okay, we are doing right now screen sharing, like audio sharing, video sharing. Okay, so there are like, for example, port 80, port 443. Like today, you all are aware something called HTTP, HTTPS, correct? Yeah, so HTTP and HTTPS we have. So for for your and human understanding, we use HTTP as a protocol name, but in the background, every protocol is going to have a port number. HTTP is something which runs under port 80. HTTP is something which runs under 443. We have something called FTP, which is nothing but file transfer protocol today this file sharing activity, like for example, if you have used share it, airdrop, mi drop, all this use something called FTP port 21. So this we can't see with our eyes, but every system is going to have this 65,535 ports. Out of that, well-known ports are 1024, which are useful for at least well-known or most used services, something called SMTP, which is nothing but simple mail transfer protocol. Like 25 is useful for your Gmail services or Outlook services, Yahoo. All this comes under the SMTP, simple mail transfer protocol. Yeah, so like this we have like multiple ports. We'll keep learning. So especially if you go to the internet and if you type most hackable ports, very important guys, ports acts like an entry point to hack the systems. The greater the number of ports open, the greater the possibility of being hacked. This all port numbers you must remember, the one which are showing on the screen, like port 21, port 22, port 23, port 25, port 53, like port 69, or like what this port stands for. Because these, like the moment these ports are open, we will learn something port scanning and identifying the open ports. These ports will represent like what kind of services are running on the system. So the greater the number of ports open, the greater the possibility of being hacked. 21, 22, 23, 25, 53, 69, at least something you need to remember, which is being on the screen. We'll keep learning these ports as they come in. So, but out of whatever we have out, for example, like if you go to the Google and type ports used by Zoom, if you type this, you'll come to know which port numbers the Zoom is going to use. Zoom is using TCP 8443 and 801, 8801, 8802, and it uses UDP ports 3478, 3479, and 8801 to 8000. So, like Zoom, like this, every system. Now, for example, ports used by PUBG. It's a game. Like it is going to show you what are the ports that are being used by this game. So every application will use ports depending upon the services it provide, whether it is providing screen sharing, audio sharing, video sharing, or email or data transfer, or it is giving just a resource to share. So these ports are acting today to represent the services which we used to do with help of cables and hardware. So as I said, every port has its own importance. So if you see here, if you see here, same thing. At least these ports, you should remember the ports which are available on screen. Like for example, RDP port we have the 3389, port SSH remote activity 22. We have something called Telnet, which is for 21. So at least these ports, sorry, 23. These ports you need to remember before we get into the upcoming classes. Okay. So, yep, this is something related to the network ports. Now, this is something we need in the networking. We expect this much in order to learn security or in order to learn ethical hacking. At least whenever something comes as per the topic, we will discuss in network security or networking related attacks. But yep, we started with the networking concepts, like all the 7 layers, each layer what it is famous for. I clearly said every layer has an attacks with the kind of activities it does. We have attacks which can be performed on network layer, the physical layer, data link layer. Every layer can be hacked. Like we have something DoD model, as I said, and also IP address. We discussed about it, and port numbers like IPv4, IPv6, and ports. Next, we will start with M1, introduction to ethical hacking. So we will discuss something over here, like introduction to ethical hacking concept. So something related to, so as I said, the module number 1 and module number 0, like which we discuss on networking, they hold some networking like theory concepts, like especially the fundamentals of cybersecurity are covered in this module number 1, introduction to ethical hacking. Okay, so the main outcome of this module will be some of the key uh, principles of security, the difference between ethical hacking and hacking, the components of security, like on what security principles we can say the organization is strong, and something related to the uh, vulnerability zero day complaints part. Yep, something we will discuss here. The first thing we are going to start our discussion is something called CIA triad. So any certification, the major part or something which we need to discuss is CIA triad. Okay, so like this is something which is going to help us in multiple ways. Like this is going to help in evaluating the security. So often any attack also. So yeah, CIA triad. The like whatever the certification we start, the first thing something we discuss is the CIA triad. So as you see on the screen, it's in the triangle shape. So C stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Especially today, if an organization wants to start a security, or if an organization was involved in any cyber attack, first thing is the CIA is going to help us to evaluate confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So first, if we have this clear understanding, we can it is going to help us in two things. One, it will help you to understand what are the what are the standards right now organization is maintaining, and also if there is any compromise happen, uh, also how can we evaluate what is the impact. Okay. So in general question, what do you think confidentiality means? So confidentiality means only like authorized people or authorized users should have access to the data. Like for example, like who are belonging to the organization, like only clients should have access to the data. Only known users should have access to the data. The confidentiality means only authorized users should have access to the data. It's not like everyone can access. Only now, for example, you all enrolled with Simplilearn. Only the enrolled people will have access to the iLabs and Aspin accounts. So it depending upon the job role or depending upon the user, the access should be given. It's not like everyone can access without proper permissions and without proper authorization. That's very bad. So whatever the data we have now, see, for example, I am working as a trainer. Now I will have only the trainer access, like maybe related to the content, maybe related to the labs, and but I am not going to have access to the financial information of your students or personal information of the students or the information related to organization budget. No, according to the role, you will be given access. See, if I'm working with an Amazon as a security engineer, I will be having access to only the information that I should get access as per security engineer. I will have nowhere access to see what the customers are buying, what are the items they are getting ordered, what are the items they are getting refund. That is not my job role. Okay, so that is something we have over here as a part of confidentiality. The authorized people should have access to the data. It's not like everyone can get access. That's something wrong. So information should be only given access after proper approvals. So coming to the integrity. Integrity means only authorized people can modify the data, make changes to the data. Okay. So like if you see modify, edit, tamper, now these kind of things will come under the integrity. Now, see, for example, I have no access to give you like no provision to give you all access the iLabs. It is something only our administrator users have access to modify or make changes towards your data. So in every organization, we will have a specified team, a group of admins or a group of employees who are authorized to make some changes and modify. So it's not like, see, when you are doing some research regarding a person, okay, you are doing research regarding a person. Now, you got an information from the Facebook and you also got an information from passport. Okay, you have two types of information. One, the information is from Facebook, and one more, the information is from passport. Which one do you think is more valid, or which one you will give importance? The passport data you will give importance, or the Facebook data you will give importance? So passport data you'll give more, because the reason is passport data you can change after proper validation. Now Facebook is something you can directly log in and you can even modify, but when it comes to the passport, the data can only be changed after proper validation. Now see, it's something you need to take a proper proof and proper validation, then only the data can be changed. But when it comes to the Facebook, you can directly log in and you can change, no one is going to validate. So integrity means only authorized people should change the data. Now if no, anyone can change anyone's profile, then there will be no meaning for that. So like, even in Simplilearn, only the admins are responsible for making some changes towards the account, like either transferring to the course or transfer towards some other person. I mean, integrity means in every organization we will should have a set of group of people who are allowed to make modifications. Either they want to modify their profile, either they want to modify their the any data which they have provided. The authorized users should be doing after proper validation and verification. So the best example is, if you want to make changes towards your Aadhaar card also or passport also, you need to visit nearby centers, you need to provide valid proof, and then the changes will be applied. So the integrity means, if an organization failed to maintain integrity, then there is no meaning for their data, no value for their data. Now it's coming to the last one, availability. Whatever the services we provide as an organization, they should be available 24 by 7, 365 days, or whenever the user requires. So it's not like we are providing services which are not valid, like not up to the mark, then obviously people start switching to the different way. So like, what are the services we provide, it should be available 24 by 7 or 365 days whenever user need our help. Like if we are not providing proper services, obviously people start switching to alternate apps. Like if Zoom is not providing proper services, people should start switching to the new apps. So the CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, plays a crucial role in our security part. How? Now today, if there is any cyber attack, first we will start with CIA. So now, for example, I was referring to a breach. What was that? Boat India cyber attack. Now what happened? Due to this cyber attack, like 75 lakhs customers data was sold on the dark web. Due to this, all the confidential information, which was around the 2 GB, which was sold in the dark web. We will see what is dark web. But the thing is, I just want to understand, out of these three, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, here the impacted part is confidentiality. The reason is, see, from now, by reading the case studies, okay, when you are reading the case studies, we need to understand what is the impact, whether the impact happened on the data, like all the confidential data has been stolen, or whether they have modified anything towards due to this cyber attack, or due to the cyber attack the complete information is like site is down or infrastructure is down. So for example, when we are start reading this attack of the boat, this is purely the confidentiality has been breached. The customer information, which should be kept very much confidential, like name, address, contact number, banking details, email ID, address, unfortunately they have not kept it confidential, and it was hacked, and now everyone has access to this data which was sold in the internet. So When we are reading the case studies, now we should understand what is the impact due to this attack. Whether the impact is the data has been stolen, or data has been modified, or systems went offline. Now, for example, there is a attack on Singapore health data breach. There was a very bad attack which happened on the Singapore health database. The Singapore health base, like Singapore government maintains something called like one nation, like one patient ID. Like they will maintain all the health records under one patient ID on each and every in database. Like across the country, wherever they go through any hospital, if they provide this patient ID, they will get all the details, like what is the height, weight, age, gender, what is the current disease they have, what is the heart rate, what is the current medication they are taking. Everything they are going to come here, especially when we talk about the patient ID. Like if they provide, like how we are having Aadhaar card, similarly they're having a patient ID. Unfortunately, this organization has been involved in cyber attack. Okay, this organization has been involved in cyber attack. They completely modified the records. They have changed the height, they have changed the weight, they have changed the records, and all these things. Now, according to you, what is the impact? Confidentiality is impacted, or integrity has impacted, or availability has been impacted? They got access to the database and they have changed every patient record. They changed the height, they changed the weight, they changed the medication they are taking. Now, according to you, which one is impacted in this out of these three? Confidentiality, integrity, or availability? Which one is impacted? What is a major impact? Confidentiality or integrity? There is an attack on Singapore health database and they completely modified the data. They changed the complete patient records. What is the impact here? Confidentiality or integrity or availability? Integrity is the major. I clearly said the words like modify, tamper, edit, because they have not copied the data, they have not deleted the data, but they have modified the data. They tampered the database. So while going through such kind of news, okay, every time you should be make sure. The major thing is, I want to say, we are learning this CIA, which is going to help us in major parts, especially in understanding the different types of attacks. How can we evaluate the attack? Like if an organization is compromised, what is the impact? Whether confidentiality has been impacted, integrity has been impacted, or availability has been impacted. This CIA is going to help us. So we will see there are certain, like in a broader way, we may have 10, 20, 30, 50 plus attacks, but we need to know what is the impact, whether this attack is going to impact on confidentiality or integrity or availability. So such like that, this is designed CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and the availability. Okay, so we will see of how this is going to be impacted in further classes of CIA. There is something called one more, non-repudiation. Now, this is something like we cannot deny the activity which has been performed. So today we have like valid proof. Now, for example, every device is capable of generating some logs. So we cannot deny the activity. Now, suppose today, if someone has made a online transaction with proper authentication and proper protocol, like we cannot claim for any refund from the bank because we have made a proper transaction with help of the password, the login, and some MFA, maybe with the help of OTP. We have made a transaction. Now, if we claim that this was not something which not done by me, there are very rare cases like which we cannot claim back or get a refund. Now, for example, if someone says like we have not joined this session, but we have enough proof that like when did the user join the session and when did the user logged out of the session, because today we have enough digital evidences that prove the activity and that something user cannot deny the activity. So that is something we call the non-reputation nature. So the user cannot deny any activity, like whether like the person who received also cannot deny, the person who has sent also cannot deny, because we have enough proof that is going to claim that this activity is completed or this activity is done. So this apart from CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, non-reputation is also something which need to be remembered. Okay. So then coming to the next. So if we talk about attack, okay, what is an attack? See, attack is a combination of few things. Attack is all about motive, like there should be a motive, there should be a method, and there should be a weakness. Now all these three together combined, we call it as an attack. A motive and a methodology and a weakness. So like weakness is also called as like vulnerability. So all these three combined, we have a motive plus method and plus weakness is called as an attack. So like if we talk about motive, motive. So it is a kind of a place where now, for example, what is the motive of learning this course is you want to get a certified and you want to get a knowledge in cybersecurity or ethical hacking, or some of them are looking as this career development opportunity. So similarly, every before we do an attack as an hacker, as an ethical hacker, there is a motive. Now a simple question like from you, why do the hackers hack the systems? Yep. Like why do they hack the systems or the organization? Like what is the reason today why they are hacking the companies? What is the reason, what is the motive behind the cyber criminals performing attack on the companies? What do you think? What is the main motive that makes hackers to hack the systems and organizations? What would be the motivation? See, financial benefits, we can say. Like the main motive is, one of the motive is financial benefits, and one more motive is to steal information. That means data. Then yeah, like some motivation is to disrupt the business, like to damage the business and reputation, or sometimes yes, it is because of some uh, religious or political agenda, or to take revenge for fun or for show off. Yeah, some of them do it for some testing their skills. So like these many motivations we have. Some of them do it for money, some of them do it for data, some of them want to disrupt the business, like they want to damage the business. Maybe they are a competitor, or they don't want this organization to have a better business, want to damage their reputation, want to make people to lose the trust on this company. So it's end of the day completely damage the business, or some religious or political motivations on the principles of some political grounds or religious grounds, or they want to take revenge, like counterattacks or something. They want to take revenge on the previous organization, the previous employee, or a customer who is not satisfied with their benefits, or a customer who's not satisfied with their service. So they do involve in attacking. Some fun show off, like they may learn, they know about security and they start using it for fun and show off. And finally, testing the skills. So these many different types of motivations we have. It's not just for money and it's not just for data, but there are other things which are going to be making very. So this is something you must remember. Now the reason why these are important, because sometimes some of them will keep saying that only the organizations who have a better finance, or the only the organization who had a good amount of money get hacked. That is completely a false statement. It's not about money, it's not about all the time only financial benefits. We have other motivations also. Suppose if someone says, hey Pawan, we are a small people, we do a very small business, our revenue is small, our growth is small. Do you think hackers still be behind us? Yes, they will be still behind us, because they are not just going to only for money. There are other factors which are going to impact. Okay, like financial benefits, or stealing information and disturb business, or religious and political, take revenge, fun show off, and testing the skills. So it's not like only for money. There are other factors which are, so these many motivations we have. We cannot say an organization who is small, an organization who is doing very little business, an organization who is not completely into the uh, like market. It's there, these are something we cannot consider. At the end of the day, if they target, anyone can become a victim. So the first thing is, in order to perform an attack, we need a motive. The attackers need a motivation. So these are the different types of motivations we have. Coming to the method. So method here, we for method, we we call it as a, now for example, like everything, there will be some process, some methodology you follow. Suppose you want to start some business, or you want to start learning some new course, or if you want to start learning some new skill, some methodology you will follow. Now for example, you want to learn you are following a methodology of enrollment with online platform Simplilearn, and attending the training, and doing practicals and gaining the knowledge. Some of them will follow a different approach of only self study, or maybe they are going to some offline methodology, wherever they have a scope to visit offline institute. So some kind of methodology you are going to follow. And in order to crack the exam, like you will be practicing different sets of questionnaires or practicals you are doing from different platforms. Like everyone follow different methodology according to their approach. So here also, in order to perform attack, like there is some methodology that need to be followed. So we call it as a TTP. So tactic, tactics, techniques, and procedure. So TTPs, we call it as tactic, techniques, and procedure. Like what kind of tactic they are going to try, what kind of technique they are going to try, what procedures they are going to follow. Now, for example, they want to hack the user with the email, or they want to use what kind of tool, what is the procedure they want to follow, what is the process they want to follow. All these three are going to define like what kind of tactic you are going to use, what kind of technique you are going to use, and what is the procedure we are going to follow. The tools, like whether you are going to use Kali Linux or Parrot OS or something out of these three tools, like what is the methodology you are going to follow. We call it as a tactic, techniques, and procedure. Like what kind of attack, what is the procedure you are going to follow, and what is the methodology to hit that. So method means TTP, tactic, technique, and procedures. So finally, we have weakness. So weakness is something we call it as a bug, or it is also called as a loophole. It is also called as a vulnerability. Okay, so weakness, it's the other names are, see, 100%. In order to do any attack, there should be some kind of weakness. So like the weakness can be in the software, the weakness can be in the hardware, the weakness can be in the process, the weakness can be in the humans also. That is nothing but employees or the users. So software related bugs, hardware related bugs, process related bugs, and humans related bugs. Now, for example, like 2 years back, we had a bug in our process. Like we used to see the CH enrollments are like 50 to 60 enrollments per batch, but whereas we used to see the students who are joining around 100, because there was a loophole in our process. Like anyone with our Zoom link are allowed to join the meetings and attend the class, even who are not enrolled, if they start sharing the link. But now it is not like that. It is designated per user, per account. So the moment they start logging in from different account, it gets log out. So it's like we have made the process streamlined. So every organization, like maybe their login mechanism, the process of how they connect to the client, so there will be a loopholes every process. So whatever the attacks yesterday, we saw case studies, especially the attack happened on the boat, the attack happened on the Ames India, the attack which happened on the uh, this pipeline attack. Everywhere there will be a vulnerability. Without weakness, without vulnerability or this, they cannot hack the computers or the systems. See, this one, it can be, as I said, it can be in a humans also. We'll talk about that. There are some attacks. There is a module which talks about human based weakness and human based vulnerabilities also. So it can be anywhere the attack can happen. So it's not just only because of software or hardware. We can expect everywhere this kind of uh, vulnerabilities. Okay, yeah. So the and one more thing is, for this software weakness, like vulnerability is all about a loophole or a bug or a weakness. See, for vulnerability, we have a fix. Okay, we have a fix. That means like we have a solution. We have a solution. In other words, in technical words, we have a patch. Okay. Now, for example, uh, you all will receive something called updates. Like you will receive updates. You will receive updates in your Play Store, App Store, your Windows machine. Like, what are these updates meant for? Like, what do you get from these updates? Like, why do they send updates for you? Like, what is the reason? Like, you keep getting updates in Play Store, the App Store, your mobile or your laptop or your new features. Good. So usually they are meant for new features. Okay. Now sometimes, yep, new features, some of bug fixes. So it can be either for new features or bug fixes. See, today, like, okay, we can say it's a 50-50 ratio. Sometimes, now for example, WhatsApp, it updates every week or every alternate week, but very few times we see new features. Every time it looks the interface same, the application same, but something happens in the background. It's something related to the bug fixes, because there will be two scenarios: either it can be for a new features, either it can be for a bug fixes. But today, lack of knowledge, many of them ignore the updates which are produced in their systems. Many of them ignore that. See, like, because maybe they are not aware of the things, that they think all the time updates means only new features. No, the updates are also meant for bug fixes. Because see, vulnerability had a solution. Like, if you are not updating the system properly, you will be hacked. So, like, weakness is something you already have a solution, but you are not performing that well. So you have a fix, you have an update. So, but you don't do it. It's because of lack of knowledge, lack of intent, lack of awareness, lack of ignorance also. Like, they do ignore also. So today, like, what this Microsoft has come up, like some of the things we call it as a Patch Tuesday. It is also called as Update Tuesday. So what Microsoft has decided, Microsoft has started something called Patch Tuesday or Update Tuesday. Every month, second Tuesday, they are going to release set of updates. So it depends, Arjun, that nothing like that mandatory or anything, but all of them should be updated. So it all depends. Like, they start announcing in the news and everything as a criticality. But yeah, so like here, if you see the Patch Tuesday or Update Tuesday, it's a term which actually started by Microsoft, but recently it was followed by even Adobe and Oracle. What they have did, Microsoft has decided, like, every month, second Tuesday, they are going to release set of updates. Those are only meant for bug fixes. Like, those are only meant for fixing the loopholes, not for new features, not for something anything new options. But they have decided, like, only to release every month, second Tuesday. So I mean that something, if it comes up critical in between, they are going to release. But they have taken this as a day where they can keep it like every month, second Tuesday, they release set of patches which happen. Now, for example, I think in this month it is completed on, you can see Microsoft September 2025 patch Tuesday fixes 81 flaws and 20 days. So like this every month they have started doing this because this can make sense, like every administrator across globe can be following the same thing. So like main thing to remember is updates are not just meant for new features but also the bug fixes. So the most important thing is vulnerability have a fix, have a solution, we have a patch. If you are not doing it on the right time, then your systems will be hacked or systems will be involved in the compromise. So now this is something we have for vulnerability. Like we have a vulnerability analysis module number 3, where module number 3 or 4, we will be elaborately discussing more about this. It's an interesting topic because there are many job roles which is going to be discussed or which is going to be performed only on the vulnerability management side as well. Okay, so then next, number 2. So here, along with vulnerability, we have something called 0-day. Now 0-day, this is opposite for this. We don't have a fix, we don't have a solution, we don't have a patch. Even the developers of the organization also not aware of this 0-day. Now best example I can give you is COVID-19. Like we have a very big health infrastructure. Unfortunately, when the COVID-19 is into the market, like we have no solution for that. We are not medically prepared. How can we identify this virus? All we did is we waited for, we have seen how many people have been impacted because of this. And also we have seen the situation like where the people has been deceased. Until unless we get a vaccine, we have all been faced many challenges. Like it was a very difficult, same way 0-day is also, if 0-day is discovered in Microsoft, if 0-day is discovered in the Zoom, if 0-day is discovered in the Google Chrome, it is a situation where we don't have a fix, we don't have a solution, we don't have a patch. Even the developers of the product also not aware of this bug. Like this was identified by, like recognized or identified by the security researchers. So when there is a 0-day, it's a very critical time because we have no solution. The only solution is to shut down the machine. But if we shut down the machine, the business disruption will happen. We cannot continue the business. So recently, like there was a 0-day in Microsoft last month. We call it as a tool shell 0-day. This was on Microsoft SharePoint servers. Like almost many, like you can see, like in July, August, it was very much booming till September. Tool shell is a high profile 0-day exploit chain targeting on Microsoft SharePoint servers. It is designed to give attackers persistent unauthenticated remote to a compromised server and a backdoor. So that this means, like when this was announced initially, there was no solution. Even Microsoft is not aware of this bug in their product. So like almost Microsoft took 2 to 3 days to give a solution. In between these 2 to 3 days, how many might have been infected? How many might have been hacked? So 0-day means we have no solution. So the only solution is we need to wait until the owner of the product provides some solution or provides some patch. So like one more example I can give you. There is a vulnerability in Apple iPhone. So this was something like on the Apple mobile we have. So what happened is when people started sending this Telugu letter in the WhatsApp, or when they started uh, typing on the keyboard, the mobile phone used to crash. Not only mobile phone, like yeah, iOS, like mobile phone, the Apple watches, Apple TV, all this has been impacted with this, and this was not even aware by the Apple developers. It's identified by the security researchers that there is something, a letter which is called GNA. The moment it is typed on the mobile phone, or if they received it as SMS in WhatsApp or messages, the mobile phone will crash. The moment they type it in any search bar anywhere, the mobile phone is crashed. It was identified by the security researchers. Now what happened? Even Apple is not aware of this. Okay, so even just a minute. Like I'll take some time and look at your questions. Like first I'm going through the topic. So like even Apple is not aware of this. So now what happened? Like even now Apple has taken 2 to 3 days, like no 2 days to fix this. But in between these 2 days, what is the solution? How can we safeguard? Myself, I have sent it to 20 people who use iPhone. This letter, their mobiles has been crashed, like unexpected shutdowns, restart. So that keeps happening. So 0 days are something where we don't have solutions. But when it comes to the vulnerability, we have a solution. There is already a patch in the sense update, like it's a fix. Okay, like it's a fix. Now, for example, we observed there is some issue on our electricity in general. So immediately the electricity department has provided a fix for that by giving us new line or giving us new equipment or giving us new connections. Like it's a kind of a solution. It's a kind of a patch. Patch is nothing but it's a kind of a solution like that is going to help us in being safe. So the thing is, this is a kind of a situation where the hackers or not a hackers, like they even yeah, they keep sending this letter and they start crashing. Apple almost took 2 days time to understand this and fix this. But the problem here is in between these 2 days, how many might have been infected? So 0 day is something very dangerous today. Till today also we have no proper solution. If there is a 0 day, all we need to do is closely monitor the systems. How we safeguarded in the COVID-19, like monitoring our behaviors and health checkups. Same way, when there is a 0 day in the market, all we do is we try to watch the systems close. Yes, correct, Divya. When they miss to see the flaws correctly, this 0 days will occur. So the security researchers, their job is to like actively exploit the systems, actively look into the bugs, loopholes, what is the ways they can compromise the system. Their complete focus is to hack. Somehow they will find it out, some loophole in our system. By the time even developer is also not aware of that. Things to remember: vulnerability, we have a solution. There is already an update. You need to just go and update your system. But 0 day, we have no solution. We call it as a 0 day vulnerability, 0 day malware. It's all pretty like brand new. Even the organizations or developers are not aware of this. Yep, the company should itself hold the responsibility if there is some 0 day occurs. So today, in order to perform an attack, these three are very important. There should be a proper motive, proper method, and weakness. All these three will help to perform a successful attack. So these are something you need to remember. Now, next is okay. Some might have question: what is this human-related vulnerability? Let me give you one example. So every one of you, just read this paragraph which is on the screen and let me know whose mistake it is. Is it a mistake of organization? Is it a mistake of employee? It's a mistake of employee. So it's a clear sign of human error. So it's because organization has implemented a strong password. Organization has implemented a strong MFA. Now, a person user should have a knowledge of what should be respond for. So attackers found weakness in the employee. So that's why I said today even we have weakness in the human. So we will discuss about what these attacks are, what is the name of these attacks. So you can go through link. There is a module number 10, I remember, that is something which is going to focus on only the attacks which happens related to the human errors. Okay, so okay, now next if we discuss now, apart from 0 day, as I said, there is no solution for 0 day till today also, no proper solution. And similarly, we have something called insider threat. Like what is this insider threat is? See, the today whatever level you join, okay, we have some kind of data, some kind of access will be given to the employee. See, even I joined as a trainer, I have complete trainer access. I have access to all the cybersecurity content, and I have access to all related training, students, enrollment, and everything. When like every employee will have some kind of information. Now, what happens in insider threat is, unfortunately, the employee of the organization will start selling our data to the competitors or to the electronic media. They start leaking important information to the public, or which is going to impact the organization business. For example, in a manufacturing industry, they deal with a lot of new things like design, especially in the mobile industry, new design, new features, new output, new architecture. But unfortunately, they release into the market before it actually launches. So what happens due to that? The complete business we may lose. We may lose. Sometimes the lawsuit might be fired on us of using copyrights. Like much more challenges. Like employee works with organization, but unfortunately, due to maybe employee feel like they want to take some revenge, or employee is attracted to some money, or employee is attracted to some kind of external affairs. Unfortunately, they start giving out important information. Who is part of the organization? The employee is part of our company, but unfortunately they start spreading the false information. Now this is a kind of, again, till today also, like we don't have a proper solution for this. After COVID-19 it has increased more because employees started working from home. So when employees started working from home, they all have our device in their home. They have access to the data from anywhere in the globe. So like insider threat is a something like, yes, we have some solutions. The people say you are not allowed to use USB, you are not allowed to connect to social media platforms, you are not allowed to use personal email in the work laptop. These all are some solutions we have, but end of the day, if employees remember everything in the mind, employee remembers everything in the, they, we can't do anything in that situation. So insider threat, the employee who is part of organizations start behaving weird. So Yogesh, that's a good point, but I can say every organization will create an awareness session when they are onboarding only. But even still, like the employee should be having awareness that we should not accept the MFA request, even though if it is flooding. So we should verify whether we are getting a call from right networking team. No one is going to ask the mobile the password, and no one is going to accept the OTP or share the OTP. Even though if it's a flood kind of thing, they have something to do with the process. So that is something they have succeeded. So the major role lies with the employee only. Even okay. So knowing best practices, yes, even organizations who conducted proper security awareness training also, it is we do see this kind of attacks. Because yep, now we are learning security, we are very much focused, but we can't expect every same thing from the development team, or the finance team, HR team, marketing team. They keep doing mistakes even after, like, knowingly or unknowingly. There are multiple factors which make them. So here the main factor was fear. Like they have threatened, like your account is going to be going on hold, she believing that, and the compromise has been taken place. Okay. So insider threat is one. So next comes, so these are a few things. Next we will talk about the hacking concepts. So we'll discuss about this hacking. So like if we start with what is hacking. What is hacking? It's all about gaining unauthorized access to systems or to data. Okay, like where they will try to gain access to the unauthorized systems, unauthorized way where they are not allowed to take, but unfortunately they gain access. So gain unauthorized access to the uh, data or system or accounts. So when authorized, okay, it's all about doing illegal activities. Okay, it's completely the hacking is a terminology where it's completely having a bad intention or uh, doing illegal activities which affects in a negative way to the organization. So when it comes to the ethical hacking, yes, here it's a good intention, like they are performing attacking with valid permissions of organization. Okay, like we here in terms of ethical hacking, the name itself says ethical. They maintain certain ethics, even they know how to hack the systems and crack the systems, but they do only for good purpose and good cause. Moreover, so the good cause is something, they want to identify loopholes, they want to identify vulnerabilities, they want to identify the system related, like the flaws which are available in the organization, so that they can fix. Now, for example, today, like we will be hiring ethical hacker just to perform hacking on our organization and let us know what are the loopholes we have, what are the ways they can enter into our organization, what are the ways they can damage our organization, so that something I can fix, so that something I can think about a better solution. So the ethical hackers today, like yes, organizations are hiring, there are job roles where the people who know how to hack, the organizations are hiring. It is not for doing counterattack, but it is for the safeguard of the own organization. Suppose I have constructed a house. Before I go to my new house, I have hired a thief and asked the thief to perform the robbery. Like basically, I want to see how they are going to perform robbery, in what way they are going to enter into the house, even though it is safeguarded with all the locks and all the proper protection. So if they were able to break the things and enter into the house, they will let me know, like you are using the weak locking mechanism, you don't have proper monitoring team like like CC cameras, or you don't have proper alarms, like which is going to give alarms when something breaks out. So like all the loopholes they are going to be saying me, I'll try to fix it, so that if there is a actual hacker or actual thief comes in also, that will help me to identify things. So it's like a hiring a person who know how to hack, but trying trying to get report and fix the things before something really bad happens. So that is the job role of pen. We call it as a pen test, or we even call it as a penetration tester. Penetration testing is different from penetration testing. The testing is something like software testing, that's performance testing, quality assurance. This is something related to completely. Penetration testing is something related to the hacking or cyber related test. So like we have job roles like junior penetration tester, or we have a job roles called VAPT, vulnerability assessment and pen testing. There is one more name called as red teamer. So red team, like these are group of employees who has knowledge of how to hack. So this EC Council CH also very much focused on giving you the skill of ethical hacker, and this will finally help you to land into a job of the penetration tester and pen testing. So it will help you to learn like skill in what way we can hack the systems, what are the tools we have, in what way we can produce some reports and everything, some value added. So we call it as a pen testing or penetration testing. So junior pen testing, VAPT, red teamer, these are few alternate names we have. Okay. So like that's our ethical hackers also. So where we know hacking, but using the skill for a good cause. Okay. So now, for example, now like Yogesh or Divya, like they gave me a project. Sir, we are launching a new app or we are launching a new organization, new product. So we want to know if there are any loopholes in our app or the site or the application product, so that we can safeguard the things before it go live. So I will try all the way to hack the system, to perform password cracking or performing some network related attacks, something application related attacks, and I'll finally say, see, these are the things which I found, please fix them. So it's a kind of a situation where we are hiring the hackers to perform hacking on our own organization. We even call it as a to calculate or to evaluate the hack value, we call it. To what extent we can be hacked. So that if you are not if you are not performing pen testing, if you are not performing this uh, penetration testing, it's like you will be not aware of how the companies, how your organization, what loopholes you have, and how they can be hacked. So that is something we have over here in terms of rating. Now, so there are uh, types of pen testing. So these all are fundamentals, guys, which are very important because this some might, as I said, many of them might be new. It's all look new terminologies. That's the reason I said the module number 1 is designed in such a way to clear all fundamentals to the learners. They know everything related to the security and all. So types of penetration testing, we have black box pen test, white box pen test, we have gray box pen test. See, in black box pen test, you will be provided with no information. All you will be provided with is just the organization name. In white box pen testing, you will be provided with full information. You will be provided with all the access required. Like you will be provided with all the access required. In gray box pen testing, you will be provided with only partial information. When I say partial information, like you will be just provided with organization name, what kind of business they do. Like we are a Simplilearn and we have some 5 servers. Servers are hosted in Amazon, and we use the technology of Java, C++, and we use some online Zoom platform. Some partial information will be provided. In black box, no information will be provided. In white box, full information is provided. Okay. So what do you think, like which one will be the more costly out of these three? Which one do you think it will be more cost? Yep. So black box will be more costly because when we are not providing any information, they need to invest time to find out some information. So black box will be more costly when you compare with anything. So white box is something we'll provide all information, all required. Even they'll provide all access. They'll provide access to the computers. They'll provide access to the internet of the company. They'll provide access to the servers. They'll give username, passwords, everything. So, yep. So it depends upon. So we are going to learn all the things like if you have been given with any organization name also, you will be able to do black box, white box, and gray box. That's how the course is also designed to learn from the scratch. when user is just having the organization name, but apart from that, they don't have anything. This something. Okay. Okay. This is something. Okay. The part of black box, white box, and pen. Now coming to the one question for everyone. Hmm. How much time do you think the hackers will take to compromise the organization? Like, how much time do you think they will take to hack the companies? Like, according to you, like, how much time do you think they will take to hack the system? Think they are like having top security? If you are thinking like, if the question is like depending on the security posture, they're having a strong security posture. So, how much time do you think a hacker can take to compromise the organization? So, on an average, they will take like the time to hack an organization is 3 to 6 months. It's not like 1 week, 1 day, or overnight. Even though they are having weak security, full security, that is something you will come to know a minimum of we spend 3 to 6 months. So they'll take 3 to 6 months. That is something we have a timeline. It's not like most of them have a misunderstanding that something which can happen overnight or 1 day, 2 days. If that is the case, then we can't even have it. Then we will not even have a time to safeguard the things. So it's something which takes the so it's like 3 to 6 months. So what makes this organizations to take 3 to 6 months is you can see on the screen. These are the 5 phases of hacking: reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, covering tracks. So they go through all these phases before they start any compromise. So like this is a process that need to be followed: reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and clearing tracks. So like okay, that is something we the course is also designed in such a way. The next 5 modules are also reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, covering tracks. Almost till module number 7 we have same. Okay, so yep, that same thing will happen here also. When we start to perform an attack, it is something, the first step starts with reconnaissance and footprinting. That is nothing but it's all about doing research as much as possible. Like, how can we hack an organization? What are the loopholes we have? Like, what are the technology they use? What is the kind of business they do? What are the servers hosted? How many employees they have? Everything, like starting from zero to we need to collect information as much as possible. There is no wonder in reconnaissance itself they will spend maximum of time, close to 2 to 3 months. The greater the information you have, the greater the possibility of being hacked. So that is the kind of a thing we have in the reconnaissance. So like that, we need to explore each stage, how the scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and covering tracks. So scanning is a stage where network scanning, vulnerability scanning, port scanning, something we have over here. It's a place where we will interact with the targets and try to fetch some additional technical information. In gaining access, this is the stage where the hackers will try to take control of the systems. And maintain access, it is a place where the hackers will hold the access for the longer time. Now, after spending 3 months of time, and if I hack a system, I don't want to get caught in 3 seconds. I want to maintain access at least for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, depending upon my goal. If I want to copy everything from the laptop, I need to have at least access for 1 day or 2 days or 3 days. So maintaining access, and finally covering tracks, like how the traditional thief will follow the procedure of having a face mask, having a hand gloves, having a pepper spray or something, because they don't want to get tracked or they don't want to get identified. Same thing will happen here also. So covering tracks, like they will clear all the traces of what they have had. So remember these 5 phases, from reconnaissance to covering tracks. That's what we are going to learn hands-on from all the next coming modules. Next one, by now you should understand how important the security is and how organizations are being hacked, and the process that need to be followed, the vulnerability, 0 days, the methodology, motivations, the CA triad, and all this we have learned. And we have come to a situation where it feels like every organization needs a security. Now, a quick question for everyone is, like, today we all are using many applications. Like, we are using Google Photos, we are using some online banking like PayPal, Paytm, PhonePe. Like, we are using a lot of things. Like, even you all enrolled for Simplilearn. Now, everywhere you are giving lot of data, like your mobile number, your social security numbers, Aadhaar card numbers or PAN card numbers, even your uploads, your credit card number, banking details. Now, for Google, we have given more than that. Our personal photos, our personal documents, everything we have provided. See on what basis you have provided this information. For example, today, if new app is going to be launched, and the app says whoever register into our app, we will provide a 500 rupees of coupon, or like $5 of a coupon. 90% of us will go and enroll their services because we are getting some cashback from them. Now, on what basis you are providing all these details? Because you have, like, if someone from your neighbor's house is coming and asking you photos only, you will insist to give, you will not even share anything with them. But today, an unknown app asking access to the location, access to the camera, access to the contacts, access to the photos, we are giving away everything. On what basis you are giving away all these details? Especially if I talk Google Photos or Paytm or PhonePe or PayPal, on what basis you have given all this information? Is it like it's a big brand, so I can give like that? Like, how can you confirm? If I be more technical, they are doing pen testing, they have a security team, they are maintaining proper authentication, they are maintaining proper confidentiality, they are maintaining proper integrity, they are maintaining proper availability, like how they, where they are doing vulnerability management. How can we confirm all this, like our data is not being shared? So how many of you seen these kind of logos? Have you seen these logos anywhere? Yes, so you might have seen this. If you just open some apps itself, they will be on the landing page itself. They will expose these things like PhonePe if you try to open, Paytm if you try to open, PayPal if you try to open. On the landing page itself, they display this. But very few of us will recognize they are not just gateways, they are more than that. Like, in order to get this on your site, there are something which we need to follow, certain norms and certain things. Like, there are something, it says like PCI DSS verified by Visa, RuPay, like MasterCard secure code, safe key. These are not something which are gained directly or by giving some money. These are something which we get if we follow all the norms as per their design. Like, if we do proper pen testing, if we do proper authentication, if we do proper data handling, or if we do proper monitoring, all these things. Apart from security, there are a lot other things, like what kind of systems you handle, what kind of working hours you have, like many factors they check. It's like a auditing every organization. If you don't have them, you will not have a business. If you not have a business, like, it's like we don't get trusted. Like, every organization will undergo. Now, for example, the reason why you are doing CH is, like, some of them want even recognition also. Like, if now HR says recognized by, you are having a CH, means you are already certified ethical hacker, you have a knowledge of ethical hacking, and cybersecurity. Same way, the moment when we see these kind of certifications, it's an indication that organization is following proper security norms. So we call it as a compliance, like governance. Like when you are getting these things, that is a clear indication that organization do follow certain security norms over here. So few of them are like one of the, if your organization is accepting credit cards related payment, you need to undergo PCI DSS, payment card industry data security standards. Okay, so now this is something we only gain if you follow all proper security norms. So there is also something called ISO 27000K. We call it as, this purely stands for information security standards. Sometimes the organizations say we are ISO standards, we maintain ISO standards, means in ISO standards, if they maintain 27000K, that is something which is related to security department. They are following all the security norms which were set by this ISO. So as you see on the screen, so the concept is, now these kind of things today makes organizations to follow the security, but no other options. I mean, some of them will have, like some of them ignore them, some of them give like, it's okay, they are hacked also, what is the issue for me, hardly I will get a business loss, nothing more than that. So I mean, these things, if they don't have the standards, they don't get business, they don't get approval from the banks, they don't get investments, they don't, no one is going to trust the clients. Today we are getting, like we are, everyone is receiving projects across the globe. Now from US we receive projects in India, from India we give projects to UK, or from UK we receive the projects in Australia. This is not something happening because of just believing the client. They also look into what kind of certifications they hold, what are the security best practices they do, and all having, after all having this, they provide the projects and access to the data. So I mean, these kind of things today they have made mandatories, because many organizations I have seen my experience, they are like least bothered about security because it's an additional investment, and like it's a kind of something where they need to have an additional team, and like they are least bothered, like they're in a situation like, it's okay, we are hacked. But when things started changing, they are made mandatory. Like if you want to, now this is something called HIPAA, especially if your organization is related to health industry, like we need to have this HIPAA certification, like Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. According to them, they set some norms, how to perform scanning, when to perform scanning, how to handle data, everything. See, if you see, even you are the owner of the accounts, like for example, you all have Amazon, you all have some accounts in eBay or Flipkart. See, even you are the owner of the account, your credit card number will be only visible for your last two numbers or last four numbers. Is this correct? Like, or do you see full credit card number? Last four digits. The reason is, that's what one of the standard of this PCI DSS they set. Even the owner of the accounts also, because people have an habit of sharing the data, sharing the credentials. Maybe it's not every time the owner of the account is getting logging into these systems, so they don't want to share even the full credit card numbers. So all these are something which are because of this compliance, we call it as. The reason is, see, I do see even some situations where the client say, hey Pawan, we are only here for compliance. Like as we want to get certified, we are doing this security. Like we don't want to go much deeper. Like because we give a lot of suggestions to them, they don't follow or they don't meet. They say we are only here to like for a namesake. We are doing pen testing, means we are doing pen testing. We want to show report to auditor, we will show the report to auditor. So such things are there. So these made today the security career. I can say like these made every organizations to have a security as a mandatory. So that's the reason every organization need security people of how to handle the data and how to go with the things. Okay, we will learn many things in the upcoming class where these are getting failed, especially the loopholes we have. So yep. So this is all about the module number 1, where we have started with CIA, uh, and we discussed about all the things. So let's move to the next module. So in module number 2, we will have some practicals over module number 2, some hands-on lab and everything. Module 2 is footprinting and reconnaissance. That is what the first phase of hacking. Reconnaissance, recon in the short form they call, and footprinting also it is called. Like it's all about information gathering. Okay, information gathering. So here, like gather as much as information about target. Okay, like where the concept here is like we want to gather as much as information, like where we have no prior information related to the organization. You might be just provided with an organization name, like just the DoorDash, or you will be provided with an organization name like just pet petcom, or you will be just provided with an organization. But it's up to you how you are going to grab as much as information. So when we are trying to gather this information about the target, like there are some techniques. Like there are two types of recon. The first one, we have passive recon, and second one, we have active recon. So in passive recon, here like we are trying to gather information without interaction, with target. Like for example, the methodologies that are followed: the online searching, the social media platforms, or from some shared databases, where we are not directly interacting with the target, with the user or with the organization, but we'll try to gather as much as information. In active recon, with direct interaction, like where we will interact with the target and gather as much as information, like directly giving a call or a email or an SMS or meeting in person. Let me know one thing. Suppose if I search your name in Facebook, will you come to know someone is doing or someone is searching for you? Suppose if I search your name in Google or Facebook, will you get notification, or at least will you be aware of that someone is scanning for you? So you will not get notified. So this is something we call it as a passive recon. So where we don't interact with the target, but we'll try to gather as much as information. But there are something like if I give you a call and say you won a lottery, in order to claim this lottery, give me the information like your bank account number, your Aadhaar card number, or social security number, or PAN card number, or passport numbers. Now that is something you might identify, you might not identify, but still I am interacting with you directly. Same way, today there are some situations where we can perform information gathering with interacting and without interacting. Okay, so this is something we have passive recon. We will see there are different set of tools we have to perform the passive recon and perform the active reconnaissance. So like what is the main motive, like what kind of information we want to gather here? So information is classified into multiple ways, like the organization info, like we want to know the employee details, or like telephone numbers, or some website technologies, and some location details. So this all we need to know. So employee details, telephone numbers, web technologies, and location details. And also, like, we need to know network info, like some domains, subdomains, IP address, or something like who is records, or understanding network architecture of the organization. Like all this kind of information we need to grab. And sometimes, like system info we have, like web servers, operating system, configuration information, like all these things can be done. So these are the kind of information we expect. So when you are provided with an organization name, suppose Simplilearn, you need to find employee details, numbers, web technologies. In here, there is something I forgot to add. Emails also. Emails, location details. Sometimes network info like domain, subdomains, IP address, who is records. Also, we need to know. And system info, like configuration, server, all these details. Okay, these are the three important things that uh, we try to gather information as much as possible. So now we will see. Let me go through with. So there are many tools. We will learn both the passive way and active way. How can we gather the information? So let me turn on the lab. And one more thing, don't do practicals along with me if anyone is trying to do. Now, like after the complete topic only you try to do, so that if you have any doubts also, because while doing, if you do along with me, there is a possibility some questions you might get it, or you might miss some important things. So you will find like this in iLabs, EC Council, the moment you log in. So like I have access to multiple things here, but for you, it will show you directly the CH V13, which you have registered for, and it will contain like this. So the C Certified Ethical Hacker V13, and first one, it shows CH lab setup. The expected time to complete is 40 minutes. So you will have, like, there is also the second module, footprinting and reconnaissances. The expected time 2 hours 30 minutes. Like they will give some buffer time. It's not like something after completing this time you cannot access. You can access until 6 months. You can do multiple times practice also. Okay, so here you can see uh, footprinting and reconnaissances. Like every module will have the labs which are designed, if you see, for all things. So as I said, the starting 10 modules will take a lot of time, and they have a lot of content. So here you can just click on launch, then the lab will be launched. You can see here, this is how the lab looks like. So in left hand side you will have the operating system, and right hand side you will have lab manual also. You can follow this lab manual step by step. A very detailed lab manual will have, guys, with every single screenshot. Now, for example, click on this settings, split windows, so that you will be getting a lab manual in a big screen. So a very detailed lab manual you will have with clear screenshot of what you need to do step by step. You can also follow this lab manual and perform the practicals. Okay, it's up to you. You can follow this, or you can also directly practice on your own. Now, if you see, okay, let me wait. Let me exit this lab. I'll come back again. Let me start this CH lab setting. So I want to show you something here. See, we have iLabs, we have access to these many operating systems. Like we have access to Windows 11, Windows Server 2022, Windows Server 2019, the Parrot security we have, Ubuntu, Windows 11 again Active Directory machine, and Windows Server we have, and there is also one mobile emulator. For this module, it is not present, but I mean to say this is like equal to. So you can see the different types of operating systems we have. So all you need to do is, for example, you want to log into the Windows 11, just click on Windows 11, and you'll have a keyboard option here. Just click Control Alt Delete, and it will ask you to enter the password. So in order to give the password, listen carefully. Again, everyone will ask, where can I find password? What is password? Click on this keyboard, type text, type password. So automatically the password will be typed here. So you no need to remember, you no need to do anything. For every operating system, you will have the same procedure to log in. Not for Parrot OS. For Parrot OS, I will say, like suppose if you want to log into this server 2022, the same. You will have a login page. Go to the type text, type password. You will be on the Windows server. So like this, we can play around with multiple operating systems. So it's like if you want to build this in our own laptop, we need at least 30 GB of RAM. The reason is we need to run all these multiple things. Okay. Uh, okay. Ravi, this says iLabs is, that is how the iLabs is. iLabs completely the cloud environment. That's the same quality you can see in. Okay. So if you look here, going to the Parrot OS, just click on Parrot Security. You will get an option Tor. So the password for iLabs is Tor. This one we don't have option, like, so it's a reverse of the root. Okay. So you can see here we logged into the Parrot, and if you click on the application, we have the main thing is pen testing. Under pen testing, we have multiple tools. Okay, so you can see here. So if you remember what we have discussed in the phases of hacking, like information gathering, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, same way these modules are also designed in same pattern. Like we have tools related to information gathering, vulnerability analysis, exploitation tools, maintaining access tools, password cracking tools, like sniffing, spoofing, some forensic tools, all the tools we have in this Parrot OS. So yesterday, as I discussed, Parrot OS is one of the operating system which is designed for the ethical hackers and hackers, where it is having all set of tools which we can learn for how to perform the system compromise and hacking. So that's why I said Parrot OS, take advantage of Parrot OS. Parrot OS is something which is on, sorry, iLabs. iLabs is something which creates a real-time virtual environment which looks like the organization work only. Okay, so if you can see all this, like according to the module, the operating systems will be given access to us. Each OS has, like, they have all installed the tools which are required for CH in each operating system. Additionally, if we want anything also, we can install and we can practice. But all operating systems and all the devices have the tools which need for performing the practicals. Okay, so you might not see all these operating systems in every module. So in V12 we used to see, but in V13 what they have made is they have made available modules, like operating systems according to the module. So in information gathering, you have seen we have access to only Parrot OS and few Windows machines. Now in this system hacking module, they have given access to all these operating systems. So Like this is one specialty, as I said, iLabs make opportunity to completely use iLabs in terms of getting hands-on. You can also build your own lab, but that will only contain one operating system, either Windows and also the Parrot OS. You can also do that. I'll also give instructions to do your installation part. But yep, so in order to move between the operating systems, on the top, just click whatever the operating system you want to open. And in order to get that password, just click on this keyboard. So if you're not seeing the login page, click Control Alt Delete. If you are seeing the login page and asking to type password, go to type text, type password. Server 2019, they have installed. So Windows 11. So this is about iLabs, but we'll still see, like we will completely continue our labs with help of iLabs only. So yeah, we'll take some break, and after the break, we'll continue with information gathering. So first we will see, instead of directly going to the lab, we will see like some of the useful commands in both Windows and Linux, because few of them are new to the Linux environment. So some what are the common commands that can be used in the Parrot OS or Kali Linux. So whatever the commands we try in Parrot OS, it will work in Kali Linux, and whatever the commands we try in Kali Linux, they will work out in Parrot. So it's like same thing. The only differences is Parrot OS is a lightweight operating system. When it comes to the Linux, like it need a Kali Linux, it need a good RAM. See, one thing, like especially in the Parrot OS, the which is provided by the iLabs. So there are already some pre-installed, pre-downloaded folders also. According to the module, they have downloaded some folders and kept ready for the practicals. Okay, so if I, so something which we have on screen on terminal. So see, right now you are seeing Parrot OS very much user friendly. Like you can go through and access through apps and open the required apps. So there are already some pre-installed applications which we have, browser apps and everything, which you are like, it's a user friendly right now, Kali or Parrot. But at one point of time, we used to completely access it with help of terminal. In order to open any apps or in order to call any apps, it completely happened through terminal. So you all can see the black screen. So it's called as a terminal in Kali and Parrot, and also in Windows we call it as a command prompt. So the first thing you need to do whenever you get access to the Parrot OS, either in iLabs or in your personal lab also, like sudo su, it's a command which will help us to take the administrator privileges. So in Linux environment, we call it as a root account as a administrator. Like in normal Windows, we call it as an administrator, but here we are going to call root as a admin. So the like it is here, attacker is a username of this laptop. So we need to provide the password here, tor, TOOR. It is not going to display anything. It is not going to blink anything. The moment you type password and hit enter, that's it. Like you will get a root access, because there are some tools which only work with the root privileges. So that's the reason I say whenever the whenever we are starting with Parrot OS and Kali Linux, the first thing would be typing with a root. Uh, Getting a root account access is a better way. Okay. Now here, now once you type this, there are few commands, that mandatory commands, like everyone should be aware of. The first command is, you can type host name, like to understand this laptop name or this system name, you can just type host name. It is going to provide you parrot. It all depends upon whatever the name we have given. Suppose you have given this laptop name as a hacker, or a laptop name as your personal name, or laptop name as an organization name. Like it's a host name, it is going to provide you the laptop name. So once you type host name, you came to know it's a parrot, and you can type one more command, who am I? So this is going to give you information related to who is the current user who is accessing this system. So it's supposed if it is accessed by the Pawan account, it will having a Pawan account name. If it is accessed by the someone like Mike, it will be the Mike account name. If it is accessed by some Ajit, so Ajit name, like whoever the name. So right now, the user who is accessing the system is a root user. So host name is a parrot. Who am I will give you the user who is currently accessing this system. It is root. And if you just give this ID, this is going to provide you all the list of users present in this system. So suppose in this system there are 5 users or 6 users or 10 users. It is going to show you the moment you type ID. So as of now in this laptop, in this host, there is only one user. The username is root. So if there is any other users also, it is going to show you like Pawan account, Mike account, Ajit account, okay, Divya account. It is going to show you the names, but the word ID will give you who are the active like users in this system. Okay, then if you type something called groups, this is going to show you who is the admin of this laptop, like who had admin privileges. Now suppose there might be 10 accounts. Out of 10 accounts, only few accounts will have administrator privileges. So if you give the command groups, so it will show you the who is the admin of this system. So root is the admin of this system. And there is something called, if you type history, this will let you know the all the commands which have been typed till now in this system. Like these were the last 6 commands which we have typed, like host name, who am I, ID, groups. Now this is something last 6 commands which we have typed. So these are few commands to remember, at least like very common. They are not specific to any attack, but at least in order to practice the command starting with host name, who am I, ID, groups, like history, these are important to understand. So anything if you want to clear the screen, just type clear command. Okay, so this will give you basic information like who is the user presently accessing the system, what is the privileges the user is having, how many users are available in this laptop, like for especially Parrot OS, all such information you can get it here. So the next command is to know the IP configuration. So like what is the configuration we have, like what is IP address available for this system. The command is ifconfig. So if config will give you the complete network configuration of your system. Like your system is connected to Ethernet or a Wi-Fi or a Docker or any internal network. All the system information, interface information you will have here. So right now, for example, it is connected to Ethernet, and this is the IP address of the system. So ETH0 is the interface. So ifconfig will provide you the IP address that is assigned to your system. Okay. Now, if you want expecting some more details, like alternate command for ifconfig is IP space route. So this is an alternate command for finding out the IP address. So this will help you to get additional details. Like this is your router IP address from where this Parrot OS is receiving internet, and it is also showing you interface, very important. ETH0 is the interface because every system will have, if you remember, I explained MAC address, like we'll have wireless, Ethernet, Bluetooth, infrared, like multiple ways to connect to a network. So this will help you to understand whether you are using a Wi-Fi, whether you are connecting to a wire, whether you are connecting to a Bluetooth. So ETH0, which stands for this connection, which is happening through a wired connection. So this will help you to understand which interface. One is router IP, which interface, and your laptop IP. These are the details you are going to get from IP route and also IF config. Okay, if config and IP route. So that is something. These two commands, IF config and IP route. So we'll give you the information. So at least these commands, you should remember like what we have discussed. Now, this will help you to understand basic configuration details of your system and network information. So one of the, like, how can we use like information gathering? There are some commands, like the first command is it's any device. It may be a connection type, you may anything. The commands remain same and it will provide all the information. So the ping command right now, which is being like I hit ping simplilearn.com. So this is a command which is usually used for checking the internet status and connection status. Now, for example, you have connected to a some Wi-Fi. How can you confirm whether you are getting internet or not? We usually go to the any browser and open Google or any Facebook, or we'll play video and we'll confirm that okay, I'm connected to internet. But in reality, the way network team or the way security teams, like how can we say we are connected to network and the target machine is live and they are accepting my communication? Like the thing is, this command ping will help you to understand whether you are properly connected to network and you are able to reach to the target or not. So usually what you people, everyone has to do is go to the Google and go to the Chrome and open any website and confirm, okay, website is working, internet is working. But here, like the ping command which we have, especially in the Parrot OS, will help you to understand like whether the target machine is live and ready to accept or not. Suppose you have been given a target simplilearn.com to do pen testing. So the first most important thing is like whether we need to confirm whether it is live or not. So with help of ping, we can come to know this ping is a command which is designed like okay, which is designed to understand like whether the target machine is live. If it is live, whether it is accepting my traffic or not. So what information can we gather here? See, one thing is we can confirm the target machine is live. And one more thing is we get some additional information like the IP address which belongs to simplilearn.com. See, every site, every organization will have some kind of IP address. So as you see here, this is going to confirm, ping tool is going to confirm the target machine is live and also the IP address of the target machine. So ping here, you can either do with a domain name or you can either do with a IP address also. Like it is going to do, either you can go with a domain name, either you can go with a IP address also. So ping is a command, it will accept both. Either you do ping google.com, either you do ping IP address. So the things to confirm here is yes, the target machine is live and ready to accept the connection. So now like here Now the thing is either domain name. This is something related to the, we call it as a forward DNS lookup, and ping IP address, we call it as a reverse DNS lookup. Okay, see here, when you provided ping Simplilearn, okay, it is providing you the IP address in the bracket. But see here, when you provide IP address, it is not converting into domain name. So like in reverse DNS, like when you are calling a domain, it will convert into IP address, but when you are calling with an IP, it is not converting into the domain name. So we call this as a reverse DNS lookup. So if you have given with an IP address or if you have given with a domain name, first thing is to confirm whether the targets are live and targets are ready to accept your connections. So suppose if targets are not even live, if targets are not even like responding to your request, it's a clear sign the systems are not live or the systems are not responding. Maybe we need to think about like, are they real systems or not? Like, are they really up and communicating with us? Are they eligible for performing pen testing or hacking? This will confirm you. The first thing is whether the target machines are live. So that's how the ping is designed. Target machine status, and you will come to know the IP address of domain name. Okay, IP address of domain name and target machine status. So here ping, something about ping. Ping uses a special protocol called ICMP, Internet Control Message Protocol. So ping uses this special protocol called as ICMP, Internet Control Message Protocol, which is specially designed to check the target machine status, the IP address of the, like it is going to grab the IP address of the domain. So forward DNS and reverse DNS we have, and one more one more thing is ping comes under the active recon. Active recon. What is active recon is target machines. Now Simplilearn.com or whatever the website you are trying to know, they can easily know someone is trying to ping, like google.com. So they can easily come to know whether the target machines are live or not. For example, the Google will come to know someone is trying to ping. So this comes under the active category. The ping tool which you are trying will create active. So that's the reason it comes under the active recon. Similarly, along with ping, there is also something called, now ping is just providing us information the target is live or the IP address that belongs to the company, all these things. Now there is something called trace route. The command trace route Simplilearn.com. This will help me. The name itself says trace route. Okay, so this is going to trace the route, like in between me and Simplilearn.com, how many devices are there. So it will try to give us a, like, especially if it's an internal device or for belongs to some of our organization, it will better help us to predict the organization architecture. So it will try for maximum of 30 hops to find out the devices in between me and Simplilearn.com or any respective target. So trace route, the name, it's going to give us the understanding of network architecture of how the information is traveling in your network, and in between you and the target machine, like how many devices are available. So this, so you can see here. So when I give trace route google.com, like it was trying to fetch information in between me and the target machine and showing me the how many devices are involved, what are the IP addresses, and this is also comes under the active reconnaissance of the trace route, either domain name or you can provide IP, anything can be provided. And this also comes under the active. The reason they will come to know whether the target machine is live or not. So now same commands, when I go back to Windows also, so you can see when you are not seeing the login page, click Control Alt Delete. So it is asking for password. So when some systems have a ping disabled, we have some other alternate tools to go through and check. Like there is a tool called Nmap, HPing3, ZenMap. If the ping is disabled, we can go with those tools. And some passive reconnaissance tools also we have to confirm whether any services are running actually on these machines also or not. And there will be a clear difference. It says like destination host is up, but ping is disabled. So if destination host is really down, it will give us the destination host is down. So when pings are disabled, yeah, we can come to know they have disabled the ping, but the target is still up. Okay. Like now in Windows, we have command prompt. So in Windows, we call it as a command prompt. In Parrot, we call it as a terminal. So command prompt is something where we have, okay. So here also we have ping Simplilearn.com. Now you can see this is the results of ping in Windows. So we came to know the IP address. We came to know the statistics saying that the packet sent for, received for, the loss is 0. That means 0% loss. The target machine is up. See, same command, if I do it in Parrot, we already did ping Simplilearn.com. So what is the difference you are seeing? Like this is something in Windows 11. When I type ping Simplilearn.com, and this is something in Parrot OS. What is the difference you are seeing here? So this is the ping in Parrot. For example, I can give ping google.com. So this is the ping google.com I typed in Parrot OS. Now same, we will type it in the Windows also, ping google.com. What is the difference you are seeing in between both? This is the ping google.com, which is happening in Parrot OS, and same ping google.com in Windows. What is the difference you see? So the difference is in Parrot, you will see continuous ping. We need to stop it manually by giving Control C. If you give Control plus C, it is going to stop, or else it is going to perform continuous ping. If I leave this system as it is till next week also, this ping will continue. I need to stop it manually by giving Control C. Then the continuous ping will be stopped. You can see here total 104 packets have been sent and 104 packets have been received. 0% packet loss. That's an indication target machine is accepting your packets. And if you see in Windows, by default it is stopped. We can also make a command in Windows to do a continuous, but by default it is designed in such a way by just sending 4 packets you need to block. So you need to stop it. Now the primary, okay, that is one difference. The difference in IP address, it depends upon like internet routing, all how it is going through. The one more thing is, this is the first attack you are learning. We call this as a ping of death attack. Ping of death. When you are continuously pinging a system, even if you know that system is live and ready to accept the traffic, when you are continuously sending it, this is called ping of death. So if I give Control C, yes, this is called ping of death, where we are continuously pinging the system. Even when we are aware that the target machine is live and target machine is ready to accept the traffic. So the attack name is ping of death. That's the reason few organizations will block ping. So they will block even ping also. They don't even accept the ping request. So eBay, it is going through. So let me try for irctc.com. So yeah, even actually, okay, Control C, even this is going through well. So you can see 10 packets transmitted, 0 received. That means they are actually blocking the ping. They are live, but they are blocking the ping request. So this is their IP address of the irctc.com. So it's a situation where they have blocked, but still it is giving out. This is a clear sign that the target machine is live, but they are blocking the ping request, irctc.com. So here also it says destination net unreachable. So usually when you get a system is not live or system is not resolved, like DNS is not resolved, that is an indication that this kind of website does not exist and host is almost down. But this is an indication that target machine is live, but your connection is not able to reach. So because I showed you, right, ping of death, because of this ping of death attacks, people continuously ping the systems. Some organizations take this as a security concern and block the ping in the firewall. So block the ping in the firewall level. So ping here CL. So that's one command, but both are active reconnaissance only. So here we have trace RT. In Parrot we have trace root. So here we call it as a trace RT. This is going to give us a trace route for the target machine from our laptop to target device. So these both commands we have in Parrot. Let me stop it in Parrot and Kali, which helps. In additionally in Windows, we have some commands like ipconfig, especially when you are looking for the IP address configuration. You will get the IP with the command ipconfig. You will get these details like Ethernet adapter. It shows, okay, it is giving you the IP address, and if you are connected to Wi-Fi, it will show you Wi-Fi adapter. If you are connected to Bluetooth, it will show you Bluetooth adapter. So how many adapters you have, like for your laptop, all those connections will be displayed here. So as of now, this has only Ethernet adapter, not Wi-Fi. So it is showing you the detail. ifconfig in Kali, ipconfig here. Like ifconfig is used in Mac, Kali, Parrot OS, everywhere ifconfig is being used. Now, if you are expecting some additional details for this, ipconfig/all forward slash. This will give you some additional details like what is the MAC address of this system, what was the last time when it is started connected to the internet. So all such information you are going to get it here. So IP config all. Okay, and also you have here host name. This will give you the what is the system name. The system name is given as a uh, Windows 11. Okay, and also you can type system info. This will give you the all the information related to your whenever you are anyone asks you what is the RAM, what is the ROM, like hard disk size, what is the processor. If you are using like system info will give you all the information like what is the OS, what is the OS version, the manufacturer, what is the hardware components, the BIOS components, network cards, what is available, like all information you can get it from here by using system info. So this commands, and also similarly you have who am I. This command will give you the name. So right now it's an admin user who is present in the uh, system. Okay, so display the currently whoever is logged into the system. And there is one more command called net user. So this will going to list out all the accounts which are present in this system. Now for example, in this laptop there is an account called admin, administrator, like you can see guest, Jason, Martin, Sheila. Like these are the different types of accounts we have in this. So admin, guest, Sheila, administrator, Jason, uh, Martin, like these kind of accounts we have in this system. So right now the user who logged in currently is an admin. So net user will give you list of all the user accounts on the system. Okay, and there is something called task list. This will provide you all the applications which are running in this system. So like it's a moreover like a process manager or task manager, but this is going to extract information from the core of the system, and it will showing you all the applications which are running in this laptop. So at least like these kind of commands like CLS for clearing the screen. Okay, in Parrot it is clear. So at least these commands something you should remember, just for going forward in practicals. You will keep seeing these kind of commands more and more, but at least these kind of commands you must have knowledge on what we are practicing. So this is something. Okay, now we did the information gathering with help of this is just a small active information gathering, and trace route also comes under the active. The organizations will have the traces. Okay, now let's look into the passive tools. So there are some passive tools which helps us to. So now when I say passive, the organizations cannot trace. Like they can't even know, like if someone is doing recon or someone is doing the research on them. So the first tool, so this we don't even need lab also. You can directly access through your browser. So the first tool is Shodan, one of the powerful tool. So everyone bookmark this tool to do some research. So Shodan, search engine for Internet of Everything. So like you can see, Shodan is the world's first search engine for the internet connected devices. Like if you click on explore, you can get access to the information which are running industrial control system, some database, infrastructure information, some video game platforms, the devices which are open to internet, some in IoT devices, like especially so you can see doors and lock access controls, some wind turbines, public CC cameras or public related some any kind of IoT devices, much more like all of them you will have access from this tool. So create a login, you will get much more information from here. So here you can provide any IP address, you can provide any domain name, or you can provide any port numbers protocols like TCP, UDP, SMTP, or IP address, like this is going to search and provide information related to that devices or information related to that IP. Now, for example, if I give the IP address, okay, if I click search, it says no results found. Maybe for this IP address, there is nothing information to display. So if I just wait, let me show you. So we don't have any information for this. Like, let me show ping. So if you have provided with this, so you can see like on screen, it is going to show you both technical information and also the non-technical information. For example, if you see here, it is showing you the information related to general information, which is giving you the domains which are running on this IP address, okay, and to which organization it belongs to, and in which country it is hosted, and what is ISP we have. Okay, now same way we have in right hand side the open ports, like what are the open ports we have on this site. Okay, that's a kind of information it's being displayed here, and also it is showing you all the technologies on that specific IP. So Shodan is a place where we can expect the information related to the technical as well as non-technical, and this is something passive recon, like the organization or the IP which we are scanning, they cannot trace, or they cannot know that someone is doing research on them. Now, for example, I gave one more IP and it shows the general information to whom it belongs to, and it is giving me the open ports which are available on this site, and also it is showing you what was the last seen, like when was this information gathered. Yeah, when was this information gathered? So if I give, okay, the is not present. So this one also, like where you will be getting sometimes some information related to vulnerabilities also, and some information related to the technologies that are using by this organization, like all such information we can get it over here. So now if you see this IP address, it is giving you country, city, organization, the web technologies which are used on this IP. They are using Nginx server, and you see the vulnerabilities which exist on this IP address. Like maybe you are not aware of this CVE, we will discuss, but at least it is showing you what are the loopholes available on this directly. And right hand side, the ports which are open. Like if you remember yesterday, even when I am explaining you the concept, okay, uh, I said one I said one thing: the greater the ports open, the greater the possibility of being hacked. Okay, so now if you see here, this IP especially having 20, 21, 22, 25, like 53, like there are multiple ports we have. So, and it is showing you this was from today only. So in today's scans. So, okay, so this is something we have. And yep, so if we are unable to find information in the Shodan, there is one more site called Census. Like it is more accurate actually. When I say accurate, Census will be more focused on ports information. Like if you see Shodan, it will focus on other information like technologies, vulnerabilities, ports, and personal information. But Census will more focus on the information related to the IP, like what are the operating system they use, see Red Hat Enterprise Linux 7, the ports which are open, the labels, and each port, and it's more in-depth information related to that port. So if you have been given with any organization name and if you asked to do first pen testing, These are the first few things which we do. First, we will find out whether it's live or not, and if we have the IP address available, then start like checking these kind of platforms, like what information it is visible and what kind of ports they have open, what kind of open vulnerabilities they are displaying, and what type of web technologies they are using. Like all such information we have getting in the internet without even contacting them. Okay, so these two tools like Shodan and Census both play an important role. Yes, actually, CCTV is, if you just give CAM, so they are going to give you directly the systems which are running cameras. So if your camera is also open to public and not having proper settings, yes, we can try to directly get access. So Shodan is going to give you, so you can see something. So this is something like asking for me. Admin. So we try with a default. Usually speaking, this should not be available even for public, but unfortunately, lack of proper access controls, these are open to public and we can access not only CAM, many IoT devices. Like you can look into some IoT devices which are exposed to the public also. Like it's all you need to click on the explore and see more. So if you log in, you will get access. Like you see here, some turbines, some doors and locks, some Apple AirPlay devices, all of them which are exposed to the internet, they will be directly shown and give you the access to this thing. So maybe let me see if something, I don't have it here, but yeah. So these two tools, Shodan is one, and also Census is one of the tool. The next one is who is domain tools. Now here also, if you are not having IP address, like you can either go with a domain name or IP address. This is going to give you the information related to the IP registration or the domain registration info. Like for example, I have provided this IP address. It is providing me that IP belongs to India, New Delhi, IRCTC, and it is registered with Indian Railway Catering and Tourism Corporation Limited. And this is the IP address of that organization. And if I keep scrolling down, it is showing me like on whose name it is registered and what is the location. Now these all are something, the personal information of this specific organization. Like you see, it is showing you the on which state and what is the location, on whose name it is registered, what the email IDs, the mobile numbers, the complete address. So all such information we can expect in this who is domain tools. You can either provide with a domain name or you can either provide with an IP address to extract the information. So this tool, we call it as a who is domain tools. So we can search with IP to get information related to the, again, all this comes under the passive. Next site we have Netcraft, something called Netcraft site report. So here also you can provide the website link. So this will take some time. It depends upon information that they expose to the internet. Even they purchase domain privacy also. There are some advanced scanning tools which we are going to learn in the port scanning or the scanning concept. Still, the information can be retrieved. The moment any site which is exposed to the public, we have multiple tools and process to retrieve the information, whether they are using IPv4 or IPv6. In IPv6 and challenges, if we have, we can go with domain based information gathering. End of the day, it is also going to show you all the information technologies which are being used. So if you see, I searched the website name here, like simplilearn.com. Now it is going to clearly show me the background, what is the site title, in which year it was first seen with this domain, what was the site rank, and what is the description, like what business they do, and the network information on through which network they have registered. So what is that they have registered with Amazon, and they have IP address like IPv6 IP address, they have this, and you can also see their IPv4 address and the organization registration details like address of the organization, what they have given for registration, and also the area where their servers are hosted, okay, in the location where their servers are hosted. And if I keep scrolling down, the technologies which they have engaged with, the additional third party APIs or additional third party webhooks, like everything, complete site technologies, site code, like on what basis it was built, all the information we can come to know from this netcraft, like where we have zero knowledge about the target machine, but by end of the day, like if I give this rcdc.com, it is going to show us, yeah. So if you see here, this site, it is unable to present, but the details which we have, it is showing you all the information. So there are multiple tools like this which we can take help of and retrieve the information. See, the moment they are exposed to the public, we have scope to get information as much as possible. So Ajit, the background process is simple. Shodan keeps scanning the internet. They have active internet scanners across the globe. They keep scanning the internet all the time and get the information. And okay, netcraft.com will help you to this site report. And the next tool we have web archive. We even call it as a wayback machine, simplilearn.com. So what is the specialty of this site is, this wayback machine is going to provide you the information like in which year this site has started. For example, this site has started in September 3rd, 2009. And when was the last it was like updated? October 3rd, 2025. Now, for example, I can go back to any year from 2009 to 2025. If I go back to 2015, in 2015 October, yep, October 15th, if I just click on this, let's click on October 12th. So it is going to show you on a particular day how this website was. Now this is going to show me on October 15th, October 12th, 2015, how the site was present. So it is going to show me that there is a specialty of this tool, Wayback Machine. We call it as a web archive. Now on October 12th, 2015, this is how the site was. Now this were the, like we have an option to browse all course, browse business course, browse technology course. Like this is how the website was on October 12th, 2015. Now the question here is, okay, Shodan was providing you the information, Census was providing us the information, who is domain tools also is providing us information, Netcraft was also providing the information. But what information Wayback Machine is providing? How this is going to helpful for hackers? What we get if we look into the website, like how it was on particular day, how this is going to help the hackers? we have major info available with the who is domain tools, right? We got the information related to irctc.com on whose name it is registered, where it is registered, on which state it is registered, the mobile number, the email ID, all the information, right? We got all the information. In who is domain tools. Even if I do it here, like the concept is even I like IRCTC. So it's irctc.co.in. So I am doing irctc.com. So it is actually irctc.co.in. So this will have actual thing. irctc.com, I intentionally doing it's a test. I don't want to expose the real one. But even irctc.com also have all the information available in who is domain tools. Every information was provided on whose name it is registered, on which country it is registered, all the information we have. Yep. The question is how this Wayback Machine is going to help hackers. Like, in what way this information is going to help us? Like, if I go back to 2000 July, in what way this is going to help the hackers? Remaining all okay, we are coming to know the port numbers, open ports. We came to know the technologies they are using. So, in what way you feel like this site is going to help us? Now, almost August. If I go to 2014 and some random date. Yep. In what way it is going to help us? Actually, this site needs super fast internet. Even it's fast internet also, it takes some time to load. So it need to load the old site completely, how it looks like. So it expects some latency in Wayback Machine. Now you see, this is on March 3rd, 2017. This is how the site was. So the expectancy of user ID, password, like it will still take all your inputs also. Okay. So this is one good tool, especially to understand how the system was built in last few years. That's number one. And if accidentally some information is posted and removed later on, after recognizing this should not have been posted or this should not have been included. Okay, so Wayback Machine is one to consider. And next one, the this all are passive, guys. The organization cannot even know. Hacker target, this is also one more tool which is going to be answer for all the tools which we have discussed. This site will support to do ping, so you can do ping from here. So they can't even trace again. So like you can directly do ping from here. So what happens now, Google will come to know we are getting a ping request from hacker target. So like this is something, a tool which can help us to do lot of research, trace route also, and something we can use for finding subdomains. So very important. So when we are doing pen testing, every site will have some subdomains. So we need to find out those, because most of them will only concentrate on www.simplilearn.com. But there are also other major sites where some services are running, where we can try to focus on them taking down or getting access, because major organization will try to focus on securing the main site. But there will be something like faculty.simplylearn.com, student.simplylearn.com. So there will be some sites which are related to like cart.paytm.com. Like, so it depends upon site to site. Everyone will have multiple sites, like see staging.simplylearn.com, some careersuccess.simplylearn.com. We can't expect they can also be secure. Like we can try on them ping, we can try showdown, we can try Zensis, we can try site report, because this is something we need to know for this site how many subdomains we have. So whenever you have been provided with any domain name, you should find out this. And also we can perform pen testing or vulnerability scanning, port scanning also. We can do it. Yeah, everything it will show. Every site, like complete site will be cloned. Srivatsa. If you go slide site will be cloned and it will show you all the information on any year, everything simply. So like if you take here also something other site, now this is going to show me all the Paytm is a very big site. It will have multiple things. So you can see travel.paytm.com, gst.paytm.com, secure.paytm.com, like bus service sas.paytm.com, assets sas.paytm.com. So multiple subdomains we will have. So I also want you all to practice or perform this all scanning activity on the subdomains, not on the main domains, and also don't go with well-known domains. The reason is like whatever we are doing, do it on some small organizations who are not well known. Then only we will be able to learn very much. If you do scanning on google.com, amazon.com, facebook.com, nothing we will learn. They are already having top security, all good security configuration. So when you are learning something related to this scanning, like information gathering, try to choose the site like which is very new, or try to choose an organization you feel like which is local. All okay. So this is something. Uh, have you been involved in any kind of compromise? So the reason, okay, now when you are doing research, information gathering, we will come to know email IDs, maybe from the Google, maybe from the site, maybe from the who is domain tools. We will know employee email IDs. We will know CEO email IDs. We will know some contact email IDs. There is something called a site. Have I been on? This will help you to identify. So you can provide your email ID, and this will help you to understand whether your email ID was involved in any cyber attack, like whether it was already compromised. Now, for example, I gave this email ID. Unfortunately, this was involved in one data breach. If I scroll down, like his email ID was involved in this city 0 day attack. So unfortunately, his email ID and passwords have been stolen. So like uh, this is something which is going to help us to understand like whether your email ID was involved in any attack, like if it's already breached. Now, for example, this email ID is involved in 2 breaches. So if I scroll down, he had an account in Rento Mojo. Unfortunately, it was hacked in April 2023. The Indian rental service. Unfortunately, in that, his date of birth, email address, gender, government issued ID cards, names, passport number, password, phone numbers, purchase, social media profile, everything was compromised. This was hacked in that this user details also is available. So if I scroll down, he had an account in Rail Yatri. Unfortunately, it was hacked in 2022 in December. In that, his email ID, gender, name, phone number, purchases also involved. So the thing is, this site will help you to understand whether your email ID was involved in any attack. Suppose if it is, we will also learn in the next class from where we can retrieve this information also. From where can we get this information also? Like if at all I want to know Murli Krishna's all the information which was hacked, from where can I get such information also we can see. So if you look into this, So if you see this, my email ID was involved in 85 data breaches. Suppose I have an account in this Omni curse. Unfortunately, it was hacked in 2025. In that, my email ID, geographic location, name, and phone number is available. And similarly, I have an account in OneWin. Unfortunately, it was hacked in 2024. In that, my information is breached. I have an account in French Citizens. Unfortunately, it was hacked. In that, all my important details have been stolen. So, see, this is the reason they will say don't use same password for multiple sites. Now, what happens? Suppose if they came to know my password from the this OneWin, what they will do, they will try same password on Google, same password on Facebook, same password on Insta, or same password on any kind of login, because people have a tendency to use same password for multiple sites. Okay, so yeah, that is still accessed by these sites. They have active accounts in their sites still, but unfortunately they were hacked. In that, my email ID is also present. So now this is something a helpful site. Whenever we get some CEO email IDs, some employee email IDs, we need to start looking into here whether they are already involved in any attack. If they are already involved in any attack, our job is going to become easy because we can get access to their hacked data. We will learn in the next class how can we get access to their hacked data. Like I'll easily come to know date of birth, email ID, IP address, phone number, mobile number, geographic location, government IDs, all such things. So this is something this site called Have I Been Pawned will help you to check whether your email ID was involved in any. See, this was involved in 13 data breaches. And if I keep scrolling down, it is giving me all the websites where he had an account. So he had an account in this site. Unfortunately, it was hacked in 2020. All this information was compromised. BIOS, date of birth, email address, gender, location, IP address, name, password, social media profile, URLs, usernames was hacked. So he had an account in this. It was unfortunately hacked and this data is compromised. So this is something, that's the reason we say like same, even though if you are using same like password, we should implement MFA and you should not use same password for multiple sites. Make sure to use a strong password and use multi-factor authentication. Okay, so this is one site which helps us in two ways for our personal security, as well as when we are doing research about any employee or any CEO, we can come to know whether they have involved in any attack. Okay, if we change password, already hacked passwords might not work on these sites. So like anyway, your data is in the internet. We can't do anything now. But at least if you change passwords, they cannot try same password to log in or gain access. So we discussed about 0-day and vulnerability. Try to find out recent 0 days. I said one of them is tool shell, but you also try to learn something from them. We discussed about insider threat. So the hacking concepts, what is hacking, ethical hacking, what is pen testing, types of pen testing we have, and phases of hacking, the compliance part we have discussed, and phases of hacking. Try to remember the 5 phases: reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and clearing tracks. So next is footprinting and reconnaissance. We have information gathering with help of Parrot OS. What are the different tools we have? Uh, Helping the organization to identify, is it active or is it passive? Which one is a direct contact to the target? Active reconnaissance or passive reconnaissance? Yeah, active reconnaissance. So Shodan is an active tool or passive tool? And what is the password of Parrot OS? The password of Parrot OS is Tor. Yeah, so good. Shodan is a passive tool. Whatever we are trying to access through a web client, that's a passive tool. Sudo. So the first thing I would encourage everyone like to go with sudo su, because there are some commands, there are some tools. We will only get access if we have a administrator privileges. So that is the reason behind using this sudo su tool. Okay, so there are like few tools I am going to discuss which helps us in performing information gathering. So one of the tool name which we are going to start looking into first is the harvester. So anytime any tool which we are like seeing for the first time or listening for the first time, like the tool name is the harvester. So you can just type the harvester. This will give you some information related to what is this tool and what was the version currently we are using this tool and who was the author of this tool, like their email ID. Maximum we will find this information for every tool, and also how to build a command. They also give you the information. So in what way we can build a command for this tool. No, we can also have this hyphen h, like hyphen h stands for help, and one of the common keyword for every parrot or like every tool in parrot or kali. So this will help hyphen h, like any tool. Right now we are talking about the harvester hyphen h. Tomorrow we'll today or we'll talk about nmap hyphen h. We'll talk about something like metasploit, ethercap graphical, hping3. It can be any tool. Like hyphen h is something which is going to help you in terms of understanding what is this tool, what is this command, how we can construct, what is the each field stands for. So the harvester is used for like gathering open source intelligence on a organization or a company. It will help us to identify or grab information from multiple sources. So instead of we manually visiting those sites and extracting the information, the harvester is a tool which is prepared in such a way to extract information from multiple places. Now you see, like some of the tools we already have like discussed. Like if you look into it, we discussed about Shodan, discussed about Census. There is something called Hacker Target. Like this is a kind of a tool. Again, it comes under the category of passive, but this can extract information by using command line. So by using this command line only, we can extract the information. So in order to construct the command, so here we have how can we construct the command, like what are the things that need to be utilized. Okay, so for example, the harvester, so hyphen d stands for domain. Like any domain name we can provide, like ec council.org, and you can provide limit hyphen l, like how many results you are expecting. Like you're expecting 500 results or 300 results or 200 results. Like we are expecting some 500 results. And hyphen b source is nothing but like from where you want to extract the data. Like there are, as I showed, we can extract data from Shodan, we can extract information from Census, we can extract information from the hacker target. Like there are many more. Like for example, like we'll try with Baidu. So like this is one of the Chinese based search engine. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to extract information related to the eccouncil.org. So the expectation is this can extract information like the IP address related to the domain, the subdomains related to this domain, the employee email IDs of this domain. Like it will try to extract different types of information. So the harvester hyphen d eccouncil.org hyphen l stands for limit 500 hyphen b Baidu. So this is the format of the command, like how it will write. So if you see, it was able to only find one of the email ID. So actually Baidu is a Chinese based search engine, like how we are having a google.com or bing.com or ask.com, DuckDuckGo, similarly like that. So it was able to extract information related to one of the employee email, and also it was able to extract information related to some of the active subdomains which were available over there, like cert.eccouncil.com or store. Like here you can try out with all these types of subdomains what we have, sorry, sources what we have. So I tried with Baidu. We can even try with this Anubis, like what information this can extract from. So there is, so you can see now we are trying to extract from Anubis the information. So it was, according to this, it was unable, like it was not able to find any email, no IP address, but it found some hosts which are ending with ecouncil.org. These are the different types of hosts that are available with this Anubis under like different types of subdomains, and which were able to accessible from Anubis point of view. So every tool has a different type of information. So every source, like Anubis, Baidu, like this. Okay, all these are the different types of sources we have. So we can even try with, yeah, here. The only part is this is also a passive nature of information gathering, but using this tool. So this tool we usually use to get the employee emails if there are anything present. Okay, no, this tool we have only for Parrot and Kali. The harvester tool is available. Okay, so this is something, yeah, you can try out with different types of sources which are available over here. Suppose you can try out with all the sources which are present over here. So the format is easy. The harvester hyphen D stands for the domain, the target. Hyphen L stands for limit. You can give, by default it will take 500 as a limit if you don't provide anything. But if you want to provide anything, like if you are expecting a results up to 200, provide 200. And hyphen D and hyphen B stands for source. You can provide any source name, like whatever we have available from that list. Yeah, I know. The spelling is wrong. Intentionally, I was trying to do like any stereotyping, different lookalike Microsoft, anything comes up from that. I was not using the original one. Okay. Yeah, this command you can try out on the domain, whatever is given to us. It's again, this is complete tool, a passive tool only. No traces will be, nowhere we are directly interacting with the system. Okay, and the next one, next tool. So next tool you can give it, there is a tool name called as Sherlock. So till now we have been trying to gather information related to the domain, information related to the IP, all subdomains. We know if you provide a email ID, we can even check that information in the like have I been found, whether this was involved in any attack or not. Now there are some tools, like for example, when we are trying to gather some information related to the some of the critical positions like CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, Security Manager, Security Architect, or CEO, like where we'll try to gather some information related to the user position, the organization, the location, the education qualification, or the phone number or photos or videos. Like especially we want to understand the person's social life. How is that particular person's social life? So we have a tool name called as Sherlock. So that social networking sites are like online services platforms. Like we know people maintains some profiles on social networking sites. They provide basic information about themselves to make and maintain something connections, or the profile will generally contain some information like name, the contact numbers, or friends, information about family members, some their interest, their activities, like especially on the social network sites, they keep posting the personal information like date of birth, education information, employment backgrounds, the names of their family members or the places they visit, their likes, dislikes, like much more we can know from the social media profiles if we get access to such. Like example, LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, like they all will try to reveal information related to the person. So there is one tool called as Sherlock. Sherlock is a Python based tool, so which is used to gather information about a target person over the social networking sites. So it is going to search like vast number of social networking sites and give you the target user, like locates the person based on the name. Okay, it will give you even the URL also of the person you are trying to search for. The only thing is it is going to scan entire internet and give you the links where the user is having profile. Like we need to verify whether it belongs to the specific person we are searching or not, because suppose you are searching for Pawan, who is working as a trainer in Simplilearn, who is into the cybersecurity background. So like I mean, you know basic details, like you should start looking into the profiles those contains that basic information, because like this tool Sherlock will help you to search with a name. So like if I provide this name Elon Musk, so make sure we should use this inverted commas when we are providing two different names. The reason is, if we don't provide this inverted commas, this tool will take Elon as separate, Musk as separate. So if you want to combinedly take this and search for the entire internet, so like if we give enter, now this is going to search for entire internet related to the Elon Musk. So it is going to give you all the links wherever this user is found. So we'll talk about something called Google hacking database. We call it as an like advanced searches we can perform. So especially this advanced Google searching, again what we search in general in the Google, like it is going to let us under, like we can clearly understand some differences. How can we get through some exact information or relevant information related to the target or related to the organization or the user we are going. So we call it as an advanced Google search. So creating some search queries so that it will help you to get extract the sensitive or hidden information about the target. Okay, so if in general, if I go through, so if you look into here, if I search for something called like hacking PDF, okay, so I typed this name like hacking PDF. So like it is providing me as of now some websites where the information is exactly matching PDF, because my browser is habituated to do that. Suppose if I go with PPT, so I'll get something like, you can see where it is having PPTX, where it is having PPTX, and it says exactly the PPT. So here, this is a general search which we usually do, but there are some parameters to improve this more and to get exact search results. Like for example, one of the parameter is like in URL. Okay, in URL hacking, and I'm expecting the file type is PPT. So now what happens? This, okay. So what happens this, now you can see how the search has changed here. So if you see, we got exactly all PPTs, and wherever we have hacking as a valid term. Previously, we got the sites which are not referring to PPTs. But now, whatever the site you are going to open, they are relevant to hacking. And suppose if you type ch and file type PPT. So it is going to show you wherever we have, like in the URL, the ch, and it is going to provide you PPT. Suppose, no sir, I am looking into the site, especially Simplilearn.com. Or like instead of Simplilearn, we'll go with the EC Council, because EC Council is the provider of CH, right? So if you look EC Council, in EC Council site, we want the CH and it should be PPT. So unfortunately, there is nothing available from the EC Council site where they are sharing the PPTs. So this is something like advanced search, which is going to refine the output, and we can only expect the output which we need. So like in URL, file type, or in text. Suppose instead of in URL, I want in text. In text, wherever is something called the cyber, we want the thing. So it is giving us all the PPTs wherever it is provided with in text cyber. So this is going to give us accurate results. Like for example, I am expecting only from the site PPT site ecouncil.org. So I'm expecting from so nothing. EC Council is not sharing any PPT. If I change this to PDF, now see, EC Council is sharing multiple PDFs. So what is happening here is, if we are doing general search without these parameters, like this file type, if you are not using this, we call it as a Google Docs, this is going to provide you the output. But still, this is going to take you to the sites which are not related to the EC Council. See, we are only looking into the EC Council sites, but you can see here we got something like expertteach.eu, and here also you can see some different site. So whereas I'm expecting only the results from the site should be EC Council, and also the file type should be PDF. Now, this is something which is only going to give you where the website contain ecouncil.org, ecouncil.org, ecouncil.org. Like you can see, there is no other site without ecouncil.org. So like this site file type, like whatever we are expecting. Suppose, as I said, you are looking for the topic related to the in URL, something related to the malware, and you want PDF. Now this is going to provide you all the PDF files which has malware. So like this we call it as a Google advanced search parameters, which is going to help you in refining your search parameters. The way you are going to search the internet is completely going to change. So before we go to the scanning the networks, have you seen any time or in the recent news, like any government or this police department, like have you seen anything like catching hackers? Like these are the hackers who caught while performing some cyber crime. Like have you seen such kind of news anytime? Like where they got sentenced to crime, where they have been involved in court of law. Like we keep seeing people losing money or losing something. Like suppose they caught hacking Microsoft, they caught hacking Google, they caught hacking Facebook. or they got hacking, they got hacking this person. We cannot catch them and we cannot prove them in court of law. Catching hacker, instead of spending time on them, it's better to improve your organization security posture, security profile, like how strong you are going to be having good security devices, good security monitoring, good security hardening. So we can focus on this. Okay. Now, what are the two system identities we have? IP address and MAC address. Without these two identities, there is no possible to connect to the internet and use it. Now, if I am connecting to any website, if I'm connected to any kind of, see today, you all use YouTube. The content is according to your country, according to your language, according to your location. That is purely because of IP address. You all use Instagram or something, you all will get some access to the advertisements. That is something which are made for local, according to your region, country. That is because again, IP address. So these are like two important things today we have as a part of identifying the end user. So like what are the IP address coming from, what is the MAC address coming from. But at the same time, we have two types of things here, as these are the identities which helps us to verify the end user. We even have something called IP spoofing and MAC spoofing. These are the two things which today the attackers will be utilizing in order to hide their traces, in order to not to identify, like they will hide their traces. Because yes, IP address is going to reveal the location, IP address is going to reveal the ISP type, the internet from where we are getting, and also MAC address is something which is going to reveal your device type from where we are getting, like what type of device it is, what type of, so these two will act, but unfortunately they are performing this IP spoofing and MAC spoofing, which is going to completely change our digital traces. So which is going to completely change our digital records. So what is this IP spoofing and what is this MAC spoofing? How we can perform? We will see, so that at least by end of this you'll understand why it is difficult to catch hackers and why it's not worth to spend time on catching the people. So if we look into this, so if I type what is my IP, if I go to this site, you will be getting some information related to like this. So we have some high accuracy in the country, but not in the region and city. We don't have accuracy respect to the country and ISP provider, how we are getting the internet, and this is IPv4 and IPv6. So there are some tools, we call it as a proxy, not a VPN, guys. Why I am not using a term VPN to discuss, we call it as a proxy tools. So these proxy tools are helping today the attackers to change their identity, especially to perform IP spoofing. So I know most of you might have used some tools to change the IP address and get access to some blocked apps or games in your specific locations. Like we used to change our location. Same way, we call it as a proxy tools. See, reason why we are calling it as a proxy, it is something we are downloading them and making changes, because why not VPN? VPN comes with valid authentication, valid identity details. So for example, one of the tool which I prefer is Siphon. This is one of the tool which you all can download to your personal system, which does not provide any advertisements. Even it is available for mobile based also. So yeah, Windows system also it is available. So if you look, the moment I turn on, it is automatically connecting, and if I refresh the site, you can see now, like, I am accessing the internet from the Ireland, and this is my service provider. All of them will understand that I am trying to accessing the internet from Ireland. Now this tool will help me to even change in between countries. Like I can change it to the France. So whatever the country it look like. But this will change the location. No, this is called IP spoofing. Actually, this is one of the bad practice, and we consider even as an attack. In the organization, we don't allow employees to change the identity, because when they are trying to change the identity, it means that they are trying to do some illegal activities. So VPN is a different story. The proxy tool which is installed and trying to change your location, and because so you can see now we change it to France. Now me staying in India, and if I'm trying to scan an organization or attack an organization, they will get traces of France. And it's like something they need to, again, where we are changing our identity and IP details. And things to remember is, just spoofing IP address is not yet completed. So most of the newbies, like most of these script kiddies, the mistake they do is changing IP address and think like we cannot get identified. The most important thing is, along with IP, even MAC address also should be spoofed. It's not just spoofing IP address, but MAC spoofing also need to be done. So as I showed you here, for IP spoofing, okay, we have proc, siphon, like hide my ass. There are many more tools in this category. Onion circuit. There are. So if you see MAC spoofing, yes, even for MAC spoofing also that need to be done. So we have one tool name called as TMAC, which helps you to perform the MAC spoofing. So, but most of them won't do it. They will spoof IP, and they'll try to, okay, now we can try and go and attack, but along with IP, MAC also should be spoofed. If I already have this tool installed, it is TMAC. Expect some restart. Okay, so if you look into here, this is the tool TMAC. So it is going to show you like how many MAC addresses will system have, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah, it can be multiple based upon the network. I mean, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, like I have a VMware, some Ethernet local. So it is going to show you where they've changed. So they were not changed, and these are the MAC addresses I have, and which one is currently up and running and which one is currently down. Everything is going to show you, and what was the speed limit for that specific. Also, you are going to get it here. So if you see here, I have connected to Wi-Fi right now, and it is not changed. So here I can select the random MAC address, or I can select from drop down also. Okay, so for example, I can make this look like an Apple, I can make this look like a Samsung, I can make this look like an HP, Cisco. Like it's up to whatever I can select it, and I can use it. So if I just click on change now, the MAC address is going to be changed. So this is what, like, we call it as a MAC spoofing. So with these kind of identity changes today, that's the reason, like, organizations, like, it's waste of time in investing to catch the hackers, because they do make changes to the identities. Even that is something very big. I mean, the crime, if that is considered by FBI, maybe they will invest time, because it's not something a one go and where we can catch. That's something we need to go through. People might think we can contact directly these vendors of proxy tools and get back the details. Even to get that details also, there is a procedure that should be followed to get retrieve. All of them are not ready to provide the details which we request. Even though they provide details also, like, the same IP will be used by multiple people. Like, there are some challenges to go through and catch. Now this is something very small way of what we have done. Now there is something called Surface web is something you can get access to anything. Like you don't need anyone's approval, or you don't need any kind of person to create an account for you. You can directly go to the website and get access to the content and use the content. Deep web is something you need help of someone to create the account, someone to authorize your account, someone to prove your data, like which you need access. Because see, not everyone will have access to the LMS, and not everyone will have access to the ASPIN, not everyone will have access to the iLabs. Those who only registered and enrolled and having the digital key will have access to the content. Okay, it is still available in the internet, but suppose if you go to Wikipedia, that is something everyone can access. If it is something in a news, like everyone can access. If it is something related to the Google, everyone can access from the platforms like social media platform, government sites, these blogs, everyone will have. But 90% of our internet will rely on deep web. I can say like 70, like we can give some 15 to 20 like percent for dark web also. So today all your internet banking, your organization related applications, or this study things, healthcare, they all come under the deep web, which is something you will have access based upon your profile, based upon your user type, and all these things. Like some of the examples, like you can see here, medical records, legal documents, some private forums, this educational sites based upon your profile, like this all are deep web. Surface web, Google, Facebook, Instagram, all this, YouTube, everyone will have access to the YouTube same content. So dark web is something which is not directly accessible through the browser which we are using right now, not with a Chrome and not with a Firefox, but we can get access with a browser called Tor. The full form is the onion routing. So this is a browser which is used. This is one especially used. There are some other third-party modules which they use this and give access, like Brave browser. But the one which browser which gives you direct access to the dark web is Tor, the onion routing. Coming to the scanning networks, the actual topic. So first we are going to learn, as I said, when we talk about scanning, we have few things. Like we have port scanning and also vulnerability scanning. Okay, when we start talking about port scanning, see, total how many ports we have? 65,535. Out of that, we have like well-known ports, 1023. It's like 0 to, sorry, 1024 well-known ports we have. It's like 0 to 1023. They are like registered ports for some of the services we have, like 21, 22, 23, 25, okay, 143, 145, and like 137, 110. Okay, like there are such ports, at least we need to remember them, like 445, 443, port 80. At least you need to remember them, like 3389. Okay, 1433. Some of I'm expecting every one of you at least remember these ports and what they are meant for. Like what is 21 meant for, what is 22 meant for, what is 23 meant for, what is 25 meant for. Like at least like FTP, SSH, Telnet, because these are some kind of ports like most hacked, and the hackers do target these kind of ports, because see, ports will act like an entry point to the device, like entry point for device. Ports acts primary. They are going to represent the the services which are running on the system. Like I mean, this is something which is going to let us know what type of services they are running, what type of. Here we have like we this will help us to understand what is the target OS, like whether it is like Linux or Windows. It will help us to identifying their architecture. So Like there are some tools to perform this port scanning. Like it will help us to understand, check the whether it's a live system. Okay, and also we call it as an OS fingerprinting. See, in order to hack the system, first we need to have a knowledge of what kind of system it is. Is it a server? Is it a personal used machine? What type of ports they have? What type of operating systems they run? What type of applications they have installed in that system? So all such information is needed. Without that information, we cannot attack. Like in order to attack, we need those information in order to scan, in order to identify such information. Okay, so how can we do this fingerprinting? What are the different tools we have? So the tools are, so either in Parrot OS or the Kali Linux, we have some tools called as Nmap, Zenmap, or something called HPing 3. Okay, these are the different types of tools we have, which is going to help us in performing the port scanning. The tool name is Nmap Network Mapper, which is going to help us in, and this is by default installed in the Parrot and Kali. So Nmap, the network mapper. So this is something we have. You can also set up in Windows, but it is a little bit complex. We have by default it is installed in Parrot, and so this is not something like a passive. I mean, there is no passive active in scanning. In scanning, we are directly interacting with the target machines after doing some IP spoofing or MAC spoofing. After hiding our identities, we are reaching out the target because I need to have some information related. Okay, Shodan will provide you, Census will provide you, but how can I prove that yes, this is a valid information or not? That is something port scanning will help you. Shodan will give you all the information like technical information, what operating system, what ports, what technologies. But still, while I am going to attack, I want to have a better understanding in the architecture. I want to have a better understanding on the target systems. This port scanning will help you. So it's like it's an art to find out what are the target machines we have ports open. By looking into these ports, we can understand, okay, this is a printer, this is a server, this is a gaming laptop, or this is something personal using. All such information we can validate from here. So let me turn on the lab. We can discuss on port scanning. So yes, this is the, it depends upon the security mechanism. So if they are having any detection mechanism, they do get alerts. So now you see, like this module, especially they have given access to Windows 11 Server 2002, 19, Parrot Security, Ubuntu, Android, almost all the machines they have given access. So we will go to Parrot. What is the first command I need to give? So we go with terminal to access the tool. What is the first command I must give? Sudo su tor. So the nmap, you can directly give this to see what you are going to get it as a part of this tool, like the information like which version you are using and what are the target specifications you need to use the command. Or nmap -h also will work, help. It's also same output without h or without h with h also the same thing. So here you can provide nmap like any website name directly, like google.com, and also yeah, you can provide nmap any kind of IP address also. It is going to accept. Like if you see here, the things that is going to confirm here is I have given just nmap google.com, and it is clearly saying the scanning report for google.com, it automatically converted into IP address, and this is confirming me the target machine is up. This is very important. This confirms me the machine which I'm trying to attack or the machine which I'm trying to scan, the host is up. The other addresses that are having for google.com, it is providing you here, and it is providing you the list of ports which are open, closed. So there will be the port number and what type of port it is. It is TCP port or it is UDP port. And also what is a port state, whether it is open, closed or filtered. And what is the service? Like, is it the, what is this port? Is it something HTTP, HTTPS or FTP or Telnet? So this will help you to understand the port state and service. So if you look into it here also, we have nmap for this IP address I have performed. And the moment I performed IP address, it has not converted into domain name. Remember, like the forward DNS lookup and reverse DNS lookup, like when you are providing domain name, it is automatically converting into the IP address in the forward DNS lookup. But in the reverse DNS lookup, when you are providing the IP address, it is not converting into the domain name. It is directly scanning the IP address and it says the host is up and these are the ports which are open and which are like, so it is going to have three things: open, closed and filtered. Filtered is nothing but, I'll show you if somewhere we get a port status filtered. Filtered is nothing but it's an indication that there is a the ports are behind some security controls like firewall or IPS or IDS. So we will be seeing the nmap commands. We'll explore about the nmap scanning. So I just gave introduction what are the commands we can scan and how we can perform that. So how can we find out our IP address, our system IP? Yes, ifconfig or IP route. Now this will give you your router IP address as well as your own system IP address also. Some of you have doubt, even you can scan your own system also, like this IP address 10.10.1.13. Even we can perform scanning on our own system also once we know the IP address. Okay, now we know this router. Yep, even we can scan our router IP address also to understand what type of device it is. Like you can scan your own routers also. So it will let you know what type of ports are open and what is the MAC address and everything. Now see, one of the important thing here is, now we have scanned the IP address of your own local system. Now you also scanned your router. Now see, with the help of this router scan, like once we have the router availability, so you see, we can come to know how many systems are live in our network. Okay, for example, now you visit some organization or you visit some airport or you visit some railway station. Like in order to identify how many systems are live or how many people are connected to same router along with you, we can know with help of nmap. So the command we can use for performing that scan is, like you can provide your router IP. So nmap 10.10.1.2 hyphen 255. You can provide this so that the complete network will be scanned to know how many systems are live. Like if I hit enter, now this will scan my entire network. Suppose you visited a coffee shop and in the coffee shop you want to know how many people are connected to the same router which you are using. With the help of this command, we can come to know the how many machines are live. Now you can see here, starting from this IP, nmap scan report for 10.10.1.2, nmap scan report for 10.10.1.9, nmap scan report for 10.10.1.11 and 1.19 and 1.22 and 1.13. So total there are 6 machines which are live in this network. So it scan, why I am giving 255, because 255 is the last IP address which we can provide as a part of the network. So on scanning this entire network, we came to know the machines which are live. like 1.2, 1.9, 1.11, and the 1.19, 1.22, and finally 1.13. So these are the machines which are live as a part of our network scanning which we did right now. So now this is something which is performing the scan activity. Okay, now like any network, like if you are connected, the only thing is you need to know, for example, in this scan we are able to get even the ports which are open, the information of ports also. Sometimes if it is a large network, if you feel like you want to only know the live machines, you don't want any information related to ports, you can type -sn. So this will give you the information only the hosts which are live. Now if you see this, now this is giving you like starting nmap, and only the information related to the machines which are live. It is not providing you the ports, like it is not providing you the ports information. It's only providing you the machines which are live, what is its IP address, and it says host is up, MAC address, and again it's not providing you the IP. So this is like when your requirement is only to find out how many machines are live. Your requirement is not to know the IP address, sorry, port numbers. Your requirement is just to know how many systems are live. So this command will help you to get the info. Now if you are expecting ports also, remove -sn. This will actually, in the organizations when we are performing the port scanning, this will help us to understand the organization architecture as well. Like in this organization, how many systems are live right now? What are those systems? Okay, see, one of the generic thing that should be remembered by everyone: the greater the ports open, the greater the possibility of being hacked, or the greater the possibility of being targeted. Like if you look into this all 7 machines, we have almost like 2 machines, like there are too many number of ports open. Like almost this one is having 11 ports and this one is having 18 ports are open here in this. Now the greater the ports open, it means the greater the too many services are running on that machine, and which is something a bad. I mean, see, we don't expect these many ports to be open for a public on a normal business machine. So whenever we are doing some activity, like we need to make sure, see this machine, like when you suppose, now this is my key finding for the like client. Like yes, we perform scanning, but we came to know like too many ports open, we need business justification. All we expect is 80 and port 443 should be open for web communication or web traffic usage. But unfortunately, if you see, there are too many ports open. So we will see about it. Like if you see, that's 10.10.11. If I give this, this is the output. A quick question for everyone. Look into this output. Total, how many number of ports are being scanned by this command? We need to know whether we are able to ping a live machine or not. You should be able to ping that machine. If you're able to do that, you can scan any network. It's not just limited to local. Now the question is, how many ports this command is scanning? You all can see on the screen by looking into this. If you see, but total how many number of ports we have? So we have total number of ports 65,535. But if you see, this is only scanning 1,000 ports. It's a random 1,000. It's not like 1 2,000 or something. It's like by default some random 1,000 ports are going to be scanned. So it says 994 closed and remaining 6 are open here. So like this is something we have in the by default nmap. But when the expectations are like to scan all 65,535 ports, it's the command is -p hyphen. Now this command will scan for all 65,535 ports. So you can see 65,535 ports are being scanned. So like you can see previously there are only 6 ports open. The moment I scan -p hyphen, you can also see how many extra ports are open here. So I'm trying, like, this is something expected. So we need to perform with -p hyphen to get more information on the ports which are open. So same thing, like, see, actually, like when we are scanning any site, like if we are scanning on a site which we don't have permissions, it's unethical. But still, when we are in the learning stage, we do perform. But there is one website for practice. The website name is scanme.inmap.org. This is for like practice. Instead of this website name, you can give any site. It depends upon the scan results might also be changed. It depends upon the system ports which are open and services they are running. So this is a website which is given for practice. See, in order to understand how much time it is taking, once you give the command, you can hit enter. You will come to know how much time it has been, like how much percentage of scan is completed and what is the expected time to complete this scanning. Because this is expected, guys. Don't expect results in few fraction of seconds. So the results can take time. It can go up to 10, 20, 30 minutes. It all depends upon how the target system is responding. So the target system responds, the target system open ports. It all depends on that. So the way it responds, we are going to get the output. So let it keep running. It will take some time. So let me open new terminal. So as we saw, like some of the commands, -p. Now, like here, if you look into Nmap, like for all scanning 65,535 ports, we have -p hyphen. But at the same time, just now I was discussing like the well-known ports, like sorry, most hackable ports. Like we can also go with, like we know the 21, 22, 23, 25, like port 80 or 137, 138 or 139 or 445 or 443 or like 1433 3389. Like if you want to only target on most hackable ports, you don't want to hack on all other ports, but you want to see out of most hackable ports if anything is open on the target machine. This is also something you can go with -p by providing the list of IPs, list of ports. Now this will let you know out of ports which are most hackable, how many of them are open. 8443 you can exclude it. Just I those are not something which is very common, the ports are open, but remaining all like 22, 22, 25. Now this is a kind of a screenshot. We take it as a pen testing report. Like yes, we do check for most hackable ports if something is open. Yep, you do have something like 3389 and 143 445 open. Now this is something we need like business justification. Like was this aware for the user or like the system admin? All such things are also matter here. So this command you can use with most hackable ports. All you need to do is replace your target domain or replace your IP address. So yeah, single IP by default you can do with normal. You can do -p hyphen. You can also go with selective ports. See here, look into this scan, or now if you see by default, if we do Nmap, so look into the output. Okay, this is the output. Now by looking into the output of this scan on this machine, what do you think? Is this a TCP scan or UDP scan? So remember one thing, by default Nmap will do TCP scan by default. So but we have TCP and UDP both. So in order to perform UDP scan, you need to mention nmap smallest capital U. This is the UDP scan. By default, nmap will do the TCP scan, and if you want to especially do the UDP scan, this is a command. And don't expect the results. Sometimes it can be 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 day, 2 days, because we all know UDP is unreliable communication. So it's not like mandatory we get a response here. It completely depends upon the port. It completely depends because UDP is unreliable. UDP does not provide any response back. So we can't expect here, but if especially if you want to perform something on the UDP scan side and to know what are the available ports, which comes under the UDP category. So here hyphen smallest capital U will work. So if I hit enter also, it is still like 4%. Even after going back to 99% also, it can still go back to 0%. It all depends upon the response. So if they ask you like how to perform UDP scan, hyphen smallest capital U, but by default, nmap will perform TCP scan. No, if you want to mention it, hyphen smallest capital T, like we call it as a TCP scan. And total how many flags we have in TCP? Total how many number of flags we have in TCP? 6 flags, like SYN flag, acknowledgement flag, reset flag, push flag. Like these kind of flags we have. Total 6 flags we have in. Okay, the reason why I'm asking because we can perform nmap scans with specialized flags also. Like we have something called nmap hyphen smallest capital S. This is something called SYN flag. Like especially by sending synchronization flags, what results we can expect. So it is also called as SYN scan, shell scan, or half scan. Different types of names we have. TCP half scan, shell scan, SYN scan. The command is hyphen smallest capital S. Like it is especially real close to HT only, but we can expect like because sometimes scanning multiple times we may not receive any results. So at that point of time, what we will do, we will go with some parameters like this hyphen smallest capital T, hyphen smallest capital S. Like this, we'll look for the different things to explore. Like hyphen S capital A acknowledgement scan. Like, are there any ports which will respond for acknowledgement flag? You can see none of them are responding for acknowledgement flag. And we call it as a Xmas tree scan hyphen smallest capital X. We call it as a Christmas tree scan or Xmas tree scan. This is something a combination of urgent, push, and finish. Like all three together, we're sending because these all are some techniques to see if at all like if you are not seeing any response from any of the ports and any of the port number. This is something we try alternate nmap smallest capital A, nmap smallest capital X, and we will see any response we can get from these ports. So remember, if they ask you like what is SYN scan, what is acknowledgement scan, or what is Xmas tree scan, like all this, the different types of scan types with acknowledgement flags or SYN flags. Hyphen X is a combination of urgent, push, and finish. So these all will be performed. These are the different tries like hyphen smallest, acknowledgement scan, hyphen smallest capital X, Xmas tree scan. So these are the few things we learned. And also now these are like especially focusing on identifying the IP or identifying the ports and everything. There is one scan, we call it as an operating system detection scan, OS scan, hyphen small like capital O. This is called OS detection. Like we want to identify what type of operating system the target is using. like whether they are using Linux, whether they are using Windows, whether they are using MacBook, whether they are using Ubuntu or some FreeBSD, like what type of operating system they are using. Okay, I'm able to know the open ports, I'm able to know the applications they are using, but at the same time, I want to know what type of operating system they are using. So this -O OS detection scan will give us some information related. Okay. So now with this help, you can see the information like this is common, like host is up, the ports, this information is common. Along with that, you will have something called here OS detection. So it says like no exact OS match. So it is unable to find out the operating system they are using. Like this is also some information it is trying to provide, but nothing to understand or a human readable content we have. Now, like this, like we can also try. So it all depends upon the ports which are open. Like I'll try for -11, like what type of ports, like you see here, these are the ports open. In the bottom, it says the device type general purpose, running Microsoft Windows 10. And I can confirm the target machine. It belongs to Microsoft Windows. So some of like previously it was able to detect, not able to detect. Now on a different machine, it is able to detect. It completely depends upon the system response we receive. Now here, similarly, we can do it on any site like -O, the website name scanme.nmap.org. If I look into this, I want to know what type of operating system they are using. So if you see here, it is giving you information like ports which are open and also the aggressive OS detection. It says like Linux 2.6.32. So it is giving me end of the day, like it is something saying me it belongs to Linux flavor. Like I can, before I scan this in my mind, maybe they are using my Windows server or Linux server or any Ubuntu or any FreeBSD, like multiple operating systems in my mind. But after scanning, I came to know they are using something from Linux background in a not able to get exact version, but okay, we can confirm they are using Linux versions. So -O will have like much impact. So which will show us what type of ports which are open. Along with that, aggressive OS detection. Suppose if you have been given with any kind of IP address or a domain name and expectation is to find out the operating system details. So this is something we have as a part of -O OS detection, operating system detection. Now, when we are not clear with these details, like we are expecting the exact information, the accuracy of operating system should be high. Then we have one more command. First, we'll try with this -A, aggressive scan. So if you look into it here, now what difference you are seeing, or what extra information you are seeing in this scan with aggressive? It is showing you some additional thing called version. If you all see previously, it was only providing you port, state, and service. But now if you see, the additional information we are getting is version details, which is completely the information related to the. This will additionally help. Now previously with -O, we were unable to identify what operating system they are using. But with aggressive scan, if I keep scrolling down, it will provide you information like open ports service and also version. Version will actually help you to do identify what operating system it is, what applications they are using, what type of application names, everything. But along with that, in the bottom, we will have something called host scripts. most useful information, host scripts results. This will let you know the clear operating system details. See, it is clearly providing you the OS is Windows Server 2022, the version 6.3, and what is the computer name, what is the system name, which domain they belongs to, what is the system time, like right now what is the system time, how many users are available in that system, currently which user is logged in. So all such information you will get in aggressive scan. Most important thing is, yep, version details, operating system details, and also trace route also it is combinedly available. So this will help you to identify like what type of operating system they are using and what type of applications they are using. So aggressive scan and -o operating system scan are the most powerful scans to get the additional information related to the target which we are trying to hack. Here also we got the information. Now you see, additionally along with port, state, service, we also have a version detail. So the expectation is like, yes, the host script, it will confirm what type of operating system they are using, what is the name, what is the computer name, what is the present time, like how many users are available on that system, currently which user is being used. So all such information we'll have in the -a aggressive scan. No sir, like I'm only expecting like operating version details also. You can use this command -small s capital V. This is called version detection. This will not provide you OS host script, but only will provide you version details. So you can see the clear difference here, how it is producing the additional version details. So this will help you to know more about the uh, system. Okay, so host script results, we don't get it here. So we only get till version. So -a will give you the host scripts. So host scripts will especially focus on the target machine, on that host, what type of operating system, what is the time, what is the user who logged in, what is a laptop name, like all that results we will be getting it here. And remember, -a and -o are especially the kind of scans we will only perform after having proper permissions. It is unethical because they reveal a lot of confidential information related to the target to know. So the thing is, we usually do this in because this provided you saw right how the information they are kind of trying to provide all the confidential information they'll. So these are few different types of nmap commands you can use. It's not mandatory, you should remember, because we do have some cheat sheets which you can follow for the like these kind of cheat sheets we have to perform this scanning with the help of different types of commands, different types of ports, port specification, like version detection -a. Like this cheat sheet also you can use to, with the help of this also you can perform scan. But at least I expect, at least you should remember this for part of exam or to understand how to construct a command. Now we will talk about module 4, something called enumeration. So enumeration topic. So what is happening in the port scanning is we came to know. So here enumeration is something we have uh, where with this open ports available, can we get additional information? Okay, now okay, we came to know the ports are open, what services they are running. That information we came to know. But there are certain ports which can give us some additional information like the list of usernames available in the organizations, like list of usernames, the list of user groups, like some network share or some applications which are running. Like there are some ports which are designed, like which has a nature of giving additional information, like which will add some good information to the context. Like it will give you with the with some of the ports, like where we can enumerate. See, for example, we found some services which are running on the some of the machine. Okay, we came to know the port is open, we came to know the operating system, but with this port, can we fetch additional more data, or can we get access? Okay, like for example, we have port 137 or 138 and the 139. This all will help us to perform something called NetBIOS enumeration. They help us to understand, they help us to get the system details, user details, all such. We have port 161. This is especially UDP. We have something called SNMP enumeration. And we have port 389. We call it as an LDAP enumeration. And port 25. This helps us to have SMTP enumeration. And port 53. This will have DNS enumeration. So whenever these kind of ports are open, we can expect some additional information related to the target, and which is most authentic, because these ports will reveal some information like this, either list of usernames in the company or groups in the company, some network shares or applications which are running, host related all information we'll see. So if we look into this NetBIOS enumeration, like if at all you found on any of the machine when you're scanning, when you're doing pen testing, these ports are open, like 137, 138 or 139 is open. Like we can perform NetBIOS enumeration. Like this is like network basic input output systems. Now this is something where we can expect some information like computer name. We can expect like any file sharing activities happening in the network, like any the printer sharing activity is happening in the network. So all this information, these ports are designed to give the additional details. So suppose you did scanning on some IP, some domain, some organization, you found any of these three ports open. Okay, we can perform this NetBIOS enumeration. So like how can we perform, what tools we have? Let me show you. You can use Windows. Command. So here, like you can provide like nbt stat -a. You can provide like 10.11. So this will give you the information related to anything. So they have nothing, the open ports available like related to this. See, if I provide as this IP address is having the 137, 139, 138 and 139, any one of is open, it is giving you complete name table. Like previously you saw, it says like host not found, it was not providing you any information, like 10.10.1.11. Now you saw, like the moment I gave same command for different IP address, it is providing you the name table, like how many users are available on that machine, what are the laptop name, what is the host name, because and it's also giving me the extra additional details like MAC address. So whenever we found any IP address which has that ports open, you will also get this information even in the host scripts also. But still, like this is one place where we can identify the target machine details. Now, for example, you have connected to some unknown network. or you have connected to some new Wi-Fi or some organization connections. Like this NBT stat hyphen C will give you details like if there is any machine which is doing some file sharing activity, if there is any machine which is like, if you see here, like these kind of details we have, which has, this will also reveal any machine which has these kind of system ports are open, like NetBIOS related services are running. Like even there is a command called like net use. Now this will give you, but there are no entries. So this will actually give you if there is any file sharing is happening. If so, like what type of files are being shared and which folder is being shared, like any shared resources available in the network also, like we will come to know. For example, let me try this from a different machine. Suppose you connected to some office network and you want to know if there are any files or if there are any folders that are internally shared. So you can use this command net use. This will let you know if there is something shared with you or if they are sharing anything internally. For example, now if you see, this is the file which is being shared internally, a Z drive, and the path is Windows CH tools. Like this is shared internally. So this command will let you know if there are any file sharing happening internally. If so, from which path, from which folder they are being shared also, you will get to know. So suppose you connected to some network of railway station or a coffee shop of some metro, this command will help you to understand if there are any sharing services happening in the network. So like this NBT stat or this NBT C, like this all will provide you information related to any host name or any services that are running. So this is very okay. This is all, like I can say, this information is something we can even expect in the information wherever we have related to the tools, like 137, like only computer name. This is something we, even we found in normal port scan also. It's not much interested, but still, like if you want to know what this net use is command, something which helps us to identify what are the device, what are the files that are being shared internally. So coming to the something most interesting is SNMP enumeration. Like whenever this SNMP enumeration, the full form is simple network management protocol. Now SNMP enumeration, now this is something which uses port number 161, and also this uses UDP services. Okay, you see it is going to run on UDP. Okay, now command, especially the nmap command, like to perform SNMP UDP port scan on, like I want to perform port scanning just to check whether UDP port 161 is open or not, which is only going to show me whether port 161 is open or not on this IP address. Like what is the command which will help us? I want to perform only port scan. The first requirement is, remember, UDP scan. What is a UDP scan? Hyphen small s, capital U will perform UDP. And what is the second thing I am mentioning? We are only scanning one single port. To scan only single port, how it is going to happen with hyphen P 161. Like if you have been given asked to perform a SSH scan, 22. If you want to perform 25, so single hyphen P 161. and provide the IP address or the domain name. This will reveal the information related to the target, whether they have the open port is available or not. Yeah, that command also we can take -su, but it will not specifically targeting single port. Like it will scan for all 1000 UDP ports, and UDP is especially not going to give responses. So when we are going with specific target, yes, nmap hyphen small s capital U and hyphen p 161. Okay, and we can provide the any target, like either it's a domain name or the IP address. Now you can clearly see it says UDP 161 is closed. So if I type 22 and it says like UDP is open. The reason why it is very much fast is we are selecting single port number on a UDP. The results are very fast. But when it is going through 1000 ports or 65,535 ports, the expected time is very high. It all depends how the port is going to respond for. Now, if you see here, the port 161 is open, and especially the service which is running is SNMP. If at all you found at any point of time when you are doing this port scanning activity, if you come across any system, it is very rare case because it is highly informative. This SNMP port is going to provide you very good and vast information. Usually none of them will keep open, but if by due to some misconfiguration, due to some lack of knowledge, if they have this open ports, it is going to reveal like lot of information. So how can we get that information is there is a tool name called as SNMP check, and just provide the IP address or the domain name where you have this port is open. So this will extract the complete information. Like if I start seeing from the top, like if you see, that's the reason we very much give actually SNMP should not be open to public. Now you will understand why. See, if at all SNMP is open to public, by using this tool name called as SNMP check, it is not even difficult. SNMP hyphen check and provide the IP address. You can see the information like what is this host, what is the IP address, what is the host name, what is the hardware, what is the contact, what is the location, what is the uptime, system date, domain. Next, it is providing me how many user accounts are available in that system. There is a user account Mark, Guest, Jason, Joshua, Martin, Sheila, DC admin, administrator, like these many different user accounts we have. And if I scroll down, I have like network interfaces, like whether like how many network interfaces we have, like Wi-Fi, Ethernet, Bluetooth, like which one is up. All such information we have over here. And if I keep scrolling down along with interface, like we'll also have the information like what is the network IP addresses that are connected to. And also if I scroll down, it will clearly show you in this laptop what are the applications that are installed. So you can see here, it will clearly show us like what are the network services that are available in this system. And also it will show you right now what are the applications that are running in this laptop, like what are the processors that are running in that laptop. It will clearly give you the name of the applications which are running right now executing, and it will also give you the list of the hard drive partitions, what were the hard drive partitions that were performed. Okay, and device information, it is giving you all the windows, and also it is giving you the softwares that are installed in this system. So all such information, like you can see the Google Chrome installed, Metasploit is installed, Microsoft Edge is installed, Wireshark is installed, some like what are the applications that are installed, and it is providing me totally information related to that server. So like altogether, you can see if there is an SNMP port is open, you can see how much information we are able to view. We are able to view the information like the users who are available on the system, the host information, the processors which are running on the system, the applications which are installed on the system, the drive information, hard disk information, like whatnot. It's most like everything we have. That's the reason SNMP port is very, very rare. We found it is open on the target machines. If at all by mistakenly, if it is open and exposed to the public, this is something we can do with a single line step SNMP check. And it will give you complete information related to the target. It is not even a tough command. All we need to have is the port should be open. If SNMP port is open, we can get this additional details. Now this is like almost close to system hacked only. How can we get information like what applications they are running, what applications they are installed, how many users we have in the laptop, what are the system information like partition information. Almost we have everything what we need in the process of defense or in the process of attack. So that's the kind of a scenario we have with this SNMP enumeration, which we have or which you see on the screen now. So like enumeration is all about the ports which we are open. We will try to take the privileges of that ports and get additional details. So which one do you feel most dangerous, SNMP or NetBIOS? Do you think opening SNMP port to the public, is it a good idea? Like, do you think, suppose you are doing port scanning and if you found SNMP port is open, will you suggest to administrator to close or keep it open? We'll suggest to close because you all have seen how important information it is revealing, which actually this will happen very rare due to misconfiguration only. It will not open for every time. See, closing ports, it's not in our hands. It's an administrator. That's something who is going to do the job. Our job is to identify the open ports and report it to the concerned team. We are the security professionals. We know what happens if which port is open, like how we will learn that. Our job is to identify the open ports, and that is something admins will have a better idea. Why was this port open? What services made this port open? So they will take a decision on a quick call of either uninstalling that app and okay. So this is something you need to uh, check. So enumeration, I want you to understand, like most importantly, it is going to give us additional information based upon the ports which are open. If ports are not open, we are not going to get any additional info. Enumeration, there is like LDAP enumeration. Yes, enumeration is something gaining additional details from the ports which we have available. So if suppose there is a port 161 SNMP is open, NetBIOS ports are open. Not every port will help you to enumerate, but some of the ports like SNMP or some of the ports like this SSH or ports related to SMB, ports related to NetBIOS like LDAP, DNS, these will help us to enumerate and some get additional details. So when it comes to the LDAP, so this is lightweight directory access protocol. So especially this will be running on TCP 389, the port. So if at all, it's very rare, like if this port is to keep this port open to the public, but by any chance, if we see this port open to the public, we will be able to get access to the user profiles, like user profiles, or I can say the employee profiles. Profile. So you'll be able to get access to something like AD Explorer is a tool which helps to. So in this, we'll understand how many employees we have Even we know in SNMP, but here we will get additional details like what are this employee email ID, when they have joined, what was the registration date, what was the last password change, what is the location. So it was like we will be getting access to the user's profile or employee's profile information. So let me turn on the lab. We will see the practicals. So as I said, yeah, LDAP full form is lightweight directory access protocol. So see, in every organization, we will have something called Active Directory. So Active Directory is something where the place where we expect to have some information related to the employees, usernames, email address, departmental details, the system names, the every organized like the details related to their job role. All this information we will have. So if at all we came across any system when you are doing penetration testing or when you are doing port scanning, if at all you came across any system is having the TCP 389 port is open, like we can try the process whatever we are going to like show now. There is a tool name called as AD Explorer. So which is like advanced Active Directory viewer. AD Explorer is something which is provided by the Microsoft itself, but we call it as an Active Directory Explorer. So this is an advanced AD viewer. So with help of this, we can identify, like we can navigate the complete Active Directory database and try to see the information which is available in there. But all we need is the TCP port 389 should be open on that any specific device, whatever we are trying to do. So this is available. You can also download this to into your personal system from the internet directly typing AD Explorer, or you can also go with this open from the download from the ParrotOS or say iLabs also. So in my scenario, like I was aware that one of the system which has the port 389 is open. Not there will be little bit confusion between two ports every time. Port 3389 is RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol for the Windows. Port 389 is something which is related to LDAP. So 3389 is RDP, LDAP. RDP will give remote access, LDAP will give us information. So whenever you came across in your network, if especially there is a port number LDAP is open, you can use this tool and provide the respective IP. Okay, so this will try to get us information from that Active Directory, whatever is possible. So you can see it is showing you the system name, and if I start exploring this domain information, it will show me all the information they have. So like computers, deleted objects, domain controllers, like foreign security principles, infrastructure, all this information. In the bottom, you can also see TPM devices and users. So if you just click on users and expand users, you will also see all the user names, the employee names which are available. Like you can see like administrator, assist some of the system accounts and also employee accounts like guest, Jason, Joshua, like Mark, Martin, so Sheila, like these are the accounts which are available in this system, along with some of the service accounts which are also present. So, like for example, if you just click on Jason, so we will have all the additional information in the right hand side, like when was this, if there is any login attempt that was made, so what was the full name, so what was the like email ID for this employee, and also what was the mobile number, like account details, what is the address they have registered with, like all information we will have here, like some of the information is missing here, but in general we will have all the information like employment status, employment department, employee address, location, like what was the device which is allocated to the employee, all the information we can have. So right now we are having only information related to the user full name, and also like user email ID, when was the last active, when was the last login, when was the last log off. So all such information we are getting here. So this will help us, especially in the penetration testing, to understand the various employee details. Okay, so this is something like lab information which we have. So you can see the employee. So this is something only going to happen if we have the port open. So the see, if in general, if the services are running, we will have like active directories, ports will be open. So this is something enumeration part. So like you try to explore everyone, like there is also something from the SNMP enumeration, and also DNS enumeration. There are few more enumeration techniques, like you can give a try, but it's all about depending upon the port open, the kind of information we can expect. So either last one, I would say the SNMA enumeration or NetBIOS enumeration, like today LDAP enumeration. It completely depends upon if ports are open, getting some additional information related to the port services. So now we will be moving to the M5. Vulnerability analysis. So the interesting topic and most uh, important topic, I would say, the vulnerability analysis. So there is something we are going to learn some of the tools here, like commercial tools as well as some open source tools, which helps us to. So major objective of this module is we need to know the complete in and out process of how the vulnerability management is going to run in an organization, how the organization is finding vulnerabilities in their organized employee system, what kind of tools, what is the procedure that is being followed. So all that is the expectation from this module. We are going to learn some important tools which you can even install in your personal system also without any lab assistance. So we are going to learn vulnerability management and assessment process. So when we say yes, vulnerability today, it is one of the most important thing today. Every attack which is happening, there will be some kind of loophole that is going to help. So without vulnerability, we cannot be able to take access or control on any machine or any process. See, as I said, vulnerability can be in many way. It can be on an application, it can be in hardware, it can be on a human, it can be even in the process. So the complete vulnerability is something like a, you can see cat and mouse game. Like the way we are growing with technology, at the same time we need to check how important the systems are up to date without having any kind of loopholes that is going to help the threat actors. So vulnerability assessment, it is a kind of a procedure to identify, to analyze the systems like applications. What are they having any kind of security loopholes or any kind of missing patches? This all we will be getting to know from the assessment process. So it's all about identify, prioritize, and remediate the things. So like if you remember, we have learned phases of hacking, like 5 phases we have, and also like we will be talking about OSI layers. Similarly, you can see on the screen from we have something called NIST. So this is something which is going to play an important role in terms of some key security decisions. Like we call it as a National Institute of Standard Technology. So like NIST, which is maintained by like US Homeland Security. So if you see, like they in this like they are focusing on multiple areas like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, so next gen communication. So they have provided something called NIST framework we have on a vulnerability part. Like as you see on the screen, now this is the process, something which is being followed by many organization, the NIST standards. So how we are going to evaluate what kind of vulnerabilities we have, what kind of thing. So NIST standards we are going to follow. So you can see on the screen, it says like there are total 6 phases, starting from the creating a baseline, vulnerability assessment, risk assessment, remediation, verification, and monitor. So these are the 6 phases we have. Like every organization do follows this in when we start the vulnerability assessment process in a day-to-day, like it's a weekly process. Vulnerability assessment is not like one time, it's a regular process that need to be followed and done. So as you see on the screen, like there are total 6 stages. We need to understand in each stage what is going to happen and how it is going to impact on our day-to-day work in this, especially vulnerability assessment. Like you can go and check after this class also, just jobs related to vulnerability assessment or jobs related to VAPT. You will see most number of openings. So this topic needs some research mindset because in and out we keep seeing too many vulnerabilities coming in. Like it can be in an application, it can be in a mobile phone, it can be on a different thing. So if you see here, the first one, if we talk about the creating a baseline. Now, creating a baseline. See, now, so for example, I have in our organization, think like this class, we have 37 learners. So I need to identify out of these 37 learners, like which who are important for a business. Like imagine we have a 37 employees or 37 devices, like which devices are very much important to the business, like which devices are going to be make impact. Suppose if this machine, my laptop is hacked in this class, I cannot even continue with the class. Straight away, the class will be cancelled or postponed. So out of this 37, the most important machine is my machine. Then comes like host machine, like Sudeep machine also should be able to support to join the meeting and give the control. So like this, in creating a baseline, we'll understand the organization architecture, like how many servers you have, how many database you have, how many firewalls you have, how many personal laptops you have. So all these are something which we do it in the concept of creating a baseline. So in this stage, we'll take help of the administrator or we'll take help of the organization infrastructure team to understand the better what type of technology stack we are using. Like we are using Linux machines or we are using MacBooks or we are using Windows machines. Like what servers we are using, are they related to Windows? Like it's all about creating a baseline. It's to understand and categorize the scanning importance. See, end of the day, we will scan everyone, but it's all about how you are going to prioritize the things and what way you are going to look things in a different way. Now, for example, if I am planning for a health checkup in my home, I will plan with my elder, my grandparents. Then it will comes to my parents, then for me, then my children. That's how the health checkups we do, depending upon the severe. Same way, during the time of COVID-19, also the vaccination was also provided in terms of age matters. So, I mean, similar kind of thing. Creating a baseline is a stage where we will spend time to understand the architecture and categorize the things which are important for business and like maybe our whole process to look into this system will be changed. Now, once they came to know my system is important to run the business, obviously they will be looking very close to my system, like what are the vulnerabilities exist, what are the system processing, how it is working, how fast can we pick anything if it is critical. So creating a baseline will understand the organization architecture and its business. Coming to the vulnerability assessment. Now, this is a stage where actually we perform the scanning. This is a place where after creating a baseline, we will initiate the scan request. We will perform the scanning on the end user laptop. Then it comes to the risk assessment. Now, risk assessment is something where we will try to review the reports. We will understand out of these organization machines which one is having huge impact or which one is having something we need to take a critical, we need to take immediate actions. So in risk assessment, we need some knowledge of report review and report understanding. We will learn that. And in terms of coming to the remediation stage, so here we will try to fix or solve the issue, like, because sometimes according to our organization, like, we will be updating, like, as per the report suggest, whatever the actions we need to take, either we need to update the system or either we need to make some configurations changes to the system, we will be trying to do in a remediation stage. So it can be depending, like, we will completely upgrade to the new system, new OS, or sometimes due to some challenges, organization were not able to upgrade to the new OS, they will all go for an alternates. We will see. We have something concept of like risk acceptancy, risk avoidance. So this is something we'll have. See, remediations, end of the day, we will provide them. Now I may provide you to Ajit, like, upgrade to the Windows 11 so that all the recent vulnerabilities will be lost in Windows 10. So I will provide you remediation set based upon your system profile. So if you are going to update them and if you are going to properly patch them, you will be not being attacked, like, it will be mitigated. So the whatever the you have taken all the mitigation steps into as per the recommendations which we have provided or as per the recommendations which we have received in the report. So recommendations will be provided as per the vulnerability. And next one, fifth stage, we have something called verification. Verification is a stage where, like, we perform a rescan, like, to understand whether it is completed or not, whether it is fixed or not. And sixth stage, monitor. Monitor is something like to understand the behavior, like how the system is behaving, like, is it working fine or is it not working fine? Because there will we will see some issues after upgrading to the latest patches or latest OS. We will see some apps not supporting our job, or we will see some issues with the system performance. So it is better to monitor the systems once they have been updated, how they are behaving, what is their performance. Okay, but overall, these are the 6 stages we have from creating a baseline to monitor. So most important thing is for us, like, okay, performing vulnerability assessment, it's a very small thing, but risk assessment and remediation is something which is very important. So before we go to the vulnerability scanning, three important things: CPE, CVE, and CVSS. These are the three things which are going to play an important role in terms of report review, that is risk assessment. Okay, so every vulnerability. Now see, we have something called, I was showing you something, NIST NVD. So now this is a national vulnerable database. Now every information we are going to get it over here. So what are the recent vulnerabilities which were trending? What were the things? And remember, every vulnerability will have something called CVE ID, common vulnerability exposure. So if you see here, see, for example, not every natural disaster they'll give some names. Like, for example, some of the climatic attacks, maybe cyclones, maybe some kind of tsunamis, some kind of earthquakes, they will give a name. Not every cyclone will be given name, or not every uh, earthquakes or tsunamis will be given name. Some of them will be given name because depending upon its impact. Same way, here also, some of the vulnerabilities we will have names depending upon its impact, depending upon its nature of infection. But when it comes to the what is a common thing for everyone is CVE ID. Common vulnerability exposure along with a year and along with a unique number of respective to the vulnerability. So every vulnerability we will have a CVE ID that is going to give you the information. Like, for example, if I copy this CVE ID and if I check also, the first site every time it refers to is NVD site. Now this is one something which we should give priority to understand. Remaining all you can consider, but first thing which goes to NVD, National NIST site. So they'll provide you some short description regarding what is this vulnerability. And next important thing is score, CVSS, Common Vulnerability Scoring System. So here we are having something called like none, low, medium, high critical scorings. So depending upon this scoring only, we will be giving some importance. Obviously, like critical is something which we need to fix within 6 hours or 12 hours in some organizations. In some organizations, they will give 24 hours time. So high in between like 72 hours or 48 hours, medium again in 72 hours. Like we will have this scoring metrics which is going to help us understanding what is the score of this vulnerability. So if you see this, the one which I opened, it is critical. So 9.8 the score is. So CVSS will help you to understand the score, whether it is low, medium, high, or critical. So critical means it is easy to hack, and also the damage that is going to perform for the system is very high. They will get complete access to the data, they will get complete access to the system, they will get complete control over the system. Like they can even make systems unavailable also. So it's a kind of an impact is high, easy to hack, and also the way once they hack the system, to what extent they can control, depending upon that the score is like here we have 9 critical, 9.8 is something critical. So CVSS and CVE is something most important. Now when it comes to the CPE, common platform enumeration. Now, CPE is going to something which is going to give you information related to what type of systems are vulnerable. Now, for example, in Windows, we have Microsoft Windows, like we have Windows 7, Windows 8.1, Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows like 2012, like 2018, 2019, 21, like these kind of different flavors we have in Windows. Again, we have Windows Home Basic, Premium, like different types of versions we will have. So CPE is going to explain you which versions were impacted. It's not like complete Microsoft Windows. Under the Microsoft Windows, which one were impacted? Was it impacted on servers? Was it impacted on host? Or if it's impacted on everyone? Like that, the CPE will give you the common platform enumeration, which platforms have been affected and what is their versions. Like if you go and check, every application will have some versions. Even the WhatsApp is having some versions. Okay, so that is something it is showing you, like 10.0.0 to 10.8.4. This information is very much important to understand what is the impact, or what is like what whether we are applicable for this or not. Okay, so this is something, these three important things you need to remember. So CPE, CVE, and CVSS. So as I said, in order to perform this scanning, we have some tools. Like one of the tool is Nessus, one of the number one scanner. So coming to the Nessus is something you can even install in your personal laptop also. So for you all, like to download into your personal system, just type Nessus download. So Nessus download page. So automatically, according to your system, like if you are using Windows 11 or Windows 10, or if you are using a MacBook, or if you are using any Linux, automatically it will be platform will be chosen. So as of now, for me, it is choosing this Windows thing. Just click on download. So now this is something, it's already installed in my system. So you can just click on download. Okay. So once you have downloaded, once you have downloaded and once you have installed, so go with the Nessus essential license. Okay, don't go with professional. Go with Nessus essential license and see the moment you download and install this tool. So it will be opening through this link. Universal, it is common. So yeah, here 8834 yeah is a port number which is going to be used by Nessus. So it's not a well-known port range. So remember, this is a common, like even if automatically after you download and install, it will be redirected to this site. If not, you all can open, you all can type manually https localhost 8834. So it's a web-based access you are going to get the moment you install. It is not going to show you as an app anywhere. Okay, it is going to give a web-based client. So that means you will be opening through a browser. So you can open this in any browser. So just click on advanced. So everyone, for the first time when you're opening this tool, you will see this, like your connection is not private. Click on advanced and click on proceed to localhost. Okay, so here you will have an option like username and password. Okay, so this is something I already have the username and password. So here it is going to open like this. Welcome to Nessus Essential. Okay, so you will just close this. Now here, if you see, so the moment when you are installing the tool, it will be taking like close to 40 to 50 minutes to set up. Like it should download all the plugins in the system. Okay, it will open all the, so click on new scan here. So you will be seeing some scan templates. Okay, so you can see some scan templates like host discovery, basic network scan, advanced scan, and see Nessus. Not only Nessus, some of the vulnerability management tools, they will create some templates like with the trending vulnerabilities. Okay, with the trending, like what are the recent vulnerabilities which is most impacting, they'll create some templates. See, for example, during the time of the COVID-19, like when you visit any medical lab, you can either undergo full body scan or you can also undergo the selective scan. Like now, suppose if you go to any medical lab, you can go with full body scan, or you can also go with, you can only have scan related to blood. You can also have only scan related to heart. You can also have scan related to the liver, something like that. Same way, you can also perform full system scan. If not, you can also perform scan related to trending vulnerabilities. And so that's the reason these are the templates. Like here, if it is the latest version of Nessus I am using, there will be few more like tool shell. So they'll keep on adding the templates which make more impact. So actually the one you are seeing on the screen, like Spectra and Meltdown, WannaCry, Ripple 20, Zero Logon, SolariGate, Proxy Logon, Print Nightmare, Log4Shell, very, very, very dangerous vulnerabilities. As you see on the screen, so you can select anything. Now, for example, just click on basic network scan. Like if you want to see, you want to do full body scan, like full system scan basically. So the moment I select basic network scan, it is asking me the name, description, and target. So I can provide name like my first scan and description, performing scanning on my machine. Then provide the IP address, or you can provide any target domain name, anything. How to know my system IP address, especially my laptop IP address? Like the one which I am using right now in the Windows 11. So go to the terminal. So you all also can do this. Go to the CMD and type IP config. This will provide you the IP address. So this is the IP. See, you can provide any website name, any public IP, anything you can provide, but you should make sure it is live. Prior to this only, you should perform port scanning or like ping. Then this will come to know here. So here 10.10.1.11 you can provide. All you need to provide is this information: name, description. Usually description will be according to your organization. Sometimes, like I'm talking not in a attacking, but if you're attacking, you can directly scan. But in an organization, when you are doing the job, like description depends upon the company wise. So it depends upon organization to organization. So here I'm writing like performing scan on my machine, and my first scan, just click on save. Now here you can see my first scan, and just click on launch. See, the scan which I did right now, we call it as an on-demand scan. On-demand scan or ad hoc scan. So what happens in this on-demand scan or ad hoc scan is, like, as we get the request, we will perform this scan. I mean, for example, if Ravi was instructed to do scanning on the servers, then he will immediately do ad hoc scan. If Murli was instructed to do some ad hoc, like some scanning on some IP addresses, that is called ad hoc scan. So right now, like just going to the new scan and selecting basic network scan, and here providing like my second scan and giving the description like performing scanning on host, or like performing scanning on host. So here you can provide like any website name, or like for a time being I'm providing something like scanme.nmap.org. You can provide any domain name, but it's not ethical. So just provide here. Just click on save, and just click on launch. So this is called on-demand scan. In some organizations, it is called ad hoc scan. Okay, so this is the first type of scan we are doing, and what we are doing is like full system scan. We are not doing any selective scan. We are doing full system scan, basic network scan. You can try anything. Suppose if you just click on advanced scan, also same name, description, IP. It's all changes with the plugins that it is trying to do in the background. Suppose if you do any health checkup, it's all about sample of giving a blood sample. Same way, you might be scanning anything. Now, suppose you want to scan spectra and meltdown. All you need to provide is you need to provide the name. Like you can provide either spectra scan, or you can provide some description. So what is the description? Like scanning for spectra. And remember guys, I want every one of you to read regarding spectra and meltdown, one of the first hardware related vulnerability. Like there were many, but this was very much impacted. 10 by 10, the hardware related vulnerability. Okay, so my spectra, scanning for spectra, and targets, you can provide like this will only scan for spectra and meltdown. This is not going to scan full system. It is clearly providing you the information. This policy is used to perform remote and local host for spectra and meltdown vulnerabilities. They are also providing you clearly CVIDs. That means we are not performing full system scan. We are only performing the scan which is related to specific device, specific vulnerability. So first one, what we did is ad hoc scan or on-demand scan. We usually do this. For example, like you may get questions, sir, when we will do this ad hoc scan or on-demand scan. See, suppose when it's a new laptop which is going to the environment, like suppose there is a new employee going to join today and we are going to give a new laptop to them. First, make sure it is going to pass vulnerability check or tomorrow we are going to deploy a new server into the production, so make sure to check if it is having any vulnerability. So in such scenarios we perform some ad hoc scan. Or if you feel like the system is something behaving weird or the system is hacked, then in that scenarios also we will opt for some ad hoc scan to immediately get a scanning report. Okay, so the first scan is ad hoc scan or on demand scan. The second one we call scheduled scan. So if you go to this same format, new scan, basic network scan. So my fourth scan, so performing scheduled scan. So here provide the IP address. What is and anything, IP address or a domain name, you can provide any IP, any domain, guys. All you need to do is you should be able to ping it. Like this is, I mean, indirectly the system should be live. If system is not live, this cannot do. So like 10.10.1.19 and go to schedule here. So with the license we have, I can only do one time the schedule scan. Listen carefully. Like here, if you see schedule, you can more 90% of the scans in the organizations we do weekly. So here I have selected weekly scan and I will select the time. Like I'll go for 7:45, right? 7:48. So I will be doing, so this is going to repeat every week on Saturday, 7:48 a.m. starting on Saturday, November 1st. That is, it's going to be happen in next 3 minutes. I have scheduled this scan. So in organizations, they do weekly scans, like scheduled scans. Like every system should go scanning, guys. I mean, it's not like something we can skip. Everything should be scanned. So just click on save. And this should automatically start the scanning at 7:48. We call it as a spectra scheduled scan. So in this, usually, well, like you might ask, like some of the best practices. See, usually we schedule a scan on off business hours. When I say off business hours, like when there is like on a during after the office hours or like during the weekends, like that's the time when we go for this system. So when the system is offline, it will do a reattempt once the system is live. So that's how the scans are prepared in the background. So until unless they have been hit by the scanning and completed, they keep trying on the target machines. The limitation we have, we can, with this license which we have, we can only perform 14 scans. So the license which we receive, only 14 scans we will do. We can do. Okay. So in scheduled scan, it's all about, yeah, we will schedule weekly. So every system will go. It's not like monthly. Monthly is very too long. The reason is like we are not sure when vulnerabilities are going to come up. So weekly scans are something which the organizations will prefer to happen. So let's wait for some time. This should automatically start at 7:48. So 90% of our scans in the organizations will be scheduled only. Hardly we will do, very rare, the on-demand scan, like ad hoc scan. So you can see automatically at 7:48 it started. So the scan has been started and you can see all three scans are running. One scan is completed. Any idea what is the reason? So why Spectra completed very fast? Because it is only the scan that is related to just the single machine. So it is nothing available. Like if it is available, it will show us critical. We'll see the report review. Let's wait for some time to complete these scans. Okay. So in the meantime, we completed two types of scans. The third type of scan which we have is, it can be weekly or monthly. Some of them will go for daily also, depending upon the baseline. I mean, depending upon their interest. Suppose I have a critical server which is going to do financial related job, then I may do daily. So it depends upon organization to organization, but most common thing is they do for weekly. So third one we have is schedule scan, and the third one we call authenticated scan, or it is also called as credential scan. So this is something little bit we need help from the target machine. So like if I say AUTH authenticated scan, so performing authenticated scan. So here you need to provide the IP address as it is, or domain name, anything. So you have something called credentials. So all you need to do here is you need to provide the system's username and the system's password and the system's domain, like in the company. This should be provided. Okay, so password, username. So this is something very rare, because usually the employees are not going to share any kind of usernames and password. We are not going to store anywhere because it's a bad practice. But still, whenever the organization feel like the system is hacked or the system involved in some cyber attack, or if there is an insider threat, they want to go through, if there is any vulnerabilities, or if they want to go through vulnerabilities based upon the apps, based upon the configuration, to get some more insights, they go with credential scans or authenticated scans. So if it is a personal laptop, they can do it by providing username and password, but employees are not going to share all the usernames and passwords. Remember, employees are not going to share any usernames and password. Okay, so that is some third type of scan we have. So usually we do that when you feel like systems are compromised, or if you want to get some more information on the target, we go with this authenticated and credential scan. So usually most you use schedule scan. So these are the three types of scan will be available on any tool. It can be an OpenVAS, it can be on a Qualys, it can be on a Nextpost, or any tool. These are the three types of scans we have: ad hoc, scheduled, authenticated. So let's wait for some time to get the reports so that we can discuss what we got in the reports. Then first scan is completed. So if you look into this, whenever you open any scan, first look into the IP. So like if you see here, just yeah. So if you look into it, first look into the right hand side details. Whenever you open any scan template, first look into right hand side details. What are the right hand side? What are the right hand side details? Like the policy, which is going to let you know what type of scan it is. It is like basic network scan, or is it something related to Spectra and Meltdown scan, or advanced scan? The scan profile, then status, then score metrics which are performed, local scanner, and start time and end time, total how much time it has been taken. And in the bottom, you have a share for each vulnerability what was observed on the screen. And then you can just click on this. Okay. Now, right hand side, you have some important information. This is something before we actually look into the report, we need to know. See, while doing this scan, did we provide anywhere this laptop belongs to Windows 11? Did we provide this information while doing this, while we are doing the scan? We have not provided anywhere. Okay, But how did they came to know the target machine belongs to Windows 11? Based upon the, even in this will use in the background nmap to first identify the operating system. So without knowing operating system, like even SS will not initiate to the scan like what exact vulnerabilities will have. So first most important thing is it will look for what kind of operating systems we have, and here so 10.10.1.11, and this is the operating system, Microsoft Windows 11 Enterprise. So now okay, now on the left hand side if you see, this is the actual the report which contains the vulnerability. When it says mixed, it is like under the same application or under the same technology there might be low, medium and high, so they categorize as a mixed. So if I just open mixed here, so it is showing me on a same application or on a same service there are like high, medium and informational. Usually the informational is something which is we ignore, so like something which has the CVSS scores. Now you see the 7.5 and there is a high, and it will be having a short description, a solution, and see also like additional links where we can study about it. And finally we have like how did the system confirm there is a vulnerability, what are the details we have, like all such things also is considered here. So the important thing is we need to, as a like security people, we will be looking into the solution, like either reinstall like or like see install new latest version of the OS or make any changes to the configurations. See, this usually we don't perform this, but we will be the persons who is going to pass on this information to the respective teams. Now, for example, this was something we expected from a server team or the network admin team, because our job is to identify the systems which has the vulnerabilities and one like high, medium and critical. So based upon the solutions which they have provided, we will be the persons who is going to contact the respective team and get the issue resolved. It's not like now I came to know there is a vulnerability on this machine which is related to some SSL. I am not going to go and update it. That is something where the control of these objects are available with help of the completely the administration team. So when you get this, see, there is nothing to worry. All the time, every day, we keep seeing new vulnerabilities coming up. It's not mandatory that every time you should know what is available on the screen and what is available on the description. So every day we see new kind of vulnerabilities, so we usually take at least like 3 to 4 days to understand the reports itself, because we will see some new sets of vulnerabilities, new sets of like attacks. So that's the reason we will read. Now this says like the remote host supports the use of SSL cipher that offers a medium strength of encryption. So like it says like Nessus regards medium strength. So as in any encryption that uses key. So it says something they found as a part of the issue in our SSL, and they're even giving the solution. So like this, we will be having a report, but end of the day, depending upon the criticality, we should be able to contact the respective team and make sure it is getting fixed on a timely manner. Suppose if we are not able to understand or if we are not able to explain to them what need to be done, we can go through this C also, where we will be provided with detailed information also. So every report will contain all these aspects. So description, information and all. So right now there is only high, one high available in this system. Remaining all are medium. Let's see if we can get something critical in any of the machine. Even the second scan is completed. Here also we have only medium, low. So right hand side, the basic network scan, it took almost 21 minutes. So it depends upon the time. It's not like every time 21 minutes, it can go up to 30-40 minutes also. It completely depends upon how the target machine is responding to the user. So in the right hand side, you see It is providing you the IP address. Even we have not provided this IP address. All we have provided is only the website name scanme.nmap.org. You can see it is automatically providing you the IP address. It is automatically providing you the like OS Linux kernel 3.13 on Ubuntu, like 14.0 at start time and end time, total time it has been taken. And in the left hand side we have the vulnerabilities. So there is a vulnerability under HTTP protocol, and it says, so all you will see these kind of solutions like configure or install the latest versions. So that kind of solutions we usually see whenever we found any kind of so you do perform scan on some unknown sites, like I mean, don't go with well-known sites, you will not get any vulnerabilities displayed. But the moment you start doing it on some small sites or unknown sites, you will be seeing some good information. So first, do it on your routers, do it on your personal systems, see how many vulnerabilities exist, like what is the solution they are providing, and if there are something you can upgrade it to the latest version or not. So that is something we have. Now, for example, like in the first scan, we found something high. Okay. Now, in this high, now it is providing us recommendations like this. Okay. Now, the moment I do this recommendations as they suggested, maybe go and change the configuration or use the latest version. So the moment I make any changes to that, yes, then I have properly mitigated the things. So the attack is mitigated and it is properly fixed. So coming to this C also, solution and description, these are the three important things we have. Description. Now, sometimes even after like explaining all this, they will be taking a decision like they are not going to upgrade. They are not going to make any changes. They want to use as it is. There are such situations. Now, I will explain to my team, I'll explain to my like manager, or I explain to this project team, like there is a high vulnerability. The high vulnerability exists on some SSL protocol, or like this is a solution they are providing. Kindly fix this solution with help of some team. But organizations don't accept it. Instead, organizations will not prefer to do it in specific scenarios. Can you think like in what scenarios they won't accept for changing the things or upgrading the systems? Like in some aspects they won't accept it, so they will not accept sometimes whatever the suggestions we provide. So in that situations we call it as a risk acceptance. So even though you provide them the information that system is going to hack, if you're not updating it, there will be situations like they won't upgrade it to the latest version. The reason is the compatibility issues. Some apps might not work if they upgrade it to the latest version. Maybe the client connections may lose. Like it depends upon, they will also check if we upgrade. See, for example, some of the banking systems in India still they are making use of Windows 7 and XP. If you check some of the ATM centers, you will still see XP7 being used into the production, like which is very old. Like the reason is it's not about they cannot upgrade to the 11, but the code which is present in that systems, it is only acceptable by 7 and it's only acceptable by XP. So they say we can't change them. If we change them, we need to have a new code. So the thing is, the only thing is we say it's like a situation where you are risk acceptance. Like if tomorrow if the system is hacked, we are not the responsible persons. That is something we need to make sure we take with a proper evidence, and we make sure to modify the severity. Now, for example, I got a confirmation that they are not going to upgrade this, or they are not going to make any changes, but they want to continue with as it is high. They are also aware of this. They are accepting the risk. They just want to modify it to informational. The reason I am doing this, and we should do this, because if every week the report is showing you high again and again and again, this will impact our organization audit or report. Like they will clearly ask you questions like auditors, why are you not taking action if high is coming every week? So after we perform the risk acceptancy, we will start changing the things. We will make it the informational, not hide it from the results. Informational. Suppose sometimes they will give a deadlines like we are not going to change till 2026. So we can also provide the deadlines, like when you want to expire this. Like they gave a strict deadline saying that by 2026 March they are going to finish this update. So we can give that expiration date also, but we call this concept as a risk acceptancy. Suppose whatever the suggestions, whatever the recommendations we are providing it, and they are properly fixing them, we call it as a risk avoidance. So where whatever the suggestions, like the risk mitigation, like whatever the solutions we are providing, if whatever the recommendations we are suggesting, if you are following them and if the changes are made accordingly, you are avoiding the risk. There is no need to like worry, the systems will not be hacked because you have updated to the latest patch and latest versions. This is how the scan, like, and also in the corner you have a report option. You can even download it in the form of a HTML. You can download in the form of PDF. You can download it in the form of CSV also. So like if I download it in the form of PDF, generate report. Like we can also have a report. Okay. So like this will provide you information. So when they are see, all we try to take is when they are not accepting, like we'll make sure like the system should not be exposed to internet, or system should have a good monitoring, or having a good anti-malware tools. Because when you are going with a system which has a risk and vulnerabilities, we should take care alternatives like having a system security and make sure it is only useful for a business purpose, not using for a personal purpose, not installing any third party apps. Like all such things will be considered, but it's not going to happen, because once it is into the production they can use it for any purpose. So we saw some scenarios where they have accepted the risk, but due to not proper maintenance of the system best practices, they even involved in the compromise also. It leads to, but we got clear confirmation we are accepting the risk. So we will see this OpenVAS. I'll show how OpenVAS will look like. How can we perform scanning with OpenVAS? So OpenVAS is something pre-installed in the Parrot OS. It's a open source, like it's free to use, no licensing cost. So if you go to application, pen testing, vulnerability analysis, OpenVAS service. So provide tar. Even this one also will open through the link only. Now you can see they have provided the link. So same thing applies here. Advanced, accept the risk and continue. Okay. Here we have admin password. Like that is something when you're logging for the first time you can set up. Okay. So here you can see this is the landing page of the OpenVAS. So when you see Nesses, we have templates. So here we don't have templates. So there are no templates, guys. So that is one disadvantage. But we can configure on our own, but that's again additional work we need to do. But as you see here, if you click on scans, you'll have something called tasks. So under these tasks, here task wizard. So this is a place where you need to provide IP address or the domain name to perform the scanning. And most important thing, scan engines are not that fast. It will take a little bit time. Like how, if suppose Nesses took 10 minutes, this will take 15-20 minutes to perform the complete this scan. So you can see. So all you need to do is click on scan task wizard. Now this will directly ask you the IP address, or this will directly ask you the host name. Okay, like so this is something we have. So here also, apart from this, like if you are expecting to perform schedule scan, credential scan, click on advanced task wizard. Now this will help you to perform the ad hoc scan or schedule scan. You can see here, create a schedule. You can give the name, you can do scan, you can give IP address, you can create a schedule also. You can select the time as per your requirement. So we have this under the advanced task wizard. So like you can see the difference. It's all about UI difference, but the scan types are same. So either ad hoc scan or on-demand scan, or like this credential scan. Like what we did right now with help of the task is, this is ad hoc scan or on-demand scan. Okay. So this is how OpenVAS will look like. Let's wait. It will take a lot of time, like to generate a report. But these are the different types of scans we have. So apart from this vulnerability scanning, something which you all need to be reading apart from like to do some work is some everyone should read about first what is WannaCry, then what is Spectra and Meltdown. Number 3, zero logon. Number 4, proxy logon. Number 5, print nightmare. Number 6, tool shell, the one which we got recently. Number 7, log4 shell. At log4 shell, these two are common, WannaCry and log4 shell. Everyone should read about these two, but out of this remaining 5 you can pick any one, because it's mandatory when you say you are having knowledge of vulnerability assessment or vulnerability report reviews. So these are the few things that you should remember related to the vulnerability management. So next we will be looking into the module 6. System hacking. In this system hacking concept, we will be looking into gaining access, number 2 we will be looking into maintaining access, and also clearing tracks. So 3 important areas: gaining access, maintaining access, and clearing tracks. Okay, so this is something where we will be looking into how exactly we can gain access to the system, how we can maintain access to the system, and also at last how can we clear the tracks. So there are different tools like Metasploit, Meterpreter, okay, and also some of the tools related to the password cracking. So they all are going to help us in doing all these 3 activities in the module 6. So see, it's not how much important to gain the access, that much important to maintain the access also. It's not like you'll hack the system. That is not the goal. But after the hacking the system, what is your expectations? Like, do you want to copy the data? Do you want to delete the data? Do you want to modify any configuration? That can only happen if we maintain the access. And finally, clearing all the traces. Okay, so when we talk about this gaining access, there are multiple ways. Now, not only it is restricted to module 6, even we can gain access with help of malwares, even we can gain access with help of social engineering attacks, even we can take access with help of some application related attacks, but there are many. So the first thing we will be looking into something system password cracking. So like Windows password cracking, like when we talk about now what is password cracking? Yep. So the password cracking, yes, the one word is like password guessing, or like this unauthorized access. To gain unauthorized access, it can be to an application, it can be to a system, because today we are seeing like password is something like a mandatory in multiple places. So it's all about guess the password, gain the access, all. So where can we perform password cracking? Like where can we perform password cracking? It can be on an operating system, like it can be on a Windows password cracking, or it can be on a Linux password cracking, or it can be performed on a server, like some remote services like SSH, Telnet, or RDP, and also some application like on a login page, and also Wi-Fi password cracking. So like these are the different types of places where we can perform password cracking, and we will also learn accordingly, like OS password cracking, remote server password cracking, or like application password cracking and Wi-Fi password cracking we will learn. So each like there are multiple modules which are going to cover all this variety of password crackings, because every one of them have a different set of tools. Every one of them have a different methodology to crack. Like OS password cracking is different from like server password cracking is different from application as password cracking is different from Wi-Fi. So all of them have a different methodology, different tools, and different techniques. But the concept of attacking is some of the common attacks, like the password methods is dictionary attack. So dictionary attack, now this is a methodology where the password cracking is only the combination of alphabets, like with a combination of alphabets or some well-known usernames or most commonly used usernames. Like all here is the password cracking is only depend upon alphabets. Like for example, anything in the dictionary words, or anything like for example like QWERTY, like these kind of things. So dictionary attack means when they are trying to crack the password with help of only alphabets, then it is like dictionary attack. Now for example, like if our password is made up of with only alphabets, then they use dictionary attack. Now, is there any website today which is allowing us to use only alphabets as a password? Like, is there any website which helps me to use password like this? Like, can we use only alphabets in the password today? So the dictionary attack is a old methodology which is going to work if a website is only using password which is made up of alphabets. But today it is very rare. Like we don't have much sites where we are allowing only using alphabets, most of them are using the complex password, which is having a combination of capital letters, small letters, special character, alphabets, numbers, all this. But if at all you came across a situation where you should crack a password which is only made up of alphabets, that is called dictionary attack. So the example of passwords will be only with alphabets. So that is called dictionary attack. But today we have something called number 2, brute force attack. Like, which is nothing but it is called trial and error method. Here it is going to try all the possible combinations. Like all the possible combinations where we will make attempt with help of, like, where the password can be with capital letters, password can be with small letters, 0 to 9, it can be even with a special characters also. So when password is made up of with this, they will perform brute force. So it's a time taking process. We need some good system process also, process speed also. Because there will be multiple combinations. So it's not just alphabets, it's like complex password cracking where we have password which is made up of capital letters, small letters, alphabets, and all this. Okay, so now this is something we call it as a brute force attack. So trial and error method where we'll try all the possible combinations. Today also 99% of websites or applications are allowing us to use only password with combination of capital letters, small letters, and special characters. Number 3, we call it as a rule-based attack. Rule-based attack. It is nothing but, like, sometimes if you know about what type of policy they are implementing, like they are only using capital letters, they are only using numbers, then like rule-based, like according to the password they use, we will be performing the attack. Know if they are using complex password, that is fine, but rule based is something completely depending upon the so next comes fourth one, hybrid attack. Like it is a combination of dictionary and brute force. Combination of dictionary and brute force. It's a common hybrid attack. Number 5, we call it as a PTH. It is also called as pass the hash attack. Okay, this is most important today. So today, most of the servers or most of the operating systems, they even Wi-Fi also, they don't store passwords in plain text. Like when I say plain text, like it's like a human readable. They don't store passwords in the plain text. Instead, they store passwords in the form of ciphertext, like which is like this, like where we cannot even understand. It's a encrypted format. So what happens in this pass the hash attack technique is, like we can capture the hash and crack the hash. So we call it as a capture the hash and crack the hash. So this is something we call it as a PTH, pass the hash attack. So capture the hash and crack the hash. So these are the few different types of techniques we have. Like it's every technology uses different methodology. So dictionary attack, brute force attack, rule based attack, hybrid attack, and pass the hash attack. Okay, so if you came to know they are using password which is a combination of alphabets, capital letters, and small letters, then we will use brute force attack. If they are using only alphabets, then it's a dictionary attack. No, they are using password which is made up of only numbers and alphabets or numbers and special characters, then rule based attack. So sometimes we will try combination of both. PTH is pass the hash attack. So here the passwords are stored in the form of hash. So capture the hash and crack the hash. We will. So when it comes to the when we do Windows password cracking also here. So we will be doing concept of PTH attack. It is called pass the hash attack, because Windows will not store passwords in the plain text. They will be stored in the ciphertext. So pass the hash attack. When we talk about the Microsoft authentication, like especially as I said, it goes through the hash format. So yes, it will be stored in the system32 folder. We call it as a SAM. Okay, SAM DB. The full form is Security Account Manager database. So this is a place where our credentials are being monitored. So we will perform the pass the hash attack. So in Windows, we are going to perform two techniques of password cracking. One is with help of uh, using black box concept, and there is also something called password audit. Like password audit is something which is coming under white box pen test. What is white box pen test, guys? So in white box pen testing, you will be provided with all information. That's correct. So a password audit, if you want to do, we need to have password white box. We will see that. But first we will see what way we can crack a Windows password. If it is like having a password protection, what is the tools and what is the technique we can follow. So let me turn on the lab. See, what is the process that is going to be followed in Windows password cracking is pass the hash attack. So we should capture the hash and crack the hash. So all we need to do is like where we need to capture the hash value of the password. Like as I said, Windows go through a password mechanism. It is not going to store in the plain text. It is going to store in the form of hashes. So log into the Paratos. So we have a along with this Windows 11 also. So I'm log. Let's go with JSON. So what is going to happen, especially with help of Paratos, is remember we are not going to do multiple attempts. Like by end of this course, we will be learning multiple password cracking attempts, like Wi-Fi password cracking attempt, the password cracking attempt on application, password cracking attempt on a server. See, everyone have different set of tools and different set of methodologies. Now, actually speaking, many of them will think we will do multiple attempts. No, in some places we don't do multiple attempts, especially when the passwords are expected in the form of hash. So here we need to capture the hash and crack the hash. So first important thing is try to type ipconfig. You need to know some details. So IP route, like you need to know details like what is the IP address of your system and what is the interface you are receiving, network ETH0. Okay, ETH0 is the internet you are receiving here. So if I type sudo su, or the tool name is responder, okay, -i ETH0. This is important. Now how did I came to know ETH0? Because I have connected to the same ETH0 network. Okay, so now here, so responder high ETH0, hit enter. See, this is a tool which is especially designed for capturing the login activity which is happening in the network. So if anyone is trying to log in or if anyone is trying to take access to the systems, this tool is designed to automatically capture the hash and crack the hash. The only way we can, it's not like doing multiple attempts. Now what is happening, imagine I have visited some coffee shop. Okay, I have visited some coffee shop. Now I want to crack some of the Windows machine, or I want to know some passwords of Windows machine. So what is the concept we will try to do here is, we will try to open ParetOS, type this command responder -i eth0. So what is this tool specialty is? This tool specialty is it is going to capture login activities from the systems which are mentioned on here, like HTTP server, HTTPS server, auth, like SMB server, on the top some of the protocols. So it has that capability to capture any kind of communication that is happening in the background. So what happens when you turn on this and when you sit back, relax, like, I mean, you just ran this command in your ParetOS. Now, if anyone is logging into the system, or if anyone is trying to connect anything which is making some authentication, automatically it will capture all the details. You can see here it shows listening for the events. So automatically it is going to show you the information here. So when it comes to the Windows, like, intentionally I'm going to do something just to generate some kind of authentication. Like, intentionally I'm trying to generate some kind of traffic here. Now if you see, this is called the hash. Okay, so what is going to happen is this tool is going to especially wait and check. Okay, so until someone tries to log in, and it is going to provide you which IP address, what is the username of the laptop, what is the operating system of the laptop, and what is the hash. Now this is the hash. It is not in the plain text, it is in the cipher text, like which human cannot understand. That is how the password communication happens in the this. Okay, so what is all we need to do is, here I intentionally went and logged in, but in real time we need to wait for someone to log into the system. So this one, now we have a hash. Now what can we do with the hash? So just, you can see, like, this is the password login which happened. The moment it happened, it got captured here. Now what we need to do is, we need to copy this hash. Copy this hash. So once you copy this hash, so you can just save it. So save it in the text file. So once it is saved, so in order, now you can see it is stored on the text file. So here, okay, open terminal, sudo su. Now once we have hash, okay, the tool name is John the Ripper. So the tool name John the Ripper, which is going to crack the hash. So what you need to do is just provide the tool name John and provide this text file which contains the hash value. Okay, so and hit enter. It says no password, hash found. Let's see something wrong with hash value. So you can see. So once I have provided the password, it cracked the password. So what I have provided is the hash value I have provided to the John, and it created the password. See, remember, this completely depends upon how complexity the password is. If it is a complex password, it may not even crack. It will show you like this. So no password hash is loaded, or like it was not found. So it completely depends upon the password hash. So as this is like for a knowledge purpose, like we used very easy one, but in the real time, it completely depends upon the password complexity. If they are using a strong password, this may not even work, because like you can clearly see, like this is a process, like we need to capture the hash and crack the hash. Like it is easy, but completely depends upon how complex password they are using. So we are converting this hash, which is not a human readable, into human readable by using the tool name called as John the Ripper. So the John the Ripper is a specialized tool that can crack the hash values. Okay, so it's all about when you are doing this responder, that whoever tries to log into their systems, and if their systems are having the concept of hash, it is going to show you clearly with all the details. That is how the responder tool is designed. So this tool is designed in such a way to capture the hashes. So if they ask you question like what is pass the hash attack, it is all about capture the hash and crack the hash. So that is possible with help of these tools. Like here, I have captured the hash, and to crack the hash, just save it into text file and use the tool name called as John the Ripper. And if they are using complex password, even this is not going to happen. Okay, now there is something which we actually do in the pen testing a lot, that is called as password audit. Now what is password audit is, there is slight difference between password cracking and password audit. Now password cracking is a bad intention. See, what is this password audit is, see, I have 40 students. Now what I'll try to do in password audit is, I will try to check all these 40 students, anyone is using weak password. So I will be given access with all information, like who all our employees are. I will be given access with all their passwords. I will be given with access to all the information. So what happens here is, I will try to check if anyone is using weak password. See, in a company, I may have 1,000 employees. I want to see out of this 1,000 employees, if anyone is using weak password, or if anyone is using password which can be cracked easily. That is something we call it as a password audit. So we will do with help of a tool name called as low path crack. And remember, in order to do password cracking, we need administrator information. It is only possible in white box pen testing. It is not possible in hacking. In order to do password writing, remember, it is only possible in white box pen testing, number one, and because it needs information related to the organization administrator. Okay, if you are not provided with any information, password audit cannot be done. Okay, password audit, we need the admin rights, admin privileges, and also we need access to their network. This all will be only provided in the white box. Like white box pen testing, full access. So give me 1,000 employees. Out of this 1,000 employees, I will say who is using weak password. So this usually happens in the organization for every 3 months. Okay, so let me show you. Let me perform the practical on this. It is this method responder is not possible for password audit. The method which we are doing right now is possible for password audit. So the responder method is not for password audit. responder method was for attacking the system. Okay, the method which we are going to do right now, that is going to help us in the concept of if there are any n number of employees, how can we do the password audit. So all these tools comes under the same category: low path crack, O path crack, or rainbow crack. So same category, same methodology. So if you look into this low path crack, you can even download from your direct Windows also, direct system also, but it's already available in the iLabs and the toolkit. So just click on next. So here you are seeing some options on the screen. So password audit wizard, just click on next. So if your organization is using Windows systems, select this. If your organization is making use of Unix systems like Linux, Mac, FreeBSD, you select Unix like. Right now, like our organization is using Windows, click on next. This is one of the most important. So where are the details available? Like all your usernames, all your employees details. Usually it will be in the Active Directory. So a remote machine or a local machine. So you should be able to have access to a remote machine where you have all your employees information, either 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 1 lakh, 500, 200, how many employees you have, where is that information available? That should contain all the information related to the employees and their password hashes. That is something. If it is present in the own system, you can select the local system. No, it is present in a different system, select a remote machine, and it is going to ask the details of the machine where this username and passwords are available, where these details are available. Like if you see here, I need to provide the system where the information is available. Like this is a machine 10.10.1.22 where the username information is available. And as I said, in white box pen testing, you will be provided with these details. Some of you might get doubt, sir, how can we know the system where the usernames and passwords are available? In white box pen testing, they will be providing. If they don't provide, we cannot do the audit. Not only information related to the IP, you should also be given with a username and password. So administrator, and also I need to provide the password also. So this all information will be provided in the white box pen testing. First, you will be provided with the system where the details are available, that system username, that system password, and just click on next. So here it is asking you quick password audit, common password audit, thorough password audit. So I want to do strong password audit. I cannot do if it is like only for licensed versions. So I can do till thorough password audit. Like it will try for maximum of 24 hours with all the possible combinations. Like it will be trying up to 10 characters, like 24 hours it will be trying. So just click on next and just click on next and run the job immediately. And what is going to happen? It is going to extract all the employee usernames first, and it will try to crack the password. So right now everyone is saying not cracked, not cracked, not cracked. But let's wait for some time. Okay. Now you can see right now we are having only 6 employees. One is guest and one is system account. One is Martin, Sheila, Jason, administrator. These are the different usernames I have. And out of that, guest, there is no password. guest is not using any password. Mart, like this one also, it's still not cracked, it is under process. If you look into the Martin password is Apple and it is cracked. Sheila, the password is not yet cracked, it is still going through the process. Jason, the password is cracked, he is using QWERTY, it just cracked in 10 seconds. Administrator is using password like this and it was cracked just in 10 seconds. So still it is going on. The Sheila password is getting cracked. The service account password is getting cracked. This will try up to 24 hours. That means till tomorrow, this time, it is going to try all the combinations. If anything is successful, it will display like this is a Sheila password. If it is nothing, then I will say Sheila is using a strong password. We cannot crack. Now in this scenario, the organization or I will reach out to the Martin, will reach out to the Jason, will reach out to the administrator saying that why you people are using weak password, why you are using password Apple, why you are using password QWERTY, why you are using, because they can be easily cracked. If I am having 10, 20, 30, 50 employees also, all employee details will be shown here. Now this is a kind of a tool which is going to check the password strength of the users. Okay, so this required special privileges, guys. That is the reason I said we need admin access, and this will only possible in the white box pen testing. This is not possible in the black box and gray box because we will be not provided with full information. So low path crack, this is still going on. Let's stop it. So it's already installed now. Low path crack. So open. So password audit wizard. Click next. So if it is Linux, select Linux. If it is Windows, select Windows. So if your where details are stored, and so this IP address will be provided by the organization and use credentials. So you should provide RD. Just click on next. So thorough password audit. Next. And run job immediately. So this will perform password cracking. You can see first it pulled all the users and it started cracking. First everything is in not cracked state. But the moment it is going to crack, it will display the names. So you can see it cracked. So still it is going to crack for Sheila. It is going to, if I am unable to crack for Sheila till tomorrow also, I will confirm she is using a strong password. Even she is also using a weak password, it will display here in the red in color. So this is what password audit, guys. Here we need to check the password strength of all our employees. Exploitation like Metasploit tool, like we will be learning by using Metasploit how can we hack a system, how can we control a system, like gain the access, maintaining the access, clearing tracks, like all this we can try to do with help of a single tool, Metasploit. So let me turn on the lab, we will see. So you can see here the first command is sudo su. So once you type sudo su, the command is msf console. So this command is going to open the Metasploit, like we'll give access to the Metasploit. Okay. So you can see on screen it says Metasploit. This kind of logo, it depends from every system to system. I mean, every time the moment you call MSF console, this is a landing page. This theme is going to change maybe, but the reason why I'm saying, because some of you will try and say you are seeing a different logo, because that is expected. So you need to look into the like first what is the version you are using, like Metasploit version 6.3.44. This is the version we are using. So this might be some old. You might all see the latest one in your Parrot OS which you installed recently, or the iLabs version of the Parrot OS. And it is clearly giving us information like total how many exploits, like auxiliaries, scans. See, this is a combined set of tool which can help you to exploit the system, and also which will be where you will be able to control the system, where you will be able to bypass some of the security controls also. Like it is all inbuilt, we can control all these things from this. So now exploits are helpful for taking control of the system. Auxiliaries are some advanced scans, some payloads which are going to help us to take control of the remote machine, and the way we are going to send it to the third party or a secondary machine. Encoders will help you to, like encoders, evasion, these techniques will help you to bypass the security controls which the user is having. So all such things, they all are combinedly available in the Metasploit. So the command which we are going to use is msf console. So here first we need to learn here how, what is the process to select a vulnerability, what is the process to hack. This topic with Metasploit will completely depends upon your target machine. Like we will focus of learning the process. The process which I follow to hack a system may not be applicable for you. I mean, the vulnerability which I pick to hack a system may not be applicable to you. Process might be the same, but the selection of vulnerability, the selection of exploit will completely depends upon some factors like the target system, what operating system they are running, what services they are using. So primarily we need to focus on learning how to pick right vulnerabilities, or how can we pick right attacks. So it will contain out 2376 exploits. But out of this 2376 exploits, how can we pick a right vulnerability? So that is something we will focus. And also I'll be showing you some of the vulnerabilities, how they will help us to in compromising the systems. Also, we will be seeing. So let's go to the Parrot. So in this system hacking model, especially, you will be given access to all the systems. You will be given access to Windows 11 server, Ubuntu. Like all other modules might not have these many systems, but if you observe, this is going to have access to the all systems. So let me go to the Parrot security. So the command is sudo su or previously I was running in my system, it was 6.3. Now you see it is 6.4, and the logo also completely changes, and it is showing you 6.4.8 version. So it contains total 2400 exploits, auxiliaries and all. So here first command is show exploits. Okay, the first command is show exploits. Now this is something going to show you all 2400 exploits which are present in the Metasploit. So if I go to the top, let me zoom out a little bit uh, for a time being. Zoom out. So, so you can see here, we will have number, name, disclosure date, rank, check, description. These are the four important things we have: the name of the vulnerability, the disclosure date, the rank, the check, and description. So in which year it was disclosed, what was a rank? Rank is nothing but, like, we have excellent, good, normal, and like you can see manual. What is this rank is going to let you know is, rank will let us know like two factors, like how easy to hack, and what kind of damage it is going to happen if at all system compromises with this. Now excellent means the hacker will get complete access to the system, and they can control complete data. Like it is like moreover easy to hack also. The rank excellent is something which is which indicates that this attack is more powerful, and if at all we use this exploit and hack a system, we will get good access. And what is this check yes is? Check yes is nothing but it is related to the Metasploit team has tested this manually in their environment or not. So if they have tested, the check is yes, and they'll also give you a short description. So these are the total four important parameters we have: name of the vulnerability, disclosure date, rank, check, and description. For all 2300, whatever we have the list here, for everything, we will have the names here. If you start looking into it, the starting one says exploit is a common word for all 2300. Exploit is a common word, but the one which is in the second category, AIX, this is going to indicate the operating system name, like AIX, and if you see here, it shows Android. Okay, it shows Android till bottom. It shows Android, and it starts with Apple OS. So the second one indicates which operating system it is applicable for. So starting in an alphabetical order, AIX, Android, the Apple, and also if you see something called FreeBSD, okay, Firefox, like the different for every operating system, we can find the vulnerabilities over here. And you can see it started with Linux, IRIX, like Linux for every operating system. If I keep scrolling down, like slowly, like Linux has most, then it will start with multi, like and it will start with next Ubuntu. You can see if I keep scrolling down, like it start with multi, like all the operating systems we have. So it starts with Ubuntu, and it is having something called OS X. Uh, it's something related to MacBook only, the Mac OS X. So if I keep scrolling down, Solaris is also one kind of operating system. Okay, and Unix is also one kind of operating system. Like if I keep scrolling down, yes, so Unix operating system. So altogether till 1235 we have vulnerabilities for all the operating systems. I mean, from 1236 it started Windows. From 1236 to bottom of the line, from 1236 to 247, 2417. That means almost 1200 vulnerabilities we are having only for Windows. Listen carefully. For all operating systems combinedly, we have 1200 vulnerabilities. For just Windows is having 12,000 vulnerabilities. Now, according to you, which operating system is more prone to hack? So after seeing this list of exploits, which operating system do you think it's more vulnerable? Like after see this 2400, think like they are exploits which are going to help to hack a systems. So for every operating system, we will have the exploits available here. Which operating system is most vulnerable? See, the reason attackers are also very much interested to attack Windows is, see, if you take this class as an example, we have total 40 learners. Out of this 40, I can clearly say at least 35 people will use Windows. Maybe 5 will be using Mac. I expect very few people using Linux as their primary operating system. So when I am trying to attack also, I want to attack 35 people instead of 5 people, because the majority of people are using Windows. So when majority of people are using Windows, this kind of attack is expected, and this kind of like compromise is expected. So because majority of people are using Windows, so the attacks do happen. So if it is something majority of people are using Mac, maybe attackers are more interested to create Mac OS related vulnerability. So it's not like some people will say MacBook cannot be hacked or iPhone cannot be hacked. It's all about matter of selection, like prioritization. So attackers are very much prioritized here Windows because the large number of users are from Windows. So there is a possibility if by chance Windows system is hacked, like by chance if we create a Windows exploit, we can target many people. Like out of 35 people, at least I can attack 5 people, 2 people, 3 people, or 10 people. When I am only targeting 5 people, I may not be successful. Okay. Now that is number one part is most important. You should able to identify your what operating system you are trying to hack. Okay. So here, if you see on screen, let me show you. So suppose I have been selecting this 3 vulnerabilities. Okay, I'm selecting this 4. Okay. See, if I give you an option, out of these 4 vulnerabilities, select one to hack a system. Which one will you select and why? Like imagine, like I'm showing you 4 guns and their properties, and I'm asking you to pick one gun to perform this shooting. So which one will you pick out of this? Like out of this 4, will you pick the first one or second one or third one or fourth one? Like there is something I have selected 4. Out of this 4, like which one will you select and why? We should go with the latest vulnerabilities to attack a system instead of going with a outdated. You can try, there is nothing wrong. But imagine there will be no one without updating a system for 22 years. If you are selecting 2003 vulnerability to attack, like imagine there will be no one using a system which is from 23 years old. So I would say here, like from this list which I showed you, first most important thing is blindly, if you get a doubt, sir, out of this 2400, which one I need to pick if I want to hack a Windows machine, go with the latest vulnerabilities. Like it's if you have been given some so latest vulnerabilities which are recently released, like 21, 22, 23, at least you cannot go beyond 20, because like it's something when you try with latest vulnerabilities, if they are not updated, maybe the systems can be hacked. One of the most important thing to pick the vulnerabilities is, one, you need to find out your target operating system. Either you have been given with IP address, or either you have been given with a domain name, either you have been given with any host name. The most important thing is, first you need to find out the operating system. Suppose if I give you a website name called as olp.com, or if I give you an IP address like this, how to find operating system of this? So if you all remember, like you should nmap -o operating system, nmap-a will reveal the operating system of target machine. So remember this, guys, important. So the concepts which we learned from the information gathering are going to help in the metasploit. In the information gathering, you can come to know operating system from Shodan. You can come to know operating system from the census. You can know operating system from the like the nmap scanning, port scanning, or vulnerability scanning. So operating system detection is first most important thing. Whatever the target you are trying to hack, try to find OS. Second, select the exploit. Okay, so you should select exploit accordingly. For time being, like as we all have, like here we made a decision to select, which one is that, 1515. So just copy this copy. So scroll down. So once you have selected the vulnerability to attack out of this 2400 list, so you can first command is info. So first you need to do research or try to learn about what is this vulnerability. So we have an inbuilt command in Metasploit. You can either use internet also. You can go to the Google and ask what is this exploit, explain me and how to attack, give me step-by-step process. See, either of the technique you can follow. Sir, I feel like all this is difficult. I mean, going, selecting the exploit and attacking. I feel like all this is difficult. I want to have some, like, you can also go with a methodology, go to the Google and try to ask how to attack a Windows machine with Metasploit. Not just type how to hack a Windows, you might not get an answer, but how to exploit a system with help of Metasploit. Then you will be getting some right answers, some right articles, some right blogs that will clearly show you which one you need to automatically pick. But no, sir, I want to go on my own. You can also pick by scanning and by looking into the different types of exploits. Now, here it is clearly showing you the name, module, the platform, architecture, whether it's a privileged, and license, who has tested this, and what was the rank, when was this disclosed. And also they have provided the information like in which year, like who provided this, who is behind this vulnerability. And also if I scroll down, we have something like whether it's going to crash down the server when we are hacking. Yes, it is possibility of crashing. And also you can see they are not providing any versions, but they clearly said it is applicable for Windows, but they have not provided some information like it should be applicable for 10, 11 XP server 2008. Like they will sometime they will provide you clearly list also if it is limited to only certain operating systems in Windows. But right now it is mentioned for Windows. That means it is applicable for all. So when it comes to the check supported, yes, it was checked by Metasploit team also, and they confirm it with yes. And you see here some, it says some basic options, like these are something options that need to be fulfilled. Okay, so we have something called rhost. Rhost is nothing but it's a command like remote host. So there are few things here to remember in Metasploit. Okay, sudo su msf console, you will get show exploits. These are the commands. See here, in order to specify the target, okay, see in nmap we'll just type nmap IP address. Okay, so in order to specify the target, there are some terminologies called rhost, rport, lhost, lport. So rhost means remote host, rport means remote port, lhost means local host, lport means local port. So in rhost, it is nothing but the target machine which we are trying to hack. Rport means the target machine IP address we need to provide, IP or domain. Same way, rport means it is remote port, that is nothing but the target port which you are trying to attack. Local host, it's your own system IP address, like whether you're attacking from Parrot, whether you're attacking from Mac, or whether you're attacking from the any Linux machine, it's your local laptop, your own laptop IP address. So these are the something, the parameters which helps you to specify the target. So right now, if you see in the Metasploit also, here rhost is left blank. That means you need to provide the target host, like which IP you want to attack, which domain you want to attack, you need to provide here. So like this, the first most important thing is it's not about directly selecting the vulnerability and hack the system. First, go with the command info. So once you have provided the command info and you have made a decision okay, uh, to use this vulnerability because it is compatible for me. My target machine is also Windows and I want to attack this. Like they also give you additional links also. You can see they are providing a short description and they are providing you the reference links like which are referring to NVD NIST. Like if yesterday, if you remember, I was clearly saying everyone refers to NVD NIST for any vulnerability information. So once we have decided to, okay, sir, I want to try this on my target machine because it is also belongs to the Windows, the command is use. Okay, the command is use. Now we can just type set rhost and we can provide like 10.10.1.22 or 19, like any IP address or any domain name. So once you click on now, like info, like you will see previously the R host was empty. Now you see R host is provided. So once you feel like you have provided every information which they are asking, especially with required yes. Okay. So once we have provided all the information like R host, R port, this will automatically picked. Here they are saying SRV host or local host, both are same. Okay, that is something related to the local laptop. So the terminal, the Parrot OS systems. So once you feel like every information is ready, okay, then just click on run or exploit, and this will try to attack the machine and it will try to provide the access. Now you see here it was trying to attack, and you can see like it was first running some checks, and this is a most possibility scenario if remote machine is not vulnerable to attacks, or if it is properly up to date, we will be unable to hack the system. Okay, it's not 100% we will be able to hack. It completely depends upon target machine security. If they are up to date, we may not be able to hack, but still we need to show such kind of proof that yes, I have tried all the latest ones and this is a proof. We even tried this vulnerability called print nightmare, but we were unable to attack. So it's a kind of a place where we need to try all the possibility vulnerabilities. This is a place where actually penetration testers or hackers will spend a huge amount of time, because out of this 2300 or 2400 exploits, we need to try multiple. Not sure which one will give us access or which one we will become success. So the thing is, like the one which is working for one system, it might not be work for other system, because it completely depends upon target system how vulnerable it is, and target system is not updated. But you need to properly select the vulnerability according to the latest trends and according to the target matching windows. Usually most of the junior penetration testers, what mistake they will do, that their target machine, it belongs to Windows, but what they will do, they will select vulnerabilities related to Linux because of lack of knowledge or lack of awareness. Like they will think, so this is something like 2024 or 2025, but this is completely wrong. If you are trying to attack Windows, you need to only select Windows related exploits. It's not like you are selecting the exploits which are, this is correct. But what mistakes they do is, if you are selecting Windows, if your target machine is Windows and you are trying Linux vulnerabilities, that is not going to hack anytime. Okay, so print nightmare was critical only, Ajit. It was 9 score. So the thing is, like it all depends upon the target machine vulnerability. If target machine is having loopholes, if target machine is having bugs, yes, we will be able to hack the systems. If the target machine is not having any bugs, or if the target machine is not having any loopholes, we will end up receiving these screenshots. But this will act like a proof of concept. I mean, what is a proof that you have tested? What is the proof that you have checked all the vulnerabilities? Means this end screenshot will be our proof. Yes, I have tested the recent one, print nightmare, which was trending, but unfortunately it was not happening on your servers. So like this is something which we need to try many, but that completely depends upon your research. Right now, like I have selected random, like 2021, which I feel new one. But in general, this selection of vulnerability depends upon the research we do in the Google or something. You take help of some blog, like something. It completely depends upon your target machine and selecting the right one. So for time being, let's see. Okay, and there will be two types of vulnerabilities. The nature of the exploits also, the two types of nature. See, some one is most dangerous. We call it as a RCE, which is nothing but some of the vulnerabilities will have a feature of RCE. RCE is remote code execution. Very, very dangerous. See, in remote code execution, okay. Second one is payload based. This payload based, it is also dangerous, but it is completely 50-50. The reason is in payload based, we will be getting some links, we will be getting some PDF files, we will be getting some exe files, or we will be getting some Excel files. We should make user to click on them, then only systems will be hacked. In this, literally we don't need no interaction from user is needed. It means no help from user is needed. All the help I need is the system should be live. Now suppose I want to attack Ajit machine. All I need is Ajit machine should be live if I am selecting vulnerabilities which fall under remote code execution. But if I am selecting payload based, I need help of Ajit. I will send a link to Ajit. Ajit should open the link, download the file, install the file, then only system will be hacked. So here I need interaction of user. That's indirectly I need help of user. Now, after seeing this two nature of, which one do you think most dangerous? Remote code execution is most dangerous or payload based is most dangerous? In payload based, I need help of the user. I mean, I may send an email, I may send a link in the WhatsApp. They should click on the link, they should open the link, they should download the file. All they should do in the payload based vulnerabilities. But in remote code, you do nothing. All you should do is your system should be live. If your system is live, we can hack. So that is called remote code execution. Like that is end of the day, remote code execution is most dangerous. So if any vulnerability from this list is having remote code execution, we should directly see this. It will clearly mention in the description. That's the reason I asked you to, we should read first info. What is this vulnerability? How it is going to perform? What is the description? So if it is a payload based, you will be getting some PDF file, or you will be getting some document. Now you should share that with 10 people, 20 people, 30 people. Whoever is going to open that, they will hack. So we will see one of the payload based vulnerability. We will see one payload based, like we will generate some exe and we will share that exe. If anyone installs that, we will get control of the system. So that is also possible in MSF console. So we will see how can we generate. Okay. So how can we generate the payload? And so here, let's try. So we call something called MSF Venum. Okay. MSF Venom is something which is going to help you to create a payload of any file name or anything. Suppose I am creating for a Windows machine. So type the same thing, Windows meterpreter reverse TCP. This is common for everyone. Reverse TCP. L host. What do you mean by L host, guys? Local host. Good. Local host is nothing but your own laptop Parrot OS IP address. So here the local host 10.10.1.13. So this is something we have L host, and L port is also local port, like which you want to use on the personal system. So local host and L port, and hyphen F stands for the output file, in which format you want. You want PDF file, or you want exe file, or you want to have a document file, like whatever. So I'm expecting an exe file, and it should be created on the home attacker desktop. I want to use something like ch test.exe. So I want to use this as a name. The reason I am using this name, because maybe a few people will think like this is something related to ch test and will install. I can give any name like Diwali gift or Christmas gift, or something like related to ch books, like according to the context. So I can create any name here. So all I am trying to do here is I am creating a bad file name called as ch test.exe. So whoever installs this test.exe, like I will be able to like control them or attack them. Like whoever downloads the file which I'm going to share. Now you can see it has been created. Okay. So now you can pass on this file with help of the email, or with help of the pen drive, or with help of the WhatsApp. Like there are multiple mediums how we can share this. Okay. For now, like I'm creating some local share. So this is not required. This is nothing related to Metasploit, but I'm creating some local share. Okay. So it is. This is nothing but I am just creating some local share, guys. Usually they spread through email, or they spread it through the ch test.exe. So now I have created some local share. See now, okay, that is now here the come back to this. Okay, sir, we have created ch test.exe, a bad file. So I have created a bad file with help of this MSF Venom. Maybe I created something like Diwali gift, or you created some like payment.pdf. Okay, so it is local port that is going to useful for this attack. So L port means local port of Parrot OS. You can give any port number. That's your own system. Okay, I am giving. So now the concept here is, okay, sir, you created the file. Number two, we will share the file. But how to know who opened it? I prepared the file. Okay, I will share it with WhatsApp. I'll share it with email. Like I'll share it with some pen drive. But how to know who opened it? How to know who installed it? For that purpose, So we have something called meter preter. Okay, so which is going to help us in identifying if anyone installs or if anyone downloads the file which we have created. So this is going to be common for everyone. Use exploit multi-handler and set Windows so here you need to provide whatever the ports you have given. Set lhost like localhost 10.10.1.13 and set lport 444 and click on run. Now what happens is this is going to help us to understand if anyone's download this file, it will automatically show here. So this is something I have created a listening platform. Listening platform is something which we can create with help of meter preter. Okay, like meter preter. Now we have created the file. I hope you understand the problem. The problem is we created the file. That's fine. We can share it with any email or pen drive or WhatsApp. But how can we know if someone opens it? How can we know if someone installs anything? That is something with help of these commands. These are the standard commands. I think you can take screenshot. Only thing is you need to replace your laptop IP address. Okay. Now let's go and install this or open this ch test in one of the machine. So you can see here ch test.exe. Now this was something I started sharing locally, but in general, in real time, we do receive these kind of files with the help of email or with help of, yeah, you can use Python also, anything you can use, or with help of WhatsApp, anything. Nothing can do firewall also. It's not about firewall. Actually, the why Google Chrome is detecting it as a bad because like I am downloading from this path, like especially if it's a local path, something which is recently created, it is happening. But the same file, if we download it from Firefox, it happened. Okay, and you can see the file is downloaded here. Okay, so the moment the file is downloaded and when the user try to open, it will automatically show you here. See which user opened, at what time they opened, from which laptop they opened, and it clearly says you are right now in the downloads folder. This is the concept. Now C drive, I am in the C drive of the Windows. The moment anyone downloads the file and installs the file or double clicks the file or try to open the file, automatically you will see here. The moment you see this is a confirmation the system is hacked. Okay, so the system is hacked. You can see clearly I am right now in the downloads folder. Like if I click on here dir, like it will be showing you all the files which are available in the download folder. I can also click all the Windows commands directly. I'm having access to the command prompt, so I can just click on dir. It is going to work. It is going to show me all the things which are available on the system. So the thing is here it is going to show you all the activities, like whatever the system is trying to do. The right now I'm having the meter preter access. For example, if I type system info, I should be able to get the information of, okay, sys info. So I will be able to get the information related to the system. So especially in the meter preter, what is the specialty of meter? Suppose if I type help, this is going to show me what all commands I can execute. Okay, what all commands I want to execute on the system. Suppose I want to see what are the things running in the background. Just type background. Suppose if I want to kill anything in the system, I can just type bg kill. If I keep scrolling down, if I want to shut down the system, I can also do it shut down. If I want to download anything from the system, download it. If I want to edit any file, type edit. If I want to like upload anything, I can just type upload. Or if I want to do something like networking commands like ARP, ipconfig, ifconfig, even I can do this. Apart from that, what can I do? I can also suspend the system, reboot the system. I can like execute anything. Okay. Suppose if I scroll down, I can also take the screenshot. I can also take screen sharing. I can also take access to the mouse. I can also get access to the complete system. See, I can also see if I type record mic, it will also record the mic. If I type webcam list, it will show me all the list of webcams. If I type webcam stream, it will stream the live camera of the user. Suppose if I type now screenshot, this will provide the screenshot of the system. You can see it provided the screenshot also. If I copy this, let me see if I can open with Firefox. See, this is a screenshot. If I type screen share, this will provide me direct link. Oh, where is this? So it is providing me a direct link where I can watch the live screen sharing. Like if I copy this and open in the Firefox, I can watch the live screen sharing. Now suppose if I go to the Windows 11 and let me open other apps. So it is going to show me the live screen share, whatever the user is trying to do. The parrot security, it says it is right now the status is playing and all the information we have. So like this, like whatever the command I want, I can control from this system. So once we have a meter access, that is like very much uh, dangerous. Like it's almost we have access to the entire system from here. So this is something what meter can do once the system is hacked and once we get the control. So meter is something most like dangerous part. So just click on Control Z. So background session, yes. Okay. So now I hope you got the point. So it's all about once the users should install. So once the users install, we can do anything. See, this is all the negative sides of the Metasploit. But in penetration testing, usually we will only stop here. Like we will only stop here. We don't go beyond this. Like going beyond this is something going to reveal the confidential information related to the user. So, but attackers do perform this. Metasploit will help you to hack the system. Meterpreter will help you to control the system. Like Meterpreter has multiple commands. But the challenging is here, it all depends upon how you are going to get the access, how you are going to convince the people to install the file you have created. If they are not going to create, it is not going to provide that. So it's all about how we are going to make them install. Nothing, user will not get any notification. You can clearly see this user has no point of information that the system is already hacked. or involved in the compromise, nothing, no point of information. So that's how the meter preter is powerful, guys. So okay, now uh, in my laptop we will see to attack without iLabs, like we tried with iLabs. We'll try in my laptop to attack the systems. Now sudo so okay. So how can we know the IP address of my system? Okay. Now next question is, how can we know how many systems are, like how to know the router IP? IP route. Now next question is, how can we know how many machines are connected to this router? How many machines are connected to this router? How can we know? See, whatever I'm trying to do here, you all can replace that IP address or domain name with a public exposed. Again, I'm saying the same thing. I'm trying only targets which are mentioned by EC Council. We are restricting to the trainings. In the place of these targets, you can produce any public IP, any domain name. All you need is the target system should be live. If target systems are not live, not providing you any information, we cannot attack. How can we know how many devices are connected to this router? See that this is what, like if you're not doing nmap, I'm giving a hint. Hyphen small s n, provide the router IP 172.20.10.1 hyphen 255. This will provide me the list of machines which are connected to the same router. So you can see there are multiple machines which are connected to the same router. Okay. Now if I do this, it will provide me with all ports. So according to this output, like which machine will you select to hack? So there are 3 machines and their port status. Like if you are doing pen testing on my network, which machine will you select first to attack? The first target for attackers or the first target for pen testers will be this machine. What is the reason? The greater the ports open, the greater the possibility of being attacked. So that acts like an entry point to attack the system. So if we consider here, so the command is nmap hyphen a 172.20.10.7. Like why I'm doing this, because I want to know the operating system of the target machine which I'm trying to hack. Because if I know the operating system only, I can pick the vulnerability. If I don't know the operating system, I need to give some alternate tries. So first nmap, find out the machines. Same thing, IP, what I'm trying to do, replace with your remote IP address, whatever you have, or remote machine, remote domain. First scan for the open ports, scan for the open operating system. So what is the operating system of the target OS? So the target machine is Windows 7. It clearly shows. Okay. So now let's MSF console. So show exploits. So show exploits here. So we'll pick this one. So use, the command is use, and paste it. The first thing is info, because I want to study regarding this vulnerability. So what exactly this vulnerability is, to which platform it is applicable, what was the year it was disclosed, and who prepared it. It was prepared by Equation Group, Shadow Brokers. They are the attacker names, and it is applicable for Windows 7, Embedded 7, Server 2008, 8, 8.1, Server 2012, 10 Pro, 10 Enterprise Evaluation. And it is check supported yes. Okay. And also it is saying I need to provide R host. So all I need to do is set R host. Okay. Like R host 172.20.10.7. So just click run. Now the system, it will be trying to attack. So you can clearly see here it says the target is vulnerable, the host is vulnerable. Now it clearly created meter preter. So if I just type like screenshot, it will create a screenshot. If I type screen share or like sysinfo, I am getting system32 access. System32 is something only administrator will have access. Sysinfo here. See guys, this one we don't even need any help from the target. All the help I need is the target system should be live. It is not going to create any payload. It is not going to create any exe file. It is not going to create any link. If a target machine is live and if target machine is running on the respective OS, it will straight away hack. Now you should understand how powerful the remote code execution is. Remote code execution vulnerabilities don't need any support from the end user. Till now, I have not even shown you the Windows 7 where it is. All we did through only Parrot OS. We scanned my network. We we picked one of the IP address. We came to know the operating system. We selected the vulnerability and we attacked. And it also says, see, this all looks easy when we do some research. It is not happened in 2007. It is Windows 7. We have something called clearing tracks. That is nothing but clearing all the logs. Okay. So in Windows laptop, in general Windows laptop, we have something called event viewer, like which is responsible for storing all the logs. Like when did this system start, when did this system shut down, when did this system applications are installed, everything we will have event viewer, which is available in every Windows laptop. Yeah, application logs, system logs, everything. I can directly clear those from here. I don't want to remain like they don't want to know my traces. So the command I can type is clear EV. This will clear all the logs. See, wiping all the records. I will show you the system if you want. So this is the system which I attacked, the Windows machine. There will be no traces, guys. The Windows system user will also be not aware that this system is hacked. So that powerful remote code execution vulnerabilities are. So this user is not even aware that the system is hacked. Like they are generally browsing the system. So like event viewer, now this is a place where all the logs will be available, all the logs will be present. See, Windows logs. Now this actually helps the forensics department or investigation to do some. But unfortunately, as a part of last step of hacking, we cleared the logs. Like everything can happen from meter preter once the system is hacked. Usually in the pen testing, we will only stop here. Yes, the target is vulnerable. Here only we will stop. Okay, but as we are learning the attacking, I'm showing you here. Okay, so this is all about the Metasploit, the next module, malware threats. So in this module, the different types of malwares. Yes, malware stands for malicious software. It's a bad file which is designed for compromising the host. Like there are multiple activities can happen, like malware can give access to the complete screen, give access to the data. Like there is a full range of malware like that's going to degrade the performance, like different types of malwares we have today. So if you it's all about malicious software, the full form of malware. And if you see the different types of malwares like worm, trojan, virus, adware, botnet, ransomware, scaryware, spam, like there are many more. So we should have a clear understanding of each and every malware type, how it is going to behave and how it is going to impact the systems. Like there should be a clear understanding, because see, as a technical people, we should have a clear knowledge of how system behaves if it infects with a ransomware. Because when normal users or when employees infected with a ransomware, we as a technical people know it is a ransomware, but don't expect that knowledge from developers or don't expect that knowledge from the marketing team. They don't know, they'll just explain behavior. Hey, my system is becoming slow, or I am seeing unexpected restarts, or I am seeing some multiple ads, but we will give a proper name to it. Now, for example, for a doctor, if you explain your symptoms, then they will come up with a disease name. Same way, if you explain the system nature, we should think, okay, this might be this kind of malware which is infected in the system. The first thing which we can discuss regarding the malware is virus and worm. Okay, like this is something I hope virus and worm. Virus, now this is something today the main intention of virus is to impact on the performance. Impact on performance, like system will become slow, unexpected restarts, duplication of files, and like unexpected like copying of the files, like it will impact on the performance. Same worm also will impact on the performance. Both have the same nature. If your system infects with a virus, it will become slow, unexpected restarts, too much of lag, copying of the files in multiple places. Like you will feel uncomfortable to use the system. Same with worm also. But what is the primary difference between both? Like what is the primary difference between both is, so like virus and worm is virus, it is something no self replication. No self replication. It needs human help. It needs human help. That means like when you are trying to transfer files with pen drive, or when you're trying to transfer files with any like when you're trying to share something through a network, then only the file transfers from one system to other system. Like suppose Ajit's system infected with a virus, it will only spread from one system to other system if Ajit is transferring some files through a pen drive or from through network. There is no self replication. But when it comes to the worm, it is having nature of self replication. When I say self-replication, like suppose if my laptop infected with a worm, there is a nature all my systems will in my home will also get infected because we all are connected to same Wi-Fi, same internet. Okay, so this is something which is related to called as self-replication. If my system is infected with a worm, automatically all other systems, because we all are connected to the same Wi-Fi, same network, maybe there will be some file sharing activity going on, some data sharing activity going on. It will automatically spread across the systems. But when it comes to the virus need human help. If my laptop is infected with a virus, it is not going to spread on its own until unless I am sharing something through a pen drive. Suppose if I connected a pen drive, I'm copying a movie or I'm copying a games, I'm copying some documents, then virus from my laptop will be attached to the pen drive. But worm has a self-replication. If one system infected in your organization, entire all systems can be impacted. That's a primary difference between virus and worm. The first one comes adware. This you might have seen in recent times. So it's all about the main intention is infect the system with adware and generate multiple pop-ups. Like you will see multiple pop-ups as an ads. So it's a special type of malware like which is used to advertisements. Now what happens if you just click on them, they will be getting paid. So they will be redirected to some pages, they will be redirected to some ads. Like the whole idea behind infecting this system is infecting the system with adware is to generate some ads so that they will get some financially supported. Again, this is not a direct revenue generation. They need to link with some advertisement agencies. So the moment how many clicks they make, that much payment they will receive. So it's an indirect revenue generation for the hackers. They have created this adwares. But recently also with the proper security things from Chrome and Firefox, even those websites are not allowing the advertisements to be displayed. At one point of time, without knowing to us, if we visited some websites, it used to create multiple pop-ups in the background. Like without knowing to us, there will be multiple ads which will be available in the backend. Like the moment I close the browser, I'll come to know. But today, because of this browser security, it is not happening. They are just restricted to the browser and their web page. So the Google Chrome, Firefox, these all are like we don't see any much ads nowadays. But at one point of time, too many ads in our backend, the pop-ups used to come and see. So the major agenda of adware is infect the system with adware, and the moment they click on them, they will generate some revenue. So that is called adware. Coming to the spyware. Spyware, the name itself says spy. The major intention behind this spyware is to steal confidential information like email ID, passwords, financial information, browsing habits, user settings, or like all user behavior. Especially, they are designed to steal confidential information from the system. It is going to be very difficult if a system infects with a spyware to identify. Okay, if a system infects with a virus, at least it will become slow. You cannot do your job very fast. You will see multiple shutdowns or restarts, unexpected closing of the apps. But adware, you will at least see some pop-up of the ads. Spyware is a silent killer. You won't see any indication. You will only come to know if your information is misused in the online. If your information is misused in somewhere in the online, someone posted something regarding you or someone is trying to log in, that is something happens in spyware. Coming to the next, browser hijacking software. Browser hijacking software is something I am expecting few might at least experience this. See, after installing some softwares in the laptop or in a system, without knowing to you, complete browser settings will be changed. Like your browser settings will be changed to google.com, sorry, bing.com, ask.com, or duckduckgo.com, or some third party search engines will come up. Your complete browser theme will be changed. Like even you are not aware of that. But it happened because of you installed some software. Because of that, the complete browser settings has been changed. Not only changed, they will completely copy your browser settings like your history, your cookies, your saved passwords, history of downloads, everything they will copy. Next one, Trojan horse. Again, now this 100% of you will be experienced these questions. They can steal cookies also. There are malwares which are designed to steal cookies. Okay, coming to the Trojan horse, this is something we'll discuss. Trojan horse. If you look into the images, you'll can. So there was the Troy movie. It's all about a war. So there was a war between like two countries. So now country A wants to stop the war in the name of peace. So now country A has decided, let's stop the war in the name of peace. So what happened? In the name of peace, country A said, we will gift a horse as a recognition of this war. Like as a peace, accept this gift, horse. Okay, country B said, okay, I'll accept. Now what happened? Unfortunately, the country A has completely loaded this horse, wooden horse with, they have gifted a wooden horse with all army troops, army weapons, and tools that helps to attack the city. So what happened? The country B has accepted this horse as a name in the name of peace. But once they are into the city, over the night time, army troops they came out with the weapons and they started attacking the city. So what happened here? Country B believed the horse and accepted the horse, but unfortunately, the horse was built up with a bad intention. That is the speciality of Trojan horse. Now coming to the next, scaryware. The name itself says scaryware. So you will see some pop-ups, like automatically the phone starts vibrating and it says your phone has 13 serious virus and within you should respond within 2 minutes 52 seconds. People think this is real and they will respond to them. They will download the apps suggested by them. They will buy the premium suggested by them. This is something comes under the category of scaryware. So it says like your phone has 13 serious virus. And if we maintain some kind of common sense, I mean, like if we look into this some kind of basic knowledge, this says Google, but if you look into the picture, it says turnade.com. So this is a clear indication it is coming from a fake site, but many of them don't have this knowledge until unless they are security experts. So that's the reason like we see online scamming happening. People get infected and get a call to the fake call centers and they make them to pay or buy some coupons. So these are scary ways. They make you threaten and install the files. Next comes keyloggers and rootkits. Keyloggers, now today, some of the banking sites, they will provide you the on-screen keyboard. So like if experienced any time, like they'll provide us some on-screen keyboard. They'll ask us to log in from the, like if you see this bank, like what is the reason they provide this on-screen keyboard? We already have a keyboard, but still they'll provide a keyboard like this. The reason is there are some malwares which are going to steal each and every keystroke, whatever I am typing. We call them as a keylogger. In the background, every single keystroke is being monitored. Every single keystroke will be monitored and pushed towards the hacker for every 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Even I'm typing an email, even I'm typing a username, even I'm typing a banking details, even I'm typing a passwords, everything. That is something called as keylogger. So there are many keyloggers available in the market which are made up of Python. They use it and try to attack. Then comes rootkit. Rootkit is a malicious software. Yeah, System32 is a root folder. So what happens? They design some of the malwares to take root level access. They will design some malwares to take system level access. So root is nothing in Linux environment, and in System32 is something in Windows environment. So some of the malwares are designed in such a way to get root level access so that they can completely control the system. Okay, so ransomware It's a malicious software, yes, it's a malware, but it is designed to get direct revenue generation. When I say direct revenue generation, here, like there is no middle person in between you and this victim. They will directly pay you the amount. So what is concept going to happen here is there are two types of ransomwares. One is locker ransomware. It is also called as a computer locker. In this locker ransomware, if your laptop infects with this locker ransomware, your laptop will be locked, your passwords will be changed. In order to get back your logged system, you need to make the payment. Maybe they will ask for $500, $1,000, $2,000. It's up to them. This was a failure ransomware, the locker ransomware or computer locker, because people opted for alternatives. They choose for directly resetting the system or contacting the support team to get the password or use the forgot password options. So they were able to clearly get back the password. So locker ransomware also was not that great, but the idea behind this is infect the system and lock the computer, like change the password and lock the computer. That's the whole idea of the locker ransomware. When user is typing, entering to the system, he will be not able to access any files. He need to basically they will be not able to clear the login. But as I said, this one is also outdated. But today we have something called crypto ransomwares. If your system infects with a crypto ransomware, all the files in the system will be encrypted. You can't even open them. So you can't even open them. Like when you try to open them, like there will be all your important files, personal documents, personal files, photos, everything will be encrypted in your system. Like when you try to open them, any of the file, you will be redirected to some payment page. Like all your files in the system will turn out to be something like this. Like all, like your photos, your documents, your personal files, everything, they will become like this. Like you can't blank, you can't even open them. The moment you are trying to open them, they will be first asking you to make the payment. So the overall, the concept is here, when system gets infected with these kind of ransomware, none of the files will be accessed because there will be no options to the users, either pay or lose the data. There is no other option. Are you going to pay, make the payment, or are you going to lose the data? And there are situations even after making the payment also, like it's not 100% guarantee you will get back, because like we may not directly reach out to them. They may again ask extended amounts. The only solution for this is active backup. If you are having a backup, then you are half safe. I mean, like once because you have a backup, now you can completely lose this data, delete the data, like completely take a new system or perform this malware cleaning and come back again online. But if you are not having a backup, there is no anti-malware or there is no solution which can help to the ransomware. If it is completely new, none of the tool can help, none of the system can help, because every ransomware is prepared with a new motive, with a new techniques, with a new script and codes, encryption strategies. Okay, so that's the reason this is a malware. Direct revenue generation, infect the system, expect the payment. There is no one in the middle. How malware enters into the system or a mobile phone? Okay, we discussed about different types of malwares which we have, but now the point is how malware will enter into the system. So which is a combination of when a user clicks on a link, or when user opens some websites unintentionally, like knowingly or unknowingly, some bad files will be downloaded in the background. So that is something called as drive by download. And some of the, with the help of hacked websites, or through a hacked or compromised servers, so they start spreading a bad files. Because suppose Simplilearn site is hacked, so everyone believes Simplilearn, because Simplilearn is an educational site. So whatever the files that are being shared from Simplilearn, they will directly download into the system, because because it's a learning platform. If unfortunately Simplilearn site is hacked, what attackers will do, they will take this as an advantage and they will start uploading bad files to the Simplilearn website. So hacked websites, compromised servers, they will start sharing the bad files. And one of the common technique through USBs, that is like through external external drives, the malwares will be shared. And four, yes, the phishing emails, also one of the common way. Emails, like today, most of the malwares enter into the organization via emails, like an email attachment. And today, something we call it as a malvertising. So what is this malvertising is? Spreading of malware with ads with help of advertisement. So for example, if I go to some browser, okay, and type something like HP mouse drive download, something, if I keep this, okay, right now it is showing me all HP sites, okay. Or else let me try VMware, or like 123 player. See, if I do this 123 player download, like sometimes, as of now my laptop is not showing you, sometimes you will see the sponsored sites, okay. The sponsored sites, like they will make you to land on a different website, or they will try to sponsor to make like on the to appearing on the top. So what happens today, attackers are using that as an advantage, because people have a tendency to click on what is coming on the top. So like this happens, like if suppose if I type Splunk, so what happens is they'll sponsor it here. So sometimes you will see directly in the bracket sponsored, sponsored, sponsored. So what is happening over here is the attackers are using these kind of advertisements to spread malwares. So they are sponsoring and making the searches available on the top and making them believe, okay, this is something. And but actually speaking, we need to download only from the original site. Suppose now VLC download we have. So actually speaking, we should download only from this website. This is official site I am getting, because my browser has a strong settings. It is only showing. But in general, if you go and type same thing, you will see some third-party websites like Softonic, or you will see some third-party websites like Download It. So, like you will see some up to down, some third-party websites coming on the top of. So people think, okay, this is also original file. Let's download it. So malvertising is nothing but they are spreading malware with help of ads. Like we will get some sponsored sites on the top. People think, okay, this is something real, and they will try to download files from there. But later they will realize this is not the original file, or this is something. Okay. So these are the few ways how a malware can enter into the.
Starting with the introduction. Before that, let's have a little course introduction. So we'll be doing an introduction to application security. What is application security? Where it is used? So as the name says, application security includes all tasks that introduce a security software development lifecycle, development teams. Its goal is to improve security practices and find, fix, and prevent security issues within applications. How it is done, why it is done, that we will learn along the journey, along with practical examples. Application security is not confined to a certain area. It's not confined to IT as it seems that it might be confined to IT industry only, but no. You might have heard about attacks, cybersecurity attacks on government institutes, energy and utilities, healthcare institutes, banking institutes. So yes, it impacts application security, impacts all of these sectors. How they impact, we will be seeing it while the journey is going on. Our course would start with the introduction, which we are doing, then the core concepts, what's software security, how secure software testing is done, what is cryptography, a very important topic, and secure software lifecycle management. Skills that we'll be covering would be web app scanning, encryption, application monitoring, error logging, OWASP top 10, and API security. The agenda for today: web app security, application and web app security. All right. So what are the learning objectives for today? Again, the basics, core concepts of security. We'll be able to classify the best practices. We will be analyzing one case study that would be of Uber. We will see what went wrong or what went good, how web application security would have done it better, and we will categorize the requirements. For a foolproof security team, what are the requirements? We'll be seeing it. So, say if you have joined any organization as a cybersecurity specialist, where would this course help you? Say you are given the following tasks which you will be able to do after this session. Understand the vulnerability stack. What are vulnerabilities, how they are classified, which application is impacted, where to see which vulnerabilities, where on the net they are visible, is there any database for vulnerabilities, how many of these are there, what about the vulnerabilities which were there in the history, can we find them? We will be able to understand the organization's security policy. So whatever organization you are working in currently, you will be able to understand their security policy. Then you will be able to review the core security requirements. Whenever we talk about any software, so we talk about a software, we know it is something that we use in our day-to-day life. It is a firmware with which we access applications. What is secure software? Now the same software or same application is secured by means of following attributes. Which attributes? Reliability, resiliency, recoverability. When I talk about reliability, as the name says, that is the software dependable? It fulfills the purpose for which it was created. For example, if I talk about social networking sites, these social networking softwares, so we know we at once our mind will answer, okay, you are talking about social connection softwares, so it's either WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. So these companies or these softwares have made a reliability mind setup. So whenever we talk about social engineering, these softwares would revolve in our mind. When we talk about resiliency, resiliency means that the software does not violate any security policy. So it's able to withstand the actions of threat agents. Resiliency means I downloaded the software today and tomorrow it's demanding ransomware to use. My files are encrypted. It's saying that you cannot move forward from this point. So resiliency should be there. It does not violate any security policy. Reliability was the software is dependable. Recoverability, as the name says, so if I remove any of the application from my phone, I have some restore point or backup point from where I will get the entire thing back in same setup without any loss of data. So software is able to restore operations. When you buy a new phone, you simply have to log in into your ID, which is majorly it is, if it is Android, you have to use your Gmail ID, and entire backup of applications from your previous phone to your new phone, it clones it. So that talks about the recoverability. After software or secure software, we talk about web applications. What are web applications? These are nothing but software programs that run on web browsers. If I open, say, any website, Simplilearn, what is this? This is a web application which is running in my browser. So anything, any application or any software which runs on browser, which runs on web, is web application. Talking about the flow, let's talk about the flow, how the data flows. I'll be using different symbols here. So let's say this is my database server, or I call it DB. This is my application server. This one is the web server. So all these things combined together, they work in background. So these would be the backend thing. All three of these are backend. When I talk about the applications, if I am seeing this, so this all is in front end because it's directly on UI on which I'm interacting with it. So front end would be, this would be my web browser and the system on which it is running, laptop or mobile, whatever device it is. So I won't be using cloud here, but yes, this is front end. How would be the flow move? My database server will fetch the address I searched for Simplilearn. Application server will respond that yes, this is Simplilearn application. The application server will respond and the web server will then be showing this to web browser. So now Simplilearn is visible on web browser and that is reflected on my device, which is either laptop or mobile. And this thing is front end. So just an overview how web applications work, which main components are in action, starting from database server in which entire applications, entire Simplilearn things are hosted, application server on which the application is hosted, web server responding on web browser to your laptop or mobile. Application vulnerability stack. If we talk about application vulnerability stack or AVS, as the name says, it will talk about application, irrespective it is web application, mobile application, cloud application, any vulnerability that is impacting this application would be a part of application vulnerability stack. So when you talk about vulnerability, what is vulnerability? Anyone want to answer it? I won't be judging over it, but yes, just to see how many of you can answer what is a vulnerability. If I say any application, say if I say, I won't be naming any other application. If I say Simplilearn application is having some vulnerability, what does that means? Does mobile app also require web server in the backend? How is web server different from web browser? All right. So I'll firstly answer these two questions from Vardhan and Vasudev. So Vardhan says, how is web server different from web browser? Vardhan, web server is on which the application is hosted, which is in the backend, from where my web browser, which is Chrome, it is fetching that detail from some web browser on which Simplilearn is hosted. So answering your question, web browser is either Chrome, the one which is obsolete, Internet Explorer, which is now not used. In its place, we have Microsoft Explorer, Firefox, so Opera Mini. So all these are web browsers, while web servers are Apache web server. We have some web servers from Oracle. Microsoft has its own web servers. Google has its web servers. AWS has its web servers. So that's the difference between web server and web browser. Does mobile app also require web server in the backend? Vasudev, yes. The answer is if, because you also use web browsers on your mobiles. So if you are using browser, say you want to see your report card and you want to access uh, the website of your university or college, if you are using your mobile browser, you again are accessing their web server in the backend. Pradeep says, web application and website, what is the major difference? Both of them work on www. So web site and web application both works on our browser. In Android Studio, we use web view, which is like a server. That's true, Vardhan. Vulnerability is a thing which happens, integrity and availability for data. So that shows that you have been good in the module 1, because that's from where you are answering it. That's good. All right. Answer to this in two different scenarios. One scenario, the one I discussed, where you are using mobile application, say which is mobile Chrome, which is Chrome or Firefox inside your mobile. Now it is the mobile application. It runs on web servers, Edge. Again, these are mobile applications and they do have web servers on which they will show you the answers, because they are browsers. So yes, they have servers in the background. Talking about other applications, although this answers your question, google.com is a website. Yes, it Google ultimately uses servers, database server. Google.com, when you search, so searching here, although it is my default page, but yes, google.com, it is talking to its server in the backend and showing me this page. So this page is web page of Google or website of Google. So now you got your answer. Web application would be if you're using that Google application in your phone, that's the application. While anything which you see on web browser is a website. Web app server, mobile app server, do they run on same server? That depends upon company to company. If I'm having a big company like Google or Microsoft, I'll have different servers so that if my web app is down, my mobile app is running. It doesn't impact it. While if I'm a small cap company or medium cap company, I might have both on same physical server or same cloud server. So I might use AWS with different instances running for mobile and web app, or I might have, because even if I'm smaller than that with low budget, I'll be having single physical server with both of them running on it. So depending upon the budget I am having. We were talking about stack. When we talk about stack, let's start from the network part. When we talk about networks, what are the things that are under attack? We either talk about routers or firewalls. When we talk about operating systems, and these all are the things that you need to know to be successful in cybersecurity domain. Knowledge of each one of these applications would either be open source or licensed, which are commercial. Database, when you talk about DB, there are certain databases that run in the background. We have Oracle, MySQL, DB2, and so on. The list goes on. But these are the major on which the attacks are targeted. What are the components? Web server, either Apache, Microsoft, IIS, custom web application. What issues do we see in custom web applications? This generally happens when there is an application already placed there. There's a application working, and its source code is available, say in GitLab. So when you talk about its source code is there in GitLab, you try to customize it according to your wish. Say Uber is there already placed in GitLab, the code is there. I make some changes according to my requirement and uh, generate a new taxi application with some name. Say my name is Harpreet, so let it be Harpreet cabs or blue cabs, yellow cabs, whatever. So I'm using code which is already there, but now I have made it customized according to my needs. We can have business logic flows, or we can have technical vulnerabilities. If I'm not into a security thing, I might change something which could induce a vulnerability in that application, in that customized application, not the original one, because I'm now playing with it. So I might induce some technical vulnerability in it with the changes I'm trying to do. But again, that depends upon what kind of service you are taking from the cloud provider. If the security is managed by them, then you don't have to fear anything. If anything happens, your data is lost, the cloud providers would compensate you, but that typically never happens. Does web scrapping comes into this issue as we try to extract info without permission of the company? If you notice, uh, when I'm trying to answer your questions, I'm revolving around Simplilearn only, due to same thing what you are trying to question, Vardhan. yes, when you try to say, even when we will be attacking websites, it would be mostly Simplilearn only, because we won't be attacking any other website of any other company that could lead us in trouble or jail. So yes, that's a very good question. If you try to fingerprint, we call it fingerprinting or footprinting, uh, when you try to collect data of any website or any company through these means, their SOC team, their security team would come to know that something fishy is happening, and yes, that might lead you in trouble. So permission of company is necessary in most of the cases. All right. Next point is single page applications. As the name says, applications which run on a single page, they they are called single page applications. How they work? Uh, it's a design approach that generates web pages dynamically with new data from the web server instead of loading entire new pages. So every time you open single page application, it auto generates the data from web server, and it doesn't always go back to a web server for fresh linkages, which could impact in its loading. So for faster loading, SPA generally uses Ajax to exchange data with the server and JavaScript to manipulate the elements on the existing page. So what does it use? SPA uses Ajax. Why? To exchange data with server. What else is used? JavaScript to manipulate the objects. Now, how can I know that what elements are there on any website? So let me show you. So talking about single page application, this is Simplilearn. I want to know what are the backend things working on this page. I go to inspect element and use inspect element to go one by one, or I use some bookmarks. The bookmark I will be using would be Vapalizer and Shodan. Talking about Vapalizer, it shows that Simplilearn is using Microsoft advertising for performance, priority hints. For marketing automation, they are using WebEngage, SalesLoft. Amazon CloudFront is the WAF, which is CDN. Personalization is done on WebEngage version 6. So they are using PaaS, platform as a service. So Simplilearn is hosted on web application, Amazon Web Services. Now you know from where it's fetching the data from. The analytics, they are using Facebook Pixel, Google Analytics, Microsoft Clarity. Loadable components, jQuery, CryptoJS. So these are the JavaScript libraries. If you want more, click on more info. I guess it would be paid. Yes, it's paid. You can export this entire information if you want. You can use same thing for other application. The other application or extension that I'll be using is Shodan. It shows. So I didn't know the IP address from Vapalizer. So Shodan showed me that, okay, this is the IP address of Simplilearn. It's on cloud. We know that it is AWS. Open ports are 80 and 443. In network, you will be, network you have already done, enterprise infrastructure. So open ports 80 is for HTTP, 443 is for HTTPS. So you can view IP details, view domain details. Moving ahead, it will show you more details. I'm not sure if it is paid now. No, it is not. So it's on Amazon. It's the ISP using CloudFront. Port 80, which is HTTP, HTTPS. So these datas you can get from some extensions. If you are good at coding, that is always a plus point, because in web application security, there are two types of testing. One is static analysis and the other is dynamic analysis. When we are doing static analysis is nothing but source code review. You review the codes. For that, you should be good in coding. While if you are doing dynamic testing, that means websites in motion. For those, you just need know-how of coding and not the entire code structure. So better if you are having Java or Python knowledge. If don't know coding that much, if you are a fresher, then you can learn it by heart. That would help you in long run. But if your current job doesn't require it, so you may even not go along with it. I'm currently, okay, you are in network side. So I started with networks only. I started with networks, then wireless networks, data networks, wireless networks, and now I'm in cybersecurity. It doesn't necessarily require you to know the websites, the programming, but yes, it could help you. All right, brief on it. Okay, so Ajax is it is a set of web development techniques. When I'm using Ajax on my client side on my system, it's used to create asynchronous web applications. So we can send and receive data from server without interfering with the display and behavior of existing page. Even though this is working on your, we are using the chat within this application, it is not impacting any other functionality while we are doing this session. So this is Ajax. We are using Ajax. It is just utilizing a bit of the entire thing without impacting anything. That dynamic thing is called Ajax. So it is not changing behavior of the existing page, but we are still able to chat. Any example of SPA, if possible. Single, this one example is the Zoom learning that we are doing. We are using meeting chat without impacting any other thing. In Simplilearn, this application is again SPA. When I search anything random, it will provide me the answer. Although I know Harpreet is nowhere inside it, it will just throw an error without impacting anything else on the page. So your search did not match any content. It took a second or so. So without impacting this, it's SPA using Ajax. After single page application, all right, let's talk a bit more about how single page application works. Let's see. I don't want to save it. All right. So again, this is my browser. This is my server. This is my application. This is the response. So my browser will send a request. What it is doing, it is sending a request. Server will respond with HTML file. Then okay, this is in response to your request. That this is the file. Now the application sends an AJAX request to fetch data from the server. Just keep correlating. You open your Google Chrome, you search for say Simplilearn. Server provided HTML file at first. Then the application sends AJAX request. Why it is sent? To fetch data from the server. So now it is just sending AJAX so that additional data from server is requested without any impact on this page which is already showing on browser. The final step would be web page is updated using JSON data. So JSON data is received, which is then updated on your web browser. So this is how it is functioning in the background. Of a single page application. Is payment system with UPI also SPA? Because once we reach to payment page, then it sends a request to UPI and keeps polling if we have made the payment or not. So there's another thing running in UPI systems, because there it works two ways. Once it is interacting with a server which checks that if payment is made. Another, it is interacting with the server which checks if you have provided the proper MPIN or OTP. Third, it is interacting with your bank from which the payment has been made. So it's a little different. It's not entirely SPA, but a combination of SPAs at three different levels. All these three levels that I talked. Is server and application generating running on same system or different? Is server and application generating AJAX running on same system or different? Since I am using this web browser, Simplilearn wants to talk with me, but I don't. So if I'm using this website on my local machine, that means AJAX is running on this client system. So this answers your question, that AJAX works on the same system on which the web browser or web app is running. JSON, how it works? JSON is a message that you get, say, if you are all right. So if any response you are getting in JSON format, you can simply use JSON viewer. I don't have JSON sample currently, but let me see if I can get it from somewhere. Okay, so say if this is the JSON data that we are getting, simply use it in viewer. It will show you data in this format, in tabular format, that okay, the employee name is this, salary is this, and it's he or she is married. So this was the code. JSON viewer simplified it in a tabular form. So if this helps you in your daily work, what are the most commonly used frameworks for developing SPAs? So all these frameworks that we are talking, you might have heard about it, especially if someone of you is a developer. React.js, which is JavaScript, Vue.js, AngularJS. So all these frameworks are used for developing SPAs because SPA is a front end technology. Therefore, all these are the front end utilities that we are using. So, all right, give me, if you could, just to check, kindly provide me example of SPA in your from your daily life. From your daily life, provide me an example of SPA. Very easy, even if you uh, that's the definition of SPA. But provide an example. All right, one example is Facebook. You edit, change anything, you see videos, but it doesn't change the basic functioning. What else? Share prices display. If it is a good application, then yes. Okay. Otherwise, if it is lagging, then it is not SPA. Gmail, right? Google Drive, right? WhatsApp, web. Okay. The answer, Twitter, perfect. The answer which I am searching for, SharePoint. Okay. All right. Can say because real time changes are there. Okay. Perfect. The answer which I wanted to, Google Maps. No, because we are not changing anything over it. Uh, okay. The answer which I was expecting from you people, OTT platform, which is Netflix. Yes, Venkatesh, location can be changed dynamically, but during that time, once your location start and stop is set, it doesn't have to fetch anything new, since you are connecting to internet. So that's what it requires. That's the ultimate thing it requires. Talking about OTT platform, yes, Geo, Netflix, Amazon Prime, all these hundreds of people. If there's a match of Indian cricket team, Hotstar, yes. So it caters load of a billion people, billion devices connecting to it, and still it is working without going down or showing any symptoms uh, of disconnection. So that's where SPAs come into existence. You are even someone who is not keen into cricket, they are watching some other thing over the same application, which might have some different load level. So catering to different loads at same time, YouTube, yes. So all these are SPAs. All right, one question I saw currently is, what is the difference between single page and multi-page applications? Okay. Badri says Sudan shows TLS 1.2 for security. Is this not a risk? The latest is 1.3. Very good question, Badri. But sometimes it's the compatibility issues. Say the company in which I am currently working, they are also using TLS 1.2 because maximum of the infra inside the company, they support TLS 1.2. They haven't shifted to 1.3 due to compatibility issues or support. So that's why some companies are still working on TLS 1.2 rather than 1.3. But yes, they do have the security team working behind, keep checking, which is checking it regularly that nothing of that sort happen. Any vulnerability which is there for 1.2, they are not exploited by anyone. Vasudev, that is also secure, but every latest version is more secure than the earlier one. TLS 1.1 transformed into 1.2 due to more security. the version 1.3 is more secure, but it's not very compatible to the infrastructures yet. 1.2 is widely used. So, Chiranjit, the answer, Sunil attempted the answer, and he is pretty much right. Single page application will interact for any new changes from the web server. It will not load the entire page again and again, while multi-page applications will, for any change, they will reload the entire application. So they are more slow than single page applications. If that answers. Yes, Badri answered that also. It is new page every time with the user actions. CRM is multi-page application, true. I guess this, Vasudev, you are talking about the SAP CRM, right? Are we having hybrid? Uh, where are we having hybrid? I mean, I'm not getting the question. Yahoo Gmail is single page. They do not reload on receiving a new mail. They just keep new mail updated. I mean both SPA and MPA. If people prefer multi-page application, they are preferred while using heavy applications. So for SPAs are preferred for heavy applications, just as we discussed about the OTT things. Again, the budget thing, if you don't have much budget, you use multi-page application. MPA example would be anything, say, I'm not sure how many of you have used Medium, which is a blog site, technical blog site. So if you talk about Medium, it is MPA. Any blog, any e-commerce website, which is Amazon, Flipkart, which goes to a new page. If you go to Amazon regular, it is one page. Go to Amazon Fresh. Yes, Srishti answered. Zomato, Swiggy, these are all MPAs. Wikipedia is MPA, very nice example of it. Are we having hybrid solution between single page and multi-page applications? No. No issues, Venkatesh. If an application is SPA, it is completely SPA. If an application is MPA, it is completely MPA. We cannot have a part of it as SPA and a part of MPA, because that part itself is divided into multiple pages. So if it is MPA, it is completely MPA. If it is SPA, completely SPA. All right, just one question. Which one is faster, SPA or Sudarshan? That is SPA, no doubt about it. Amazon Prime and Amazon Mini, all of them are SPA. So you all know SPA is faster. Okay, we know that the advantages of using SPA is it is speed, most of resources loaded only once, data is preserved, we require less data. What are the disadvantages of using SPA? Whenever you click on that mini TV thing, it will redirect you to SPA rather than the MPA part. What about desktop application? Which application? We are talked about SPA and MPA already. Which application, which desktop application you are talking about? Again, that depends which application you are using. If you are using AnyRun, if you're using TeamViewer, those come under MPAs. If you are using Netflix application, desktop application, then again it's SPA. Navigation is maybe the issue with SPA, sir. No. Okay, what in navigation? You are not exact on the point, but yes, near about. Loading a key, it is faster, so loading is not an issue for SPA. Loading is an issue for MPA. What are the disadvantages of using SPA applications? Since it is faster in execution, which do you think is more prone to attacks? Is it SPA or MPA? No, there are disadvantages. Answer, Sunil has already answered it. So there are kind of attacks, injection attacks, XSS attacks, which we'll be seeing in further Venkatesh, it is not the exact thing, but yes, while navigation, while in the data is in transit, there's scope of attacks, because uh, not the entire thing is reloading, not the entire data is being fetched, but only the data which is being transmitted can be manipulated by attackers. They can simply inject malicious scripts into it. So there was there was recent attack which was called, that was a vulnerability in Java, which is called log4j. If anyone of you remember that 4j, this was a vulnerability which was there in every Java. It was a 0-day vulnerability. Every Java logging framework was having it. So whenever we talk about vulnerability, and it attacked any and every application which was working on JavaScript. So this is one of the uh, example where how it got vulnerability, how it got vulnerable. Okay, long story short, JavaScript was having some a single line in the code which was talking about the logging thing. A little change in that line or that code or that script made it vulnerable to changes in entire globe wherever Java was being used. So that resulted in this vulnerability, which was already present there but were never exploited. Next is microservices. When we talk about microservices, so microservices are shorter services which are running inside bigger services. It is an approach in which a single application is composed of many loosely coupled independent services. So microservices emerged to address the limitations of monolithic architectures which we were initially using, such as scalability, flexibility, productivity. To answer all those things, we got the concept of microservices. So what are the advantages of microservices when a single code is divided into multiple shorter codes? So updating the codes is more easy now. Updating is easier. What else? Scaling can be done of each unit independently. What else? Fault isolation. If a part or a unit is in fault, it will not impact the entire structure. One point which I want to see, say updating is easier, scaling can be done independently, fault isolation. What else? Okay, I will give you a hint. Since these are different units, okay, I'll just ask you in yes or no. Since these are different units, can we use multiple programs in it? Multiple programming languages? So the answer is yes. So basic and most advantageous thing of microservices, we can use different programming languages defining different structures, different component structures. What do you think about disadvantages? Heterogeneous language, that is good. Yes, that's the answer. Chiranjit, did you get the answer now? Why it is yes? All right. So think about, brainstorm on the disadvantages. What are the disadvantages? The answer lies here only. So the disadvantage number one, which you can feel, If you are using different languages in a set, would yes. So the answer is complex structure. Complex or complicated, we can say. What else? What will this turn into? So if we talk about Sunil, Badri, Harjinder, all of them, they are pointing to one thing which says testing can become complicated. So when you have made a complex or complicated structure and QA has to test it, then they have to test it for different languages, different things, different services. So now let's talk about a case study of Uber. We are talking about Uber, the taxi application, of course. So Uber, like other startups, it created a monolithic architecture for its application, but it forgot to include scalability and stability in its software. I guess because it didn't know it would be very popular worldwide. So it missed that scalability part. So it used monolithic structure. When I talk about monolithic structure, what it is? It is a single tiered application that combines all components in a single program. That means it was not working on microservices. All components were in a single program. What are those components? What were those components? Client side user interface, server side business logic, integrations, data access layer. So all of these components were now in a single program rather than running on a different services. So that made the application very heavy, and it now started making problems for Uber. So for why? Because for even a short change in the application, they had to go through the entire program, see where that particular function is, change it, and failure of one program, failure of one component could bring down entire system. So as the services increased, it became very difficult for Uber to sustain. That's when they shifted from single program monolithic structure to microservices. So now when they shifted to microservices, the load was less because now it was decentralized. Every unit was independently functioning without impacting the other. So now, because they were independent, dependency on other features was removed, and from that phase onwards, Uber benefited by shifting its architecture from monolithic to microservices, and that was a learning lesson for other applications which were their competitions in global market. So talking about security policy, As the name says, security policy is an overall general statement produced by senior management that dictates security within the organization. So what is it? What it is? An aggregate of directives, regulations, rules, practices. All of these are aggregated that prescribes how an organization manages, protects, and distributes the information. Manages, protects, and distribute the information. For any company you are currently working in, they have their own set of policies. Some says you cannot plug in USB in your laptops. Some says you can plug in but it won't work. Some says no media connection is allowed, be it your own phone to the laptop, because you can steal the information. So this is how different companies frame different policies based upon their sense of security. How are these? Uh, how to make flowchart here? Let's see. Okay. What are the? How can we divide it into strategic and tactical? Let's see. So we start with laws, directives, and regulations. Followed by the policies, followed by, they call it mandatory standards. These are further followed by detailed procedures, recommended guidelines, and baselines. They follow top to bottom approach. So till here it's all strategic, and this part is strategic. That means the core or VIPs, they make these things: CISO, CTO, CDO. They sit together to make laws, directives, and regulations, policies, while the mandatory standards, detailed procedures, these are tactics based. So when we called about tactic based, that means the tactical team which is there to see on mandatory standards, the guidelines and baselines, they are responsible for these parts, the lower one. Talking about standards. All right. Talking about standards. Standards are nothing just, okay, I'll just write it here only. When you talk about standards, standards are mandatory activities, actions, or rules designed to support higher level policies. So standards are basically designed to support these higher level laws, directives, regulations, and security policies. They are very specific, technical. They include specifications for what hardware you will be using, what softwares you will be using. Examples of standards that we talk about in cybersecurity is OWASP, MITRE. These are the standards that we look after when we talk about cybersecurity. So OWASP, MITRE, SANS 25, these are the standards. Talking about procedures, what is the difference between standard and procedure? It's generally called SOP. If you hear about SOP, it is, they are not talking about the soap or anything else. It is standard operating procedure. Standard operating procedure. What it is? It is a detailed step-by-step sequence of activities that are necessary to perform a specific security task. If some of you are working in endpoint security, then you know that there's certain procedure with which you check for the endpoint security. So we have network guys here. So there are procedures with which you check for firewall rules. There are procedures with which you check for the routing table. There are procedures with which you change the routes if you are given that access. You cannot just go and change the routes without opening a change. So first it will go to CAB, which is change management board, and then if it is approved, then you can change the routes. So that's the SOAP, or procedures, or standard operating procedure that we call it. Procedures are at a lower level than standards. So standards are at a higher level than procedures, as we can see in this flow diagram. So answer: procedures and policies are dash. Are they policies and procedures are dash? Option A. Option A is unimportant. Option B is mandatory. Option C is casual. Option D is none of these. So talking about guidelines, what are guidelines? You know what is procedure, what is standards. So these are important when you set an interview for. These are more of information security things rather than cyber security things. They ask you for standards, procedure, guideline. What are the differences? In guidelines, you have Guidelines, as the name says, they are just recommendations. They are the recommendations on how standards and baseline are implemented. Oops. So, guidelines are the recommendations on how standards and baselines are implemented. So that's why the guidelines are at the lowest end, because it doesn't talk about something very necessary or immediate. What does it talk about? The guidelines talk about of different levels. Let's talk from the base, which says why we are doing it, what are we doing. When we talk about why, it is defined in policy. When we say what are we doing, those are defined by standards. How are we doing it? That is done by procedures. And guidelines are just for your information. FYI is guidelines or recommendations. See how we develop a security policy. Where can we get an idea from where we can make a security policy? So let's see. Let's do a short activity. So we can have a little help from a tool, a web browser only. So what we are going to do, we are going to develop an application security policy using a template. From where we are going to get the template? We are going to get that template from sans.org. Which template? Okay, it's free. Policy templates is already there. So we need to have information security policy. So just click on it. Home security policy project. So which policy do we need? We are talking about application security. So let's go to application security. We have web application security policies. You can download as PDF or doc, but since we will be making changes according to our company name and all, I will download doc. So it is getting downloaded. You can do it sideways. So let's do it together. So once you have done it, simply open it from the downloads, web application security policy. So you see it, the entire policy. You can remove the things you don't want. So web application security policy, change the company name, your company name, change it here. Wherever it is company name, just filter it out. You can remove the footer, header and footers as per your requirement. So it will talk about everything. If any new or major application is released, third party or acquired web application, patch releases, emergency releases, annual review, how we define the severity, which are the high severity, medium severity, low severity issues. The standards that we are using is OWASP. So here you will just, whatever tools you are using, just mention it here. You are using Kali Linux as operating system. Any other tool that you are using, mention it here. Compliance policy is here. So you see standards, policy and processes here. Testing guide is provided. Change these dates according to how you want it. Responsible would be your security team. Just make summary of change. What have you changed? Is it application updation or anything related to it? So this is from where you can make your own web application security policy. Okay, wants to know from where should we download it. Asif, it is sans.org. So once you move to sans.org, I'll just share this. All right, OWASP is the standard that we used. OWASP is the standard that we used for taking care of the vulnerabilities in our domain. When we talk about OWASP, OWASP has top 10 vulnerabilities which keep on changing every 4 years. So latest one was in 2021. So this is OWASP top 10. For 2021 it was, so I told you it changes every 4 years. So before 2021 it was 2017, before 2017 it was 2013. So when we talk about top 10, it says what are the most impacted vulnerabilities in any web application. We talk about, initially it was injection, which was mostly impacting any web application. Now it is at number 3. Now the most impacted one is broken access control. Cryptographic failures is number 2. Insecure design is number 4, and so on. I guess you people have done it in enterprise. The first module that you had covered with the other trainer, I guess it was part of that module. Not sure. So our next topic is what's secure software requirements. When we talk about core security requirements, what are the core security requirements with which your training started? What are those 3 requirements which should be there in any case? What are those triads? So the core software requirements are CIA. Exactly. It says confidentiality, integrity, availability. So everything in cybersecurity or information security revolves around these core values. For confidentiality, okay, apart from these 3, there are 3 extra add-ons which says authentication. We call it AAA, authentication, accounting, and authorization. When you talk about confidentiality, that means any sensitive data should be protected at any cost. So sensitive data should be protected. How we protected? By using some encryption mechanisms. We mask passwords, other sensitive information, we mask it. We do not store passwords or sensitive keys in clear text. We have KeePass or something like those type of tools where we save sensitive data like passwords. We use TLS to protect against attacks. Just we had a short discussion about TLS 1.2 and 1.3. They are just the security measures. We do not store any sensitive information in log files because it's easily visible. The logs are very easily accessible. When we talk about integrity, integrity says, okay, as a person, when we talk of in lame language, integrity is your actions should match your words. That's how you say how integral a person is. In cybersecurity, that means any data that was actually intended to be sent, any data that was actually intended to be sent from client side to the server side should be intact, free of errors, and sent as it is. So if my client had to send ABC, that too in caps, the receiver should receive ABC, that too in same format in caps, and not some other content which is unrelated, XYZ or something like that. Should not be. So, in other words, all user inputs must be validated for malicious or disallowed content before processing. All published software should provide a computed digital signature to validate its correctness and completeness. So let's add that requirement here. Digital signatures. So digital signatures are tested to check if the content to be delivered is integral and it is not amended on the way. When we talk about availability says it should be available 24/7. So the software must meet all the requirements of the SLA of 5 nines. That means should be available at 99.999% of the time. These are the SLAs that most companies adhere to. If I am providing a service to any other company, so I would say that my service availability would be up with the 0.001% downtime. So that's the availability that I'm ensuring to my client. The software must be able to support up to 300 users at any point and point of time. It should not be the case as the load increases, my application is crumbling. So availability also defines that application do not crumbles under the load. What else should be under availability? What do you think should be under the availability? One is restoration as early as possible. If it is a P1 or high priority issue, the restoration should be within 1 hour of the disruption. The last point is no adulteration, no modification allowed during transition. That is true. Disaster recovery, how do you do it? How is disaster recovery done? You are very near to it, but backups. What's the other name? Okay, backups is if you are getting impacted and you have some backup. What during the attack? Snapshots, okay, a little far away, but all right. One word, run more than multiple site. What is the one word for it? Failover. So Srishti has answered it. We call it either failover or redundancy. Yes, that's that only network guy will understand, Badri. Yes, high availability. That's failover or redundancy would be the main cause. Say if I'm having two routers, one of them fails, I still have the other router of some other company working for me. So that ensures the availability of services. In case BT goes down, Airtel is still working. Tata goes down, BT is still working. So that's where redundancy comes into place. Moving forward, authentication. All right. What do you understand by authentication? It says only authorized persons would be allowed I have some endpoint security for my company. If I want some third party to use it, only those some other person from other company to use it for any reason, it should be my responsibility, and only that person who it is who it belongs to, the credentials for which the credentials are created, only he is allowed to use it, again using MFA, multi-factor authentication. So that provides the authentication part. For external users, I'm talking about MFA. For internal users, it could be single sign-on, because we know that they are using the company's domain. If I'm using @simplylearn.com, I am able to use EngageX and Learn Simplylearn, both with single sign-on. Authorization says, all right, you have to be very clear the difference between what is the authentication and authorization. Talking about authorization, only users with admin roles will have permissions to execute operations. So authorization means the level of access you are having. Authentication means if you are allowed to do it. Authenticator users will have read and write permissions as regular users because they are allowed. Authorized would be having the maximum scope of access. If we talk about accounting, so I saw someone talking about non-repudiation, that comes under accounting part. Why? I made a change in some server or some route in routers or some firewall rule. I made a change and then I'm denying it. I haven't done it. So accounting says we will simply check the logs. It will show the username of the person who has made the changes and thus supporting non-repudiation. I cannot deny that I have not done it because logs are showing it. So accounting is nothing but logs. And what does log show? It shows identity, what action you have taken, on which objective you have taken the action, what is the timestamp. Next part we will be discussing about general security requirements. So the general security requirements are session management. We don't want our session to be hijacked, nor we want it to get compromised in between we are doing our work. Errors and exception management. Config parameters management. So when we talk about session management, so session management says AAA protocols, summary on AAA protocols. Sure. So you have AAA. This one is good. Best is Wikipedia. I was at session management. When we talk about session management requirements, it says each user activity must be uniquely tracked. So if I am doing something, I'm being tracked what I'm doing in what application. Say if I'm using identity access management, then again it is tracked what I'm doing in there. If I'm using PAM, which is privilege access management, what I'm doing there is being tracked. The user should not be needed to provide their credentials once authenticated. So if I'm once authenticated, it would be very irritating if it's asking for credentials again and again. User session must be explicitly invalidated when user logs off or closes the browser. So if I talk about when you use your mobile applications or web app for banking requirements, even if you click on the back button or refresh button by mistake, you have to re-log in again and again. So that's best of session management thing I have seen, where you have to re-log in again if you want to take any action which reloads the page. So that's a security thing which safeguards you from any MITM man in the middle attack. Session identifiers used to identify session must not be easily guessable, not be in clear text. So whatever cookies that are being sent from your system, they should not be in clear text. No one, if someone is using man in the middle tools like Burp Suite, they should not be able to see what data uh, you are transacting with your banking website in clear text. Error and exception management. So all the exception must be explicitly handled using blocks. Error messages displayed to the end user will reveal only the needed information. Security exception must be audited and monitored. Why we are doing error and exception management? When we will be talking about the SQL injection attacks, uh, we will talking about from where we will know that the backend is an SQL server. So the error that we would be getting, it would be showing that all right, SQL syntax error, nothing found in the DB, something of that. So something of that sort you will be getting. So that shows me that okay, first thing that it's an SQL syntax error. That means the database is SQL. All my attacks now would be SQL based. There are certain payloads which use SQL attacks, injection attacks, Boolean algebra, and all. We will be learning about it in our main course. So that provides me a hint that SQL is running in the background. So I will just move to, as a blue teamer, as a defense teamer, I will move to the programmer or developer and ask him to not show this exception or this error that we have SQL running in the background. So a temp SQL injection right away. So I will ask him to remove that error by any means. It should not be visible on the UI. So that's how error and exception management is done. When we talk about config parameters management, the configuration file or web applications such as database connections, they should be encrypted to prevent unauthorized disclosure. So sometimes some files, the config files for web apps are open in plain text rather than encrypted, or even some passwords are hard coded in this software code that it cannot. This was one of the recent example I came forward while doing source code evaluation, that username password was hard coded in the code itself, so that any attacker would have this as a cherry on the cake, that just open the source code, you have your username password there only, just use them, log in into the system and do whatever you want. All initialization and disposal of global variables should be carefully monitored. So wherever you are declaring global variables in the code, you should be very carefully declare those, because those could be called from anywhere in the code. Operational security requirements. So operational security requirements, most critical flaw that can impact any business or brand must be addressed immediately. Whenever, okay, what is the environment in which we test the web apps before deploying them on prod? What is that environment called? UAT, testing environment, or simulated environment, staging environment, sandbox. Yeah, correct, sandbox. So any flaw that can impact the business and the brand must be addressed immediately after thoroughly testing in simulated or testing environment. All security incidents must be handled following an incident management process. The root cause of the incident must be identified. I'm not sure how many of you have worked on root cause analysis. So if there is any incident, either in cybersecurity or networks or whatever domain, generally the stakeholders demand for RCA, root cause analysis. So that includes every step from the very start to the very end, how it was discovered, what steps were taken, how it got missed, what are the improvement plans. So these things are a part of operational security. Operational security. So what are the requirements in deployment environment? We have talked about the testing environment or UAT or sandbox. What are the requirements in deployment environment? First of all, in deployment environment, I will check if software is deployed on internet, extranet, or intranet. Internet is which can be accessed from anywhere. Intranet is Your company's network inside your company is intranet. Extranet is governed by the firewall. Determine if the software will be hosted in DMZ. So what is DMZ? If the software is hosted in DMZ. And which ports are available? Which ports are open or available? DMZ is nothing but demilitarized zone. Very important, demilitarized. Very important word, and when you are part of infra team, you must know what is DMZ. So talking about DMZ, just to check if we are having any questions. Demilitarized zone, yes, but what it is? Say, all right. Say this is the internet. This is the internet flowing to your company. Here it's a firewall. All right, let it be a router first. It's a router, then a connection to firewall. Although I guess DMZ was also discussed, should have been discussed in the infrastructure part, but again, I'll share it with you what DMZ is because it is an important term. So anything between the internet, which is your ISP, anything between this ISP and your intranet or your local net is DMZ or demilitarized zone. It do contains router to router connection. This router is from your ISP. This router is from your company. So this entire region in between these is called, this entire region is DMZ. Between this router, which is of Bharti Airtel or Tata or BT, and this router, which belongs to Simplilearn, say, this is firewall or switch, and it further connects to the systems inside. It is separated from rest of the infra, or it is not, I won't say separated, but it is a shared zone. It is a shared zone between you and ISP. So anything happening here would be decided by ISP and your company, that who would be responsible for it. So this entire zone is DMZ zone, which is mutually shared between, it's just like the zero zone between any two countries border. This border lies with country A. This border lies with country B. This zone in between is DMZ, demilitarized zone. If that helps. Giving an example that this place between your network and the internet, the space in between is DMZ zone. So if you are hosting any software, back to a point, if you are hosting any software in DMZ, if you are hosting any software in this space, then again this is one of the risky things to do. So if it is here, you should have this internet, this subnet, whatever subnet is this, you have to keep it under scan. So you can use Nessa scan or Burp Suite scan to keep checking about any vulnerabilities that could impact that software here in DMZ. Which privileges that will be allowed in production environment, very important. What privileges are allowed? Generally, privileges, the admin or root privileges are provided only to the very important VIP of that project and not to all. We have to determine if sensitive data is floating. Or determine if the software will use a load balancer and or a cluster architecture. So if we are using any load balancer, these all questions should come into our mind when we are talking about the operational security in development environment. So we still have 7 minutes for this class. I will be asking few questions to all of you. Kindly try to answer them. Tomorrow we will be starting uh, from a topic called anti-piracy requirements. Archiving and anti-piracy requirements. The website I'm using is Wayback Machine. In Wayback Machine, talked about Uber. I searched how Uber used to look from the very start. I searched its browser history. It showed me every Uber website, Uber Geek, Uber Humor, but I was concerned about Uber Cabs, which is here, uber.com. It says that it has more than 3 lakh captures from 1998 to 2016. So I'm interested to see it. When I click on 1998, December 12, 1998, this is how it looked like. Just like any normal startup taxi service, clients, services, press. Mind it is just a snapshot. It won't be interactive if you click over it. It won't interact. When I clicked on March 2014, this is how it showed me that login, sign up, get it done, sign up for Uber, reliable, feedback matters. And after that, if I want to see in 2019, so this is how it looked like in 2019. And we know that now it was working on SPA after 2016 and 17. You click on ride, you click on fried, you click on transit, it will work in that element without uh, reloading all the pages. So this is how it looked like. Similarly, if you want to look in current date, say last year, July, June 23, Uber looked like this. It's still loading. Since it's fetching it from archive, the loading speed is slow. So this is what it shows you currently. Not only Uber, you can have any website, have it any website, say want to see facebook.com or google.com, any website that you want to see. So since it's working in the archives, loading speed is slow. Now you see it's showing you Facebook. This is how it shows in 2024 how it was back in time in 2006. In 2006, this is how Facebook looked like. Email and password were on left side corner. Now, what is the main use of Wayback Machine? Although it is a part of the data collection of any target, but just to let you know, sometimes during the upgradation of any website or any portal, say if you are targeting any company, I'm not talking about Facebook or Uber, just an example. Sometimes when you see the old captures of any target, say even I'll take an example of Simplilearn, even though Simplilearn never existed that time, but yes, sometimes in initial uploads, initial snapshots, you would find any email address of any ex-employee, of the CEO, or some important figure. So that email address could be used to move inside that company. I can use that email address to start my phishing attack, to provide any payload inside the company. So that's why Wayback Machine is used. And what it shows, now you know what it shows. It shows the older and the newer versions of any website. Talking about the extensions that I asked you to download yesterday, how to download them, simply use Shodan extension download. And you'll be able to download it for Chrome, for Firefox, whatever you are using. Similarly for Webalizer. Go here, download it. So that's how you will be downloading the extensions. Loopholes, unintentional. Yes, if you have shared any number which I can use, that is it safe to download on office laptop? I guess no one would question it, because it is not, you are not attacking anything, you are just getting the information. Say I'm using it on my office laptop only, but I do have some other extensions also. I have Grammarly, Norton Safe Web. Norton Safe Web provides you an idea which link is safe to use and which might be uh, fishy. So if you're having these kind of extensions, I don't think any company would have any issue with it, because it's not used for attacking anything, but just to get knowledge of the page you are visiting. You would be questioned when you try scanning uh, any company, any website, or any target. Then you will come into action, because that would be visible in their infrastructure. Someone is trying to do that. I'm very impressed that people are coming outside their comfort zone, outside their main domain, and uh, trying to learn about the security things. That was very impressive of this batch. Back to the topic that we were doing. So we had to discuss archiving requirements and anti-piracy requirements. When I talk about archiving requirements says if we want to archive something, any data, if we want to archive, does it comply with regulatory requirement or organizational policy? Can I archive anything and everything? So first is, has to be in accordance with organizational policies. Next is the parameters it should define. The location, duration, format. Generally, as a cyber security engineer, I recommend my office or my team to archive the data for 3 to 5 years only, because anything after 5 years at the team level is irrelevant. It might be relevant at the upper stakeholders level, but at the base workers level, anything more than 3 to 5 years is obsolete. It cannot be used. So when we talk about archiving requirements, we will firstly think of the data or information that needs to be stored. So our scope is fixed. After that, we will determine the storage space needed for it. What else? If the data is transactional, that is remote and online, or will it be offline storage? That means data at rest or motion, or online and offline data. We will be categorizing it on these basis. If you want to store data, you want to archive data, what would be the best way to do it? Will it be good to store it as read write, or will it be good to store it as read only? Archives are always read only, because if it is read write, anyone can distort the actual data. So third one is ensure the data is not rewritable. That means it should be only read only. So one mistake that companies generally do, they ignore the speed of retrieval. So when you are archiving data, you should keep in mind how fast you can retrieve the data. It won't be a good idea that you are backing up data, you are archiving data, but you have to it takes years to get it back, months to get it back, then it is of no use. So speed of retrieval is another thing that should be in your mind while thinking about archiving requirements. What else? What else? The one point which I shared earlier is duration. Duration to store. 3 years, 5 years, depending upon what your company finds good. What else? Any regulatory requirement that is required to store that data? Generally, any data which talks about finance or stocks or something like that, those are under regulatory requirements. Otherwise, it might simply be used for insiding trading, which is illegal. So the data that has to be archived has to be under regulatory requirements. And last but not the least, determine the format. You want to store it as CSV, you want to store it as PDF, you want to store it as Excel sheets only. Talking about anti-piracy requirements. So we all know what is piracy. Creating a clone or duplicate from a legitimate copy, that comes under piracy. It's done for movies, videos, games. So how to not fall a trap of piracy? Digitally sign it. Digitally sign the software. So if you digitally sign a software, there are very less chances that it could be tampered or reverse engineering could work on it. Increase the complexity of source code. So if you increase the complexity of source code, that would, if you increase the complexity of source code, that would make it difficult for anyone who wants to uh, clone it, because he don't knows which, how many microservices are running inside it, uh, which microservice is talking about which unit. What else? If any one of you have anyways used piracy, did piracy, you know that there's the license key. If anyone had ever used pirated operating system, you know that license keys are either hard coded inside that license file, or you find it over the internet. So next part is, do not hard code the license keys. When you hard code it, it's easy to use those license keys to make it look like original. Implement a dynamic license verification checks. Why dynamic checks? Because if someone is using license key of some other product on his, example would be operating system only, then if dynamic checks are there and we see license key missing for actual product being used on pirated product, then the pirated product would face a blackout. So last would be dynamic license verification check process. Okay, dynamic license verification check process says how to check if the actual license key is being used somewhere. Say if you are just checking it once passively, once in a year, or once just when it was launched, you checked it once that okay, license key is at right place, doing good. Dynamic says you have to keep repeating that check process after every random number of months, days, so that you got to know that yes, license is being used on the actual or legitimate software and it is not misused somewhere else. So that what's dynamic checks. After that we have sequencing and time requirements. When you talk about sequencing and time requirement, sequencing means there shouldn't be any reason in the loop, in the code, that it results in a loop. Sometimes there are infinite loops that can occur due to programming or logic errors. So if there's a loop preventing the program from reach its exit condition, for example, sometimes your system is not having any physical issue, but you start it, it shows you your manufacturer. Say if it is HP, it shows you HP, reboots again, starts again, shows HP, reboots again, starts again, shows HP. So these kind of infinite loops from where you cannot get out just by restarting the systems, it utilizes your resources like CPU and memory, which may cause system crashes or performance problems. Sometimes it's your operating system as a software which is the culprit. Sometimes it is something that you have downloaded. Say you were using some application which was having some issues, which is interacting with the operating system, and a loop is created. These kind of things impact the resource utilization, and these loops have to be killed. Now, if I talk about Python as a language, it has a while. Uh, okay, how would a Python show any loop? Any statement, if it is true, while true, it will show. Say I said if the statement is true, print this is an infinite loop. Now, this could be anything which I say, if it is true, then infinite loop will start. So these kind of things in a code can invite these kind of disrupting things which could lead to your system crashes. So how to avoid these? We talk about need for data classification. When data is classified, it enhances the triad. The triad is nothing but CIA, focuses on proper control and implementation. If you have proper control and implementation, these things would be under check. Sequencing would be under check. It standardize the requirements. So how to ensure that these things are taken care of? How to make sure that these are taken care of? If I don't want anyone to touch my code or to include anything like this in my code, which I have authored, what I will do, I will talk about techniques like anti-tampering, anti-reversing, anti-tampering, anti-reversing, and code signing. If anyone could answer obfuscation, what is obfuscation? What is a code obfuscation? So when we talk about code obfuscation, in the similar way that you answered, it's just making our code hard to read or hard to manipulate. So if you make your code complex or hard to read to secure, yes, to avoid tampering or to secure it from uh, any attacker, it's called code obfuscation. Even if it get leaked or attacked by attacker, since it is obfuscated, no. Anubhav, encryption in a layman language is password protection. So we are not providing it password protection yet. We are just making it complex to read. So securing from attacker, it is a type of security. Yes, type of security, but how we are providing that security? We are just making the code more complex or unreadable for anyone else. Means only I know which microservice is running where, how to call which function in which place, making it more complex that only I know how it is executed. Yes, that's the exact in English meaning of what we are studying. But the same in similar way, obfuscation means making it hard for anyone to guess your password. So generally for corporates, password obfuscation means it should be, we have the GRC people here, they know what password obfuscation is. It is making it 18 digits. It should be 16 to 18 digits. It should contain capitals, special characters, smalls. Yes, making it mix of all of these. Correct. So let me show you how you obfuscate any code. Use of paraphrase with special characters. Yes, you can use paraphrase. Paraphrase is nothing that password only with special characters, numerics. Let me show you one example. How can we obfuscate any code? Say, I have something written in JavaScript, but I want to obfuscate it. Do we have any tool? The answer is yes, we do have it. How we can do it? Let's see. Obfuscator obfuscator.io. So this tool is for, okay, so this is just an example. This is a code which says hello world, the basic code that we all always talk about. We started our coding with these kind of codes. If I ask it to obfuscate this, so now do you know what was written inside it? So this is how the codes get obfuscated. You just know that it's some function is starting and here it's a semicolon. The rest you don't know. It's showing hello world somewhere here distorted. So this was my example. If you want to have any other code, just try it, obfuscate it, you will see the output here. So you don't want to copy paste, just upload your file, obfuscate it, share it to anyone you want, ask them to recode it, and it will show the entire actual code. So this one is a good tool for code obfuscation. You can choose your options according to you. You want to change it to something other, mangled dictionary, so it will do that. So now it's just in dictionary errors because I changed it here. Change it to something other, mangled. So it is mangled. It will now obfuscate in mangled manner. So any way you like, you will be able to generate any application, server security or network security, incident handling related policy from this page. Talking about anti-reversing techniques. So as the name says, can you show one more example? Example of code or on obfuscator? Sure. Just have any sample code. You can get any code from GitLab, but say any sample code in Python. Python program to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay. So we have this code with us. Let's have, so this is the code using obfuscator. Okay, this is JavaScript code obfuscator. So I will check for any JavaScript sample code in JS. JavaScript example to swap two variables. So we have some code for swapping two variables. I'm taking the comments along, so comments are included using obfuscator. Simply pasting it here. It could be my original code or something from Stack Overflow. Obfuscate it. This is the output that it is generating. You see, you cannot understand what it is. So this is another example. So these are JavaScript examples. Similarly, you can find Python and other code examples. All right. Your query was that what is the requirement of doing it? Why are we obfuscating the code in the very first place? So we are doing obfuscation to make it confidential between. If I don't want my code to be read by anyone else, I want to be read only by Anubhav, I would share it. Even if I share it in group chat like this one, it would be in obfuscated form. No one would know what it is written, but you know that I would communicate it with you that it's obfuscated. Just use any ND obfuscator and retrieve the actual code back. So that's where it is being used. Perfect. The obfuscator itself is using uh, encoding. It's encoding into whatever you are asking it to encode in. So if you see here, what is this? It is nothing, just want to encode it in hexadecimal, it will encode it in hexadecimal. If I want to encode it in some dictionary thing, it will encode it in dictionary thing. All right. So talking about anti-reversing techniques, as the name says, perfect. Uh, Anti-reversing techniques, as the name says, reversing techniques. That means somewhere it's talking about reverse engineering. Now, what is reverse engineering? Reverse engineering is the process of analyzing software to understand how it works towards gaining knowledge to duplicate or enhance the software. When we talk about anti-reversing, for that, firstly, we need to know what is reverse engineering. Reverse engineering is a term which you will very casually listen while working in cybersecurity field. What does it mean? It's nothing but how you analyze the software. Software is already built, it is already there, functioning well. You analyze the software to understand how it works, gaining knowledge to duplicate or enhance it. So if there are clones of, say, if you go on, if you clone some software, say if there's Swiggy, we also have Zomato, we also have other examples like EasySure, which are relatively newer. So if you see, they are pretty much alike. These softwares are pretty much alike. They work on similar model, they work of similar base. Similar examples are Ola, Uber, InDrive, Blue Cabs. If you see, all of these have similar UI structure, even Rapido. These they are one point they are competitors, another point they have similar applications. They know that they have understood the customer requirement, the customer psyche, even if it was started by one. Here it's Uber, here it's either Swiggy or Zomato, don't know which one started it. But once the code was there, one programmer or the entire team put in efforts, the code was out, cloned, made it for any other term, any other uh, company. So even if you search for any of these codes as a programmer, you might find them online, the earlier versions or obfuscated versions, but that would be enough for you to clone it. So this is nothing but reverse engineering. You are trying to make it from something that is already there. Generally, programmers, what do programmers do for any application? They have an idea from GitLab or Stack Overflow. The codes are already there. They have it from there, customize it according to our requirement, and then that's where reverse engineering is used. So me, as a person working in Swiggy or Zomato or Uber, I want I won't feel good if my code is reversed or if reverse engineering is being done on those codes for without giving me any monetary benefit another companies made using those codes. So that's where anti-reversing comes into play. That's where reverse engineers are stopped making these things, because that's again is illegal, because the copyright thing is already with the original author of that code. So what do you think is the best defense against this reverse engineering things? What have we studied? It's called copy paste. Okay, in layman it's called copy paste, right? You copy paste and then you customize it according to your wish. Okay, Arpan says, what is Stack Overflow? Stack Overflow it gives you an idea of uh, codes. Means I have heard that programmers use Stack Overflow to get an idea of codes they are trying to develop. In other words, we call it inspiration. We got inspired from that code. That's why we are making it better in our own infra. So code obfuscation is required if we copy paste code. Code obfuscation is required to stop that copy paste thing. So this is the answer of my question. My question was, what is the best defense technique against reverse engineering? So answer is obfuscate the code. You obfuscate it, no one would know what it is written there. So reverse engineering would be a bit harder. Okay, I remember a question was there from someone that if everyone knows that the code is obfuscated and how to deobfuscate it, what is the benefit of it? If I'm sharing the obfuscated code, I will not let you know that it is a code. Why would I let you know that it is a code? Uh, that's the gist of sharing that with you. So that only the actuality would be shared with anyone I would like to share my code with. For rest of all, it is just crap which we do not understand what it is written, just a random pair of strings. While the one, say if I want Arpan or Badri to know that it is actually a code, so I would let them know that just deobfuscate it. It's obfuscated in hexa or binary. Deobfuscate it and they will get the code, even if I am sharing it in public. How would that be obfuscated? using deobfuscated. Using the same, you will just upload the file here where it's written obfuscate, just use it. And if I have already shared that it's in hexa, used hexa, and it will show you the exact code. Otherwise, there's a decoder in Burp Suite. Once we will be doing Burp Suite, I will show you there also how these kind of encoded things you can decode. So we have multiple ways of doing it. One of this is using obfuscator, deobfuscator. The other one is using encoder, decoder, which is again a part of Burp Suite. Those who are already working in cybersecurity field, they know what Burp Suite is and how it's working. We will know it with the course of time while we complete this course. Hope the pace of the class is good today. I got feedback that it was fast yesterday, but I tried to make it little lighter today. So in anti-tampering, we were having anti-reversing. In anti-tampering, we were having anti-reversing, code signing, and obfuscation. Obfuscation, you know. Anti-reversing, you know. What is code signing? Anyone want to attempt code signing? What is code signing? The name says it all. So code signing, perfect. Sign on code, simple, right? Copyright, exactly. So code signing is the process of digitally signing the code. For example, if it is having some executables or scripts, I will have some private key of the code author. Code signing assures that authenticity of published code besides proving integrity and anti-tampering protection. Uh, uh, Example of it is how to show that you are the author. Yes, hashing is part of it. Signing on code, that those things, the private and what digital signing is, that would be covered under cryptography. After this obfuscation things and all, there's an application called Grabify. Only if my company allows it to run. Why it is not running? How it is done? Code signing talks about, as we saw an answer from Arpan, it talks about the sharing of keys. So there are a combination of keys that are shared. So once you digitally signed the code, you are its author. The private key remains with you. Only you would be able to execute that code. Even if you share it with others, it would be only read only, and it won't be executed unless and otherwise you share your private key, which would be checked with the public key and executed. So how that is done, we all will. So cryptography will talk all about hashing, MD5 hashing, SHA-256, all those things will be covering there. Depends, because there are different algorithms, you can use variety of them. DH key exchange, I believe, is what earlier coders used. Now they preferably use hash algorithm for 256. Yes, SHA-256 is used currently. So I was talking about Grabify. Just want to show you if it runs here. Okay, I believe this is the URL which is not responsive on any URL connection timed out. So since we are talking about cyber security, and you people want to have a little hands-on, let me show you something. Uh, for hacking, since hacking module is far away, just an overview. There's a thing called GHDB or Google Hacking Database. So when we talk about Google Hacking Database, we have variety of things there present online. You can see vulnerable servers here. You can see index of confidential files with juicy information. Again, vulnerable servers are there. What else? You can get filtered things. Web server, error message, footholds. Let's see various online devices. It would show any online device. So using one of these exploits, this is what we got. So this is some camera, which is a live recording camera of Lee's McRae College. I'm not sure where it is, but with the time it shows 8:55 a.m. 3rd March, 8:55 a.m. That most possibly is US or Canada. You can stop. Sometimes you even get the controls of the camera. You can rotate it in left or right. So now you can see somewhere in the world using Google hacking database. This is one of the many uses. It provided you a hold of an online device, so you now as an attacker can have. So all of this is for education purposes. Kindly do not misuse anything. Try to go overboard in things till you get more about it, you know more about it. So this is what I wanted to show you, just to keep your interest intact in the topics. We'll be starting with the new topics. Next we are going to start. Next topic would be, so this would be software security. Now we will be talking more about software security. So I was trying to show you what Google is capable of doing other than searching for our queries. So when you talk about Google hacking database, it shows you all the exploits which are available. I will just reset the filters because it's showing filtered content. So it shows you vulnerable servers, files containing juicy information, but these are of no use for me currently, since I just want to show you what Google hacking database is capable of doing. So to show you that part, I will just filter it with any online machine. I will filter it for any online machine. So it's showing me the different online machines. There's Brother Printer, Xerox printer, LaserJet printer. Even in these, I will just want to see cameras. So not using much, I will just open first few exploits. One is from Shilpa, one is from S. Thakur, one is from Yash. Now you click on these URLs. So this is someone using this URL for something else. Novus IP camera. I'm not a robot. Here it's requesting you for login credentials. If you want to brute force it, try generally available default username passwords, but that would involve, okay, it says root password might be password. Okay, I don't want his camera to be logged. So we have other cameras also. So now you have got control of some camera in some icy area, snowy area with controls. Here you can move it right. Okay, it is requiring a sign in. So for controls, you would require sign in. Similarly, here's another camera in bushes. Do you have admin? No, we don't have admin. So this is one of the thing that you can do using okay, when you talk about Tor browser, you think when you are visiting the dark web you are safe. When you enter Tor browser, your IP is broadcasted. So when you try that, when you think that you would be trying to attack someone, meanwhile you see that your Gmail is misbehaving. So this is my personal experience. I tried using Tor. That was the first and last time. Uh, you will see something fishy at your end after you try using Tor browser. Yes, I'm talking about Tor browser only. Uh, how to use the DB as a hacker? We will see it. This is just this is just a trailer. These sites record our logins also. No, these are just the cameras which they forgot to encrypt, forgot to provide encryption. So even if I provide you the IP address of my home camera, you won't be able to log in. That's true, Venkatesh. We need to be very careful in terms of handling. That's why I keep reminding that it's only for education purposes. No one would try exploiting anything. What about deep web? Deep web is nothing, just one way to reach deep web is Tor browser, which is also called Onion browser. Uh, I won't recommend you to download it or to move around Tor uh, because very professional hackers are already using those things there. So you won't even know where you get a victim while you surf deep web. All right. So any more questions? We are heading to our next topic, software security. So as the name says, software security. Software, we already know what software is, how they are used, why they are used. They are just firmwares that we use for our day-to-day work. What we will be learning in software security, we will be talking about what are broken access controls, and their related vulnerabilities. We will explain cryptographic failures, we will classify various applications issues using, we will talk about what are CVEs, what are CWEs. These are nothing but common vulnerabilities. How are they named? What is their nomenclature? And we will discuss some real world scenarios. So a bit more interesting topic than what we were doing earlier. Here we would be talking about OWASP top 10, SANS 25 in better detail. I will remove all these tabs. Let's see what OWASP top 10 says. So it is nothing, just a standard that we people use, and it is a globally recognized standard. globally recognized standard used for making websites secure. Just to let you know, even though it is not part of your curriculum, but I will let you know that OWASP top 10 is not just for web applications, but even for mobile applications. So covering, because we are talking about softwares, web applications. So this is what we will be working. We do have similar things for mobile also. So if any one of you is having more interest in mobile security, mobile app security, then this is what you can refer to. And for web application, one point that we talks about major vulnerabilities globally, in how many years these are refreshed. So the answer was in front of you only when I opened that link talking more about web applications. But for mobile, I'll just share you the link that these are the OWASP top 10 for mobile. Let me share the latest one. We have a OWASP top 10 for CI/CD also. Yes, we do have. So even when we talk about OWASP top 10 2013, so these were the OWASP top 10 in 2013, which talked about injection, broken authentication, session management, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization. These were the things that were impacting corporates in 2013, with injection at the top, broken authentication and session management, and other things following it. When we talk about 2017, injection is still on the top, broken authentication is at second, while other in 2021, broken access control is at number one. Now, what all these loopholes are, what these vulnerabilities are, and how it impacts our working in cybersecurity, we will be discussing it in the session that we are going to complete. Since we are talking about a WASP 2021, 2021 would start with broken access control, cryptographic failures, cryptographic failures, injection, insecure design, security misconfig, vulnerable and outdated components, identification and authentication failures. You will be knowing them one by one. software and data integrity failures, security logging and monitoring, and SSRF. Before I move into explaining all this, the place from where you will get the best ideas of everything, which is Port Swigger. So if you write any issue, say CSRF is one of the issues, I will just say CSRF Port Swigger. This tutorial would be providing me enough detail of everything and anything related to the issue. This is just to let you know if in case you are trapped somewhere. So that's where you can simply use Portswigger to your defense. So back to where we were, broken access control. When we talk about broken access control, as the name says, that the access control is broken somewhere. So unauthorized access to system functionality that resources uh, and resources that creates exploitable weakness. So when there's some unauthorized access to the system, and it could impact that system's functionality entirely, that's where broken access control, we say it is there. So what is example of it? uh, I don't want anyone to log in into a website, but again, someone who is very skillful, he checked out some loophole and was able to access it. We'll see how we do it. There are certain vulnerable websites available on the internet, which we will be using to see how we can take advantage of loopholes and do this broken access control thing. If I'm logged in with an ID of Harpreet, say this engagex.simplilearn.com, although this is some Zoom meeting, but yes, if you say that I'm logged in into my account currently, is it a way that I change here something and I'm able to log in into any one of yours account? So any these, if I'm able to do that, that means the access control is broken somewhere. Usually it happens if there is user ID present in the URL. So we try to change those IDs with some other user IDs. If you are able to log in with that user, not this URL, but if some URL is having an ID which belongs to Harpreet, say this is some ID which belongs to Harpreet, you change it, use someone else, say Chiranjeet's ID. I know that Chiranjeet's user ID is XYZ, whatever it is. I placed that ID here, pressed enter, and now this same page says that the logged in user is not Harpreet but Chiranjeet. So these kind of things we can do using broken access control. We will see how we do it. But before doing the practical part, we will be understanding how these. We will understand the theory part first before we move into doing the attacks, understanding what it's done, how it is done. When we talk about access control vulnerabilities, what are the most common things that we keep in mind? So I'm talking about access control things. When I talk about access control vulnerabilities, the example that I just shared, if I'm allowing the primary key to be changed to another user's account. In this example, it was Harpreet and Chiranjit, but you can use anyone's ID to get access to that user's account. And how it was done? I used bypassing the access control checks by using, what did I modify? By modifying the, what did I modify here in this example? UID. Where did I modify it? Where was this modified? In link, and link is called, as Srishti said, Akib said, modifying the URL. So I modified the URL and I was able to bypass the control, the access control. What else does it mean? Say, if I'm changing this account, I'm using Srishti's account and Srishti is having admin access. I'm just a normal user and Srishti is having admin access. So does this mean that I'm able to elevate my privilege? Simply changing the IDs in the URL, I would be able to elevate the privilege because now I am the admin. So there's one application available which is a vulnerable application. I'll side by side I'll try to exploit that also. It is called a wasp juice shop. So here we have this application. It includes certain challenges. We will do it one by one. Although this is bonus than what you are provided from Simplilearn, we will be doing those labs also side by side. All right. So when I talk about this account thing, I want to log in. It says, all right, just provide your email password. Okay, I'll first say that I'm not a customer yet. Let's see if I find any fault here, then we will move forward. Trying to register. So Harpreet at the rate yopmail.com. Yopmail is disposable email. And some password. Say my password is Harpreet H capital. Harpreet 123. All right. I repeat the password Harpreet 123. It says password matches. Now I remove 123. Password doesn't match. Perfect. And if I remove 123 from here, so I have removed it from here. Now you see that there's misconfiguration. So even though I have changed my password, it still says that both are matching and we can move ahead. So let's move forward. It will take my password, even though it's 8 digits and it is 11 digits. So one of the OWASP top 10, which says misconfiguration. So you are seeing misconfiguration here, that even though the condition is not met. Okay, let's see, will it allow me to register? Registration completed successfully. You can now log in. All right, registration is successful. You can now log in. Now problem for me is I don't know which password will it take. So let's see. Harpreet 123. It says no. Removing 123. So you see that the confirmed password was not taken, but the one which I supplied earlier was taken as a password. Just to show you that I am with the same email address that I showed you. All right, so that was misconfiguration part. Let's see if we could find something else. Let's see for injection. Okay, trying to log in. Generally we have some developers hard code the default credentials, which is either admin, either admin password. All right, it is not taking any of these. It is not taking admin, it is not taking password. Can I try some payload? I will try doing SQL injection here. For SQL, those who know what SQL is, the language is, it works on queries. It checks for your query in the backend database that your query is true, it will execute it. If the query returns false, it will not execute that query. So let me see if I'm using Boolean algebra. It says either admin or 1 is equal to 1. My password is password. It says it identifies that it is an object. Okay, I will use hyphens to ignore anything after this, and I am inside as an admin. So what is this? This is an injection attack. I'm using SQL injection here. This is how we are doing it. So this one is an injection. Okay, I would be providing you one more example. What else can we do here? What else can I do here? Customer feedback, complaint, support. Let me log out and I will do something else. Customer feedback, anonymous. I hated your apple juice. And when I say this, I hate your apple juice, six two one six two 12. Okay. What least rating I can give it? It is 1, but the apple juice was not even worth it for 1. So can I change it? Control Shift I. Can I change that rating? Where is it reflecting here? One way is you make changes in the code itself, but I'll show you a more unique way. We will be using Burp Suite for this information to pass through. I'll just be, let me use my Burp Suite. So one thing would be to check in inspect element. The other one would be using Burp Suite. I'll just turn on the Burp Suite and connect from another site. Okay. All right. So Anubhav wants example from another site. So since we are not attacking any main site, we are using vulnerable websites. So let me show you another site as requested. There's a site called test.php, which is Acunetics. So test.php is the other site. So here, if you try to use any, because for injection you would require something to put your payload inside. So you see your payload executes. These kind of executions, these kind of injection attacks are called XSS or cross-site scripting attacks. The one that we already saw for the other payload, that was SQL injection attack for admin part, and this one was XSS or cross-site scripting. Here we used cross-site scripting, we used script. What script did we use, and where do we get these kind of scripts? You get these from GitLab. So if I use payloads for XSS, you will get all these lists available online on GitHub. Similarly for SQL injection, so just go there and use these for injection attacks. Kindly do not use any of these on live web applications. I don't want anyone of you to be suffering legally. Never use these on live applications without permission. What codes to use for injection? For injection, we are using these payloads that I shared you. You have to check which payload works on which website. So cybersecurity is a field where you have to invest ample amount of time. So using payloads from these lists would require you to invest a lot of time. So these are for XSS. Similarly, if you don't want XSS attack, you want SQL injection, you will get that payload list here. So these payload lists are for SQL injection attacks. When you are provided your scope, you have to go through it, which payload works over it. And yes, that's the most time consuming thing which you'll see as a red teamer. What is payload? Payload is anything which you use for the destructive process. So you want your scope to destroy, you use payload. So where else we use word payload? If you know, we use payload in defense system. So payload is whatever is inside the rocket, whatever is inside the missile, those things are payloads. So similarly, payload means that data portion. Payload is used in a sense of destruction. Anything that you use to, yes, in networking terms, it is part of the data. Payload, yes. You talk in header things, that payload is there in part of data in headers. As Rajiv Ranjan said, it is the capacity to carry malicious script query to target location, for sure. Okay, so this is a tool called Burp Suite, on which I'll be showing you the method that I was showing you how to disrupt the rating on any website. We were doing that on a Wasp juice shop. So Burp Suite is again from Portswigger. It has its inbuilt browser. So I'll be opening the browser. Once the browser is open, I'll restore because it will open juice shop only. One feature of Burp Suite is you can intercept the traffic. That means you control what traffic is going. So here, if I say intercept is on, that means whatever traffic is going here, I'll be able to see that traffic in my proxy. So currently, I'm turning on off, simply moving to the page where I have to give the rating. So we were at customer feedback. I had their, say, orange juice. So I didn't want to give them even a single rating, but I know by bod mass, the result for this is 6. Now, when I'm trying to submit this, I will turn on the intercept. Burp suit works as man in the middle. So you see the entire traffic it is capturing. It is seeing that as man in the middle. It says, okay, you say orange juice is sugary. It's anonymous. All right. Let's change this rating to 0. Here it is not possible. I rated 0. But now let's see. I submit it. Forward this traffic. Thank you for your feedback. The feedback has been taken. So when the feedback has been taken, let's see if that feedback is visible anywhere. So I will turn off the intercept again. So it would be either, all right. So someone says, I love this. Some says, great shop. Nothing useful available here. They all are having 1 to 5 ratings. But let's see if our rating is somewhere here. Orange juice was sugary by anonymous and it is showing null rating. So this is how you can change the course of things. Uh, which browser? How do we connect? All right, I'll just show it again. This is inbuilt browser in Burp Suite. So when you move to proxy, you have this open browser. This will open Chromium browser here. So Chromium browser is the inbuilt browser for Burp Suite. There are two ways in which you can use Burp Suite. It is either professional, you can buy licensed version, or just for practice, you can use Burp Suite community version. So some features are available only in licensed version. So you won't you would have 50% of these in community version. This is on the same OWASP juice site. Yes, this was the one that I got interrupted in. So yes, it's in OWASP juice shop. The same one in which we did that admin part. And what else? Now, since I'm using Burp Suite, we still have 10 minutes. Let's see what else we can do using Burp Suite. Another part. So, what else we can use? I forgot to turn on the intercept. Click here. It is showing me something that okay. Uh, Harjinder, Burp Suite is not a site. Burp Suite is a tool. Burp Suite is a tool. Uh, it's not a site. You can download Burp Suite online. Please share the process to download the Burp Suite. Okay. Simply Burp Suite. Just download it from here. It will download the community edition. Guys, sharing the processes step by step would be hard. Better would be if we are just revising it through video. That would be impressive, right? What exactly we are trying to do? All right. Anyone who could answer this? Why are we doing it? Oh, what? Why are we doing it? What is the agenda? Because we are studying WASP top 10, and this is we are trying to study a WASP top 10 using these, uh, just like we did security misconfiguration, injection attacks, broker access control. We were able to take over the admin account, so using injection, so broker access control, all these things. That's why we are studying burp suite and deliberately vulnerable application. Yes, it is man in the middle attack. Yes, we are doing MITM, and MITM is taking a cue of what uh, communication is going on between two sender and receiver. So where I was, yes, I was trying to show you something else. If I send this to repeater, repeater is something that repeat things. Uh, it shows me that okay, there is something called FTP legal.md. Do not take stress. This is core things, because you stressed that you want something practical. I'm showing it, but yes, this is something bonus apart from what you are actually having in your curriculum. But I'm always happy to share more than you expect. So just something from my end. What I'll do here, I will see, okay, it is talking about FTP. It's showing me that okay, so, FTP protocol is running and we are getting a file legal.md, the file on which I clicked. I clicked on legal.md here, which says check out our boring terms of conditions. All right, it was legal.md. I would send it and see response here. Okay, it is generating some response. What and response is the legal information. There's a legal file which says, I guess it is in some other language. It is talking about something. Okay, here it is in English. No, some other language. All right, no issues. What I'll do, I'll see if we have anything else in .md. One file is legal, on which so when I change this legal thing, I remove legal with .md and see if we are having some other files here, .md files. Okay, if I remove even FTP, are we able to get .md something? Doesn't work. What if FTP is back and .md is removed? We will see any file transfer protocol here. Let's see, 200. Okay, that means it is successful. All right, if we are having any other file, 404 not found. Any other file which is using FTP. $200, okay. So you see, if I search for .md, we have got another file, acquisitions.md. It says 12 matches. All right. Announcement, which is an encrypted file, .md, coupons.md, legal.md we already have seen. Let's see if we are able to see acquisitions.md, because acquisitions.md is not visible on their web page. So let's see if it is visible to see what's written in acquisitions.md. So you have find out a confidential document. This document is confidential, do not distribute. It shows their planned acquisitions. This is the planned acquisitions. We will be doing more practicals, but yes, just to give you a gist of how cybersecurity works, this session was necessary so that you know where we are heading to. And if this sparks interest in you, that this is what we do in cybersecurity field.
There are two types of encryption in cryptography: symmetric key cryptography and asymmetric key cryptography. Both of these categories have their pros and cons and differ only by their implementation. Today we are going to focus exclusively on symmetric key cryptography. Let us have a look at its applications in order to understand its importance better. This variant of cryptography is primarily used in banking applications where personally identifiable information needs to be encrypted. With so many aspects of banking moving on to the internet, having a reliable safety net is crucial. Symmetric cryptography helps in detecting bank fraud and boosts the security index of these payment gateways in general. They are also helpful in protecting data that is not in transit and rests on servers and data centers. These centers house a massive amount of data that needs to be encrypted with a fast and efficient algorithm so that when the data needs to be recalled by the respective service, there is the assurance of minor to no delay. While browsing the internet, we need symmetric encryption to browse secure HTTPS websites so that we get an all-around protection. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security. This helps us in preventing the rather insecure HTTP website format. So let us understand how symmetric key cryptography works first before moving on to the specific algorithms. Symmetric key cryptography relies on a single key for the encryption and decryption of information. Both the sender and receiver of the message need to have a pre-shared secret key that they will use to convert the plain text into ciphertext and vice versa. As you can see in the image, the key used for encryption is the same key needed for decrypting the message at the other end. The secret key shouldn't be sent along with the ciphertext to the receiver because that would defeat the entire purpose of using cryptography. Key exchange can be done beforehand using other algorithms like the Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol, for example. For example, if Paul wants to send a simple message to Jane, they need to have a single encryption key that both of them must keep secret to prevent snooping on by malicious actors. It can be generated by either one of them, but must belong to both of them before the messages start flowing. Suppose the message "I am ready" is converted into ciphertext using a specific substitution cipher by Paul. In that case, Jane must also be aware of the substitution shift to decrypt this ciphertext once it reaches her. irrespective of the scenario where someone manages to grab the ciphertext mid-transit to try and read the message, not having the secret key renders everyone helpless looking to snoop in. The symmetric key algorithms like the data encryption standard have been in use since the 1970s, while the popular ones like the AES have become the industry standard today. With the entire architecture of symmetric cryptography depending on the single key being used, you can understand why it's of paramount importance to keep it secret on all occasions. The side effect of having a single key for the encryption and decryption is it becomes a single point of failure. Anyone who gets their hand on it can read all the encrypted messages and do so mainly without the knowledge of the sender and the receiver. So it is the priority to keep the encryption and decryption key private at all times. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the third party can send messages to either the sender or the receiver using the same key to encrypt the message. Upon receiving the message and decrypting it with the key, it is impossible to guess its origin. If the sender somehow transmits the secret key along with the ciphertext, anyone can intercept the package and access the information. Consequently, this encryption category is termed private key cryptography, since a big part of the data's integrity is riding on the promise that the users can keep the keys secret. This terminology contrasts with asymmetric key cryptography, which is called public key cryptography, because it has two different keys at play, one of which is public. Provided we manage to keep the keys secret, we still have to choose what kind of ciphers we want to use to encrypt this information. In symmetric key cryptography, there are broadly two categories of ciphers that we can employ. Let us have a look. Stream ciphers are the algorithms that encrypt basic information one bit at a time. It can change depending on the algorithm being used, but usually it relies on a single bit or byte to do the encryption. This is the relatively quicker alternative considering the algorithm doesn't have to deal with blocks of data at a single time. Every piece of data that goes into the encryption can and needs to be converted into binary format. In stream ciphers, each binary digit is encrypted one after the other. The most popular ones are the RC4, Salsa, and Panama. The binary data is passed through an encryption key, which is a randomly generated bit stream. Upon passing it through, we receive the ciphertext that can be transferred to the receiver without fear of man-in-the-middle attacks. The binary data can be passed through an algorithmic function. It can have either XOR operations, as it is most of the time, or any other mathematical calculations that have the singular purpose of scrambling the data. The encryption key is generated using the random bitstream generator, and it acts as a supplement in the algorithmic function. The output is in binary form, which is then converted into the decimal or hexadecimal format to give our final ciphertext. On the other hand, block ciphers dissect the raw information into chunks of data of fixed size. The size of these blocks depend on the exact cipher being used. A 128-bit block cipher will break the plain text into blocks of 128-bit each and encrypt those blocks instead of a single digit. Once these blocks are encrypted individually, they are chained together to form our final ciphertext. Block ciphers are much slower, but they are more tamper-proof and are used in some of the most widely used algorithms employed today. Just like stream ciphers, the original ciphertext is converted into binary format before beginning the process. Once the conversion is complete, the blocks are passed through the encryption algorithm along with the encryption key. This would provide us with the encrypted blocks of binary data. Once these blocks are combined, we get a final binary string. This string is then converted into hexadecimal format to get our ciphertext. Today, the most popular symmetric key algorithms like AES, DES, and 3DES are all block cipher methodology subsets. With so many factors coming into play, there are quite a few things symmetric key cryptography excels at while falling short in some other. Symmetric key cryptography is much faster variant when compared to asymmetric key cryptography. There is only one key in play, unlike asymmetric encryption, and this drastically improves calculation speed in the encryption and decryption. Similarly, the performance of symmetric encryption is much more efficient under similar computational limitations. Fewer calculations help in better memory management for the host system. Bulk amounts of data that need to be encrypted are very well suited for symmetric algorithms. Since they are much quicker, Handling large amounts of data is simple and easy to use in servers and data farms. This helps in better latency during data recall and fewer mixed packets. Thanks to its simple single key structure, symmetric key cryptography algorithms are much easier to set up a communication channel with and offer a much more straightforward maintenance duties. Once the secret key is transmitted to both the sender and receiver without any prior mishandling, the rest of the system aligns easily and everyday communications becomes easy and secure. If the algorithm is applied as per the documentation, symmetric algorithms are very robust and can encrypt vast amounts of data with very less overhead.
DES algorithm stands for Data Encryption Standard. It is a symmetric key cipher that is used to encrypt and decrypt information in a block-by-block manner. Each block is encrypted individually and they are later chained together to form our final ciphertext, which is then sent to a receiver. DES takes the original unaltered piece of data called the plain text in a 64-bit block, and it is converted into an encrypted text that is called the ciphertext. It uses 48-bit keys during the encryption process and follows a specific structure called the Fistel cipher structure during the entire process. It is a symmetric key algorithm, which means DES can reuse the keys used in the encryption format to decrypt the ciphertext back to the original plain text. Once the 64-bit blocks are encrypted, they can be combined together before being transmitted. Let's take a look at the origin and the reason DES was founded. DES is based on a Fistel block cipher called Lucifer, developed in 1971 by IBM cryptography researcher Horst Fistel. DES uses 16 rounds of this Fistel structure, using a different key for each round. It also utilizes a random function with 2 inputs and provides a single output variable. DES became the organization's approved encryption standard in November 1976 and was later reaffirmed as a standard in 1983, 1988, and finally in 1999. But eventually DES was cracked and it was no longer considered a secure solution for all official routes of communication. Consequently, Triple DES was developed. Triple DES is a symmetric key block cipher that uses a double DES cipher. Encrypt with the first key, delete encryption with the second key, and encrypt again with the third key. There is also a variation of the 2 keys where the first and second key are duplicate of each other. But Triple DES was ultimately deemed too slow for the growing need for fast communication channels, and people eventually fell back to using DES for encrypting messages. In order to search for a better alternative, a public-wide competition was organized and helped cryptographers develop their own algorithm as a proposal for the next global standard. This is where the Ringdial algorithm came into play and was later credited to be the next advanced encryption standard. For a long time, DES was the standard for data encryption for data security. Its rule ended in 2002 when finally the advanced encryption standard replaced DES as an acceptable standard following a public competition for a place. To understand the structure of a Fistel cipher, we can use the following image as a reference. The block being encrypted is divided into 2 parts, one of which is being passed on to the function, while the other part is XORed with the function's output. The function also uses the encryption key that differs for each individual round. This keeps going on until the last step, until where the right-hand side and the left-hand side are being swapped. Here we receive our final ciphertext. For the decryption process, the entire procedure is reversed, starting from the order of the keys to the block sorting. If the entire process is repeated in a reverse order, we will eventually get back our plain text, and this simplicity helps the speed. Overall, this was later detrimental to the efficiency of the algorithm, hence the security was compromised. A Fistel block cipher is a structure used to derive many symmetric block ciphers such as DES, which as we have discussed in our previous comment. Fistel cipher proposed a structure that implements substitution and permutation alternately so that we can obtain ciphertext from the plain text and vice versa. This helps in reducing the redundancy of the program and increases the complexity to combat brute force attacks. The Fistel cipher is actually based on the Shannon structure that was proposed in 1945. The Fistel cipher is the structure suggested by Horst Fistel, which was considered to be a backbone while developing many symmetric block ciphers. The Shannon structure highlights the implementation of alternate confusion and diffusion. And like we already discussed, the Fistel cipher structure can be completely reversed depending on the data. However, we must consider the fact that to decrypt the information by reversing the Fistel structure, we will need the exact polynomial functions and the key orders. To understand how the blocks are being calculated, we take a plain text which is of 64-bit and that is later divided into two equal halves of 32-bit each. In this, the right half is immediately transferred to the next round to become the new left half of the second round. The right hand is again passed off to a function which uses an encryption key that is unique to each round in the Fistel cipher. Whatever the function gives off as an output, it is passed on as an XOR input with the left half of the initial plain text. The next output will become the right half of the second round for the plain text. This entire process constitutes of a single round in the Fistel cipher. Taking into account what happens in the polynomial function, we take one half of the block and pass it through an expansion box. The work of the expansion box is to increase the size of the half from 32-bit to 48-bit text. This is done to make the text compatible to a 48-bit keys we have generated beforehand. Once we pass it through the XOR function, we get a 48-bit text as an output. Now remember, a half should be of 32-bit. So this 48-bit output is then later passed on to a substitution box. This substitution box reduces its size from 48-bit to 32-bit output, which is then later XORed with the first half of the plain text. A block cipher is considered the safest if the size of the block is large, but large block sizes can also slow down encryption speed and the decryption speed. Generally, the size is 64-bit. Sometimes modern block ciphers like AES have a 128-bit block size as well. The security of the block cipher increases with increasing key size, but larger key sizes may also reduce the speeds of the process. Earlier, 64-bit keys were considered sufficient. Modern ciphers need to use 128-bit keys due to the increasing complexity of today's computational standards. The increasing number of rounds also increase the security of the block cipher. Similarly, they are inversely proportional to the speed of encryption. A highly complex round function enhances the security of the block cipher. Albeit, we must maintain a balance between the speed and security. The symmetric block cipher is implemented in a software application to achieve better execution speed. There is no use of an algorithm if it cannot be implemented in a real-life framework that can help organizations to encrypt or decrypt the data in a timely manner. Now that we understand the basics of Fistel ciphers, we can take a look at how DES manages to run through 16 rounds of this structure and provide the ciphertext at the end. Now that we understand the basics of Fistel ciphers, we can take a look at how DES manages to run through 16 rounds of this structure and provide a ciphertext. In simple terms, DES takes the 64-bit plain text and converts it into a 64-bit ciphertext. And since we are talking about asymmetric algorithms, the same key is being used when it is decrypting the data as well. We first take a 64-bit key plain text and we pass it through an initial permutation function. The initial permutation function has the job of dividing the block into two different parts so that we can perform Fistel cipher structures on it. There are multiple rounds being procured in the DES algorithm, namely 16 rounds of Fistel cipher structure. Each of these rounds will need keys. Initially, we take a 56-bit cipher key, but it is a single key. We pass it on to a round key generators, which generates 16 different keys for each single round that the Fistel cipher is being run. These keys are passed on to the rounds as 48 bits. The size of these 48 bits keys is the reason we use the substitution and permutation bonds in the polynomial functions of the Fistel ciphers. When passing through all these rounds, we reach round 16, where the final key is passed on from the round key generator, and we get a final permutation. In the final permutation, the rounds are swapped, and we get a final ciphertext. This is the entire process of DES with 16 rounds of Fistel ciphers encompassed in it. To decrypt a ciphertext back to the plain text, we just have to reverse the process we did in the DES algorithm and reverse the key order along with the functions. This kind of simplicity is what gave DES the bonus when it comes to speed but eventually it was detrimental to the overall efficiency of the program when it comes to security factors. DES have 5 different modes of operation to choose from. One of those is electronic codebook. Each 64-bit block is encrypted and decrypted independently in the electronic codebook format. We also have cipher block chaining, or the CBC method. Here, each 64-bit block depends on the previous one, and all of them use an initialization vector. We have a cipher feedback block mechanism, where the preceding ciphertext becomes the input for the encryption algorithm. It produces a pseudo-random output, which in turn is XORed with the plain text. There is an output feedback method as well, which is the same as cipher feedback, except that the encryption algorithm input is the output from the preceding DES. A counter method has a different way of approach, where each plain text block is XORed with an encrypted counter. The counter is then incremented for each subsequent block. There are a few other alternatives to these modes of operation, but the 5 mentioned above are the most widely used in the industry and recommended by cryptographers worldwide. Let's take a look at the future of DES. The dominance of DES ended in 2002 when the Advanced Encryption Standard replaced the DES encryption algorithm as the accepted standard. It was done following a public competition to find a replacement. NIST officially withdrew the global acceptance standard in May 2005, although triple DES is approved for some sensitive government information through 2030. NIST also had to change the DES algorithm because its key length was too short, given the increased processing power of the new computers. Encryption power is related to the size of the key, and DES found itself a victim of ongoing technological advances in computing. We have received a point where 56-bit was no longer a challenge to the computers of cracking. Note that because DES is no longer the NIST federal standard, it does not mean that it is no longer in use. Triple DES is still used today and is still considered a legacy encryption algorithm. To get a better understanding of how these keys and ciphertext look like, we can use an online tool for our benefit. As we already know, to encrypt any kind of data, a key is mandatory. This key can be generated using mathematical functions or computerized key generation program, such as this website offers. It can be based on any piece of text. Let's say the word is Simplilearn in our example. Once the key is settled, we provide the plain text or the clear text that needs to be encrypted using the aforementioned key. Suppose our sentence for this example is "This is my first message." We have satisfied 2 prerequisites, the message and the key. Another variable that goes into play is the mode of operation. We have already learned about 5 different modes of operation, while we can see some other options here as well. Let us go with the CBC variant, which basically means the cipher block chaining method. One of CBC's key characteristics is that it uses a chaining process. It causes the decryption of a block of ciphertext to depend all on the preceding ciphertext blocks. As a result, the entire validity of all the blocks is contained in the previous adjacent blocks as well. A single bit error in a ciphertext block affects the decryption of all the subsequent blocks. Rearrangement of the order of these, for example, can cause the decryption process to get corrupted. Regarding the manner of displaying binary information, we have 2 options here. We can either go with base 64 or the hexadecimal format. Let's go with the base 64 right now. As you can see, the ciphertext is readily available. Base 64 is a little more efficient than hex, so we will be getting a smaller ciphertext when it comes to base 64. Albeit the size of both the formats will be the same. The hex has a longer ciphertext since base 64 takes 4 characters for every 3 bytes, while hex will take 2 characters for each byte. Hence, base 64 turns out to be more efficient. Now to decrypt the ciphertext, we go by the same format. We choose base 64. We copy the ciphertext onto a decryption tool, and we have to make sure that the key we are using is exactly the same. We choose similar mode of operation, and we choose the correct encoding format as well, which is base 64 in this case. As you can see, the decryption is complete and we get a plain text back. Even if you keep everything the same, but we just change the encoding format, it will not be able to decrypt anything. Unfortunately, DES has become rather easy to crack even without the help of a key. The advanced encryption standard is still on top when it comes to symmetric encryption security and will likely stay there for a while. Eventually, with so much computing power growth, the need for a stronger algorithm was necessary to safeguard our personal data. As solid as DES was, the computers of today could easily break the encryption with repeated attempts, thereby rendering the data security helpless. To counter this dilemma, a new standard was introduced which was termed as the Advanced Encryption Standard or the AES algorithm. Let's learn what is Advanced Encryption Standard. The AES algorithm, also known as the Rijndael algorithm, is a symmetric block cipher with a block size of 128 bits. It is converted into ciphertext using keys of 128, 192, or 256 bits. It is implemented in software and hardware throughout the world to encrypt sensitive data. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as NIST, started development on AES in 1997 when it was announced the need for an alternative to the data encryption standard. The new internet needed a replacement for DES because of its small key size. With increasing computing power, it was considered unsafe against entire key search attacks. The triple DES was designed to overcome this problem. However, it was deemed to be too slow to be deployed in machines worldwide. Strong cases were present by the Mars, RC6, Serpent, and the Twofish algorithms, but it was the Rijndael encryption algorithm, also known as AES, which was eventually chosen as the standard symmetric key encryption algorithm to be used. Its selection was formalized with the release of Federal Information Processing Standards Publication 197 in the November of 2001. It was approved by the US Secretary of Commerce. Now that we understand the origin of AES, let us have a look at the features that make AES encryption algorithm unique. The AES algorithm uses a substitution permutation or SP network. It consists of multiple rounds to produce a ciphertext. It has a series of linked operations, including replacing inputs with specific outputs, that is substitutions, and others that involve bit shuffling, which is permutations. At the beginning of the encryption process, we only start out with a single key, which can be either a 128-bit key, a 192-bit key, or a 256-bit key. Eventually, this one key is expanded to be used in multiple rounds throughout the encryption and the decryption cycle. Interestingly, AES performs all its calculations on byte data instead of bit data, as seen in the case of the DES algorithm. Therefore, AES treats 128 bits of a clear text block as 16 bytes. The number of rounds during the encryption process depends on the key size that is being used. The 128-bit key size fixes 10 rounds, the 192-bit key size fixes 12 rounds, and the 256-bit key holds 14 rounds. A round key is required for each of these rounds, but since only one key is input into the algorithm, the single key needs to be expanded to get the key for each round, including the round 0. With so many mathematical calculations going on in the background, there are bound to be a lot of steps throughout the procedure. Let's have a look at the steps followed in AES. Before we move ahead, we need to understand how data is being stored during the process of AES encryption. Everything in the process is stored in a 4x4 matrix format. This matrix is also known as a state array, and we'll be using these state arrays to transmit data from one step to another and from one round to the next round. Each round takes state array as input and gives a state array as output to be transferred into the next round. It is a 16-byte matrix with each cell representing 1 byte, with each 4 bytes representing a word. So every state array will have a total of 4 words representing it. As we previously discussed, we take a single key and expand it to the number of rounds that we need the key to be used in. Let's say the number of rounds are n, then the key has to be expanded to be used with n plus 1 rounds, because the first round is the key 0 round. Let's say n is the number of rounds. The key is expanded to n plus 1 rounds. It is also a state array having 4 words in its vicinity.
Every key is used for a single round, and the first key is used as a round key before any round begins. In the very beginning, the plaintext is captured and passed through an XOR function with the round key as a supplement. This key can be considered the first key from the n+1 expanded set. Moving on, the state array resulting from the above step is passed on to a byte substitution process. Beyond that, there is a provision to shift rows in the state arrays. Later on, the state array is mixed with a constant matrix to shuffle its column in the mixed column segment, after which we add the round key for that particular round. The last 4 steps mentioned are part of every single round that the encryption algorithm goes through. The state arrays are then passed from one round to the next as an input. In the last round, however, we skip the mixed columns portion, with the rest of the process remaining unchanged. But what are these byte substitution and row shifting processes? Let's find out regarding each step in more detail. In the first step, the plaintext is stored in a state array and it is XORed with the K0, which is the first key in the expanded key set. This step is performed only once on a block while being repeated at the end of each round as per iteration demands. The state array is XORed with the key to get a new state array, which is then passed off as input to the sub-bytes process. In the second stage, we have byte substitution. We leverage an X box called as a substitution box to randomly switch data among each element. Every single byte is converted into a hexadecimal value having 2 parts. The first part denotes the row value and the second part denotes the column value. The entire state array is passed through the S box to create a brand new state array, which is then passed off as an input to the row shifting process. The 16 input bytes are replaced by looking at a fixed table given in the design. We finally get a matrix with 4 rows and 4 columns. When it comes to row shifting, each bit in the 4 rows of the matrix is shifted to the left. An entry that is a fall off is reinserted to the right of the line. The change is done as follows. The first line is not moved in any way. The second line is shifted to a single position to the left. The third line is shifted 2 positions to the left, and the fourth line is shifted 3 positions to the left. The result is a new matrix that contains the same 16 bytes but has been moved in relation to each other to boost the complexity of the program. In mixed columns, each column of 4 bytes is now replaced using a special mathematical function. The function takes 4 bytes of a column as input and outputs 4 completely new bytes. We will get a new matrix with the same size of 16 bytes, and it should be noted that this phase has not been done in the last round of the iteration. When it comes to adding a round key, the 16 bytes of the matrix are treated as 128 bits and the 128 bits of the round key are XORed. If it is the last round, the output is the ciphertext. If we still have a few rounds remaining, the resulting 128 bits are interpreted as 16 bytes and we start another similar round. Let's take an example to understand how all these processes work. If our plaintext is the string 2192, we first convert it into a hexadecimal format as follows. We use an encryption key which is "that's my kung fu" and it is converted into a hexadecimal format as well. As per the guidelines, we use a single key which is then later expanded into n+1 number of keys, in which case it's supposed to be 11 keys for 10 different rounds. In round 0, we add the round key. The plaintext is XORed with the K0 and we get a state array that is passed off as an input to the substitution bytes process. When it comes to the substitution bytes process, we leverage an S box to substitute the elements of each byte with a completely new byte. This way the state array that we receive is passed off as an input to the row shifting process on the next step. When it comes to row shifting, each element is shifted a few places to the left, with the first row being shifted by 0 places, second row by 1 place, third row by 2 places, and the last by 3. The state array that we received from the row shifting is passed off as an input to mix columns. In mix columns, we multiply the state array with a constant matrix, after which I receive a new state array to be passed on to the next step. We add the new state array as an XOR with the round key of the particular iteration. Whatever state array we receive here, it becomes an output for this particular round. Now, since this is the first round of the entire encryption process, the state array that we receive is passed off as an input to the new round. We repeat this process for 10 more rounds and we finally receive a ciphertext. Once the final state array can be denoted in the hexadecimal format, this becomes our final ciphertext that we can use for transferring information from the sender and receiver. Let's take a look at the applications of AES in this world. AES finds most use in the area of wireless security in order to establish a secure mode of authentication between routers and clients. Highly secure mechanisms like WPA and WPA2 are extensively used in securing Wi-Fi endpoints with the help of Rindial's algorithm. It also helps in SSL TLS encryption that is instrumental in encrypting our internet browser sessions. AES works in tandem with other asymmetric encryption algorithms to make sure the web browser and web server are properly configured and use encrypted channels for communication. AES is also prevalent in general file encryption of various formats ranging from critical documents to the media files. Having a large key allows people to encrypt media and decrypt data with maximum security possible. AES is also used for processor security in hardware appliances to prevent machine hijacking, among other things. As a direct successor to the DES algorithm, there are some aspects that AES provides an immediate advantage in. Let us take a look. When it comes to key length, the biggest flaw in DES algorithm was its small length was easily vulnerable by today's standards. AES has managed to nab up 128, 192 and 256 bit key lengths to bolster the security further. The block size is also larger in AES owing to more complexity of the algorithm. The number of rounds in DES is fixed irrespective of the plain text being used. In AES, the number of rounds depends on the key length that is being used for the particular iteration, thereby providing more randomness and complexity in the algorithm. The DES algorithm is considered to be simpler than AES, even though AES beats DES when it comes to relative speed of encryption and decryption. This makes advanced encryption standard much more streamlined to be deployed in frameworks and systems worldwide when it compares to the data encryption standard. Hello. In our last video on cryptography, we took a look at symmetric key cryptography. We used a single private key for both the encryption and decryption of data, and it works very well in theory. Let's take a look at a more realistic scenario now. Let's meet Joe. Joe is a journalist who needs to communicate with Ryan via long-distance messaging. Due to the critical nature of the information, people are waiting for any message to leave Joe's house so that they can intercept it. Now Joe can easily use symmetric key cryptography to send the encrypted data so that even if someone intercepts the message, they cannot understand what it says. But here's the tricky part. How will Joe send the required decryption key to Ryan? The sender of the message as well as the receiver need to have the same decryption key so that they can exchange messages. Otherwise, Ryan cannot decrypt the information even when he receives the ciphertext. If someone intercepts the key while transmitting it, there is no use in employing cryptography since a third party can now decode all the information easily. Key sharing is a risk that will always exist when symmetric key cryptography is being used. Thankfully, asymmetric key encryption has managed to fix this problem. This is Vaibhav from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on asymmetric key cryptography. Let's take a look at what we are going to learn today. We begin by explaining what asymmetric key cryptography is and how it works. We take a look at its application and uses. We understand why it's called public key cryptography and then learn a little bit about RSA encryption, and then we learn about the advantages of asymmetric key cryptography over symmetric key cryptography. Let's understand what asymmetric key cryptography is. Asymmetric encryption uses a double layer of protection. There are two different keys at play here, a private key and a public key. A public key is used to encrypt the information pre-transit, and a private key is used to decrypt the data post-transit. These pair of keys must belong to the receiver of the message. The public keys can be shared via messaging, blog posts, or key servers, and there are no restrictions. As you can see in the image, the two keys are working in the system. The sender first encrypts the message using the receiver's private key, after which we receive the ciphertext. The ciphertext is then transmitted to the receiver without any other key. On getting the ciphertext, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt it and get the plain text back. There has been no requirement of any key exchange throughout this process, therefore solving the most glaring flaw faced in symmetric key cryptography. The public key known to everyone cannot be used to decrypt the message, and the private key which can decrypt the message need not be shared with anyone. The sender and receiver can exchange personal data using the same set of keys as often as possible. To understand this better, take the analogy of your mailbox. Anyone who wants to send you a letter has access to the box and can easily share information with you. In a way, you can say the mailbox is publicly available to all, but only you have access to the key that can open the mailbox and read the letters in it. This is how the private key comes to play. No one can intercept the message and read its contents since it's encrypted. Once the receiver gets its contents, he can use his private key to decrypt the information. Both the public key and the private key are generated, so they are interlinked, and you cannot substitute other private keys to decrypt the data. In another example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, let's say it reads "Call me today," she must use Bob's public key while encrypting the message. Upon receiving the cipher message, Bob can proceed to use his private key in order to decrypt the message, and hence complete security is attained during transmission without any need for sharing the key. Since this type of encryption is highly secure, it has many uses in areas that require high confidentiality. It is used to manage digital signatures, so there is valid proof of a document's authenticity. With so many aspects of business transitioning to the digital sphere, critical documents need to be verified before being considered authentic and acted upon. Thanks to asymmetric cryptography, senders can now sign documents with their private keys. Anyone who needs to verify the authenticity of such signatures can use the sender's public key to decrypt the signature. Since the public and the private keys are linked to each other mathematically, it's impossible to repeat this verification with duplicate keys. Document encryption has been made very simple by today's standards, but the background implementation follows a similar approach. In blockchain architecture, asymmetric key cryptography is used to authorize transactions and maintain the system. Thanks to its two key structures, changes are reflected across the blockchain's peer-to-peer network only if it is approved from both ends. Along with asymmetric key cryptography's tamper-proof architecture, its non-repudiation characteristic also helps in keeping the network stable. We can also use asymmetric key cryptography combined with symmetric key cryptography to monitor SSL or TLS encrypted browsing sessions to make sure nobody can steal our personal information when accessing banking websites or the internet in general. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security instead of the rather insecure HTTP website format. Security parameters differ on a session-by-session basis, so the verification process is consistent and utterly essential to modern data security. Another great use of the asymmetric key cryptography structure is transmitting keys for symmetric key cryptography. With the most significant difficulty in symmetric encryption being key exchange, asymmetric keys can help clear the shortcoming. The original message is first encrypted using a symmetric key. The key used for encrypting the data is then converted into the ciphertext using the receiver's public key. Now we have two ciphertexts to transmit to the receiver. On receiving both of them, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt the symmetric key. He can then use it to decrypt the original information on getting the key used to encrypt the data. While this may seem more complicated than just asymmetric key cryptography alone, symmetric encryption algorithms are much more optimized for vast amounts of data on some occasions. Encrypting the key using asymmetric algorithms will definitely be more memory efficient and secure. You might remember us discussing why symmetric encryption was called private key cryptography. Let us understand why asymmetric falls under the public key cryptography. We have two keys at our disposal. The encryption key is available to everyone. The decryption key is supposed to be private. Unlike symmetric key cryptography, there is no need to share anything privately to have an encrypted messaging system. To put that into perspective, we share our email address with anyone looking to communicate with us. It is supposed to be public by design so that our email login credentials are private and they help in preventing any data mishandling. Since there is nothing hidden from the world, if they want to send us any encrypted information, this category is called the public key cryptography. There are quite a few algorithms being used today that follow the architecture of asymmetric cryptography, none more famous than the RSA encryption. RSA encryption is the most widely used encryption or public key encryption standard using asymmetric key approach. Named after its founders, Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, it uses block ciphers to obscure the information. If you are unfamiliar with how block ciphers work, they are encryption algorithms that divide the original data into blocks of equal size. The block size depends on the exact cipher being used. Once they are broken down, these blocks are encrypted individually and later chained together to form the final ciphertext. Widely considered to be the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than symmetric encryption algorithms, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and other chat applications. With so many variables in play, there must be some advantages that give asymmetric cryptography an edge over the traditional symmetric encryption methodologies. Let's go through some of them. There is no need for any reliable key sharing channel in asymmetric encryption. It was an added risk in private key cryptography that has been completely eliminated in public key architecture. The key which is made public cannot decrypt any confidential information, and the only key that can decrypt doesn't need to be shared publicly under any circumstance. We have much more extensive key lengths in RSA encryption and other asymmetric algorithms like 2048-bit key and 4096-bit keys. Larger keys are much harder to break into via brute force and are much more secure. Asymmetric key cryptography can use as a proof of authenticity, since only the rightful owner of the keys can generate the messages to be decrypted by the private key. The situation can also be reversed. Encryption is done using a private key and decryption is done by the public key, which would not function if the correct private key is not used to generate the message, hence proving the authenticity of the owner. It also has a tamper protection feature, where the message cannot be intercepted and changed without invalidating the private key used to encrypt the data. Consequently, the public key cannot decrypt the message, and it is easy to realize the information is not 100% legitimate when and where the case requires. Now that we have a proper revision, let's understand what digital signatures are before moving on to the algorithm. The objective of digital signatures is to authenticate and verify documents and data. This is necessary to avoid tampering and digital modification or forgery of any kind during the transmission of official documents. They work on the public key cryptography architecture with one exception. Typically, an asymmetric key system encrypts using a public key and decrypts with a private key. For digital signatures, however, the reverse is true. The signature is encrypted using a private key and is decrypted with the public key. Because the keys are inked together, decoding it with the public key verifies that the proper private key was used to sign the document, thereby verifying the signature's provenance. Let's go through each step to understand the procedure thoroughly. In step 1, we have M, which is the original plaintext message, and it is passed on to a hash function denoted by h hash to create a digest. Next, it bundles the message together with the hash digest and encrypts it using the sender's private key. It sends the encrypted bundle to the receiver, who can decrypt it using the sender's public key. Once the message is decrypted, it is passed through the same hash function h hash to generate a similar digest. It compares the newly generated hash with the bundled hash value received along with the message. If they match, it verifies data integrity. In many instances, they provide a layer of validation and security to messages through a non-secure channel. Properly implemented, a digital signature gives the receiver reason to believe that the message was sent by the claimed sender. Digital signatures are equivalent to traditional handwritten signatures in many respects, but properly implemented digital signatures are more difficult to forge than the handwritten type. Digital signature schemes in the sense used here are cryptographically based and must be implemented properly to be effective. They can also provide non-repudiation, meaning that the signer cannot successfully claim that they did not sign a message while also claiming their private key remains secret. Further, some non-repudiation schemes offer a timestamp for the digital signature, so that even if the private key is exposed, the signature is valid. To implement the concept of digital signature in real world, we have two primary algorithms to follow: the RSA algorithm and the DSA algorithm, but the latter is a topic of learning today. So let's go ahead and see what the digital signature algorithm is supposed to do. Digital signature algorithm is a FIPS standard, which is the Federal Information Processing Standard for digital signatures. It was proposed in 1991 and globally standardized in 1994 by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as the NIST. It functions on the framework of modular exponentiation and discrete logarithmic problems, which are difficult to compute as a force brute system. Unlike DSA, most signature types are generated by signing message digest with the private key of the originator. This creates a digital thumbprint of the data. Since just the message digest is signed, the signature is generally much smaller compared to the data that was signed. As a result, digital signatures impose less load on processors at the time of signing execution, and they use small volumes of bandwidth. DSA, on the other hand, does not encrypt message digest using private key or decrypt message digest using public key. Instead, it uses mathematical functions to create a digital signature consisting of two 160-bit numbers, which are originated from the message digests and the private key. DSAs make use of the public key for authenticating the signature, but the authorization process is much more complicated when compared with RSA. DSA also provides three benefits, which is the message authentication, integrity verification, and non-repudiation. In the image, we can see the entire process of DSA validation. A plain text message is passed on to a hash function where the digest is generated, which is passed on to a signing function. Signing function also has other parameters like a global variable G, a random variable K, and the private key of the sender. The outputs are then bundled onto a single pack with the plain text and sent to the receiver. The two outputs we receive from the signing functions are the two 160-bit numbers denoted by S and R. On the receiver end, we pass the plain text through the same hash function to regenerate the message digest. It is passed on to verification function, which has other requirements such as the public key of the sender, global variable G, and SNR received from the sender. The value generated by the function is then compared to R. If they match, then the verification process is complete and data integrity is verified. This was an overview of the way the DSA algorithm works. We already know it depends on logarithmic functions to calculate the outputs, so let us see how we can do the same in our next section. We have three phases here, the first of which is key generation. To generate the keys, we need some prerequisites. We select a queue which becomes a prime divisor. We select a prime number p such that p-1 mod q equal to 0. We also select a random integer g which must satisfy the two formulas being mentioned on the screen right now. Once these values are selected, we can go ahead with generating the keys. The private key can be denoted by x, and it is any random integer that falls between the bracket of 0 and the value of q. The public key can be calculated as y equal to g to the power x mod p, where y stands for the public key. The private key can then be packaged as a bundle which comprises of values of p, q, g, and x. Similarly, the public key can also be packaged as a bundle having the values of p, q, g, and y. Once we're done with key generation, we we can start verifying the signature and its generation. Repeat. Once the keys are generated, we can start generating the signature. The message is passed through a hash function to generate the digest H first. We can choose any random integer k which falls under the bracket of 0 and q. To calculate the first 160-bit number of a signing function of r, we use the formula g to the power k mod p into mod q. Similarly, to calculate the value of the second output, that is s, we use the following formula that is shown on the screen. The signature can then be packaged as a bundle having r and s. This bundle, along with a plain text message, is then passed on to the receiver. Now with the third phase, we have to verify the signature. We first calculate the message digest received in the bundle by passing it to the same hash function. We calculate the value of w, u1 and u2 using the formulas shown on the screen. We have to calculate a verification component, which is then to be compared with the value of r being sent by the sender. This verification component can be calculated using the following formula. Once calculated, this can be compared with the value of r. If the values match, then the signature verification is successful and our entire process is complete, starting from key generation to the signature generation all the way up to the verification of the signature. With so many steps to follow, we are bound to have a few advantages to boot this, and we would be right to think so. DSA is highly robust in the security and stability aspect when compared to alternative signature verification algorithms. We have a few other ciphers that aim to achieve the simplicity and the flexibility of DSA, but it has been a tough ask for all the other suits. The key generation is much faster when compared to the RSA algorithm and such. While the actual encryption and decryption process may falter a little in comparison, a quicker start in the beginning is well known to optimize a lot of frameworks. DSA requires less storage space to work its entire cycle. In contrast, its direct correspondent, that is RSA algorithm, needs a certain amount of computational and storage space to function efficiently. This is not the case with DSA, which has been optimized to work with weaker hardware and lesser resources. The DSA is patented, but NIST has made this patent available worldwide royalty-free. A draft version of the speculation FIPS 18665 indicates that DSA will no longer be approved for digital signature generation, but it may be used to verify signatures generated prior to the implementation date of that standard. The RSA algorithm is a public key signature algorithm developed by Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman. The paper was first published in 1977, and the algorithm uses logarithmic functions to keep the working complex enough to withstand brute force and streamlined enough to be fast post-deployment. RSA can also encrypt and decrypt general information to securely exchange data along with handling digital signature verification. Let us understand how it achieves this. We take our plaintext message M. We pass it through a hash function to generate the digest H, which is then encrypted using the sender's private key. This is appended to the original plaintext message and sent over to the receiver. Once the receiver receives the bundle, we can pass the plaintext message to the same hash function to generate a digest, and the ciphertext can be decrypted using the public key of the sender. The remaining hashes are compared. If the values match, then the data integrity is verified and the sender is authenticated. Apart from digital signatures, the main case of RSA is encryption and decryption of private information before being transmitted across communication channel. This is where the data encryption comes into play. When using RSA for encryption and decryption of general data, it reverses the key set usage. Unlike signature verification, it receives the receiver's public key to encrypt the data and uses the receiver's private key in decrypting the data. Thus, there is no need to exchange any keys in this scenario. There are two broad components when it comes to RSA cryptography. One of them is key generation. Key generation employs a step of generating the private and the public keys that are going to be used for encrypting and decrypting the data. The second part is the encryption and decryption functions. These are the ciphers and steps that need to be run when scrambling the data or recovering the data from the ciphertext. You will now understand each of these steps in our next subtopic. Keeping the previous two concepts in mind, let us go ahead and see how the entire process works, starting from creating the key pair to encrypting and decrypting the information. You need to generate the public and private keys before running the functions to generate ciphertext and plaintext. They use certain variables and parameters, all of which are explained. We first use two large prime numbers which can be denoted by P and Q. We can compute the value of n as n equal to P into Q and compute the value of Z as P minus 1 into Q minus 1. A number E is chosen at random satisfying the following conditions, and a number D is also selected at random following the formula ED mod Z equal to 1, and it can be calculated with the formula given below. The public key is then packaged as a bundle with N and E, and the private key is packaged as a bundle using N and D. This sums up the key generation process. For the encryption and decryption function, we use the formula C and M. The ciphertext can be calculated as C equal to M to the power E mod N, and the plaintext can be calculated from the ciphertext as C power D mod N. When it comes to a data encryption example, let's take P and Q as 7 and 13. The value of N can be calculated as 91. If we select the value of E to be 5, it satisfies all the criteria that we need it to. The value of D can be calculated using the following function, which gives it as 29. The public key can then be packaged as 91,5 and the private key can then be packaged as 91,29. The plaintext, if it is 10, which is denoted by M. Ciphertext can be calculated to the formula C equal to M to the power E mod N, which gives us 82. If somebody receives this ciphertext, they can calculate the plaintext using the formula C to the power D mod N, which gives us the value of 10 as selected as our plaintext. We can now look at the factors that make the RSA algorithm stand out versus its competitors in the advantageous topics of this lesson. RSA encryption depends on using the receiver's public key so that you don't have to share any secret key to receive the messages from others. This was the most glaring flaw faced by symmetric algorithms, which were eventually fixed by asymmetric cryptography structure. Since the key pairs are related to each other, a receiver cannot intercept the message since they don't have the correct private keys to decrypt the information. If a public key can decrypt the information, the sender cannot refuse signing it with his private key without admitting the private key is not in fact private anymore. The encryption process is faster than that of the DSA algorithm. Even if the key generation is slower in RSA, many systems across the world tend to reuse the same keys so that they can spend less time in key generation and more time on actual ciphertext management. Data will be tamper-proof in transit since meddling with the data will alter the usage of the keys. The private key won't be able to decrypt the information, hence alerting the receiver of any kind of manipulation in between. The receiver must be aware of any third party who possesses the private key. Let's have a small recap before we move ahead. Cryptography is the science of encryption and decryption of data to prevent unauthorized access. Encryption is the process of making the plaintext unreadable to any third party which generates the ciphertext. Decryption is a process of reversing the encrypted text back to its original readable format, that is the plaintext. As you can see in the image, the plaintext in the example is the word study. The sender uses an encryption key to convert the plaintext into ciphertext, which will be unreadable to the people who don't have the decryption key. The ciphertext can be a combination of random alphanumeric characters. It is then sent directly to the receiver, who then converts the ciphertext back to the plaintext, that is the word study, using a decryption key. Depending on the type of cryptography being used, the decryption key can be the same key used for the encryption, or it can be completely different. There are two types of encryption in cryptography: symmetric key cryptography and asymmetric key cryptography. Both of these categories have their pros and cons and differ only by the implementation. Today we are going to focus exclusively on symmetric key cryptography. Let us have a look at its applications in order to understand its importance better. This variant of cryptography is primarily used in banking applications where personally identifiable information needs to be encrypted. With so many aspects of banking moving on to the internet, having a reliable safety net is crucial. Symmetric cryptography helps in detecting bank fraud and boosts the security index of these payment gateways in general. They are also helpful in protecting data that is not in transit and rests on servers and data centers. These centers house a massive amount of data that needs to be encrypted with a fast and efficient algorithm so that when the data needs to be recalled by the respective service, there is the assurance of minor to no delay. While browsing the internet, we need symmetric encryption to browse secure HTTPS websites so that we get an all-around protection. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security. This helps us in preventing the rather insecure HTTP website format. So let us understand how symmetric key cryptography works first before moving on to the specific algorithms. Symmetric key cryptography relies on a single key for the encryption and decryption of information. Both the sender and receiver of the message need to have a pre-shared secret key that they will use to convert the plain text into ciphertext and vice versa. As you can see in the image, the key used for encryption is the same key needed for decrypting the message at the other end. The secret key shouldn't be sent along with the ciphertext to the receiver because that would defeat the entire purpose of using cryptography. Key exchange can be done beforehand using other algorithms like the Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol, for example. For example, if Paul wants to send a simple message to Jane, they need to have a single encryption key that both of them must keep secret to prevent snooping on by malicious actors. It can be generated by either one of them, but must belong to both of them before the messages start flowing. Suppose the message "I am ready" is converted into ciphertext using a specific substitution cipher by Paul. In that case, Jane must also be aware of the substitution shift to decrypt the ciphertext once it reaches her. Irrespective of the scenario where someone manages to grab the ciphertext mid-transit to try and read the message, not having the secret key renders everyone helpless looking to snoop in. The symmetric key algorithms like the data encryption standard have been in use since the 1970s, while the popular ones like the AES have become the industry standard today. With the entire architecture of symmetric cryptography depending on the single key being used, you can understand why it's of paramount importance to keep it secret on all occasions. The side effect of having a single key for the encryption and decryption is it becomes a single point of failure. Anyone who gets their hand on it can read all the encrypted messages and do so mainly without the knowledge of the sender and the receiver. So it is the priority to keep the encryption and decryption key private at all times. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the third party can send messages to either the sender or the receiver using the same key to encrypt the message. Upon receiving the message and decrypting it with the key, it is impossible to guess its origin. If the sender somehow transmits the secret key along with the ciphertext, anyone can intercept the package and access the information. Consequently, this encryption category is termed private key cryptography, since a big part of the data's integrity is riding on the promise that the users can keep the keys secret. This terminology contrasts with asymmetric key cryptography, which is called public key cryptography because it has two different keys at play, one of which is public. Provided we manage to keep the keys secret, we still have to choose what kind of ciphers we want to use to encrypt this information. In symmetric key cryptography, there are broadly two categories of ciphers that we can employ. Let us have a look. Stream ciphers are the algorithms that encrypt basic information one bit at a time. It can change depending on the algorithm being used, but usually it relies on a single bit or byte to do the encryption. This is the relatively quicker alternative considering the algorithm doesn't have to deal with blocks of data at a single time. Every piece of data that goes into the encryption can and needs to be converted into binary format. In stream ciphers, each binary digit is encrypted one after the other. The most popular ones are the RC4, Salsa, and Panama. The binary data is passed through an encryption key, which is a randomly generated bit stream. Upon passing it through, we receive the ciphertext that can be transferred to the receiver without fear of man-in-the-middle attacks. The binary data can be passed through an algorithmic function. It can have either XOR operations, as it is most of the time, or any other mathematical calculations that have the singular purpose of scrambling the data. The encryption key is generated using the random bitstream generator, and it acts as a supplement in the algorithmic function. The output is in binary form, which is then converted into the decimal or hexadecimal format to give our final ciphertext. On the other hand, block ciphers dissect the raw information into chunks of data of fixed size. The size of these blocks depend on the exact cipher being used. A 128-bit block cipher will break the plaintext into blocks of 128-bit each and encrypt those blocks instead of a single digit. Once these blocks are encrypted individually, they are chained together to form our final ciphertext. Block ciphers are much slower, but they are more tamper-proof and are used in some of the most widely used algorithms employed today. Just like stream ciphers, the original ciphertext is converted into binary format before beginning the process. Once the conversion is complete, the blocks are passed through the encryption algorithm along with the encryption key. This would provide us with the encrypted blocks of binary data. Once these blocks are combined, we get a final binary string. This string is then converted into hexadecimal format to get our ciphertext. Today, the most popular symmetry key algorithms like AES, DES, and 3DES are all block cipher methodology subsets. With so many factors coming into play, there are quite a few things symmetry key cryptography excels at while falling short in some other. Symmetry key cryptography is much faster variant when compared to asymmetric key cryptography. There is only one key in play, unlike asymmetric encryption, and this drastically improves calculation speed in the encryption and decryption. Similarly, the performance of symmetric encryption is much more efficient under similar computational limitations. Fewer calculations help in better memory management for the host system. Bulk amounts of data that need to be encrypted are very well suited for symmetric algorithms. Since they are much quicker, handling large amounts of data is simple and easy to use in servers and data farms. This helps in better latency during data recall and fewer mixed packets. Thanks to its simple single key structure, symmetric key cryptography algorithms are much easier to set up a communication channel with and offer a much more straightforward maintenance duties. Once the secret key is transmitted to both the sender and receiver without any prior mishandling, the rest of the system aligns easily and everyday communications becomes easy and secure. If the algorithm is applied as per the documentation, symmetric algorithms are very robust and can encrypt vast amounts of data with very less overhead. Let's meet Joe. Joe is a journalist who needs to communicate with Ryan via long-distance messaging. Due to the critical nature of the information, people are waiting for any message to leave Joe's house so that they can intercept it. Now Joe can easily use symmetric key cryptography to send the encrypted data, so that even if someone intercepts the message, they cannot understand what it says. But here's the tricky part. How will Joe send the required decryption key to Ryan? The sender of the message as well as the receiver need to have the same decryption key so that they can exchange messages. Otherwise, Ryan cannot decrypt the information even when he receives the ciphertext. If someone intercepts the key while transmitting it, there is no use in employing cryptography since a third party can now decode all the information easily. Key sharing is a risk that will always exist when symmetric key cryptography is being used. Thankfully, asymmetric key encryption has managed to fix this problem. This is Baba from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on asymmetric key cryptography. Let's take a look at what we are going to learn today. We begin by explaining what asymmetric key cryptography is and how it works. We take a look at its application and uses. We understand why it's called public key cryptography and then learn a little bit about RS encryption, and then we learn about the advantages of asymmetric key cryptography over symmetric key cryptography. Let's understand what asymmetric key cryptography is. Asymmetric encryption uses a double layer of protection. There are two different keys at play here, a private key and a public key. A public key is used to encrypt the information pre-transit and a private key is used to decrypt the data post-transit. These pair of keys must belong to the receiver of the message. The public keys can be shared via messaging, blog posts, or key servers, and there are no restrictions. As you can see in the image, the two keys are working in the system. The sender first encrypts the message using the receiver's private key, after which we receive the ciphertext. The ciphertext is then transmitted to the receiver without any other key. On getting the ciphertext, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt it and get the plain text back. There has been no requirement of any key exchange throughout this process, therefore solving the most glaring flaw faced in symmetric key cryptography. The public key known to everyone cannot be used to decrypt the message, and the private key which can decrypt the message need not be shared with anyone. The sender and receiver can exchange personal data using the same set of keys as often as possible. To understand this better, take the analogy of your mailbox. Anyone who wants to send you a letter has access to the box and can easily share information with you. In a way, you can say the mailbox is publicly available to all, but only you have access to the key that can open the mailbox and read the letters in it. This is how the private key comes to play. No one can intercept the message and read its contents since it's encrypted. Once the receiver gets its contents, he can use his private key to decrypt the information. Both the public key and the private key are generated, so they are interlinked, and you cannot substitute other private keys to decrypt the data. In another example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, let's say it reads "Call me today," she must use Bob's public key while encrypting the message. Upon receiving the cipher message, Bob can proceed to use his private key in order to decrypt the message, and hence complete security is attained during transmission without any need for sharing the key. Since this type of encryption is highly secure, it has many uses in areas that require high confidentiality. It is used to manage digital signatures, so there is valid proof of a document's authenticity. With so many aspects of business transitioning to the digital sphere, critical documents need to be verified before being considered authentic and acted upon. Thanks to asymmetric cryptography, senders can now sign documents with their private keys. Anyone who needs to verify the authenticity of such signatures can use the sender's public key to decrypt the signature. Since the public and the private keys are linked to each other mathematically, it's impossible to repeat this verification with duplicate keys. Document encryption has been made very simple by today's standards, but the background implementation follows a similar approach. In blockchain architecture, asymmetric key cryptography is used to authorize transactions and maintain the system. Thanks to its two key structures, changes are reflected across the blockchain's peer-to-peer network only if it is approved from both ends. Along with asymmetric key cryptography's tamper-proof architecture, its non-repudiation characteristic also helps in keeping the network stable. We can also use asymmetric key cryptography combined with symmetric key cryptography to monitor SSL or TLS encrypted browsing sessions to make sure nobody can steal our personal information when accessing banking websites or the internet in general. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security instead of the rather insecure HTTP website format. Security parameters differ on a session-by-session basis, so the verification process is consistent and utterly essential to modern data security. Another great use of the asymmetric key cryptography structure is transmitting keys for symmetric key cryptography. With the most significant difficulty in symmetric encryption being key exchange, asymmetric keys can help clear this shortcoming. The original message is first encrypted using a symmetric key. The key used for encrypting the data is then converted into the ciphertext using the receiver's public key. Now we have two ciphertexts to transmit to the receiver. On receiving both of them, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt the symmetric key. He can then use it to decrypt the original information on getting the key used to encrypt the data. While this may seem more complicated than just asymmetric key cryptography alone, symmetric encryption algorithms are much more optimized for vast amounts of data on some occasions. Encrypting the key using asymmetric algorithms will definitely be more memory efficient and secure. You might remember us discussing why symmetric encryption was called private key cryptography. Let us understand why asymmetric falls under the public key cryptography. We have two keys at our disposal. The encryption key is available to everyone. The decryption key is supposed to be private. Unlike symmetric key cryptography, there is no need to share anything privately to have an encrypted messaging system. To put that into perspective, we share our email address with anyone looking to communicate with us. It is supposed to be public by design so that our email login credentials are private and they help in preventing any data mishandling. Since there is nothing hidden from the world, if they want to send us any encrypted information, this category is called the public key cryptography. There are quite a few algorithms being used today that follow the architecture of asymmetric cryptography, none more famous than the RSA encryption. RSA encryption is the most widely used encryption or public key encryption standard using asymmetric key approach. Named after its founders, Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, it uses block ciphers to obscure the information. If you are unfamiliar with how block ciphers work, they are encryption algorithms that divide the original data into blocks of equal size. The block size depends on the exact cipher being used. Once they are broken down, these blocks are encrypted individually and later chained together to form the final ciphertext. Widely considered to be the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than symmetric encryption algorithms, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and other chat applications. With so many variables in play, there must be some advantages that give asymmetric cryptography an edge over the traditional symmetric encryption methodologies. Let's go through some of them. There is no need for any reliable key sharing channel in asymmetric encryption. It was an added risk in private key cryptography that has been completely eliminated in public key architecture. The key which is made public cannot decrypt any confidential information, and the only key that can decrypt doesn't need to be shared publicly under any circumstance. We have much more extensive key lengths in RSA encryption and other asymmetric algorithms like 2048-bit key and 4096-bit keys. Larger keys are much harder to break into via brute force and are much more secure. Asymmetric key cryptography can use as a proof of authenticity, since only the rightful owner of the keys can generate the messages to be decrypted by the private key. This situation can also be reversed. Encryption is done using a private key and decryption is done by the public key, which would not function if the correct private key is not used to generate the message, hence proving the authenticity of the owner. It also has a tamper protection feature, where the message cannot be intercepted and changed without invalidating the private key used to encrypt the data. Consequently, the public key cannot decrypt the message, and it is easy to realize the information is not 100% legitimate when and where the case requires. With the rise in censorship and general fear over privacy laws, consumer security is at an all-time high risk. Technology has made our lives so much easier while putting up a decent target on our personal information. It is necessary to understand how to simultaneously safeguard our data and be up to date with the latest technological developments. Maintaining this balance has become easier with cryptography taking its place in today's digital world. So here's a story to help you understand cryptography. Meet Anne. Anne wanted to look for a decent discount on the latest iPhone. She started searching on the internet and found a rather shady website that offered a 50% discount on the first purchase. Once Anne submitted her payment details, a huge chunk of money was withdrawn from a bank account just moments after. Devastated, Anne quickly realized she had failed to notice that the website was a HTTP web page instead of an HTTPS one. The payment information submitted was not encrypted and it was visible to anyone keeping an eye, including the website owner and hackers. Had she used a reputed website which has encrypted transactions and employs cryptography, our iPhone enthusiast could have avoided this particular incident. This is why it's never recommended to visit unknown websites or share any personal information on them. Now that we understand why cryptography is so important, let's now understand what cryptography is. Cryptography is the science of encrypting or decrypting information to prevent unauthorized access. We transform our data and personal information so that only the correct recipient can understand the message. As an essential aspect of modern data security, using cryptography allows the secure storage and transmission of data between willing parties. Encryption is the primary route for employing cryptography by adding certain algorithms to jumble up the data. Decryption is the process of reversing the work done by encrypting information so that the data becomes readable again. Both of these methods form the basis of cryptography. For example, when Simplilearn is jumbled up or changed in any format, Not many people can guess the original word by looking at the encrypted text. The only ones who can are the people who know how to decrypt the coded word, thereby reversing the process of encryption. Any data pre-encryption is called plain text or clear text. To encrypt the message, we use certain algorithms that serve a single purpose of scrambling the data to make them unreadable without the necessary tools. These algorithms are called ciphers. They are a set of detailed steps to be carried out one after the other to make sure the data becomes as unreadable as possible until it reaches the receiver. We take the plain text, pass it to the cipher algorithm, and get the encrypted data. This encrypted text is called the ciphertext, and this is the message that is transferred between the two parties. The key that is being used to scramble the data is known as the encryption key. These steps, that is the cipher, and the encryption key are made known to the receiver, who can then reverse the encryption on receiving the message. Unless any third party manages to find out both the algorithm and the secret key that is being used, they cannot decrypt the messages, since both of them are necessary to unlock the hidden content. Wonder what else we would lose if not for cryptography? Any website where you have an account can read your passwords. Important emails can be intercepted and their contents can be read without encryption during their transit. More than 65 billion messages are sent on WhatsApp every day, all of which are secured thanks to end-to-end encryption. There is a huge market opening up for cryptocurrency, which is possible due to blockchain technology that uses encryption algorithms and hashing functions to ensure that the data is secure. If this is of particular interest to you, you can watch our video on blockchain, the link of which will be in the description. Of course, there is no single solution to a problem as diverse as explained. There are three variants of how cryptography works and is in practice. They are symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption, and hashing. Let's find out how much we have understood until now. Do you remember the difference between a cipher and ciphertext? Leave your answers in the comments, and before we proceed, if you find this video interesting, make sure to give it a thumbs up before moving ahead. Let's look at symmetric encryption first. Symmetric encryption uses a single key for both the encryption and decryption of data. It is comparatively less secure than asymmetric encryption, but much faster. It is a compromise that has to be embraced in order to deliver data as fast as possible without leaving information completely vulnerable. This type of encryption is used when data rests on servers and identifies personnel for payment applications and services. The potential drawback with symmetric encryption is that both the sender and receiver need to have the same secret key, and it should be kept hidden at all times. Caesar cipher and Enigma machine are both symmetric encryption examples that we will look into further. For example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, she can apply a substitution cipher or a shift cipher to encrypt the message. But Bob must be aware of the same key itself, so he can decrypt it when he finds it necessary to read the entire message. Symmetric encryption uses one of the two types of ciphers, stream ciphers and block ciphers. Block ciphers break the plain text into blocks of fixed size and use the key to convert it into ciphertext. Stream ciphers convert the plain text into ciphertext one bit at a time instead of resorting to breaking them up into bigger chunks. In today's world, the most widely used symmetric encryption algorithm is AES 256, that stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, which has a key size of 256-bit with 128-bit and 196-bit key sizes also being available. Other primitive algorithms like the Data Encryption Standard, that is the DES, the Triple Data Encryption Standard 3DES, and Blowfish have all fallen out of favor due to the rise of AES. AES chops up the data into blocks and performs 10 plus rounds of obscuring and substituting the message to make it unreadable. Asymmetric encryption, on the other hand, has a double whammy at its disposal. There are two different keys at play here, a public key and a private key. The public key is used to encrypt information pre-transit, and a private key is used to decrypt the information post-transit. If Alice wants to communicate with Bob using asymmetric encryption, she encrypts the message using Bob's public key. After receiving the message, Bob uses his own private key to decrypt the data. This way, nobody can intercept the message in between transmissions, and there is no need for any secure key exchange for this to work, since the encryption is done with the public key and the decryption is done with the private key that no one except Bob has access to. Both the keys are necessary to read the full message. There is also a reverse scenario where we can use the private key for encryption and the public key for decryption. A server can sign non-confidential information using its private key, and anyone who has its public key can decrypt the message. This mechanism also proves that the sender is authenticated and there is no problem with the origin of the information. RSA encryption is the most widely used asymmetric encryption standard. It is named after its founders Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, and it uses block ciphers that separate the data into blocks and obscure the information. Widely considered the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than AES, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and chat applications. With so much hanging on the key's secrecy, there must be a way to transmit the keys without others reading our private data. Many systems use a combination of symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption to bolster security and match speed at the same time. Since asymmetric encryption takes longer to decrypt large amounts of data, the full information is encrypted using a single key, that is, symmetric encryption. That single key is then transmitted to the receiver using asymmetric encryption, so you don't have to compromise either way. Another route is using the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, which relies on a one-way function and is much tougher to break into. The third variant of cryptography is termed as hashing. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of data beyond recognition. It gives an output of fixed size, which is known as the hash value of the original data, or just hash in general. The calculations that do the job of messing up the data collection form the hash function. They are generally not reversible without resilient brute force mechanisms and are very helpful when storing data on website servers that need not be stored in plain text. For example, many websites store your account passwords in a hashed format so that not even the administrator can read your credentials. When a user tries to log in, they can compare the entered password's hash value with the hash value that is already stored on the servers for authentication, since the function will always return the same value for the same input. Cryptography has been in practice for centuries. Julius Caesar used a substitution shift to move alphabets a certain number of spaces beyond their place in the alphabet table. A spy can't decipher the original message at first glance. For example, if he wanted to pass confidential information to his armies and decides to use the substitution shift of +2, A becomes C, B becomes D, and so on. The word attack, when passed through a substitution shift of +3, becomes DWWDEFN. This cipher has been appropriately named the Caesar cipher, which is one of the most widely used algorithms. The Enigma is probably the most famous cryptographic cipher device used in ancient history. It was used by the Nazi German armies in the World Wars. They were used to protect confidential political, military, and administrative information, and it consisted of 3 or more rotors that scrambled the original message depending on the machine's state at that time. The decryption is similar, but it needs both machines to stay in the same state before passing the ciphertext so that we receive the same plain text message. Let's take a look at how our data is protected while we browse the internet thanks to cryptography. Here we have a web-based tool that will help us understand the process of RSA encryption. We see the entire workflow from selecting the key size to be used until the decryption of the ciphertext in order to get the plain text back. As we already know, RSA encryption algorithm falls under the umbrella of asymmetric key cryptography. That basically implies that we have two keys at play here, a public key and a private key. Typically, the public key is used by the sender to encrypt the message, and the private key is used by the receiver to decrypt the message. There are some occasions when this allocation is reversed, and we will have a look at them as well. In RSA, we have the choice of key size. We can select any key from a 512-bit to 1024-bit all the way up to a 4096-bit key. The longer the key length, the more complex the encryption process becomes, and thereby strengthening the ciphertext. Although with added security, more complex functions take longer to perform the same operations on similar size of data. We have to keep a balance between both speed and strength, because the strongest encryption algorithms are of no use if they cannot be practically deployed on systems around the world. Let's take a 1024-bit key over here. Now we need to generate the keys. This generation is done by functions that operate on passphrases. The tool we are using right now generates these pseudo-random keys to be used in this explanation. Once we generate the keys, you can see the public key is rather smaller than the private key, which is almost always the case. These two keys are mathematically linked with each other. They cannot be substituted with any other key, and in order to encrypt the original message or decrypt the ciphertext, this pair must be kept together. The public key is then sent to the sender, and the receiver keeps the private key with himself. In this scenario, let's try and encrypt the word Simplilearn. We have to select if the key being used for encryption is either private or public, since that affects the process of scrambling the information. Since we are using the public key over here, let's select the same and copy it and paste over here. The cipher we are using right now is plain RSA. There are some modified ciphers with their own pros and cons that can also be used, provided we use it on a regular basis and depending on the use case as well. Once we click on encrypt, we can see the ciphertext being generated over here. The pseudorandom generating functions are created in such a way that a single character change in the plaintext will trigger a completely different ciphertext. This is a security feature to strengthen the process from brute force methods. Now that we are done with the encryption process, let's take a look at the decryption part. The receiver gets this ciphertext from the sender with no other key or supplement. He or she must already possess the private key generated from the same pair. No other private key can be used to decrypt the message since they are mathematically linked. We paste the private key here and select the same. The cipher must also be the same used during the encryption process. Once we click decrypt, you can see the original plain text we had decided to encrypt. This sums up the entire process of RSA encryption and decryption. Now some people use it the other way around. We also have the option of using the private key to encrypt information and the public key to decrypt it. This is done mostly to validate the origin of the message. Since the keys only work in pairs, if a different private key is used to encrypt the message, the public key cannot decrypt it. Conversely, if the public key is able to decrypt the message, it must have been encrypted with the right private key and hence the rightful owner. Here we just have to take the private key and use that to encrypt the plain text and select the same in this checkbox as well. You can see we have generated a completely new ciphertext. This ciphertext will be sent to the receiver, and this time we will use the public key for decryption. Let's select the correct checkbox and decrypt, and we still get the same output. Now let's take a look at practical example of encryption in the real world. We all use the internet on a daily basis, and many are aware of the implications of using unsafe websites. Let's take a look at Wikipedia here. Pretty standard HTTPS website where the H stands for secured. Let's take a look at how it secures the data. Wireshark is the world's foremost and most widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level, and we are going to use this software to see the traffic that is leaving our machine and to understand how vulnerable it is. Since there are many applications running in this machine, let's apply a filter that will only show us the results related to Wikipedia. Let's search for something that we can navigate the website with. Okay, once we get into it a little, you can see some of the requests being populated over here. Let's take a look at the specific request. These are the data packets that basically transport the data from our machine to the internet and vice versa. As you can see, there's a bunch of gibberish data here that doesn't really reveal anything that we searched or watched. Similarly, other secured websites function the same way, and it is very difficult, if at all possible, to snoop on user data this way. To put this in perspective, let's take a look at another website, which is a HTTP web page. This has no encryption enabled from the server end, which makes it vulnerable to attacks. There is a login form here, which needs legitimate user credentials in order to grant access. Let's enter a random pair of credentials. These obviously won't work, but we can see the manner of data transfer. Unsurprisingly, we weren't able to get into the platform. Instead, we can see the data packets. Let's apply a similar filter that will help us understand what request this website is sending. These are the requests being sent by the HTTP login form to the internet. If we check here, see, whatever username and password that we are entering, we can easily see it with the Wireshark. Now, we used a dummy pair of credentials. If we select the right data packet, we can find our correct credentials. If any website had asked for our payment information or our legitimate credentials, it would have been really easy to get a hold of these. To reiterate what we have already learned, we must always avoid HTTP websites and just unknown or not trustworthy websites in general, because the problem we saw here is just the tip of the iceberg. Even though cryptography has managed to lessen the risk of cyber attacks, it is still prevalent and we should always be alert to keep ourselves safe online.
Imagine creating an account on a new website. You provide your email address and set a password that you are confident and you would not forget. What about the website owner? How securely are they going to store your password? For website administrators, they have three alternatives. They can either store the passwords in a plain text format, they can encrypt the passwords using an encryption and decryption key, or they can store the passwords in a hash value. Let's have a look at each of these. When a password is stored in plain text format, it is considered to be the most unsafe option since anyone in the company can read your passwords. A single hack and a data server breach will expose all the account's credentials without needing any extra effort. To counter this, owners can encrypt the passwords and keep them in the servers as a second alternative. But that would mean they also have to store the decryption key somewhere on their servers. In the event of a data breach or the server hack, both the decryption key and encrypted passwords will be leaked, thus making it a single point of failure. What if there was an option to store the passwords after scrambling them completely, but with no way to decrypt them? This is where hashing comes to play. Since only the hashed values are stored in the server, no encryption is needed. With no plain text passwords to protect, your credentials are safe from the website administrators. Considering all the pros, hashed passwords are the industry standard when it comes to storing credentials nowadays. Before getting too deep into the topic, let's get a brief overview of how hashing works. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of information or data beyond recognition. We can achieve this by using hash functions, which are essentially algorithms that perform mathematical operations on the main plaintext. The value generated after passing the plaintext information through the hash function is called the hash value, digest, or in general, just the hash of the original data. While this may sound similar to encryption, the major difference is hashes are meant to be irreversible. No decryption key can convert a digest back to its original value. However, a few hashing algorithms have been broken due to the increase in computational complexity of today's new generation computers and processors. There are new algorithms that stand the test of time and are still in use among multiple areas for password storage, identity verification, etc. Like we discussed earlier, websites use hashing to store the user's passwords. So how do they make use of these hash passwords? When a user signs up to create a new account, the password is then run through the hash function and the resulting hash value is stored on the servers. So the next time a user comes to log into the account, the password he enters is passed through the same hash function and compared to the hash stored on the main server. If the newly calculated hash is the same as the one stored on the website server, the password must have been correct, because according to hash functions terminology, same inputs will always provide the same outputs. If the hashes do not match, then the password entered during login is not the same as the password entered during the sign-up. Hence, the login will be denied. This way, no plain text passwords get stored, preventing both the owner from snooping on user data and protecting users' privacy in the unfortunate event of a data breach or a hack. Apart from password storage, hashing can also be used to perform integrity checks. When a file is uploaded on the internet, the file's hash value is generated and it is uploaded along with the original information. When a new user downloads the file, he can calculate the digest of the downloaded file using the same hash function. When the hash values are compared, if they match, then file integrity has been maintained and there has been no data corruption. Since so much important information is being passed onto the hash function, we need to understand how they work. A hash function is a set of mathematical calculations operated on two blocks of data. The main input is broken down into two blocks of similar size. The block size is dependent on the algorithm that is being used. Hash functions are designed to be one-way. They shouldn't be reversible, at least by design. Some algorithms like the previously mentioned MD5 have been compromised, but more secure algorithms are being used today, like the SHA family of algorithms. The digest size is also dependent on the respective algorithm being used. MD5 has a digest of 128 bits, while SHA-256 has a digest of 256 bits. This digest must always be the same for the same input, irrespective of how many times the calculations are carried out. This is a very crucial feature since comparing the hash value is the only way to check if the data is untouched, as the functions are not reversible. There are certain requirements of a hash function that need to be met before they are accepted. While some of them are easy to guess, others are placed in order to preserve security in the long run. The hash function must be quick enough to encrypt large amounts of data at a relatively fast pace, but it also shouldn't be very fast. Running the algorithm on all cylinders makes the functions easy to brute force and a security liability. There must be a balance to allow the hash function to handle large amounts of data and not make it ridiculously easy to brute force by running through all the possible combinations. The hash function must be dependent on each bit of the input. The input can be text, audio, video, or any other file extension. If a single character is being changed, it doesn't matter how small that character may be, the entire digest must have a distinctly different hash value. This is essential to create unique digests for every password that is being stored. But what if two different users are using the same password? Since the hash function is the same for all users, both the digests will be the same. This is called a hash collision. You may think this must be a rare occasion where two users have exactly the same password, but that is not the case. We have techniques like salting that can be used to reduce these hash collisions, as we will discuss later in this video. You would be shocked to see the most used passwords of 2020. All of these passwords are laughably insecure, and since many people use the same passwords repeatedly on different websites, hash collisions risks are more common than one would expect. Let's say the hash functions find two users having the same password. How can they store both the hashes without messing up the original data? This is where salting and peppering come to play. Salting is the process of adding a random keyword to the end of the input before it is passed on to the hash function. This random keyword is unique for each user on the system, and it is called the salt value or just the salt. So even if two passwords are exactly the same, the salt value will differ, and so will their digest. There is a small problem with this process though. Since the salt is unique for each user, they need to be stored in the database along with the passwords, and sometimes even in plain text to speed up the process of continuous verification. If the server is hacked, then the hashes will need to be brute forced, which takes a lot of time. But if they receive the salts as well, the entire process becomes very fast. This is something that peppering aims to solve. Peppering is the process of adding a random string of data to the input before passing them to the hash function. But this time the random string is not unique for each user. It is supposed to be common for all users in the database, and the extra bit added is called the pepper in this case. The pepper isn't stored on the servers. It is mostly hard-coded onto the website source code since it's going to be the same for all credentials. This way, even if the servers get hacked, they will not have the right pepper needed to crack into all the passwords. Many websites use a combination of salting and peppering to solve the problem of hash collision and bolster security. Since brute force takes such a long time, many hackers avoid taking the effort. The returns are mostly not worth it, and the possible combinations of using both salting and peppering is humongous.
With the consensus aiming towards an educated public on digital privacy, it's no surprise to see an increasing interest in encryption algorithms. We have already covered the major names like the DES and the AES algorithm. MD5 algorithm was one of the first hashing algorithms to take the global stage as a successor to the MD4. Despite the security vulnerabilities encountered in the future, MD5 still remains a crucial part of data infrastructure in a multitude of environments. The MD5 hashing algorithm is a one-way cryptographic function that accepts a message of any length as input, and it returns as output a fixed length digest value to be used for authenticating the original messages. The digest size is always 128 bits irrespective of the input. The MD5 hash function was originally designed for use as a secure cryptographic hash algorithm to authenticate digital signatures. MD5 has also been deprecated for uses other than as a non-cryptographic checksum to verify data integrity and detect unintentional data corruption. Ronald Rivest, founder of RSA Data Security and Institute professor at MIT, designed MD5 as an improvement to a prior message digest algorithm, which was the MD4. As already iterated before, the process is straightforward. We pass a plaintext message to the MD5 hash functions, which in turn perform certain mathematical operations on the clear text to scramble the data. The 128-bit digest received from this is going to be radically different from the plaintext. The goal of any message digest function is to produce digests that appear to be random. To be considered cryptographically secure, the hash function should meet two requirements. First, that it is impossible for an attacker to generate a message that matches a specific hash value, and second, that it is impossible for an attacker to create two messages that produce the same hash value. Even a slight change in the plaintext should trigger a drastic difference in the two digests. This goes a long way in preventing hash collisions, which take place when two different plaintexts have the same digest. To achieve this level of intricacy, there are a number of steps to be followed before we receive the digest. Let us take a look at the detailed procedure as to how the MD5 hash algorithm works. The first step is to make the plaintext compatible with the hash function. To do this, we need to pad the bits in the message. When we receive the input string, we have to make sure the size is 64 bits short of a multiple of 512. When it comes to padding the bits, we must add 1 first, followed by zeros to round out the extra characters. This prepares a string to have a length of just 64 bits less than any multiple of 512. Here on out, we can proceed on to the next step where we have to pad the length bits. Initially in the first step, we appended the message in such a way that the total length of the bits in the message was 64 bits short of any multiple of 512. Now we add the length bits in such a way that the total number of bits in the message is perfectly a multiple of 512. That means 64-bit lengths to be precise are added to the message. Our final string to be hashed is now a definite multiple of 512. The next step would be to initialize the message digest buffer. The entire hashing plaintext is now broken down into 512-bit blocks. There are 4 buffers or registers that are of 32 bits each, named A, B, C, and D. These are the 4 words that are going to store the values of each of these subblocks. The first iteration to follow these registers will have fixed hexadecimal values as shown on the screen below. Once these values are initialized, of these 512 blocks, we can divide each of them into 16 further subblocks of 32 bits each. For each of these subblocks, we run 4 rounds of operations having the 4 buffer variables A, B, C, and D. These rounds require the other constant variables as well, which differ with each round of operation. The constant values are stored in a random array of 64 elements. Since each 32-bit subblock is run 4 times, 16 such subblocks equal 64 constant values needed for a single block iteration. The subblocks can be denoted by the alphabet M, and the constant values are denoted by the alphabet T. Coming to the actual round of operation, we see our 4 buffers which already have pre-initialized values for the first iteration. At the very beginning, the values of buffers B, C, and D are passed on to a non-linear logarithmic function. The formula behind this function changes by the particular round being worked on, as we shall see later in this video. Once the output is calculated, it is added to the raw value stored in buffer A. The output of this addition is added to the particular 32-bit subblock using which we are running the 4 operations. The output of this requisite function then needs to be added to a constant value derived from the constant array k. Since we have 64 different elements in the array, Since we have 64 different elements in the array, we can use a distinct element for each iteration of a particular block. The next step involves a circular shift that increases the complexity of the hash algorithm and is necessary to create a unique digest for each individual input. The output generated is later added to the value stored in the buffer B. The final output is now stored in the second buffer of B of the output register. Individual values of C, D, and A are derived from the preceding element before the iteration started, meaning the value of B gets stored in C, value of C gets stored in D, and the value of D in A. Now that we have a full register ready for this subblock, the values of A, B, C, D are moved on as input to the next subblock. Once all 16 subblocks are completed, the final register value is saved and the next 512-bit block begins. At the end of all these blocks, we get a final digest of the MD5 algorithm. Regarding the nonlinear process mentioned in the first step, the formula changes for each round it's being run on. This is done to maintain the computational complexity of the algorithm and to increase randomness of the procedure. The formula for each of the 4 rounds uses the same parameters, that is B, C, and D, to generate a single output. The formulas being used are shown on the screen right now. Algorithm. Unlike the latest hash algorithm families, a 32-bit digest is relatively easier to compare when verifying the digests. They don't consume a noticeable amount of disk storage and are comparatively easier to remember and reiterate. Passwords need not be stored in plain text format, making them accessible for hackers and malicious actors. When using digests, the database security also gets a boost since the sizes of all the hash values will be the same. In the event of a hack or a breach, the malicious actor will only receive the hashed values, so there is no way to regenerate the plain text, which would be the user passwords in this case. Since the functions are irreversible by design, hashing has become a compulsion when storing user credentials on the server nowadays. A relatively low memory footprint is necessary when it comes to integrating multiple services into the same framework without a CPU overhead. The digest size is the same and the same steps are run to get the hash value, irrespective of the size of the input string. This helps in creating a low requirement for computational power and is much easier to run on older hardware, which is pretty common in server farms around the world. We can monitor file corruption by comparing hash values before and after transit. Once the hashes match, file integrity checks are valid and we can avoid data corruption. Hash functions will always give the same output for the similar input, irrespective of the iteration parameters. It also helps in ensuring that the data hasn't been tampered with en route to the receiver of the message. We use our Wi-Fi every day for work, and we use the internet for entertainment and communication. The dependency on technology is at an all-time high thanks to the radical developments and innovation in these last 2 decades. A big portion of this belongs to ensuring secure channels of communication and data transmission. The secure hash algorithm are a family of cryptographic hash functions that are published by the National Institute of Standards and Technology along with the NSA. It was passed as a Federal Information Processing Standard, also known as FIPS. It has 4 different families of hash functions. SHA-0 is a 160-bit hash function published in 1993, and it was closed down later after an undisclosed significant flaw. SHA-1 is also a 160-bit hash function which resembles the earlier MD5 algorithm. This was designed by the NSA to be a part of the digital signature algorithm. SHA-2 is a family of 2 similar hash functions with different block sizes, known as the SHA-256 and the SHA-512. They differ in the word size. SHA-256 uses 32-bit words, while SHA-512 uses 64-bit words. SHA-3 is a hash function properly known as KCAC. It was chosen in 2012 after a public competition among non-NSA designers. It supports the same hash length as SHA-2, and its internal structure differs significantly from the rest of the SHA family. As we have already iterated, the process is straightforward. We pass a plain text message to the SHA hash function, which in turn performs certain mathematical operations on the clear text to scramble the data. The 160-bit digest received from this is going to be radically different from the plain text. The goal of any hash function is to produce digests that appear to be random. To be considered cryptographically secure, the hash function should meet 2 requirements. First, that it is impossible for an attacker to generate a message that matches a specific hash value, and second, it should be impossible for an attacker to create 2 messages producing the exactly same hash value. Even a slight change in the plain text should trigger a drastic difference in the 2 digests. This goes a long way in preventing hash collisions, which takes place when 2 different plain texts have the same digest. The SHA family functions have some characteristics that they need to follow while generating the digests. Let's go through a few of them. The length of the clear text should be less than 2 to the power 64 bits in the case of SHA-1 and SHA-256. This is essential to keep the plain text compatible with the hash function, and the size needs to be in comparison area to keep the digest as random as possible. The length of the hash digest should be 256 bits in the SHA-256 algorithm, 512 bits in the SHA-512 algorithm, and so on. Bigger digest usually suggests significantly more calculations at the cost of speed and space. We typically go for the longest digest to bolster security, but there must be a definite balance between the speed and security of a hash function. By design, all hash functions of the SHA-512, SHA-256 are irreversible. You should neither get a plain text when you have the digest beforehand, nor should the digest provide the original value when you pass it to the same hash function again. Another case of protection is that when the hash digest is passed into the SHA function for a second time, we should get a completely different digest from the first instance. This is done to reduce the chance of brute force attacks. To achieve this level of intricacy, there are a number of steps to be followed before we receive the digest. Let us take a look at the detailed procedure as to how the SHA algorithm works. The first step is to make the plain text compatible with the hash function. To do this, we need to pad the bits in the message. When you receive the input string, you have to make sure the size is 64 bits short of a multiple of 512. When it comes to padding the bits, you must add 1 first, followed by the remaining zeros to round out the extra characters. This prepares our string to have a length just 64 bits less than any multiple of 512. Here on out, we can proceed to the next step where we have to pad the length bits. Initially, in the first step, we appended the message in such a way that the total number of bits in the message was 64 bits short from becoming a multiple of 512. Now we add the length of bits in such a way that the total number of bits in the message is a perfect multiple of 512. That means 64 bits plus the length of the original message becomes a multiple of 512. This becomes a final string that needs to be hashed. In the next step, we have to initialize these chaining variables. The entire plain text message can now be broken down into blocks of 512 bits each. Unlike other hash algorithms like MD5, which use 4 registers or buffers, SHA family use 5 buffers of 32 bits each. They are named A, B, C, D, and E. These registers go through multiple rounds of operation, where the first iteration has fixed hexadecimal values, as can be seen in the screen. Moving on, we have to process each of the 512-bit blocks by breaking each of them into 16 sub-blocks of 32 bits each. Each of them goes through 4 rounds of operation that use the entire register and have the 512-bit block along with the constant array. Out of those 4 rounds, each round has 20 iterations. So in general, we have 80 rounds sum total. The constant value of k is an array of 80 elements. Of those 80, 16 elements are being used each round, so that comes out to 80 rounds for each of those elements. The value of t differs by the number of rounds, as can be seen in the table below. A single formula is necessary to calculate the output of each round and iteration. The formula can be ABCDE register is equal to E plus a nonlinear process P along with a circular shift of A plus WT plus KT. In this formula, ABCD is the register value of the chaining variables as we discussed before. P is the logical process which has a different formula for each round. S5 is a circular shift by 5 bits. And WT is a 32-bit string derived from the existing subblock. This can be calculated depending on the iteration at hand. KT signifies a single element of the 80-character element array, which changes depending on the particular round at hand. For the values of WT, the first 16 values are the same as that of the subblocks, so there is no extra calculation needed. For the next 64 elements, the value of WT can be calculated as shown in the formula here. To better understand this, let's take a look at how each of this goes in a sequential process. We have our initial register using the 5 words of 32 bits each. In the first step, we put the values of A, B, C, and D to the subsequent register as the output. Next, we use a non-linear process P that changes depending on the round and uses the values of B, C, and D as input. Whatever output is generated from the non-linear process, it is added with the value of the E register. Next, the value of A is circular shifted by 5 bits and is added with the output generated in the previous step. The next step is adding the value of WT and the constant element of KT. The current output is then stored in the register A. Similarly, this iteration is repeated every round and for each subblock in the process. Once all the registers are complete and all the subblocks are joined together to form the single ciphertext message, we will have our hashed output. Regarding the nonlinear process P that uses the values of B, C, and D as input, the formula changes every round to maintain a complexity of the program that can withstand brute force attacks. Depending on the round, the values are passed through a logical operation which is then added with the values of WT, KT, and so on. Now that we understand how to get our hash digest from the plain text, let us learn about the advantages we obtain when using the SHA hash algorithm instead of relying on data in a plain text format. Digital signatures follow asymmetric encryption methodology to verify the authenticity of a document or a file. Hash algorithms like SHA-256 and the industry standard SHA-512 go a long way in ensuring the verification of signatures. Passwords need not be stored in a plain text format, which makes them accessible to hackers and other malicious actors. When using digest, the database security also gets a boost since the size of all hash values will be the same. In the event of a hack or a breach, the malicious actor will only receive the hash values with no way to regenerate the plain text. In this case, the plaintext would be user credentials. Since the hash functions are irreversible by design, it has become a compulsion when storing passwords on the servers. The SSL handshake is a crucial segment of the web browsing sessions, and it's done using SHA functions. It consists of your web browsers and the web servers agreeing on encryption keys and hashing authentication to prepare a secure connection. It relies on a combination of symmetric and asymmetric algorithms which ensure the confidentiality of the data transmitted between a web server and a web client like the browsers. You can monitor file corruption by comparing hash values before and after transit. Once the hashes match, file integrity checks are valid and data corruption is avoided. Hash functions will always give the same output for the same input, irrespective of the iteration parameters. It also helps in ensuring that the data hasn't been tampered with en route to the receiver of the message.
And with that, we have reached the end of this session on cybersecurity full course. Should you need any assistance or any other resources used in these sessions like PPTs, tools, GitHub links, or code documentation or any other, please let us know in the comment section below and our team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you, keep learning. Stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.